Chapter 1. Arriving at the volcano eruption site. Clocking in to meet the god of wealth. Warning. Numerous beastmen, yet the female protagonist currently loves no one, focusing solely on survival, nurturing offspring, and enhancing her combat prowess. The protagonist suffers from psychological ailments, making it difficult to embark on a romantic relationship, but a happy ending is anticipated later on. The author is a novice, possessing an outline but writing wherever inspiration strikes. In summary, the author's mind is a hot pot of ideas. Boom! Crack! Run! Quick run! The beast god is enraged. Yunshi felt an indescribable, searing heat burning her skin. Her body jolted in an uncanny manner. A fiery chest tightly constrained her form. No, please, no more. She heard her own pleading voice. Delicate and weak though she uttered refusals, it only evoked a desire to give her more. A pair of enlarged, crimson vertical pupils were affixed to her, smiling languidly, as a forceful kiss descended, silencing her shattered pleas. Little bunny, be good, let us have another round. Oh no, please, it hurts so much, I beg you, woo-woo. Her cries grew more shameful, while the possessiveness of the owner of those vertical pupils intensified. Yunshi felt her mind clouded. Who dared to call her little bunny? Who had the audacity to toss her about mercilessly? Moreover, how could she emit such humiliating sounds? She was certain she had read too many embarrassing stories, leading to such a shameful dream. After all, possessing vast resources and just becoming a leader in the apocalypse, she ought to be the one in control. Letting others plead for mercy would not tarnish her moniker of Thundercloud. In a fit of rage, Yunshi struck out, only to find her feet had slipped, the sensation of weightlessness causing her to slowly open her eyes. What was happening? Upon waking from the dream, she discovered her body suspended, seemingly being held by someone by the nape of her neck, hastily fleeing. The scent of sulfur mixed with the stench of rotten eggs filled her nostrils, while towering trees loomed around her, their tops unseen, as a group of giant rabbits, half her height, hurriedly ran forward. The ground rumbled ominously. Sparks landed on her, scorching Yunshi into a daze. Where was this? Why was she here? And why had her limbs transformed into short, furry legs? Put me down! Yunshi struggled, eager to comprehend the situation. The nape of her neck was gently bitten, then swayed as if in response. A speckled gray rabbit ahead turned back, speaking human words. Little one, stop squirming. You've sprained your foot and can't run fast. Let your father carry you to safety. Just as the speckled gray rabbit spoke, the earth trembled even more violently. The rabbit's pupils suddenly widened in terror, as if witnessing something exceedingly dreadful. It let out a frantic scream. Run! Afterward, it surprisingly clamped its mouth around the nape of Yunxi's neck, hurling her forward. In that moment of being airborne, Yunshi finally saw clearly. A vast expanse of volcanic ash and lava cascaded down from a nearby peak, the flow of lava alarmingly swift, threatening to engulf the two giant rabbits. This was life-threatening. She had inexplicably traversed to the site of a volcanic eruption. In midair, Yunshi rolled and landed awkwardly. When she looked up, she discovered that the two giant rabbits had narrowly escaped disaster. Perhaps due to her being a burden, the two rabbits swiftly approached her like the wind, shouting, Little one, don't dawdle, run. Yunshi quickly turned and ran, pondering how this had come to be. Undoubtedly, she had crossed over, transforming into an adorable rabbit. Was it due to her excessive indulgence in spicy rabbit heads that she had incurred such retribution? Yunshi recalled that in the previous moment, she had just emptied a supermarket in the apocalypse, and in the next she had stumbled and fallen into this primitive forest. As a supernatural being, this was evidently quite abnormal. Fortunately, her spatial abilities remained intact, as did her powers. Enduring the sharp pain radiating from her left foot and the dizziness in her mind, Yunshi limped forward. To the observing eyes of her parents behind her, she appeared as their clumsy little one, evoking a sense of heartache. In a matter of breaths, her biological father, a giant rabbit, caught up, skillfully grasping her by the nape and striding ahead. I don't want that. Yunshi felt this position was exceedingly awkward. Did she not have any dignity? She wished to run on her own. Be good. The giant rabbit instinctively soothed her, but But he forgot that he was still holding his own offspring, causing Yunshi to tumble to the ground with a thud. Finally freed, Yunshi rolled forward, narrowly avoiding another attempt to grab her by the nape in the blink of an eye. She transformed into a beautiful girl with long rabbit ears. Little one, change back. You can't run as fast on 2 legs as on 4. The 2 giant rabbits halted, surrounding her anxiously. Behind them, the advancing lava was rapidly closing in, as several giant rabbits sped past, faintly hearing a disdainful mocking voice. Yunshi is courting death again. Indeed, now her father and mother will be put in jeopardy because of her. The voices drifted away, and Yunshi, seemingly unfazed, resolutely twisted her left foot. Crack! Accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain, Yunshi rotated her left foot. It was healed. Let's go! Yunshi took the lead and sprinted forward. Compared to the newly sprouted limbs, she still preferred her own legs. The 2 giant rabbits exchanged glances, one to the left and one to the right, circling around her as they ran. As they ran, they spoke. Little one, change back. Your father will carry you. Another voice chimed in. Is it uncomfortable to be held by the neck? How about your mother carries you? Yes, yes. Your father will carry you. He runs fast. Does your foot still hurt, little one? Don't push yourself. With that, the left giant rabbit glowed with white light, transforming into a robust man. The concern in their eyes was genuine, causing the factually orphaned Yunshi to feel a surge of warmth within her heart. Father, mother, my left foot is fine, now I can run. We must all survive. She looked at the 1 man and 1 rabbit beside her, knowing that in this life-or-death moment, she could not be a burden. Look! With that, Yunshi secretly gathered her strength and dashed forward, swiftly surpassing them. Seeing Yunshi take the lead, the man who had transformed back into a human hurriedly reverted to a rabbit and chased after her, still murmuring, Little one, if you're tired, just stop, your father will carry you. Your father is the mightiest warrior of the tribe. He can manage. Yunshi felt touched, accelerating as she replied, Okay, father. This call of father came without hesitation. Just moments ago, Yunshi had absorbed all the memories of this rabbit beast man. The original body was also named Yunshi, belonging to the mysterious rabbit tribe. Her father was named Yun Kae, the tribe's foremost warrior, and she had 4 older brothers, all formidable warriors within the tribe. Due to the disproportionate number of males to females in the beastman world, coupled with the unconditional pampering of her parents and brothers, the original Yunxi's personality was rather complicated. It must be noted that in this primitive beast world where males outnumbered females 10 to 1, Yunshi had gone 3 consecutive years without anyone seeking to bond with her, illustrating the extent of her unpopularity. Behind her loomed searing flames. As the thick smoke began to spread through the forest, blotting out the sun, more and more giant beasts joined in the frantic escape. After half an hour of running, Yunxi's feet could no longer endure the pain. So hot, so burning. She felt as if they might catch fire. She should have taken out a pair of shoes to wear. In the midst of her breaths filled with dust, her skin was scorched astonishingly. The 2 rabbits beside her, with their snow-white fur, had already been singed into a corncob appearance. With a thought, a bottle of mineral water appeared in Yunxi's hand, pouring it over herself. The scorching heat on her skin was temporarily soothed. Yunshi gazed ahead at the seemingly endless line of fleeing creatures, realizing she needed to take action. She despised not being a water-type supernatural being. Little one, can't you run anymore? Yunxi's father and mother quickly caught up, and Yunxi's eyes darted as she pulled out 2 more bottles of mineral water from her space and handed them over. Here, I found these on the way, father and mother. Take a sip. The caps were already twisted off, and Yunshi nearly shoved the bottles to their lips. The 2 rabbits were completely defenseless against their daughter, inhaling the sweet scent of water, drinking eagerly. If you find this intriguing, please add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 2. Trust me, I have a way to extinguish the fire. A shared mental repository for everyone. The 500 milliliters of mineral water was quickly consumed, and Yunshi seized the opportunity to swiftly stow the bottles away when they weren't looking. Little one, Yun Kue finished drinking, about to inquire where Yunshi had procured the water, only to see his little one darting ahead like the wind once more. The words he had meant to speak were swallowed back. Yunxi's mind raced with thoughts of the dangers posed by the volcanic eruption. At present, they were at the epicenter of the eruption, facing threats from lava jets, toxic gas emissions, earthquakes, and more. Even after escaping this area, the ash from the volcanic eruption could impact the atmosphere, potentially leading to acid rain or drought. In short, they would not find peace for a considerable time. Yet, it was certainly better than suffering from lack of clothing and food in the harsh apocalypse. Yunchi thought optimistically as she ran, surveying her surroundings. After their frantic dash, they had managed to put the volcano far behind them, the deafening sounds of explosions no longer audible. The lava was no longer spreading, but the forest behind them was igniting due to the intense heat, and the flames were growing larger. The fire must be extinguished immediately. Yunchi was acutely aware that her solitary strength was insignificant. She needed to rally the members of her tribe. However, given her unpopularity and the disdain she faced, that proved to be quite a challenge. She hurried to the edge of a slightly elevated mound, where low shrubs flourished, sprawling over a considerable expanse. It was a veritable natural firebreak. Yunchi halted her steps, swiftly retrieving a sickle from her spatial pocket, and began to slash at the thicket. Before long, her father Yun Ke and mother Yun Jiao caught up with her. "My dear child, what are you doing?" they inquired. "The fire is approaching. These trees are of no use, we must flee," Yunchi exclaimed. Yun Ke, who had initially dashed ahead, skidded to a halt upon recognizing the figure hunched over the shrubs. Its resemblance to his own daughter was uncanny. Yunchi looked up at her father, saying, "Father, mother, your timing is impeccable. The lava has ceased its advance. We must devise a means to extinguish the flames as swiftly as possible." "Extinguish the flames?" Yun Kue echoed in shock, his expression bewildered. "Yes, extinguish the flames," Yunchi affirmed with a nod. "Father, you and mother will assist me, won't you?" Before Yun Kue could protest, Yunchi thrust the sickle into his hands. "It's a find." Without waiting for his belief in this claim, she continued, "Father, you and mother should start cutting from this side. Pile the shrubs to the side once you're done. Oh, and if you see anyone you recognize, remember to call them to help." With that, Yunchi handed another sickle to her mother, Yun Jiao, and dashed away. Yun Kue and Yun Jiao exchanged glances, scrutinizing the peculiar weapon in their hands. It was an odd implement, with a handle of roughly hewn wood and a blade that glimmered with a cold, steely sheen, neither made of beast fangs nor stone. Emulating his daughter's actions, Yun Kei swung the sickle at the thicket at his feet. Lo and behold, to his astonishment, the shrubs fell effortlessly. Yun Jiao was equally taken aback, gazing at the strange weapon in her hands, stammering, "Yun Kei, is it truly that sharp? Could it be a divine artifact?" Yun Kue, however, seemed to be enjoying the cutting action, swinging the sickle with zeal through a swath of shrubs. What a splendid weapon! As a warrior, he had an innate fondness for such tools. Although he found it curious that his daughter had stumbled upon 3 of them, he reasoned it was not uncommon for someone to lose belongings in a moment of peril. Until the rightful owner returned, borrowing them for survival seemed acceptable. Jiao, this weapon is truly remarkable. Our dear child is quite extraordinary. Since our dear child has instructed us to cut the shrubs, let us hasten to comply. After all, we must escape." Yun Kei was a dutiful father, always obedient to his daughter's requests. Yet, Yun Jiao was more astute. She was aware that such a formidable weapon could not simply be found, especially with the refreshing coolness of mountain spring water still lingering. Such treasures were not easily picked up, but looking back at the raging inferno and then at her daughter's increasingly distant silhouette, she understood that once her child set her mind to something, no one could deter her. In any case, their child would never recklessly seek danger. Perhaps she truly had a plan? "Hey, everyone come lend a hand. I have a way to extinguish the flames," she shouted loudly, knowing that if she claimed her child had a solution, the tribe would only hasten their retreat. Upon hearing Yun Jiao's call, Yunchi turned back, beaming a radiant smile before returning to her task of cutting shrubs. "Jiao, Yun Kue, what did you say? You have a way to extinguish the flames?" Several giant rabbits approached, stopping curiously at the sound of Yun Jiao's voice. Yes. There's no time to explain. Quickly help us push down this thicket. Though Yun Jiao was uncertain about her child's method for extinguishing the flames, she surmised it must be related to the shrubs, given her relentless cutting. Ah, this? The giant rabbits hesitated, reluctant to gamble with their lives. Trust my companion, she knows what she's doing. Don't forget, Jiao has learned from the great shaman. Yun Kuei, without lifting his gaze, grumbled his support for his partner. As Yunshi continued to silently cut the shrubs, she silently applauded her father and mother, who said primitive people were simple, who claimed beastmen were naive. They were quite adept at persuasion. Could it be that the great shaman taught how to extinguish heavenly fire? More bewildered rabbit beastmen halted, encircling Yun Jiao. With a composed expression, she nodded, adopting an air of profound mystery. Everyone, please assist. If we can topple this thicket, I shall have a way to extinguish the flames. After uttering this declaration, she too began to cut at the shrubs. Under her leadership, the hesitant beastmen joined the effort to clear the thicket, while Yun Jiao stealthily approached her dear child, whispering, "Dear child, what exactly is your plan to extinguish this heavenly fire?" In the past, when fires erupted in the forest, the beastmen would use branches to douse small flames. If the blaze grew too fierce, they could only beseech the beast gods for rain to quell it. Each time a forest fire occurred, it was accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning, which ignited the flames before the deluge arrived to extinguish them. "Mother, I intend to create a firebreak," Yunshi explained softly. A firebreak, as she described, involved establishing a line of defense ahead of or around a fire by digging trenches and clearing flammable materials to impede the fire's advance. As Yun Jiao listened, her initial doubts began to fade, her eyes brightening with understanding. Chapter 3. Are you aiming to burn us alive? My dear child, your method of extinguishing the flames sounds so wondrous. Does it truly work? Yun Jiao, though not comprehending the intricate details of oxygen or ignition points, grasped the essence of what her daughter conveyed and found it rather reasonable. However, she was left perplexed. How did you come to know of such a technique? Initially filled with excitement, she soon fell into doubt. As a mother, she was well aware of her child's capricious nature, and while the reliability was questionable, one could infer her social standing within the tribe from her relationships with others. Yet, it seemed her dear child had never betrayed her kin. Ah, well, that's a long story. Yunshi decided to be succinct. Just a moment ago, when the volcano erupted, I twisted my ankle and fainted for a while. During that time, I dreamt of the beast god and spent what felt like an eternity in their presence. It was the beast god who imparted this method to me, along with many other remarkable skills. When I have the time, I shall share them with you. AMU that in the world of beastmen, the beast god was revered, perceived as the bestower of all blessings. Yunshi had already resolved to attribute all her peculiarities to the divine. Upon hearing this, Yun Jiao remained silent, yet felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, her dear child had blossomed. This was not surprising, for during her childbirth, the shaman had proclaimed Yun she to be extraordinarily gifted, an excellent candidate for a great shaman. However, as Yunshi matured, her lack of skills became increasingly evident. Now, with the blessings of the beast god, it seemed divine favor had finally graced her offspring. Yunshi noticed that after she attributed her newfound knowledge to the beast god, her mother's gaze softened with affection. Truly, the shaman's divination had proven accurate. Her darling child was finally achieving something substantial. With renewed vigor, Yun Jiao diligently began to cut the thorns. With a collective effort, the nearly half-acre thicket was swiftly stripped bare. From Yunshi's perspective, the wildfire was drawing near. She retraced her steps, gathering all the thorns into her spatial abilities. Its spatial ability. The notion that this seemingly inept child had awakened such power astonished the beastmen, who began to murmur among themselves. Although their whispers were meant to be discreet, the simple folks' voices carried, easily audible from 10 paces away. Yunshi offered a warm smile to the onlooking beastmen. Unexpectedly, the beastman who met her gaze stumbled back 3 steps, wearing an expression that clearly conveyed, "Do not approach me." This reaction was somewhat bewildering. Yet, Yunshi dismissed the incident and turned to her father with conviction. "Father, I need you to dig a trench a full arm's depth along this open space. Rabbits dig quickly. After all, she added, as she sought to establish a barrier, digging a trench for double assurance. Yun Kuei nodded, without hesitation, and set to work. His beastly form was robust, particularly his powerful forelimbs, and in no time, he had excavated a lengthy trench. The other beastmen, unable to stand idle, joined in. However, at that moment, a discordant voice interrupted. Uncle Yun Kuei, Aunt Jiao Jiao, didn't you say this method of extinguishing the fire was devised by you? Why then is Yun Shi here, directing everyone? The speaker's jealousy was palpable. We, as members of the tribe, do not have the luxury of indulging Yun Shi's whims. With her malicious heart, she wouldn't hesitate to lead us to ruin. Would she? 3 sharp questions pierced the air. Yun Shi turned to the source of the voice, recognizing a face twisted in envy. Have I offended her? Confused, she searched the depths of her original self's memories, realizing this individual was her arch-nemesis. Yun Manman, unlike Yun Shi, Yun Manman held a prominent position within the tribe, practically adored by all. Since her coming of age, suitors from the tribe had flocked to her, yet she had set her sights high, rejecting the males of her own tribe in favor of a beastman from the neighboring tiger clan. Though their bonding ceremony had yet to occur, she remained temporarily within the Mizu rabbit tribe. Despite rebuffing all the tribe's young warriors, her status as the beloved remained unscathed. She didn't labor for the tribe, and males would leave their hunts at her cave's entrance, whatever she wished. A mere hint would send eager suitors rushing to her aid. Yun Man spoke coyly. Oh, how embarrassing, while reluctantly accepting their attentions. Yet she showed no courtesy toward Yun Xit was well known within the tribe that Yun Shi had, on multiple occasions, cast Yun Man into the river, and just last month, during her heartfelt exchange with a male from the tiger clan, had attempted to ruin her using a fiery fruit. Hoping to entangle her with the nefarious drifter beastmen of the Forbidden Forest, that it was common knowledge that rabbit beastmen were particularly fertile. Fortunately, the clever and kind-hearted Yun Man had seen through Yun Shi's scheme, leading to her own downfall. Wait. A sense of foreboding washed over Yun Shi. She sensed that this Yun Man was up to no good. The memories of her original self recalled that many of those so-called incidents of being thrown into the river were orchestrated by Yun Man herself. Now, she was evidently staging yet another performance. The beastmen who had been diligently digging the trench halted upon hearing Yun Man's accusations, looking up at Yun Kuei. Yun Kuei, with a deep voice, defended, "What my dear child says is truth." After which, he resumed his task of digging. What? It was this useless Yun Shi's idea. How dare she delay my escape? Had they known it was Yun Shi's nefarious suggestion? Why had they even paused? Indeed, I said, "Okay, we stayed behind to extinguish the flames because we trusted you." All the beastmen, except for Yun Kuei and Yun Jiao, ceased their work, hastily retreating to a safe distance, voicing their grievances against Yun Kuei. Before Yun Kuei could respond, Yun Shi interrupted. "It was my idea, and I assure you, this method will extinguish the fire." Standing firmly in the open space, she declared with pride. She locked eyes with Yun Man, who wore an expression of worry and helplessness, and proposed, "Yun Man, shall we make a wager?" Yun Man bit her lip, feigning innocence. "Yun Shi, we are all members of the same tribe. I merely think it's quite strange for you to halt everyone from cutting the thorn wood without clear reasoning, that we all know that extinguishing a great fire requires water. Yet, you instruct everyone to cut thorns and have taken away all the wood. Could it be?" She feigned hesitation, unable to voice her thoughts, that a young, impetuous beastman clenched his fists in anger, exclaiming, "Are you trying to burn us alive?" How malicious! The gazes of the beastmen turned hostile toward Yun Shi. Yun Shi is undoubtedly the most wicked female in our tribe. Chapter 4. Dare to bet with me? I understand now. Yun Shi must harbor resentment from her previous failed scheme against Man. And now, with her newfound spatial abilities, she seeks revenge. Man, be cautious. Stand behind me. I shall protect you. An increasing number of young beastmen gathered around Yun Man, acting as her gallant defenders. Please don't say such things. I merely have an ominous premonition, she said. You all know that when I had this feeling last time, Yun Man's words trailed off, appearing to give Yun Shi a semblance of face. Yet all the beastmen present immediately recalled the commotion from last month. Nonsense. My dear child is not like that. Upon hearing accusations against his beloved child, Yun Kuei, who had been diligently digging, stepped forward to shield Yun Shi, radiating an aura that dared anyone to harm her. Uncle Yun Kuei, I just have a bad feeling. Yun Man peeked from behind a young beast man, speaking sweetly while sneakily shooting Yun Shi a provocative glance when Yun Kuei was not watching. Yun Shi was certain this individual had ulterior motives. Although she did not comprehend why her original self, so universally disliked, would provoke jealousy in the adored Yun Man. If someone wished to be a stepping stone, she would not stand in their way. That it would be an act of kindness. With a smirk, Yun Shi mimicked Yun Man, peering from behind her father and letting out a cold snort. So, shall we place a wager? Which is more accurate, your intuition or my method? As for stakes, Yun Shi casually seized the sickle clipped to her father's waist. I hear you are troubled over what gift to present your partner. Watch closely. With that, she retrieved a large bundle of thorn wood from her spatial abilities, raised the sickle, and brought it down with force. A sharp crack echoed as the thick thorn wood snapped cleanly in two, the ends remarkably even. The beastmen, witnessing the sickle forged from advanced steel, gazed in astonishment. Remarkable. Truly impressive. The elusive rabbit beastmen are renowned for their swiftness, yet their strength pales in comparison to the surrounding tribes of beastmen. Their most frequently wielded weapons are rudimentary stone knives and axes. That to possess a weapon forged from the bones of a rare beast is not only a matter of pride, but also a symbol of power. For the past month, Yun Man has diligently sought out extraordinary beasts, aiming to hunt a formidable one to craft an exceptional weapon as a betrothal gift for her partner from the tiger tribe. Naturally, she need not confront the beast directly. Her role is merely to provide moral support to the young males assisting her in the hunt. Now, witnessing Yun Shi unveil such a remarkable weapon, not only does she feel envy, her eyes nearly glistening with jealousy, but all the rabbit beastmen are equally captivated that it appears far superior to their stone implements. The color is exquisite, reminiscent of the iridescent scales of a mythical serpent. Quite majestic. How did you come by such an impressive weapon? Yun Man inquires, struggling to mask her jealousy, speculating whether it might have been stolen. That a young male quickly chimes in. Yun Shi, with a sly smile, retorts, why don't you try to steal one from me? The young male falls silent, realizing the futility of such an endeavor against someone as formidable as Yun Shi. Feeling the heat wave approaching from behind, Yun Shi lazily proposes, shall we wager? If you win, the weapon is yours. If you lose, you must kneel and apologize 3 times, stating Yun Shi, I was wrong. A mere exchange of words. Could there be a more lucrative deal? Yun Man bites her lip, staring at Yun Shi in silence. Something feels amiss. Today, Yun Shi seems markedly different. Previously, Yun Shi was known for her fiery temper. With just a few provocations, she would erupt, ending up in a state of disarray. The subject of ridicule among the beastmen, thus overshadowing her beauty. Now, however, she exudes an unsettling confidence that reminds Yun Man of the tribe's high priest or chief. Has Yun Shi undergone a transformation? Just as Yun Man wrestles with her thoughts, a youthful voice interjects, as one of the males encircling her raises his hand, eyes gleaming with excitement, fixating on the scythe in Yun Shi's grasp. You wish to wager against me. Must you also kneel and say Yun Shi? I was wrong? Yun Shi queries. How could I possibly lose? The young male initially hesitates, but then puffs out his chest defiantly. Indeed, how could we possibly lose? Yun Man suddenly jolts back to reality. Can cutting trees and digging holes extinguish fire? Preposterous. We cannot lose. That weapon must belong to me. It cannot be claimed by another. Brother Yun Li, do not gamble with Yun Shi for my sake. This is a matter between us. Yun Man insists. Yun Shi, will you involve innocent parties, or will you wager with me? If the timing had been more appropriate, Yun Shi would have applauded Yun Man's eloquence. Of course, I will wager with you. What good is your kneeling and apology to me? I have no interest in hearing it, Yun Shi declares. Then let us wager. I bet your method cannot extinguish the fire, Yun Man declares loudly, suppressing her unease. However, if you are truly so confident, would you dare to stand in this open space and wait for the flames to approach? With a cunning glint in her eye, Yun Man makes a sudden proposition. What? Yun Shi questions, doubting her own ears. Did you not claim that your method can extinguish fire, since you were so confident? What does it matter to stand in the open? Manman adds, regretting not suggesting this earlier. This way, the foolish Yunshi might impulsively agree, eliminating a rival from her sight. Now that the stakes have been set, she wonders whether Yunshi will fall for her trick. Yes, if your method truly works, standing there would not lead to being burned. If she concocts another malicious scheme, she ought to face the consequences. After much commotion, Manman finally hears the word she longs for and swiftly adds, while everyone is busy fleeing for their lives, you are here urging them to cut thorny branches, wasting precious time. Should there not be some acknowledgement for that? My wager is trivial, but the well-being of the tribe is paramount. Chapter 5. A different price. She finds herself both amused and exasperated. Stepping out from behind Kue, she strides to the open space. That I certainly have confidence in myself, but standing in this open space comes at a different price. She gestures provocatively towards Manman. I trust you are equally confident, believing my method incapable of extinguishing the fire. Shall we raise the stakes? Consider this. If you win, you not only gain the divine artifact from my father, but also rid yourself of my presence. Should you accept, if you lose, you must relinquish your partner from the tiger tribe to the other females in our clan, that I would gladly stand here and let the flames consume me. Her eyes sparkle like the stars, drawing in those who gaze upon her. Very well. Manman finds herself nodding unconsciously. Just as she realizes the absurdity of her acquiescence, She provides no opportunity for her to retract her decision, for she spots several vibrant tigers racing towards them. Excellent. Manman is indeed forthright. Then I shall remain here. Yunshi beams with delight. With a series of roars, several striped tigers charge into the fray, their forms shimmering with a brilliant light before transforming into human shapes. These tiger beast men, with their upper bodies bared, display bronze skin marred by scorch marks. Muscles ripple beneath their skin, their arms as thick as the waists of rabbit beastmen, while their lower halves are clad in unknown pelts adorned with a string of fearsome beast fangs and weapons. Yunshi notices that most of these weapons are crafted from stone. Looking up, she is momentarily taken aback by their appearance. Each tiger beast man possesses a square face. Their hair and fur a similar shade of brownish yellow. Beneath thick brows lie squinting eyes that exude a rather lascivious charm. This is quite the conundrum. Yunshi quickly turns her gaze to her own father, robust and handsome, and marvels at his fair complexion, ruby-like eyes, and harmoniously sculpted physique. Truly, he possesses both looks and stature. She wonders what Manman sees in these brutish outsiders, neglecting the array of charming and attentive young males within their tribe. Perhaps the allure of the unfamiliar is simply irresistible. The tiger beast men have evidently overheard the wager between Manman and Yunshi. One of them, with a teasing tone, remarks, "Tiger lie, it seems your future partner is wagering you away. If you lose, why not take that girl standing in the open with you?" accompanied by a chorus of playful whistles. All the tiger beast men squint their eyes, leering at Yunshi. Yunshi frowns. Her intention in wagering was to unsettle Manman, not to invite the flames upon herself. Just as she prepares to respond, she sees Manman hop over to one of the beast men, clinging to his arm, and wails, "Woo, brother Lai, please let me explain." Yunshi interrupts her. "No need for explanations. Everyone heard you demand I stand in the open. And you agreed to the wager yourself. Look, the fire is approaching." Yunshi points to the raging flames not far away. In the time they've been wagering, the nearest tree to the thicket has caught fire, crackling ominously. This tree stands 3 stories tall, its branches lush on one side, while the flames consume the sparser foliage on the other. Yunshi turns to her fellow tribesmen and declares, "My method requires me to be closer to that tree. Surely, you would not oppose me standing a bit nearer, would you?" With that, she strides toward the towering inferno. "Child, do not go near," Kue exclaims, his voice filled with alarm. Acting faster than his words, he rushes to Yunshi's side. Grasping her arm, Yunshi gently pats his hand, soothingly assuring him, "Father, have no worries. My method will not fail. What I had you clear from the thicket was merely the first step. A second step is necessary to completely extinguish the blaze. Dear child, let us go together." "No need, father. You should return." "Absolutely not. It is too dangerous. You must stay behind me. I will protect you." A warm surge of affection washes over Yunshi. Only those who have experienced the chaos of a crumbling world can truly appreciate the value of such unconditional love as that of Yun Kuei. Do not worry, father. I have a plan. Let us not forget, this is my wager. I would hate for someone to claim I had assistance if I win. Upon finishing her words, she cast a glance at Yun Manman, who, with her head bowed, dared not meet her gaze that I in her heart. Yun she scoffed coldly. Was she still harboring ill intentions? Nevertheless, she resolutely pushed Yun Kuei's hand away, leaving him standing in place. Father, open your eyes wide and witness the miracle. She playfully winked at Yun Kuei before striding towards the blazing tree. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yun she retrieved a smoke mask from her spatial storage and donned it, followed by pouring a bottle of mineral water over her head. Such a delicate bunny must certainly take good care of herself. As she approached the tree, she extracted a chainsaw from her space. The jarring sound of screeching metal filled the air. Before anyone could discern the peculiar tool in her hands, she abruptly halted her actions, and the strange weapon vanished, stepping back a significant distance. She leapt into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the trunk. The colossal tree crashed down with a thunderous roar, blocking the path of the encroaching flames. At that moment, Yunshi had already turned to flee. Good child. Just a few steps in her retreat, she collided with a searing embrace. Yun Kuei's eyes brimmed with concern. Good child. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Were you burned? Are you uncomfortable? A barrage of questions bombarded her. And despite the earlier tension, Yunshi found it somewhat amusing. Father, I'm fine with so many questions. Which one should I address first? Just then, another whirlwind of a figure rushed over, snatching Yunshi from Yun Kuei's grasp and scrutinizing her from head to toe. You troublesome child, you nearly worried your mother to death. If the flames can be extinguished, good. If not, I can always carry you to safety. Why can't you just be a good, useless child? Why the need to show off? I appreciate the concern, but truly, thank you. Yunshi blushed in embarrassment as she pulled her two relatives back to a clearing. Just wait a moment, the fire will cease shortly, she reassured them. Chapter 6. Each with their own thoughts, though confident that the fire would not advance further. The smoke and the searing heat, swirling chaotically with the wind, proved quite discomforting. The three stood firm in the clearing, while the beastmen of the mysterious rabbit tribe and the fierce tiger tribe remained in the safe zone. Fixated on the blazing inferno, their hearts were filled with doubt, yet brimming with hope. This conflagration had consumed their very home. If Yunshi could indeed extinguish the flames, she would become the savior of all tribes. The crowd's eyes were glued to Yunshi and the raging fire. However, Yun Manman was plagued by intense discomfort. Why? Why was Yunshi, despite being deemed useless, still so captivating? At that moment, her hair, slightly singed by the flames, danced in the wind, while her face bore streaks of soot and ash, adorned with water stains, sweat, and mud, rendering her quite pitiful. Yet, even in her disarray, she remained an object of fascination. Jealousy ignited within Yun Manman's eyes, and her palms clenched involuntarily. Ouch! Tiger Lai went softly, unable to suppress the instinct to flinch away from Yun Manman's grip. Only then did she realize she had inadvertently broken the skin on his arm. Brother Lai, I'm sorry. Let me blow on it. She pouted her red lips and blew gently on the injured spot. The warmth of her breath, combined with her deliberate closeness, made the flames burn even fiercer. Tiger Lai squinted, his gaze fixed on a particular aspect of Yun Manman. Unable to look away, that I in the fierce tiger tribe, he was merely a second-tier warrior, consistently assigned to less prestigious hunting grounds. Upon reaching adulthood, he had contemplated the females of his tribe, yet they were all enamored with the first-tier elite warriors, leaving him with no chance. Once, while leading a hunting party, he inadvertently rescued Yun Manman, who was rumored to be the most cherished female of the mysterious rabbit tribe. His heart stirred. What if the delicate rabbit tribe females, though seemingly frail, were not needed for hunting? Yun Manman merely needed to remain in the tribe to bear his offspring. In the tiger tribe, females typically birthed one child at a time, whereas rabbit tribe females were said to produce entire litters of 5 to 8. Even if the tiger tribe boasted strength, could it not be possible that he might have 3 cubs in one birth? Rabbit tribe females gave birth twice a year. In no time, he could become the most prolific male in the tiger tribe. If among those cubs there were 1 or 2 particularly gifted ones, who knows, he might form a second elite team and unseat the tribe leader. With such thoughts, His gaze on Manman grew ever more fervent, while he discreetly began to appraise the other females of the rabbit tribe. Indeed, all the females remaining here were capable of reproduction. There were 50 in total, and this was merely 1/5 of the rabbit tribe's population. If he could take 10 females, each producing 2 litters annually, would allow him to establish a tribe of his own, akin to the rabbit tribe. His scrutinizing gaze soon fell upon Yunshi. Yunshi sensed the unsettling scrutiny and met his gaze coldly. Initially believing that Manman and Tiger Lai shared a mutual attraction, it now appeared that the reality was not as her proclamations in the tribe suggested. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just gouge your eyes out," she threatened fiercely, brandishing her sickle. Yet her fierce demeanor only made Tiger Lai lick his lips and toss his hair, responding to her with an insistent smile that suggested he was determined to win her over. Mother, save me. I need a piece of spicy snack to settle my nerves." Manman clearly noted Tiger Lai's gaze, her heart swelling with resentment. Why was he looking at Yunshi again? Tiger Lai was even beginning to flex his muscles. Manman would not forget that it was this very tactic that had once garnered his affection. "Yunshi, I hate you," she vowed, determined to ensure that Yunshi would not escape this inferno alive. With this thought, Manman subtly released her grip on Tiger Lai's arm and stealthily maneuvered to a position closer to the flames, where there were fewer tribe members. Yunshi's gaze remained fixed on Manman, fully aware that she would seize an opportunity to cause trouble. Indeed, upon noticing Manman's departure from the Tiger tribe warrior, her spirits surged. She saw Manman surreptitiously employing her powers. Most beastmen within each tribe had awakened their abilities. Those like Yunshi, who had not, were derogatorily referred to as useless beasts. The beastmen of the mysterious rabbit tribe were favored by the beast god, possessing wind and wood abilities that, of course, most rabbit tribe members awakened only one ability, with a few fortunate enough to acquire 2, joining the elite hunting team, the Storm Squad. In truth, Yunshi was a source of shame for her family, as all 7 of her elder brothers had awakened dual abilities and were part of the Storm Squad. Manman had previously desired to take Yunshi's 4th brother as her mate. However, influenced by Yunshi, her brothers developed a strong aversion to her, often ignoring her, prompting Manman to seek attention from outside tribes. Every female within the tribe held immense value. There were instances of intertribal marriages. Yet a condition prevailed. Any male from an external tribe wishing to take a female from the mysterious rabbit tribe must remain within the female's tribe, joining the hunting team for 3 years before deciding to stay or leave. The mysterious rabbit tribe was not powerful. Many believed that after 3 years, both Manman and Tiger Lai would depart. Back to the present, Yunshi observed as Manman discreetly wielded her wind ability, sending gusts sweeping across the nearby trees. The flames, which had previously begun to subside, suddenly surged to life once more. Hey! Why did the fire suddenly grow larger? Indeed, it was just about to be extinguished. Shall we rush in with thorn branches to beat the fire down? It was almost out. Wait, some proposed action, while others hesitated, valuing their lives. Manman's lips curled into a smile, but before she could react, Yunshi's voice rang out. Manman, what are you doing? Why are you using your wind ability? What? Caught off guard by Yunshi's unexpected voice, Manman quickly found herself seized by the others. The wind had tousled the hair of the rabbit beastman. Manman, you can't blow wine when there's a fire. Didn't you know? A male beastman shouted at her. The distinctive red eyes of the rabbit tribe were particularly intimidating when angry. More rabbit tribe members swiftly surrounded them. Oops, I'm sorry. Sob. Manman wept. Chapter 7. Hand it over. New book testing. Please add to your bookshelf. With red-rimmed eyes, Manman appeared pitiful that I didn't mean to. I was just too hot, and I was being careful. Just a gentle breeze, right? This little bit of wind won't exacerbate the flames. The male beastman scratched his head sheepishly, seemingly reconsidering. Well, perhaps it isn't too large after all? Maybe it really wouldn't make things worse? He awkwardly released Manman's hand. Man, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Manman resolutely shook her head. That it's all right, brother, that I know you were just concerned, that I realized just now that this fire affects the fate of all our tribes. I truly shouldn't have treated it lightly. How disrespectful of me. Yunshi, you have triumphed. I concede. She spoke to Yunshi, leaving behind a shadow of humiliation for all to witness. Yunmin was already well-liked within the tribe. And at this moment, with her eyes glistening, she softly admitted defeat, instantly igniting the protective instincts of all the males present. Mn is truly kind-hearted. Indeed, Mn consistently prioritizes the tribe. Unlike certain individuals, Yunshi promptly attracted numerous discontented glances. Yunshi, let us not wager anymore, shall we? Yunmin continued innocently. I am unaware of where you acquired such formidable weaponry, but why do you conceal it privately instead of presenting it to the tribe? After all weapons and provisions belong to the tribe for distribution. It seems I have been selfish, only considering gifting the weapon to brother Eli, forgetting. What weapon, for me? Unexpectedly, Huli's keen ears picked up several key phrases from afar, for him. Formidable weapon. He recalled the long weapon in Yunshi's hands that could sever a great tree with just a few strokes, igniting a fervor within him. Although he could also break a tree with 3 punches after utilizing his strength abilities. The rabbit tribe's warriors were not primarily known for their might. With this weapon, Huli, could surely slay countless beasts, becoming a top warrior in the tribe, eventually joining the elite team or even taking the lead. With these thoughts, Huli became exhilarated. He slid over to Yunmin inside, extending his hand. What weapon? For me. Give it to me. The last 2 words turned assertive. Yet, Yunmin suddenly stepped back, increasing the distance between her and Huli. There is no weapon, no brother Eli. I apologize, it is Mn who is inept. Though she spoke thus, her gaze involuntarily darted towards Yunshi. Yunshi had not anticipated that observing a spectacle would lead to such revelations about herself. Fortunately, without Yunmin's interference, the fire was finally extinguished. Many present were not concerned with Yunmin's gossip-laden troubles, their focus solely on the blaze. They witnessed the advancing flames engulfing the large tree that Yunshi had deliberately positioned before the thorny thicket, gradually diminishing. Even as the fire continued to spread, it could only consume a small patch of earth, charring a segment no longer than half an arm's length. Look, the fire. The flames have truly been quenched. Oh, ha ha ha. Cheers erupted as the innocent and simple-minded rabbit tribe members leapt joyfully, embracing one another. Suddenly, someone dashed to the clearing where Yunshi stood, lifting her high into the air. More and more warriors joined in, tossing Yunshi aloft, only to catch her again. The jubilance of her kin enveloped her, and the unease that had long resided in her heart finally settled. Perhaps considering this place as her home wasn't such a bad idea. From her elevated vantage point, she glanced towards Yunmin's direction. As expected, Yunmin's eyes were filled with jealousy. Yunshi mused, do rein it in a bit, dear sister. Although you are a rabbit and naturally have red-eye syndrome, that does not justify your indiscriminate envy towards me. Enough. It is merely a fire that has been extinguished. What is there to be so jubilant about? A resonant roar from Huli reverberated through the forest, startling even the withered trees. That he approached Yunshi with several fierce tiger tribe warriors, boldly extending his hand. Bring forth a weapon capable of effortlessly severing trees. The crowd fell into an eerie silence. You, Yunshi, is it truly you who possesses such an extraordinary weapon? Huli forcefully pushed aside the rabbit tribe warriors beside Yunshi, causing the unfortunate ones to nearly tumble over, yet due to their height disadvantage, they dared not protest. Yunshi regarded the fuzzy arm extended towards her and swiftly swatted it away. That a well-behaved dog does not obstruct. Step aside, good sir. Huli had initially dismissed the strength of a seemingly frail rabbit tribe warrior. Yet the area she touched suddenly erupted in pain and numbness, compelling him to clutch his arm and howl in agony. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Huli extended his arm, attempting to salvage his pride. It has turned red. Where is it red? Dozens of crimson eyes turned towards him. Huli lowered his gaze, noticing the previously agonizing spot now smooth and unblemished. Just moments ago, it had been painful and numb. Huli opened his mouth to argue, but found himself at a loss for words upon seeing Yunshi gracefully stride towards Yunmin. Yunmin stammered, suddenly covering her face and turning to flee. Where could she escape to? Yunshi, with a languid tone yet swift movements, seized Yunmin's long ears. Ing. The once sweetly petulant voice transformed into genuine cries of pain. Yunshi, what are you doing? Let go of me. Ah, the shrillness of her voice startled even the withered trees, causing 3 branches to tremble. Yunshi impatiently dug at her ears, thinking to herself that both Yunim and Huli truly belonged to the same family. Their voices were indeed formidable enough to be classified as tree killers. What are you squealing about? So, you wish to flee after losing a wager? Yunshi inquired. You. Release me. Yunshi, you worthless creature, what right do you have to seize my ears? Brother, a lie. Look at her. Come save me. Seeing her inability to escape, Yunim could not help but pin her hopes on the tribe's suitors and Huli. Let go of him. Do not bully her. Huli, already displeased, found Yunshi had inadvertently granted him the opportunity to be the gallant rescuer. Yunim, with great difficulty, turned back to her savior. Brother, a lie. You are the best. With her ears caught in Yunshi's grasp, she was left to dangle, speaking to Huli in a half-kneeling position. From Huli's perspective, Chapter 8. I thank you. From Huli's viewpoint, Yunin's waist was soft. Her curves astonishing, and with her reddened eyes, teardrops poised to fall, she resembled a flower battered by rain and wind, stirring the brutal desires hidden deep within him. Sensing the sudden surge of danger emanating from Huli, Yunshi forcefully pulled on the long ears in her grasp, simultaneously kicking towards her knee. Kneel down and call me Baba. How did I bring over the apocalypse's catchphrase? Yunshi coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Let's start over. Kneel down and shout 3 times. I was wrong. Woo woo woo. Ing. The teardrops that had been poised at the corners of Yunin's eyes finally fell. She looked up at Huli, who swallowed hard. Yunin, filled with joy, continued to plead. I have already conceded. What more do you want? Anyone who finds spoils outside must present them to the tribe. You have no right to wager with tribal possessions against me. Brother, a lie, I am sorry, but the weapon cannot be given to you. Yunin's seemingly pleading words were, in fact, igniting the flames of ire towards Yun11. As anticipated, Huli stirred. He did not heed Yunin's wishes to rescue her from Yunshi's grasp. Rather, he furrowed his brow, gazing at Yunshi with a scrutinizing gaze. That I heard you wagered with him, that the winner would become my partner. You, female, are rumored to have a poor reputation in the tribe, have yet to awaken your abilities, and who knows whether your offspring will possess any talent. How about this? Release him, and you both shall be my partners, that I grant you the privilege of birthing 5 litters in a year. He extended his broad palm to display his generosity to Yunshi. However, should the offspring lack aptitude, I shall not raise them. You must return them to your elusive rabbit tribe. I am certain your rabbit tribe would be delighted to receive several formidable tiger warriors. Yunim was taken aback, as was Yunshi. Such audacity. This insatiable and greedy demeanor was truly an eyesore. While Yunshi usually maintained her composure, she could not help but retaliate against the unsightly scum. The frail rabbit tribe warrior was fortunate to witness the infamous waste of the tribe. Yunshi, raise a foot and send the towering tiger warrior flying. Flung away. Awu, awu, oh. The agonized cries gradually faded into nothingness. Huli clutched his groin, initially howling in distress, then succumbing to pain, drenched in cold sweat, lacking even the strength to wail. All the males instinctively shielded their lower regions. How savage, how frightening. In an instant, everyone took 3 steps back, distancing themselves from Yunshi. The more timid rabbit warriors even covered their eyes with their long ears. Crouching on the ground, that woo. I once threw mud at Yunshi. She wouldn't possibly return the favor with a kick, would she? Having resolved the bothersome scum, Yunshi lifted Yunin's ears, shaking them. That do you admit your fault? Or do you prefer a more unique greeting from me? Woo, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yunin shrieked, eager to escape Yunshi's control. And there you have it. I am quite reasonable, you see. Yunshi released her grip. Yunin, already in a kneeling position with her feet off the ground, was sent tumbling by Yunshi's action. With a sudden jolt, her knees struck the ground with considerable force. It remains unclear whether Manman was simply unfortunate, but the very spot where her knee made contact happened to be graced by a sharp stone. Ouch! It hurt. Manman unleashed a cry that echoed with primal intensity, standing in stark contrast to the silent suffering of Huli, who was incapacitated by his own pain on the other side of the clearing. As Yunshi turned, the gathered beastmen instinctively took 3 large steps back, distancing themselves further from her. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Yunshi sheepishly touched her nose, that oh dear, I had forgotten that rabbits tend to be skittish. I hope I didn't frighten my newly acquainted father and mother too much. Among the circle of beastmen, a mere 3 meters away, stood 2 figures exuding strength and independence, Yun Jiao Jiao and Yun Kuei. Upon seeing her beloved child's guilty expression, Yun Jiao Jiao felt an unexpected surge of affection rather than anger, her eyes sparkling with admiration that my darling child is truly remarkable. Majestic, stalwart. She gave Yunshi a thumbs up before spitting disdainfully in the direction of Huli, who was still gasping for breath while clutching his vital areas. Do you truly see us females merely as vessels for reproduction? How audacious! Even the beast god wouldn't dare to boast so grandly. Fortunately, my darling has received the beast god's favor. Humph. Otherwise, my Yun Kuei would be deemed worthless. Yun Kuei clenched his fists and stepped forward. Yun Kuei, have 6 sons, each of whom is a first-rate warrior with awakened dual abilities. Our precious child is not one to be trifled with. Yunshi suddenly felt a wave of gratitude wash over her for having traversed into this world from the apocalypse. She had been an orphan since birth, and just as she was beginning to experience a semblance of happiness, she found herself thrust into the end times. Although she had awakened lightning abilities and, through a twist of fate, acquired a jade pendant space. The treachery of human nature in the apocalypse forced her to remain vigilant in order to survive. That I'm so tired to moo. You're truly wonderful. Yunshi nestled her face in the palm of Yun Jiao Jiao, seeking comfort while discreetly wiping away a few tears of gratitude. Humph. You ungrateful little one. Is your father not good enough? Yun Kuei interjected, feeling a pang of jealousy. Father's great too. I'm truly fortunate to be the child of both you and Amu. Yunshi, ever the diplomat, linked her arms with both Yun Jiao Jiao and Yun Kuei, not forgetting to nuzzle her face in Yun Kuei's palm for good measure. Only then did Yun Kuei break into a satisfied, hearty laugh. The forest, ravaged by fire, was shrouded in black smoke and ash, with every beastman bearing streaks of soot across their bodies. Yet, witnessing the harmonious scene of the trio, smiles of survival bloomed among the onlookers. I miss my partner, that my precious child has gone hunting, and I wonder if they have fled far from the volcano, hoping to escape the terrifying heavenly fire. Rest assured, your precious child is a dual-ability warrior, swift and capable in battle. They will surely be fine. Woe is me. I've run so far, my feet ache, I'm famished, and I'm parched. It occurred to me until you mentioned it. But now I feel as if my throat is on fire. A thought struck Yunshi. She may not have much, but the food and bottled water in her space would certainly suffice. Just as Amu had claimed to be blessed by the beast god, perhaps she could seize this opportunity to share the treasures within her space. Fellow tribesmen, I have something to discuss. Chapter 9. The beast god's trials and rewards. Yunshi raised her hand high, presenting herself as a rather obedient child. Dozens of crimson eyes turned toward her. Perhaps it was the kinship filter, but Yunshi found the sight of those lantern-like eyes paired with long rabbit ears to be rather endearing. Oh, how I wish to ruffle them. Yunshi smiled brightly and spoke. Thanks to Yun Manman and certain others, half a month ago, I was cast into the Black Rock Marsh, a gathering place for wandering beastmen, only to unexpectedly receive the favor of the beast god. The beast god imparted countless methods for extinguishing fires and cultivating plants within my mind. At the time, I was oblivious to the reason. But when the heavenly fire descended, I finally understood that it was the beast god coming to our rescue. Yunshi recognized that the beastmen held the beast god in high esteem. Attributing everything to the deity rendered her own circumstances entirely justifiable. Thus, she could appropriately offer some of the provisions from her space. That it was not that Yunshi was miserly or unwilling to share in times of peril, but rather she was acutely aware of the principle that one should not foster a habit of dependency among her tribe. The beast god blesses us. The beast god has not forsaken us. Upon hearing Yunshi's words, the beastmen suddenly knelt, bowing their heads toward the heavens in fervent prayer. Bless us, beast god. Let the terrifying heavenly fire cease. Grant us a share of sweet spring water and sustenance. O beast god, in your divine presence, Allow me to awaken dual abilities. Look upon me, O beast god. I possess great potential, strong limbs. Why do you favor that useless Yunshi instead of blessing me? Amidst the cacophony of prayers, Yunshi keenly detected a discordant voice. Ahem. She turned her gaze toward the source. The foolish rabbit, startled, promptly turned its back to her, covering its ears as if to shield itself from the truth. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say. Just now, I believe I heard the teachings of the beast god. Yunshi raised her chin slightly, feigning an air of profound wisdom. What did the beast god say? Yes, Yunshi, did the beast god mention when the heavenly fire would cease? A flurry of inquiries erupted around her. Silence. Let my precious child speak. Yunke's eyes widened, positioning himself protectively in front of Yunshi. Perhaps due to Yunshi's previous lack of presence within the tribe, her words were often interrupted. Yunke could no longer stand by, and stepped up to defend her. The crowd finally quieted. Yunshi continued. The beast god has proclaimed that a new order is about to be established, and the heavenly fire will reappear in due time. This is not a punishment, but rather a test of our mettle. What sort of test? Before the silence could last a minute, another voice chimed in. Yunkue swiftly approached and seized the offender by the ear. I'll be quiet, I'll be quiet. The timid rabbit hastily covered its mouth. Muffled sounds escaping from its palms. Yunshi shot a meaningful glance at her father, who puffed out his chest proudly and grinned foolishly in response. The beast god has declared that the heavenly fire will blaze for a month or even longer. Yunshi recalled this from her geography book that, of course, should we fail the test, the volcano will erupt repeatedly. If we succeed, the volcano will enter a state of dormancy, and the heavenly fire will recede. Yunshi spoke in vague terms, leaving ample room for interpretation. Perhaps the image of Yun Kuei gripping the rabbit's ear was too compelling, as the rabbit beastmen instinctively opened their mouths to ask questions, only to quickly cover their disobedient mouths again. Satisfied, Yunshi nodded. That's more like it. She detested being interrupted while speaking. Just now, we successfully extinguished the heavenly fire on a small scale, safeguarding our home. The beast god is exceedingly pleased and has granted us a modest reward. Ding! As if a peculiar switch had been flipped, the eyes of all the rabbits sparkled with excitement. They blinked at Yunshi, their little fan-like eyelashes fluttering in unison. Yun Kuei, disregarding the beastman he was holding, tossed him aside and rubbed his hands eagerly. My precious child. What reward? Hurry, show it to your father. The other beastmen felt a mix of anger and envy, but dared not voice their feelings. Yunshi gently waved her hand, and 3 boxes of bottled water materialized on the ground before her. She had counted earlier, and there were 52 rabbit tribe beastmen and 6 tiger tribe beastmen present. Each box contained 24 bottles. Whatever was left could be discussed later. With another wave of her hand, 3 boxes of small bread appeared. This moment, the only one bold enough to delve into the rewards was none other than Yun Kuei. His hands instantly transformed, sharp claws slicing through the outermost carton. Inside, rows of crystal-clear bottles awaited him. Water. Sweet spring water. He had tasted it before. Yun Kuei instinctively glanced back at Yunshi, who playfully tilted her head. Oh, my darling child, how wonderful! The dutiful father momentarily forgot all questions that he tore open another box, revealing rows of plump, golden, round rolls. What is this? Yun Kuei inquired, lifting one of the rolls. Yunshi stepped forward and peeled back the wrapping. This is sweet little bread. As the packaging was torn away, an unfamiliar, delightful aroma wafted through the air, enticing the rabbit beastmen, causing their growling stomachs to echo in unison. Yunshi took the opportunity to shove a small roll into Yun Kuei's mouth. He instinctively opened wide. Yun Kuei's already large rabbit eyes widened even further. Munching down, he was enveloped in the sweet aroma of the bread, a taste so exquisite it seemed to reach the heavens. Noticing the ravenous gazes of those around him, Yun Kuei swiftly turned, leaving them with a tantalizing view as he devoured the bread with increasing fervor. It's gone. I've finished it. So delicious. After finishing the small bread and swallowing it down, Yun Kuei, with a sense of pride, turned around to display his empty mouth and 2 gleaming white rabbit teeth to everyone. The orc crowd was infuriated. Yet they dared not voice their discontent. Yunshi then took a bottle of mineral water, opened it right in front of everyone, and handed it to Yun Kuei. This action was familiar to Yun Kuei. He accepted the bottle, turned it upside down, and allowed the sweet spring water to flow down his throat. Ta-da! What a refreshing sensation! After toiling under the blazing sun for so long, this bottle of mineral water was perfectly soothing for both his body and mind. Suddenly, someone began to gulp audibly. Of course, at that moment, the mouths of the orcs were parched, devoid of any saliva. However, their longing gazes infected Yun Kuei. Rubbing his hands together, Yun Kuei asked sweetly, "My dear, did the beast god mention how the rewards would be distributed?" Chapter 10. The carrot that rabbits cannot refuse. Yun, she continued to smile, and said, "The beast god stated that these rewards are for those who participated in extinguishing the fire. Father, do you remember who helped with cutting the thorny wood and digging the trenches? Those orcs who did not partake in extinguishing the fire will receive nothing." After speaking, Yunshi deliberately glanced at Yun Man, who was impeccably clean and not a speck of dirt on her hands. Leading the group, she and the 4 flower protectors beside her, as well as several later arriving tiger tribe orcs, had not participated in the firefighting. Thus they were without food. Could the tiger tribe orcs, who were already ravenous like the rabbit tribe orcs, bear it? At that moment, a burly tiger tribe orc stepped forward, brutally pushing aside those lined up for mineral water. "You lot, get lost. This is all mine." The smaller and shorter Meatsy rabbit orc was shoved aside. Observing the height difference, he pouted but dared not speak. Seeing her kin being bullied, Yunshi was furious. "Did you ask for my opinion before taking my things?" She stepped toward the food. Little girl, I am not like that useless who liebe sensible and hand over all the rewards from the beast god. Otherwise, once I've eaten and regained my strength, I won't be so easy to deal with." The tiger tribe orc, named Huli, boasted of his strength-based ability, claiming pride in being unrivaled within the tribe. "Barring those with dual abilities, then I must say, you are quite attractive. Much more so than that yin man. How about you come back with me and bear my offspring? You give birth to one litter, and I will raise another." His intentions were blatantly obvious. While he leered at Yunshi, he bent down to grab a bottle of mineral water from the box, tilting his head back, flexing his chest muscles in preparation to drink. Was flexing muscles a custom among the tiger tribe? It was quite the eyesore. Yunshi felt like she might vomit her dinner from the previous night onto his face. "But I find you quite repulsive. Your presence is a blight upon my eyes. Why don't you step away? The further you go, the happier I will be." Yunshi mimicked Huli's tone, retorting back. She had always been one to act rather than talk. And before she finished speaking, she kicked off the ground, launching herself toward Huli like a cannonball. Her right fist crackled with lightning energy boom, before Huli could even twist off the bottle cap. Yunshi's punch had him doubled over in pain, rolling helplessly on the ground, that he finally got to experience the painful and numbing sensation that Huli had spoken of. "Ouch! Woe is me!" he groaned, clutching his stomach and glaring at Yunshi. Before striking Huli, Yunshi had raised her left hand high and lightly tapped the wrist holding the mineral water bottle. Huli felt a sharp pain surge through him, worse than a broken bone, and instinctively let go. The mineral water fell to the ground, caught by Yunshi. Yunshi proclaimed, to seize a weapon from an opponent. So easy. The watching Meatsy rabbit orcs witnessed Yunshi's swift actions. With a clap and a punch, she not only snatched Huli's mineral water, but also sent him flying, joining Huli on the ground. This was the second time she had sent a towering tiger tribe orc soaring. The other eager tiger tribe orcs shrank back, instinctively gathering around Huli for warmth. Among the spectators, someone clapped in delight, completely engrossed in the spectacle. Yunshi blew on her fist, cradling the mineral water bottle cap as she made a bow. Too kind. I am merely fortunate." The applause grew even more fervent, and admiration sparkled in their eyes like little red lanterns. Yunshi pursed her lips, feeling a fondness for her newly recognized kin, who were not only enthusiastic, but also quite the cheerleaders. Seeing everyone still staring at her in a daze, she pointed to the several large boxes of food on the ground and declared, one at a time, "With me here, no one dares to take our Meatsy rabbit tribe's food." Suddenly, a snowball of fluff bounded toward her feet, and in a sweet, tiny voice, it exclaimed, "Sister Yunshi, you look so beautiful, so handsome. I adore you. When I grow up, can I be your partner?" The little snowball gazed up at her, eyes filled with innocent adoration. Yunshi chuckled, about to tease him, when the child's parent yanked his ear to go on. "Yindodo, Yunshi is now favored by the beast god. Don't think that by flattering her, you can get an extra piece of bread. Wano, I want Sister Yunshi. The adult orc tossed Yundodo away, and a female orc nearby caught him in her arms. The adult orc awkwardly smiled. Goddess Yunshi, please don't mind. Yundodo just has a big appetite. Sighing, he added, I don't know who he takes after. He can eat more than anyone, but hasn't he grown an inch? What a trouble. The adult orc's interruption brought back memories hidden in the corners of Yunshi's mind. Yundodo was notorious in the tribe for his insatiable appetite, capable of consuming the food meant for an adult male, yet still claiming hunger. However, food was distributed in fixed portions. Children received their share, and adults theirs. Yundodo often used his adorable appearance and sweet voice to swindle food from others. Once, he saw Yunshi eating honey, and in his greed, sweetly called out to her for a share. Though Yunshi did give him some, after he finished, she hung him upside down on a tree. Yunshi felt somewhat overwhelmed by the yearning gazes of the multitude of beastmen. She hurriedly clapped her hands and declared, There is none left, truly none. The beast god only provided me with a single carrot as a sample. The rest are merely seeds. The esteemed beast god mentioned that once we find a new place to dwell, we can plant these seeds, ensuring a continuous supply of carrots to feast upon. In truth, Yunshi possessed more than just this solitary carrot in her space. However, she was reluctant to reveal everything, knowing well the irresistible allure that carrots held for the rabbits. Naturally, she intended to keep everyone motivated to work together. Ah, is it true? Are there seeds as well? Splendid. Yet amidst the excitement, an incongruous voice emerged from her old friend, Manman, who seemed to have recovered from her earlier pain and was now seeking to stir trouble. The beast god is indeed exceedingly merciful. We are grateful to him. But Yunshi, what truly did the beast god bestow upon you? You speak of it as you please, yet we cannot see it. Surely, you haven't hidden away more treasures, keeping them a secret from us? Yunshi exchanged glances with Manman and noticed the corner of her lips curling into a mischievous smile, which quickly transformed back into a worried expression. Many shared this sentiment. Yet due to Yunkuei's formidable strength and their own reliance on Yunshi's provisions, they hesitated to voice their thoughts. With the revelation of this matter, the once harmonious group began to stir with undercurrents of discontent. Indeed, you are right. Yunshi replied with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely false. It seems that next time the beast god bestows something upon me, I should keep it hidden away and not reveal anything, lest some individuals grow too greedy. Or perhaps you should inquire of the beast god whether I am hoarding anything. If I am indeed keeping treasures to myself, you may represent the beast god in punishing me. With these words, Yunshi managed to soothe the hearts of several beastmen. Yes, this is a divine blessing from the beast god. To dare hoard his gifts would surely invite dire consequences. The threat in Yunshi's tone was palpable as she cracked her knuckles ominously. Manman, recalling the excruciating pain she had just experienced, dared not provoke Yunshi further. Cursed be this unfairness. Why must the beast god favor Yunshi when she already has the love of her family? What if I were the one graced by the beast god's attention? Jealousy simmered within Manman's heart. Yunshi observed the subtle shifts in Manman's expression, but paid them no mind. Merely a petty jester. She mused, intending to amuse herself with her later antics. For now, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Raising her gaze, Yunshi spotted an adult female beastman, cradling Yundodo, indulgently licking the remnants of carrot off the little one's face. This is excessive, truly excessive, Yunshi thought, recalling her own distaste for carrots and bell peppers during her human days, rendering her perplexed by the frenzied affection of the Mijuang rabbit beastmen. Dear clan members, have we all had our fill? Noticing the remaining bottles of mineral water and small loaves of bread, the Mijuang rabbit tribe members displayed commendable awareness, with those who had not participated in labor refraining from taking advantage of the provisions. Amidst the throngs of beastmen seated on the ground, some lovingly shared their saved rations with the young ones. Yunshi set aside the portions meant for the infants, storing the rest of the food in her space. The remaining loaves and water, is it agreeable to distribute among the younglings? She inquired, to which the beastmen readily consented. Very well, let us take these supplies and continue our journey, Yunshi declared, uncertainty lingering regarding whether the volcano would erupt anew. What? The volcano is not dormant. It may erupt again. How terrifying. When will this ordeal come to an end? Yunshi, has the beast god imparted any guidance? Yunshi initially intended to advise against seeking the beast god's counsel for every trivial matter. But upon reflection, she decided to hoist this banner with pride. Was it not mentioned earlier? The beast god stated that the volcanic eruption could persist for at least a month, if not longer. However, when we arrive at a suitable location, he will assign us tasks to extinguish the flames, rewarding us with water and sustenance. Thus, my fellow clan members, we have yet to escape the perilous zone and must continue our flight. Observing the weary faces of those seated on the ground, Yunshi refrained from pressing them further. Listen to my dear child. The dutiful Yun Kuei promptly came to Yunshi's side, offering his support. Their group consisted of around 50 individuals, with the majority having remained in the tribe to rest. Aside from Yun Kuei, only 5 lightly injured warriors accompanied them, while the rest comprised the elderly and young. Consequently, Yun Kuei stood as the strongest and most authoritative figure within this fleeing band. Though the Mijuang rabbit tribe was not particularly large, it was indeed populous, thanks to the prolific nature of its members. Totaling over 200, the tribe boasted 4 hunting teams, with the storm hunting team being the elite squad, comprising over 30 skilled warriors led by the tribe's chief. Additionally, there were 3 secondary hunting teams, each consisting of 40 to 50 members. The captains of these teams were selected from the elite squad, with Yunshi's 4th brother leading the second team. Now, as the embodiment of strength for this group, Yun Kuei would guide them onward in their escape. Before nightfall, if we do not hear the volcano erupting, we can find a safer spot to rest that we must set off immediately, Yunshi stated, casting a glance toward the distant volcano, still belching black smoke. Although the lava had ceased its eruption, the volcano's activity was clearly far from over. The sky loomed ominously, and the air was thick with volcanic ash, rendering the forest stifling and the leaves drooping to awe. Speaking of which, as though struck by a sudden thought, Yunshi turned back to say, "The water bottles should not be discarded carelessly due to the heat. When we locate a water source, we can fill them. Remember, do not throw these bottles away." Her reiteration did not include the environmental hazards posed by plastic. Such beautiful bottles, how could we bear to part with them? One beastman mumbled, clutching the bottle as if it were a cherished treasure. Let us proceed. Yunshi ceased her commentary and took the lead. Sprinting ahead, witnessing her departure, several beastmen stood and followed suit. "Hey, dear child, are you weary? Would you like me to carry you?" The ever-doting Yun Kuei quickly caught up, presenting his familiar suggestion. Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle, tugging at Yun Kuei's ear as she whispered, "Father, I am no longer the Yunshi of the past. Allow me to share a secret." She beckoned him closer. "What secret?" Yun Kuei's eyes widened in curiosity, his demeanor now conspiratorial. "Shoo, this secret is for our family alone, that I have awakened my powers, and it is not merely my spatial ability." She made a gesture of secrecy, causing Yun Kuei to gaze at her in astonishment. Yunshi harbored concerns that one day, her father's eyes would pop out from his surprise. "I knew my dear child was remarkable," Yun Kuei exclaimed, giving Yunshi a thumbs up before mischievously tugging at Yun Jiao's ear to share the secret. Yunshi smiled, glanced up at the sky to ascertain their direction, and resumed her brisk pace. After approximately half an hour of running, Yunshi detected a faint hint of moisture in the air. Father, is there a water source nearby?" She called out to her diligent father. Yun Kuei trotted to her side, his nose twitching as he affirmed, "Over there, it should be a large river." "Are you tired, dear child? Would you like to rest for a moment?" Yunshi welcomed this suggestion. Although beastmen possessed remarkable stamina, even they began to tire after half an hour of relentless running. She glanced back and observed that while the younger beastmen fared well, the elderly required assistance from 2 others to keep moving forward. "Clan members, let us endure a little longer. We shall rest near the water source and replenish our supplies." Yunshi proclaimed aloud, "The remaining journey shall be guided by Yun Kuei." Before long, they discovered the grand river Yun Kuei had mentioned. Indeed, what a magnificent river it is! From a considerable distance, Yunshi could hear the tumultuous waves of the river, and judging by its swift current, there was undoubtedly a steep slope further downstream, perhaps even a waterfall. Were it not for their desperate flight, Yunshi would have eagerly ventured to explore it. However, at present, satisfying their hunger took precedence. The beastmen first quenched their thirst by the riverbank, filled their water bottles, and gathered some leaves to stave off hunger before squatting down to rest. Yunshi knew that rabbits were herbivorous creatures, yet the elusive rabbit beastmen of this world were omnivorous, consuming both meat and plants with a preference for the former. This was largely because most beastmen with extraordinary abilities derive their energy primarily from meat, especially from the flesh of mythical beasts, which greatly benefited them. Yet now, with the entire forest ablaze, all creatures were preoccupied with fleeing. Even upon reaching the riverbank, they encountered a herd of deer drinking water. The clever deer, upon spotting the beastmen, abandoned their drinking and scampered away. As for the birds in the sky, they were even more elusive. Yunshi refrained from consuming the leaves and, while carrying someone on her back, discreetly retrieved a bottle of milk from her spatial storage and drank it. Just as she tucked the empty milk carton back into her space, a familiar fluffy snowball bounded up to her leg. "Sister Yunshi, play with me." It was Yundo. Yundo was not seeking food, although he noticed the delightful white circle around Yunshi's mouth. Her hands were evidently empty, indicating there was nothing delicious left. He had come to repay a debt. Every time he indulged in Yunshi's offerings, she would gleefully dangle him upside down from a tree. The first time was arduous, but he had grown accustomed to it thereafter. Noticing Yunshi's stillness, he took it upon himself to find a tree, positioning his head toward the ground and kicking his hind legs upward. After several attempts, he failed and instead tumbled over due to his rather plump rear end, landing with a thud. Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle. Yundo, dazed, picked himself up, and upon seeing Yunshi laugh, he grinned foolishly as well. Leaning against the tree and sticking his rear end out to kick his legs, after a moment, Yunshi realized that perhaps he was actively seeking to be hung upside down. "Sister Yunshi, hang me upside down," Yundo exclaimed, seeing Yunshi lost in laughter. Yunshi felt a mix of amusement and bittersweetness as she picked him up and cradled him. "But in the past, I was the naughty one, but now I vow, I shall never hang you upside down again." "Meh." Yundo's eyes widened in surprise. "Does that mean there's no more delicious food?" His droopy rabbit ears hung low, conveying his unspoken disappointment. Yunshi, with a playful glint in her eye, replied, "I have nothing delectable left either. With the brothers absent, I have no treats." "Meh, meh, meh." Yundo understood and grew even more despondent, as if all the shine had faded from his fur. Yunshi found it amusing and stealthily peeled a large white rabbit candy from her space, popping it into Yundo's mouth. "Meh, slurp." Yundo instinctively sucked in his saliva. "As oh, delicious. A sweet taste I've never experienced before, so milky." Yunshi then quietly tugged at his ear, whispering, "Shoo, this is our secret that if you tell anyone, it will be gone. Understood?" Yundo quickly covered his mouth and nodded earnestly. "Did I want to say a word? Not a soul." Satisfied, Yunshi nodded, and, seeing that the others by the river had regained some strength, decided it was time for them to get to work. Chapter 13. The Forest Firefighting Squad. Fellow clan members. "Just now, I heard the decree of the beast god." Yunshi cleared her throat and declared. She had discovered that invoking the name of the beast god made matters remarkably easier in the beast realm. "What?" "The beast god has issued another decree." "What is it?" "Yunshi, hurry and tell us. Is it that we must extinguish the fire again? But the flames haven't reached us yet." Yunshi nodded at the beast man who had mentioned extinguishing the fire and affirmed, "Indeed, the beast god wishes for us to form a firefighting squad to eliminate the forest fire. He stated that when the time is right, he would notify me. Now, by this river, the beast god has commanded that we dig a fire break, using the river as a natural barrier to prevent the fire from spreading further." Observing the puzzled expressions of her comrades, Yunshi continued unhurriedly. "Moreover, the beast god was not entirely satisfied with our previous speed and has prepared some tools to expedite our logging efforts." "What are tools?" one beastman inquired. Yunshi smiled brightly as she produced a sickle and a saw from her spatial storage. "Weapons. Super sharp weapons. Can we truly possess them?" The eyes of every beastman sparkled with excitement. Even the disdainful Tiger Clan beastmen trailing behind perked up their ears. The beast god promised that only those participating in today as firefighting efforts shall receive them, as for the future. The beast god has other plans. Yunshi dared not overpromise. There were merely over 200 sickles and around 100 saws in her space, and she estimated that after distributing to her tribe, little would remain to me. "I will follow your lead. Yunshi, whatever you ask, I shall do." "Me too. I want to join the firefighting squad. Count me in. I possess great strength." Everyone's eyes shone brightly, watching Yunshi intently, fearful she might change her mind. However, Yunshi did not immediately distribute the tools. Instead, she assigned tasks. While the forest fire has not yet encroached upon us, let us first fell the trees surrounding us along this river, creating a horizontal fire break. As you all observed earlier, when the fire approaches and there are no combustible materials left, it will extinguish itself. Furthermore, with this river as a barrier, as long as there is no significant lava crossing it, we shall be safe. Does everyone remember? Remember, 52 rabbit tribe beastmen raised their hands in unison, including the little cubs. Yunshi chuckled. Cubs cannot fell trees. You are not tall enough to wield the tools. What? But I am quite capable. One little snowball exclaimed, biting his finger to prove his point. He rushed to the nearest tree and showcased his two gleaming front teeth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The little cub was actually gnawing on the tree trunk. And surprisingly, his two prominent teeth were quite sharp, rivaling a saw's effectiveness. However, after a short while, he began to spit out wood shavings, looking up at Yunshi with teary eyes. Meh, I'm not hurt. I can do it. If he weren't cradling his cheek, he might have been more convincing. This little rabbit led the way, seemingly unlocking some peculiar switch among the other cubs, as yet another rabbit cub dashed over, gnawing at the half-eaten tree. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They lined up to follow suit, determined not to leave until the tree was felled. The cleverest cub piped up in his adorable little voice. Sister Yunshi, we are just cubs, but we also wish to protect our home. Sister, grant us a tool. We can take turns using it. The adults can fell a tree with one person, but we can do it with 5 cubs. Upon finishing, he blinked his eyes at Yunshi. Before long, the cubs clung to the tree tightly, and it began to sway perilously. Yay, Sister Yunshi, look! The tree is about to fall. Yunshi mused. The cubs are quite persistent. Very well. You 5 shall form a team. Each team will share one tool, but do be careful. Bending down, she retrieved 2 saws and demonstrated their usage to the group before allowing them to commence tree felling. As for herself, she weaved through the crowd, collecting the fallen timber and storing it in her space. Her space was vast and spacious, housing all her belongings from the apocalypse, yet it was far from filled to even 1/10 of its capacity. As she continued to gather wood, subtle changes began to manifest in her space. Yet Yunshi, engrossed in her tasks, remained oblivious. The tree-felling squad worked fervently for 2 hours. The beastmen, endowed with great strength and equipped with handy tools, soon left only a row of stumps by the river. Concerned about lava contaminating the river, Yunshi directed the beastmen to dig a deep trench among the stumps. Now, they had no fear of the fire advancing further. As they gazed at their laborious achievements, satisfaction radiated from their faces. That moment, the clever Yundo scampered over, hugging Yunshi's leg. Sister Yunshi, eat! He blinked his eyes eagerly, vividly recalling the delicious golden carrots and fragrant, soft little cakes. Thinking of this made his mouth water, causing a droplet to fall to the ground. The other beastmen, prompted by Yundo's remark, began to anticipate as well. The little buns were delightful, but they disappeared in a single bite, leaving one wanting more. That if only the beast god could bestow some meat, that would be even better. In the presence of the beast god, it appears he can truly hear the prayers of the multitude. Before them, Yunshi beamed as she retrieved a slab of pork, a slab of lamb, half a slab of beef, and an array of unfamiliar plant fruits from the void. Behold, this is the bounty of the beast god. Yet the divine being cautioned that danger still lurked, urging them to travel a ways before feasting. What say you? With the beast goddess words ringing in their ears, none dared voice dissent. The allure of delectable food was tempting, yet the preservation of life was paramount. After seeking Yun's counsel, Yunshi instructed him to lead the way ahead. That it was said that further on lay a grander lake. Yun speculated that their kin would likely rest there for the night. Enticed by the promise of sustenance, the myriad beastmen felt an invigorating surge of strength. Even after laboring for 2 hours, they believed they could sprint to the lakeside in one breath, at last. As the skies turned crimson with the twilight of the Mizu Zone rabbit beastmen, they arrived at the expansive lake that Yun had mentioned. The shores were bustling, already populated by numerous beastman tribes and residents. Chapter 14. The transformation of space. The lake was vast, stretching endlessly, akin to an inland sea. Yet at this moment, the shores were crowded with myriad tribes of beastmen. Yunshi surveyed the scene, taking in the fluffy lion tribe beastmen, The towering gorilla tribe, the adorably clumsy panda tribe, the regal and untouchable peacock tribe, and the inconspicuous chameleon tribe. Ultimately, Yunque chose to settle beside the groundhog tribe and the spotted deer tribe, one formidable and one strictly herbivorous. After a long day, the Mizuzong rabbit beastmen rushed to the lake's edge, first washing their faces in an orderly manner, then soaking their feet, and finally swimming to the lake center to fill their mineral water bottles. The arrival of the rabbit tribe was like a single droplet merging into the vast ocean, unnoticed by the surrounding tribes, save for 5 tiger tribe beastmen who stealthily returned to their own tribe. Wielding the firewood tools distributed by Yunshi, Yunque noticed this with growing concern, preparing to mention it to his dear child, only to see that the little one had submerged entirely in the water. Long hair and rabbit ears floating atop the surface that he quickly closed his mouth. He was well aware of his beloved child's delicate nature, and today, the little one had frolicked alone for an entire afternoon, not once asking to be carried, and had even expended energy in 2 bouts of combat. Surely, delivering a punch that sent 2 tiger tribe beastmen flying would require substantial stamina and energy. He himself could not achieve that. Rather than feeling shame, Yunque took pride. What kind of supernatural ability had his dear child awakened? In their Mizuzong tribe, most possessed wind and wood abilities, with some rabbit beastmen awakening diverse powers from interbreeding with other tribes. Could it be that his little one had awakened a strength-based ability? Did their ancestry hold the bloodline of strength-based beastmen? Scratching his head, he left the pondering to his partner and their 4th son, observing the other tribesmen eagerly transporting the meat and vegetables that Yunshi had provided to wash in the lake. Yunque joined the washing brigade to Ake. When Yunshi entrusted us with the food earlier, she instructed us not to rush to start a fire. She mentioned that the beast god had taught her an unprecedented method. What was it called? This beast man suddenly faltered, and a soft, childish voice interjected eagerly. Cooking. Ah, yes, cooking, but what is cooking? Can we eat it? The soft voice continued. Cooking cannot be eaten. It makes food delicious. Enough of that, you little rascal. Why do you keep interrupting? The interrupted beastman grumbled, grabbing the ear of the interjecting child, only to find it was Yin Do, and he chuckled. Do, this food is raw. It cannot be eaten yet. Go find someone else to play with. All right. Yin Do's mouth was smeared with a suspicious red hue, revealing that he had been secretly sucking the blood from the pork that flowed into the water while hiding beneath the surface. Caught in the act, Do exhibited no embarrassment. Instead, he looked up innocently and said, Sister Yunshi said the meat must be thoroughly cleaned, and we need a big, flat stone slab and twigs to make skewers. And all right, enough with the and. My head is about to explode. This little rascal, usually daft, became quite clever at the mention of food. Off you go. The beast man, still holding Do by the ear, tossed him onto the shore. Splashing water everywhere, which elicited cheers and laughter from the onlookers that don't you dare sneak a roast. His playful voice echoed as it ascended into the air, now slightly higher in pitch, but still full of admonition. Meanwhile, what was Yunshi up to? While retrieving seasonings from her space, she noticed a transformation within it. Yunshi did not possess spatial supernatural abilities. This space was a relic left to her by a dying old Taoist she had saved at the onset of the apocalypse, an ancient jade pendant. A serendipitous accident had caused her blood to drip onto the pendant, merging it with her essence, seemingly granting her an infinitely expansive space that in this realm. There were no magical fields or springs, only a vast expanse of darkness. Yet, as she placed items within, the area illuminated this moment. The space was distinctly organized, containing a large supermarket, a laboratory from her looting escapades during the apocalypse, 3 pharmacies, a gas station, several off-road vehicles, a few kayaks, and over a dozen cruise ships. The remainder comprised a substantial amount of lumber she had recently gathered from the beast realm. Despite this, the space was still not filled. The areas devoid of items remained shrouded in mist, seemingly awaiting Yunshi's exploration as a hoarder. However, something was amiss in the space that a massive LCD screen had suddenly appeared above, displaying a prominent line. Merit points, 2056. Merit points? What purpose do they serve? Yunshi pondered, and almost instantly, another line appeared on the screen. Merit points can be used to unlock the first layer of space or to replenish items already within the space. Unlocking the first layer requires 1,000 merit points. Would you like to proceed? Such a fortunate opportunity. Yunxi's first thought was pure elation. This meant she possessed an inexhaustible treasury, where anything she placed within could be endlessly replenished as long as she had merit points. For instance, she could deposit a $100 bill, and thereafter, simply withdraw it without effort. But then a cold splash of reality struck. The beast realm had no currency. Wait, I can unlock the first layer? So, all this time, I've merely been in a basement. Without delay, Yunxi mentally confirmed, unlock. Suddenly, the persistent shadowy mist that had enveloped the space dissipated, the ground sank, and Yunxi ascended, her surroundings brightening. The spiritual spring she had longed for. The spiritual field. It was finally here. Yet, Yunxi felt slightly awkward. The spiritual spring was only the size of a bowl, and the spiritual field was merely the size of a flower pot. System? Is this a bit of a letdown? As she silently contemplated, the LCD screen reappeared, presenting another line. To upgrade to level 1 spiritual spring requires 8,000 merit points. To upgrade to level 1 spiritual field requires 5,000 merit points. Yunxi glanced at the solitary 1056 merit points on the screen, feeling disheartened. System. How should I acquire merit points? Any action beneficial to the realm will yield corresponding merit points. Specific events must be explored independently. And how many merit points are needed to replenish items? Replenishing once requires deducting 1 merit point. Would you like to replenish the side you took out? Chapter 15. The preparation of a culinary feast by the lake. Yunxi contemplated for a moment, then declined. Her merit points were somewhat scarce. In retrospect, it made sense. 56 merit points corresponded neatly to the 52 Mizu Zong Rabbit tribe members and the 6 Tiger tribe members, excluding those she had previously defeated, namely Yun Manman and Huli. To her surprise, Hudali, having taken the scythe, bore no resentment towards her, thus contributing a merit point as well. The only good deed she had performed today was extinguishing a fire, thereby preventing a future conflagration, which should have earned her 2,000 merit points. With this realization, Yunxi formulated a strategy to accumulate merit points in the future, as long as her actions benefited the Beastman realm. She would be on the right track. Originally, she had intended for Yun Dodo to watch over the food while she demonstrated her culinary prowess, not wishing to torture her own palate and stomach. It appeared she would need to plan carefully before venturing out. Lost in thoughts of tonight as culinary menu, she suddenly felt a weight on her thigh. Opening her eyes, she found it was indeed Yun Dodo. Did this little rascal have a particular fondness for clinging to her leg? The little bundle was now clean, with long rabbit fur drifting in the water, a fluffy white puff. His ruby-red eyes and pink lips sparkled like precious gems. Ah, how she longed to ruffle his fur. As she thought this, her hand reached out unceremoniously, stroking from his long ears down to his curled tail. To her delight, the rabbit's tail indeed stretched out. Yunxi, as if she had discovered a new continent, repeatedly let go and pulled. Let go and pull. Yundu had already been ruffled into a rosy hue, yet lay obediently still, her eyes shimmering with moisture as she trembled in a soft, childish voice. You can play with me, but first, give me something to eat. Sister Yunxi, Sister Pianyang. Yunxi, overwhelmed with affection, could not resist pulling her head closer and planting a gentle kiss on her. At that moment, the pink snowball fluffed up in surprise, turning a fiery red. Hee, is the little one shy now? Yunxi tenderly stroked his ears while stealthily slipping him a piece of candy. This is a secret treat. Don't let anyone discover it, understood? The snowball's nose responded first, twitching eagerly before plunging its entire body into the lake, its mouth clutching the candy and sucking away. Mua, delicious, so very delicious. He vowed that Sister Yunxi was beautiful and kind-hearted. Far from the wicked persona others portrayed, the little creature blissfully squinted his eyes underwater. Yunxi swam to the shore, her garments seemingly transformed from her own fur, drying instantly upon leaving the water, which was incredibly convenient that on the shore, several beastmen had already brought over 3 long slabs of stone, 3 lengthy wooden planks, and a freshly dug stone pot, that on one of the stone slabs, Yunxi had arranged the washed vegetables neatly, glistening with droplets of water, making them utterly appetizing. Yunxi, you've finally finished your bath. My stomach has been growling with anticipation. Yunxi, what culinary secrets did the beast god impart to you that could rival the deliciousness of the bread we had today? In the brief span of washing the vegetables, the mysterious term cooking had already been fervently repeated by the beastmen. Yunshi smiled enigmatically. Tremble, ignorant beastmen, for it is time to let you experience the allure of the 8 major cuisines of Huagua. However, the conditions are not yet suitable. I shall prepare the simplest of dishes. Barbecued delights. Tomato beef and potato soup. For the staple, let us have roasted sweet potatoes. When the opportunity arises, I will certainly make a proper pot capable of cooking rice. Yunshi gazed at the large pot that could accommodate the next Yundu, perplexed as to where her kin had discovered such a massive stone and managed to hollow it out by hand, setting it upon a wooden frame. First, she instructed her kin to dig a trench, burying 56 sweet potatoes, and then to build a fire atop them, reminding a few young ones to keep an eye on the flames, neither too large nor allowed to extinguish. Once the sweet aroma wafted through the air, they were to unearth the sweet potatoes, flip them over, and continue roasting. The excited young ones eagerly promised to watch the fire diligently, ensuring they met Yunshi's expectations. Subsequently, Yunshi commanded the beastmen to boil a large pot of water. From her space, she retrieved a generous handful of Sichuan peppercorns and bay leaves, tossing them into the stone pot. Having cleaned the ginger, Yunshi produced 3 chef's knives. Instantly, the eyes of the beastmen lit up. The beast goddess gift, a knife. It appeared far more formidable than a sickle or a saw, reflecting the light. Yunshi grasped one herself. But with the eager gazes surrounding her, she found it difficult to choose. Dear child, do you need assistance? Yunkue rubbed his hands together, pushing through the crowd of beastmen to stand before Yunshi. Yunshi chuckled softly, realizing her misjudgment. She had assumed everyone shared her penchant for laziness, but had overlooked the allure of the stainless steel knife for the beastmen. Seeing that Yunkei had claimed one spot, several others rushed forward, 6 beastmen with eager expressions gazing hungrily at the knife in Yunshi's hand. Yunshi glanced at Yunkei, who was grinning foolishly while clutching the knife. She reluctantly selected the most agreeable beastman from the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. Those without tools can observe how I do it. Opportunities like this will abound in the future, Yunshi reassured them. Then, she demonstrated how to smoothly carve the bones from the pork according to its grain, setting aside the pork skin and fatty meat, and slicing the lean meat into thin strips the width of a finger. After a brief demonstration, she allowed the two to work independently. They wielded the knives with great vigor. As Yunshi watched, she couldn't help but marvel at the beastmen's strength. Even the seemingly delicate rabbit beastmen possess significantly greater power than pure humans. Moreover, perhaps due to their frequent hunting, their bone-removing techniques were far more adept than Yunshi's. Even when it came to the tubular bones that required an axe to chop, at her command, the beastmen rushed forward eagerly. The violent rabbit protested adorably. The tubular bones cut with precision. Yunshi then briefly blanched the beef and lamb in boiling water, discarding the dirty water and boiling a fresh pot of mineral water, selecting meat from the belly and near the ribs of the cow. She cut it into small pieces and tossed them into the large pot, adding ample spices, covering it with a leaf, and calling upon an elder beastman to tend to the fire. Once the enticing aroma filled the air, he was to reduce the flames until the food was ready to eat. Upon glancing back, Yunkue and another beastman had already finished slicing the entire pig. Yunshi then sought out another beastman who appeared deft of hand to assist her in marinating the meat. Each type of meat had its own marinade. The crispy bones, the fatty pork, and the tenderloin all required distinct recipes. And these recipes, Chapter 16, a rabbit stealing food? Not a chance, did not require Yunshi to concoct anything herself. For all could be found ready-made in the supermarket. With joy, Yunshi sprinkled the seasonings, instructing the beastmen to knead the spices into the meat with just the right amount of force. Once the marination was nearly complete, and the beef and lamb had been sliced, Yunshi retrieved the barbecue seasoning from her space, joyfully sprinkling it. Being a chef is truly simple. After all the preparations were complete, Yunshi called upon all the beastmen present to wash their hands, marking the moment for the bamboo skewers to come into play. The easily cooked slices of pork belly, lamb, and beef were to be skewered and grilled. She then washed her hands again, cutting the specifically prepared pork into small pieces and placing them on the already heated stone slab to render the fat. Thanks to the versatile seasonings from the supermarket, when the fatty meat merely turned a light golden brown from the heat of the stone slab, the rabbit beastmen were still astonished. This new cooking method bestowed by the beast god didn't seem much different from their usual grilling, save for appearing slightly more complicated. However, as Yunshi added the scallions, ginger, garlic, and Sichuan pepper powder to the sizzling meat, followed by a few drops of cooking wine, the sizzling sound erupted. The fragrant oil was thoroughly activated, and an assertive aroma wafted through the air. So fragrant. Sister Pyongyang, can we eat? Suddenly, a familiar weight clung to Yunshi's thigh, accompanied by a soft, childish voice. Yunshi knew that whenever there was delicious food, Yun would inevitably arrive, albeit a little late. Sister Pyongyang cannot eat yet, but you can have a bite of this meat slice to taste, Yunshi said, deftly skewering a piece of aromatic, crispy meat and offering it to the drooling Yunde. Yao hot! It was so delicious. Yunde's expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions, utterly vibrant. He stuck out his tongue, a small piece of crispy meat resting on it. He inhaled deeply, reluctant to spit it out, and after allowing it to cool, quickly rolled it into his mouth. How is it? Not only was Yunshi concerned about the flavor, but the other beastmen were as well. Yunde swallowed the morsel, revealing a perplexed expression. Yunshi's heart raced. Oh no! She had never cooked before the apocalypse. She had merely fantasized about being a culinary genius by watching short videos. Oh, great beast god, I did not intend to tarnish your reputation, Yunshi silently lamented, while the others remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. Only hearing Yunde's shy sounds as he buried his face against Yunshi's thigh, he murmured, "It's delicious, but too little. I didn't even get a chance to taste it fully. And now it's gone." The little one replied, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. "That I told you. With such a fragrant aroma, how could it possibly be bad? This is undoubtedly the finest delicacy I've ever encountered in my beastly life." "Me too. When can we eat? I can't wait any longer. Me too." The speaker was immediately met with a playful reprimand. "Don't mimic my speech." The lively and warm atmosphere of the barbecue failed to warm Yun Manman's gaze. As if she recalled something, she clenched her fist and quietly slipped away from the rabbit beastmen's vicinity, heading towards a certain direction. Yunshi observed everything with keen eyes and with a slight smirk. She mused, "It seems dinner will be quite entertaining with the rendered fat." Yunshi began frying the ribs. The ribs had been marinated as well, and after achieving a golden brown on both sides, she sprinkled some chopped scallions and set them aside on a clean large leaf. Suddenly, Yunshi slapped her forehead. "The pot. The supermarket has iron pots, soup pots, purple clay pots, and pressure cookers. While the pressure cooker is not an option, the soup pot can be used without fear of scorching." Upon this realization, Yunshi swiftly retrieved 2 of the largest soup pots and a purple clay pot from the spatial realm. The purple clay pot is renowned for producing delectable soups, yet it requires an inordinate amount of time. Therefore, she decided to conduct an experiment. With remarkable speed, Yunshi seared several pieces of tubular bones, placed them into the soup pot, sprinkled salt and pepper, added a few slices of ginger, and instructed the orcs to stoke the fire for the soup. The remaining beef and lamb bones were prepared in a similar fashion, and as the sun completely set, the area inhabited by the mising rabbit tribe was enveloped in a fragrant aroma. The orcs, holding porcelain bowls, were already indulging in dreams as they feasted. Grilled pork belly, with each bite oozing with flavor, was delightful. Grilled crispy bones, crunchy with every chew, were utterly delicious. Grilled lamb, spicy and fragrant, left them yearning for more. Grilled beef, becoming increasingly savory with each bite, left them regretting not having eaten sooner. There were also grilled green beans, red peppers, eggplants, and coriander. Yunshi proclaimed, as the beast god had said, that everything is suitable for grilling. Alas, what have I been consuming all these years? Was it merely the excrement of strange beasts, and the sweet roasted sweet potatoes, which burst with delightful flavors upon the tongue, and the tomato and beef brisket potato soup that, with a single sip, whisked away all of today's fatigue? How wonderful! This is truly a life without regrets in the realm of beasts. All the mising rabbit orcs wished fervently to sprout 3 mouths, 16 arms, and 8 stomachs to consume every morsel of food, licking every plate clean. Just as the orcs were lost in the ecstasy of their feast, a few unexpected guests arrived. Several chubby orc cubs rolled over to the side of the rabbit orcs, their small paws reaching for the meat bones that glistened with no trace of grease by the fire pit. The distinct black and white paws were adorably clumsy, and upon touching the bones, they eagerly stuffed them into their mouths. How delicious! One plump paw with pink pads swatted the bone from the mouth of the black and white cub, quickly shoving it into its own mouth, crunching down with delight. What an exquisite delicacy. Alas, the trio could only lay claim to a single bone, while another smaller, less assertive groundhog cub anxiously circled them. The panda cub was incensed. The bone it had just about to devour was snatched away by the white lion cub that a cat can endure. But a bear cannot. It must retaliate. The chubby black and white paw came crashing down onto the chest of the white lion cub. The two rolled into a heap and, inadvertently, landed right in the center of the bonfire. What is this? A rabid orc was startled, leaping 3 feet high, but upon seeing the two cubs, it sighed in relief. Little cubs, how did you wind up in our tribe? Where are your guardians? A gentle elder orc inquired. The two cubs remained silent, their eyes fixated hungrily on the skewers in the elder orc's hand and the greasy remnants at the corners of his mouth. How fragrant, how they longed to eat. The cubs could not conceal their desires, inching closer as they gazed at the elder orc, practically ready to snatch the pork belly skewer from his hand. Just as the panda cub opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, it was disdainfully pushed aside by the elder orc, wanting to snatch food from a rabbit's mouth. Not on my watch. Chapter 17. Feeding Time. This chapter's culinary guide. Search for Give God on Douyin, and pair it with voiceovers for enhanced flavor. The panda cub stumbled back, sitting on the ground, it bore no grudge, despite its teeth failing to contain its saliva, leaving its chest damp, with the little cubs fixated on the food. The elder mising rabbit orc suddenly felt a sense of urgency to in a few swift bites. He polished off the skewers in his hand, and with another gulp, finished the remaining half bowl of tomato beef brisket potato soup. Oh no, he had hoped to savor it bite by bite, yet the predatory gazes of the cubs were too pressuring. The little white lion cub, with its fingers in its mouth, gazed longingly at the food held by the rabbit cub. The cubs were particularly protective of their food, and the mising rabbit cub, aware it could not compete in size, dashed to its father seeking refuge, leaving the white lion cub with an indifferent backside while it devoured the meat. The enticing aroma wafted from the little cub's chewing, infiltrating the little white lion's nose. The white lion cub, unable to see or taste, drooled with envy. Grr, I want to eat. Whimper, despite being a young beast. The white lion cub's inherent hunting instincts were quite intimidating. Even as a cub, adult mising rabbit orcs were fine, but the little cubs heard the roar of the white lion and, terrified, dropped their food and dove into the embrace of their elders for protection. There's meat that another cub dropped on the ground. The little white lion and the little panda cub's eyes lit up, immediately crouching low, ready to pounce on the meat skewers. Yet before they could even lift off the ground, they were seized by the scruff of their necks. Let me see who is causing trouble here. I caught you, what chubby little lion and panda cubs. The sinister voice belonged to Yunshi. Almost as soon as the trio of little cubs entered the bonfire area of the mising rabbit tribe, Yunshi had noticed them. However, she felt no malice emanating from these little ones, and let them be. Little did she expect these cubs to be so careless. After all, they were ferocious beasts. How could they casually scavenge for food on the ground? That black-eyed, black and white ball of fluff, yes you. You are a national treasure in the future. I've heard you only nibble on the tenderest bamboo shoots, yet here you are, in such a pitiful state. Yunshi wore a blissful smile, lifting the two little balls of fluff, stroking them from top to bottom and side to side. So soft and so delightful to touch. Fluffy creatures truly can heal all wounds. No arguments, the poor little balls of fluff, grasped by the scruff of their necks, went limp, their big eyes wide and dazed, utterly lacking any will to resist. Whimper, whimper. This delightful sister smells so wonderful, the scent of food. Her fingers still carried the aroma of deliciousness. In a moment of distraction, all 5 of her fingers were licked by the soft little tongues, one lick after another. She was completely smitten. I sent it just like having a pet. Feeding time is here. Yunshi, forgetting her own dinner, wore an Annie's smile as she held out a skewer of pork belly to the black and white ball of fluff. Want to eat? The black and white ball of fluff could hardly contain itself. Once freed, it stretched its neck and eagerly grabbed the food offered to its mouth. That be why the beast god. What exquisite meat is this? I've never tasted such meat before. So crispy, so fragrant, so delicious. And it even crunches. The black and white ball's eyes sparkled, though its large dark circles still made its bear-like face appear somewhat lackluster. The little white lion, seeing that its companions were eating while it was not, became anxious that woo woo woo. Isn't this just about being adorable? It can do that too. The little white lion cub gently nudged Yunshi's arm with its fluffy head, gazing up with its golden eyes, filled with longing. Arrange, give. Yunshi promptly offered another skewer of crispy bones to the little white lion. The little white lion bit down even louder than the panda cub. Ah meow, this must be even tastier. It swayed its head in ecstasy, while also pushing the panda cub aside. Yunshi was so amused she felt her insides were about to twist in knots. Suddenly, a small mound of earth at her feet stirred, and a round little groundhog cub emerged, shaking off the dirt from its head and smiling up at Yunshi. Delightful, sister. I want some too. The sweet little voice, those familiar and endearing two prominent front teeth. And wait, is it bowing to me? Give. It must be given. I give my life. Tonight, I shall be the benevolent deity of feeding. Yunshi, ever so gracious, handed the groundhog cub a skewer of tenderloin. Then, with deft fingers, she grabbed the ingredients from the stone slab in front of her and began grilling with fervor. Stop nudging. Stop being adorable. I'm grilling. I'm grilling. Yunshi held the meat in one hand while the other continued to pet the three little cubs. Who can understand the joy of grilling meat while petting cubs? The panda cub was the most obedient, eyes glued to the grilling meat, drooling profusely. The white lion cub was the most impatient, rubbing against Yunshi's leg while meowing insistently. The groundhog cub was the most cunning, waving goodbye to Yunshi while stretching its neck to check the grilling progress, clearly ready to snatch the first piece once it was cooked. Oh, and I almost forgot, there was also the family's adorable little rabbit, Yundo. This little one was the most possessive. Upon seeing Yunshi surrounded by three uniquely shaped cubs, it hurried over, circling around Yunshi. Delightful sister, mine, don't you dare give it away. The little voice was tinged with urgency. What could Yunshi do? She could only treat them all equally. The wait for the meat to grill was neither long nor short. And since Yunshi had already made the four little cubs' skin rosy from her caresses, they were whimpering and begging. Finally, her conscience pricked her, and she decided to treat them to some good snacks. Jelly CC give. This plastic cannot be eaten. Hey, Wangzai crunchy little buns give. Endless chicken wings, boneless give. Daily mixed nuts, crispy give. Barbecue companion, ice cream give. Why are there more and more little hands reaching out after giving out 3 portions? Yunshi snapped out of her state of pampering the cubs and looked around, realizing, oh dear, have I disturbed a nest of little creatures? Not only had the cubs from her tribe gathered around, but also the young ones from several neighboring tribes were clustered at her feet, peering and reaching out, eagerly awaiting sustenance. Behind these little ones stood adult males, also craning their necks in curiosity that, oh dear, should I really continue? Yunshi felt a bit overwhelmed, with so many eyes fixed upon her. The pressure was truly immense. Chapter 18. The alluring peach blossom eyes of black, yellow, red, purple, and green swirled together like a spilled paint palette. Beneath the flickering bonfire, Yunshi seemed to hear the thoughts of the beastmen. The cubs are being fed. Why can't the adults be given the same? Give. We can't provide any more. Yunshi felt a flush of embarrassment. Even the ancient Greek goddess of giving would find this a challenging task. She could only turn her hands over, clearly showing that there was nothing left. Truly, there is nothing here. How about we continue eating? The bone broth should be ready. No one paid her any heed. Even a blind person could deduce that Yunshi possessed spatial abilities, and it was certain that many delectable treats were concealed within her space. Suddenly, a tremor from afar shattered the eerie tranquility of the mising rabbit tribe. Give. A bloody lump of wild boar meat was tossed before Yunshi, and give. A massive chunk of deer meat crashed to the ground. Everyone recoiled in fright, and upon closer inspection, they saw a golden-haired young lion and a panda youth with flowing black hair striding towards Yunshi. This beautiful female. The two performed a customary beastman greeting and spoke. We've heard that you have received the favor of the beast god and have been taught a uniquely special cooking method. Might you share it with us? We can exchange it for meat. They gestured towards the wild boar and deer meat on the ground. Behind them were over a dozen muscular male warriors, carrying even more prey. It seemed they were here to seek apprenticeship. Yunshi had already intended to share her culinary knowledge to elevate the living standards of the beastmen, and now, it seemed like an opportunity had presented itself. Beaming, she replied, Of course. I would be delighted to share. The beast goddess' intent was never for me to keep secrets. However, our area is quite crowded that I wonder if we could meet at your tribe. Seeing Yunxi's affability, the two young men sighed in relief. The golden-haired youth said, "Our White Lion settlement is quite spacious. How about you bring the food to us?" The panda youth, known as Ben Batian, lazily yawned and nodded in agreement. The golden-haired youth smiled and said to Yunxi, "Then let us head to our tribe that I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Baiyu, the young chief of the White Lion tribe, and I am a dual-element warrior. May I ask if this beautiful female has a partner?" This unexpected twist left Yunxi momentarily flustered. Could he mean what she thought he meant? Indeed. Yun Kuei behind her was practically rubbing his hands together in excitement. 3 years, his precious cub had reached adulthood without anyone showing interest. And today, finally, there was a breakthrough. Seeing his bewildered cub, Yun Kuei dashed in front of Baiyu, grasping his hand and speaking like a proud father. "My precious cub is named Yunxi. She is the most beautiful female of our mising rabbit tribe. Just look at those long rabbit ears and her fluffy, soft fur that never tangles. Father." Yunxi felt both embarrassed and awkward. The cool demeanor she had maintained, oh no. Scratch that, the protagonist's self-perception was often flawed, began to crack. If she didn't cook the meat soon, it would lose its freshness. "I'll be right back, father. Please take good care of the tribe." Yunxi hurriedly covered her father's mouth, preventing him from continuing. Seeing Baiyu's ears turn red from her father's enthusiasm, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The panda beastman nearby stifled laughter and waved. "Ben Xiaoqi. Let us go. Time to return to the tribe for some meat." Ben Xiaoqi was the little panda cub who had been clinging to Yunxi for food. Upon hearing his elder brother's call, he hurriedly emerged from behind the white lion, grinning as he shuffled towards Ben Batian. The young white lion also spotted his elder brother, and, after devouring the endless chicken wings Yunxi had provided, he dashed into his brother's embrace, arriving even before the panda cub. The panda cub clearly had his own pace, moving leisurely, unfazed by the attention of all the beastmen around him. The long-haired youth, Ben Batian, did not rush him, merely yawning languidly. Baiyu frowned. "Ben Batian, could you please hurry along with your brother? Even ants can crawl faster than you two. What's the rush? There is plenty of food for us all." Ben Batian replied lazily, his voice deep and resonant, akin to a cello striking a chord within one's heart. "But I am in a hurry. Really, very much so," Baiyu impatiently urged, wishing he could just grab Ben Xiaoqi and run if it weren't for the burden of carrying his younger sibling. Yunxi stifled a smile. The voice of the young lion was like a melodious tune, crisp and delightful, imbued with the unique freshness of youth. Furthermore, Yunxi was particularly grateful for the fashion culture of the beast world. "Look, this is what one might call a male bodhisattva, especially that languid panda beast man." Despite his slouched posture and half-closed eyes, his waist was triangular, shoulders broad, and abdomen. Yunxi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Look what she discovered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 chiseled abdominal muscles. 8 toned abs that were far more aesthetically pleasing than the exaggerated muscles of the tiger tribe beastmen she had encountered during the day. Unable to resist, she stole another glance, contemplating whether she should seek this panda beastman for some additional lessons. It seemed her intense gaze had caught the panda beastman Ben Batian's attention. He lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, his eyes like cold stars, deep and mysterious, with a high and straight nose and supple red lips. Just that one glance revealed his masculine allure. However, upon realizing that the one staring at him was a seemingly harmless and delicate female, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes before he returned to his languid demeanor. Yunxi thought to herself. Confirmed. He was indeed crafted to her specifications. Sigh. Noticing Yunxi's lingering gaze upon Ben Batian, Baiyu grew slightly displeased. He stepped forward, raised his chin proudly, and declared, "Yunxi, you should also look at me. I am far superior to this male, who hasn't been aroused for 5 years." His words were abruptly silenced by a swift slap from Ben Batian. "You little brat, just turned adult and already thinking about such things. Females don't fancy little potatoes, understand?" Yunxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yet, before her stood 2 beast men, one whose voice could charm the heavens, and the other whose eyes, even when filled with grievance, carried an alluring glint. Those inherently captivating peach blossom eyes. Chapter 19. A heist? A heist. Don't touch me, no roar. Bayu felt utterly humiliated. How could he so easily fall under the influence of other males? Especially in front of the female he admired. Bayu broke free from Ben Batian's grasp, defiantly stating, I just happen to look like this for now. Temporarily, understand, his exquisitely handsome face was etched with frustration. Yet he still sneakily glanced at Yunshi, who couldn't help but smile like a proud ant. Despite being shorter, Bayu was still around 180 cm, a good height compared to her father. Well, no need to compare. If Ben Batian was the stoic type of handsome, Bayu was like a charming young brother caught between youth and adulthood, not entirely naive, but still retaining a certain innocence. His physique was slim yet defined, and his collarbone was so pronounced one could almost keep goldfish in the grooves. His round, light gold eyes sparkled with warmth and passion, as if they could set Yunshi ablaze. He and Ben Batian represented two distinct types. One was indifferent to others, while the other was deeply affectionate. At this moment, those soulful eyes were fixated on Yunshi. Beast men were notoriously direct in expressing their emotions. Affection was clear as day, and aversion was equally evident, all written plainly on their faces. Even Yun Monsong, whom Yunshi perceived as cunning, merely feigned superiority in front of others, with jealousy and disdain unmistakably clear in her gaze when directed at Yunshi. Sometimes one truly couldn't withstand the incessant chatter. Just as Yunshi was lost in thought about Yun Monsong, she heard a commotion approaching from a distance. The leading beast man bore a fierce countenance. A large character king emblazoned on his forehead, followed closely by the already departed Huli and Huli. Their unyielding strides indicated they were up to no good. Yunshi narrowed her eyes. Just right, with so many people around, she could assert her dominance and make it clear to this group of tigers that the king should be written upside down. Get lost, move aside. Can't you see that your tiger king has come to patrol the mountains? Huli and Huli pushed aside the onlook. Beside the mound of flesh resembling a small hill stood the orcs of the White Lion clan and the Panda clan. Both formidable beasts not to be trifled with. The leader of the fierce tiger orcs was known as Tiger King, but he noticed the meat on the ground that had yet to be claimed by Yunshi. And the pungent scent of blood tantalized his palate, prompting him to instinctively lick his lips. Why aren't those two picking up the meat? Who could be so wasteful with food? Let us, the Tiger Clan, do a good deed. Upon hearing this, Tiger Dolly and Tiger Lai hurried forward, obsequiously praising. The young clan leader is wise. You speak the truth. We shall take action immediately. Yunshi waved her arm, and the mountain pig and wild deer meat vanished without a trace. Where is the meat? I had 2 large pieces. Tiger Dolly and Tiger Lai found themselves grasping at thin air, and they glared at Yunshi in fury. You hid the meat, didn't you? Hand it over at once. Yes, we came to rob you, Tiger Dolly, perhaps lacking in intellect, unwittingly voiced his thoughts under Yunshi's bemused gaze, and then instinctively clutched his stomach in pain. Although the pain had subsided, the mere sight of Yunshi triggered his body to recall the kick from earlier that afternoon. Rob. Yunshi clenched her fists, echoing his words with a sardonic smile. Yes, Rob. With the facade dropped, Tiger King did not hesitate to press on. I've heard you possess numerous formidable weapons and delicious food. Gifts from the beast god. How could the beast god bestow such treasures upon a weakling like you? Allow us, the Tiger Clan, to safeguard them for you. With that, Tiger King's lecherous gaze roamed over Yunshi. You know, I find you rather appealing. Why not accompany me back to bear my offspring? I will ensure you receive any future rewards from the beast god. Tiger King's shameless bravado left Yunshi utterly astonished, and the orcs present wore similarly dazed expressions. They had long heard tales of a tribe that dominated the forest. It was they who had brought disgrace to the orc kin. Bayu, incensed, exclaimed, What is this? You dare to attempt a brazen theft in front of so many. Let me inform you that the Mizu rabbit tribe is under the protection of the White Lion and Panda clans. He tugged at Ben Batian, who made no effort to counter his claims. So what if I rob? The gifts from the beast god rightfully belong to the strong. Umph. If you disagree, come and fight. Tiger King surveyed Bayu with disdain. What a weakling. You're barely at my chest height. Hardly a threat. In the orc world, strength was assessed simply by stature and abilities. Typically, unhealthy offspring did not survive to adulthood nor awaken their powers. For those powers, one could only ascertain them in battle. When orcs activated their abilities, corresponding totem marks would appear on their foreheads. Just then, Tiger Dolly's forehead manifested a white fist mark, surrounded by a golden glow, a clear indication of dual abilities, including the golden element. But Ben Batian was already moving. He yawned lazily, stepped back, and gently pushed Bayou forward. Bayou, caught off guard, shot an angry look at Ben Batian that I considered you a brother. Yet you pushed me out to face this alone? However, thinking of impressing the female he admired, a white light appeared on Bayou's forehead, revealing a roaring lion's head that exuded far more majesty than Tiger King's. In terms of abilities, who was afraid of whom? He too possessed dual abilities, lion roar and strength. As the battle was about to erupt, Bayou's clenched fist was suddenly enveloped by a soft yet icy hand. Did Yunshi just touch me? Bayou froze, his ears tinged with red. Yet he stood taller with newfound resolve. He would surely perform admirably, ensuring the wicked orcs seeking to bully Yunshi were left searching for their teeth. But then he heard Yunshi's melodious voice. Calm down. We don't need to bother with such clowns, that we rabbits prefer to handle our own affairs. With that, Yunshi resolutely positioned herself at the forefront. Upon hearing this, Tiger King burst into arrogant laughter. You? With just a finger? I could knock you down. If you're smart, hand over the beast god's rewards now. With a sigh, Yunshi beckoned with her finger. If you have the capability, come and take them yourself. Chapter 20. The first to tease is despicable. Tiger King's sinister laughter echoed. You said it. With that, a ferocious gust of wind accompanied his punch, hurtling towards Yunshi. Should Tiger King strike land, it could very well obliterate Yunshi's mind. Good cub. Yunshi, Sister Pyongyang? Various voices rang out, filled with urgency. Yunke was the first to act, intending to shield Yunshi with his own body, absorbing the impending blow. Bayou also sprang into action, his fists surging forward, ready to collide with Tiger King head-on. But Yunshi was swifter. A purple totem briefly flickered on her forehead, and with a leap, her petite form seemed to harbor profound strength as she charged directly towards Tiger King's fist. Yunshi retreat. Bayou thought grimly, but his advance could not catch up to Yunshi, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Bang! The small and large fists met gently, akin to a barrier colliding with cotton. Tiger King felt as though his punch had sunk into a soft abyss, but was soon overwhelmed by an indescribable agony. Suddenly, his arm went numb, accompanied by a series of sharp, terrifying cracking sounds. As his arm began to tremble uncontrollably, the bones fracturing inch by inch, rendering it limp and soft like cotton. Yet, Yunshi's onslaught did not cease. Her fist retained its formidable force, continuing to surge forward. This punch not only shattered Tiger King's counter, but also propelled her body faster towards her target. In that moment, Yunshi resembled an unstoppable bolt of lightning. Bang! Her fist struck Tiger King's abdomen. Ack! Tiger King felt an unbearable pain radiate from his lower belly, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. The excruciating agony surged like a tidal wave, drowning all his senses and consciousness, ultimately reaching the depths of his very soul. Thunder erupted in his mind, akin to a lightning bolt mercilessly cleaving through his brain. This torment far surpassed any injury he had ever endured, leaving him to question if he could even survive this ordeal. Following his agonized scream, Tiger King could no longer maintain his humanoid form, transforming midair into a large, striped tiger, which fell in a parabolic arc to the ground. A crimson stream of blood erupted from his mouth. Silence. The young cubs, who had covered their eyes, did not hear Sister Pyongyang's cry, and could not help but part their fingers, peering through the gaps to witness the heap of mangled flesh on the ground, with only the faint rise and fall of Tiger King's breath remaining. Yunshi gracefully landed, gently blowing on her fist. Aside from the chirping of insects, the lakeside was eerily quiet, even with the throngs of watching orcs surrounding them. Yunshi was oblivious to even the slightest sound of heavy breathing. She coldly regarded the remaining dozen or so members of the Tiger Clan. Do you wish to join in? A voice shrieked. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Tiger King is the young leader of the Tiger Clan, a dual-ability warrior. Charge at her together. Yunshi has just awakened her abilities. She cannot be strong. A sharp, piercing female voice chimed in, and the crowd was momentarily dazzled as Yunshi's figure transformed into a wisp of green smoke, swiftly seizing the traitorous Yun Mian hiding behind a warrior of the Tiger Clan. She forcefully slammed Yun to the ground, that I was wondering who it was. Turns out a traitor has emerged from our tribe. The word traitor drained the color from Yun's face. She clumsily supported herself on the ground, exclaiming, "I didn't. It wasn't me. Not you." Who then revealed our food and weaponry to the Tiger Clan. And who led them here to seize the beast god's rewards? No, Yunshi, I didn't. You were the one who gave the weapons to Tiger Dali and the others. I was coerced, Yun stammered in a flurry. Once deemed a traitor by the tribe, she would be cast out, condemned to become a wandering orc. The fate of female, wandering orcs was too dreadful to contemplate. She could not bear to become one. You were the one who handed the beast god's gifts to Tiger Dali. You are the traitor. Yuni, you saw it too, didn't you? Yun sought allies among the tribe, calling upon the young males who typically fawned over her. We can't blame Yun entirely, can we? Yunshi, why not let her go? Yunshi implored, unable to bear it. Let her go. Has she ever considered what would happen if Tiger King had killed me with that punch? Yunshi cast a cold gaze upon Yunshi, who trembled as his lips quivered, haunted by the memory of the punch from the Tiger King, rendering him silent. Seeing that no help could be found within the tribe, Manman completely collapsed, calling out behind her, "Are you not males? There is only one Yunshi. Can you not all come together to defeat her?" Hule's eyes flickered. Manman was right, that if he could subdue Yunshi, all the rewards from the beast god would be his. Even if he had to relinquish a portion to the tribe, he could secretly seize the best for himself. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to the Tiger Clan warriors behind him, "Let's go together." Seeking death, are we? I never hinder. Yunshi fixed her gaze on the approaching Tiger Clan warriors with the look reserved for the dead, her forehead's totem flickering as her hands formed an unusual gesture. Breath of the Thunder God, boom! The previously clear night sky darkened ominously, and dozens of dazzling bolts of lightning sliced through the heavens, striking down with precision. These bolts of lightning seemed to possess eyes, accurately targeting the 10 Tiger Clan warriors. Faced with such terrifying natural power, the Tiger warriors widened their eyes in horror, unable to muster even a shred of resistance or escape. Sizzle. The beastman struck by the lightning could not even scream before being reduced to a charred, blackened mass. The acrid scent of burnt charcoal filled the air, inducing a slight wave of nausea. Manman watched the scene unfold, paralyzed with fear. She never anticipated Yunshi's abilities were so formidable. It can't be. You already possess spatial abilities. How could you awaken the thunder element? This is a legendary power, said to belong only to the offspring of the beast god, the royal family far away in the court, reputed to surpass all other abilities in the beast world. Other beastmen were equally astonished, gazing at Yunshi with eyes full of reverence. Yunshi coldly regarded Manman, as if looking down upon an ant. Those who provoke shall face the consequences. Chapter 21. My rabbit is impressive considering we are of the same kin. I shall spare you today. Now, take your people and return from whence you came, Yunshi said, kicking the unconscious Tiger King and addressing Manman. No, you cannot treat me this way. You are not the clan leader. I will not leave. I will not leave. Manman exclaimed in shock. The people were brought out by her. But if she left unscathed, what good would it do her when she returned to the Tiger Clan? She collapsed to the ground, panic etched across her face. Yet no one showed her sympathy. Seeing that Yunshi was preparing to leave with the white lion beastmen, Manman shouted, "Do you think you can escape? The Tiger Clan will not let you go." When Yunshi ignored her, Manman, in a fit of rage, yelled, "They will capture you, break your bones inch by inch, and cast you to the stray beastmen. You will not fare well." Ha ha! In her moment of triumph, she even laughed maniacally, causing the previously sympathetic Mizong rabbit beastmen to glare at her in anger. It was all Manman's fault for provoking the Tiger Clan. Were the Tiger Clan beastmen someone they could provoke? Suddenly, a glob of mud flew from somewhere and splattered onto Manman's face. "Leave. You are not one of us. You traitor," came the childish voice of a young cub. Yunshi turned in astonishment, and upon seeing the cub, she couldn't help but give him an approving look. Encouraged by the beautiful sister's gesture, the cub squatted down, eager to dig up more mud. Yunshi felt that this farce should come to an end and prepared to have her father handle the paperwork, so she could follow the white lion beastmen to their tribe. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It was unclear whether it was the chatter of the onlooking beastmen or the phenomenon triggered by Yunshi's powers that drew the attention of the Tiger Clan warriors. Suddenly, a middle-aged beastman's voice rang out. "You think you can just leave after injuring our Tiger Clan members? It won't be that easy." Footsteps approached, and a stern-looking middle-aged beastman, full of arrogance, strode forward. This middle-aged beastman bore a royal symbol on his forehead, unmistakably related to the Tiger King lying on the ground. "Then my son. You have harmed my son." He crouched down, examining the Tiger King's injuries. And upon feeling the limp, shattered right hand, his eyes filled with fury. Such a grave injury meant that even if he survived, his right hand would be useless. How could a warrior with a ruined right hand serve as the deputy clan leader? "I will have your life. I will break your bones and force you to kneel before my son and repent." His eyes were filled with malice, regret, and above all, ruthlessness. Without further ado, he launched himself at Yunshi. Yunshi had long anticipated his ambush and was poised to counterattack, but unexpectedly, Baiyu moved faster, charging forward first. The two began to clash in the open area. "Kid, step aside. This is between me and the rabbit tribe." "Umph. You think you can harm the esteemed guest of our White Lion clan without my permission? Do you take me for a fool?" The two exchanged a few heated words, their attacks growing increasingly fierce. After a few exchanges, they quickly separated, both panting heavily. Yunshi glanced at the sky, growing impatient. She despised this kind of unprincipled buffoonery. After dealing with the minor threats, the old ones appeared, as if she were playing a game of Russian nesting dolls. She needed a swift resolution to deal with these bothersome foes, so she could focus on accumulating merit points. With that in mind, Yunshi stepped forward and declared, "Hey, old man, I will fight you." With that, she rolled up her non-existent sleeves and approached Baiyu. Baiyu was about to say something when Yunshi pressed down on his fist. "Da-da, she touched me again. Does she have feelings for me?" Baiyu froze, his words caught in his throat, resembling an ice sculpture. "Baiyu, let me handle this. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back to cooking." She flashed a smile at Baiyu, illuminating the night sky with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. The Tiger Clan leader narrowed his eyes cautiously. According to his informants, this seemingly fragile female possessed an unsettling power, having awakened a rare thunder element. But so what, in the face of absolute strength? All he needed to do was ensure she had no opportunity to unleash her abilities. He was a dual-type power user, excelling in both strength and speed. As Yunshi turned her back to him, the Tiger Clan leader's totem flickered twice, and with a swift, explosive punch, he attacked Yunshi. Yunshi, as if having ears on her back, effortlessly evaded, her figure swaying lightly as she appeared behind the Tiger Clan leader. "Hey, old man here," with a cheerful smile. Yunshi patted his shoulder, that moment. As the Tiger Clan leader turned in surprise, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him squarely. The Tiger Clan leader felt a sudden numbness wash over him. And then he knew nothing at all. He too was reduced to a charred pile. With this display, Yunshi instantly quelled the shock of all present beastmen. Even those who had previously doubted her abilities were now filled with admiration. "Impressive." Yunshi clapped her hands and smiled at the onlookers. "Does anyone have any objections? Who else wishes to challenge me? Who would dare?" To their astonishment, she turned out to be such a formidable rabbit. "Impressive, my cub. Who knew the abilities of my offspring were so strong? Truly, the lineage of our ancestors is remarkable." The doting father, Yun-Kei, clapped enthusiastically. Observing this, the Mizong rabbit tribe began to join in with scattered applause. Yunshi had not anticipated that she would gain such renown in battle today. With this one fight, she had completely cleared her prior infamy within the tribe. The beastmen were a race that revered strength, and Yunman's actions had only added to her disgrace. The remaining tiger warriors were as silent as chickens. Even when Yunshi looked their way, they instinctively took 2 steps back. "Now, can I take you all, along with your clan leader, the deputy clan leader, and the future mate of your tribe's warrior, and leave?" Yunshi pointed at the charred remains on the ground, including the barely alive Tiger King. The Tiger Clan leader was undeniably dead. But their deputy leader still lived. Yunshi had intentionally left Tiger Dolly with a breath of life, ensuring he would not trouble her in the near future. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes. Having served as deputy leader for so long, she did not believe that no one within the Tiger Clan harbored jealousy, that as long as someone could delay the Tiger King's pursuit, she would have time to nurture her tribe. She was not afraid of the Tiger Clan, but what if they turned to harm her people? Chapter 22. The deputy leader begins his self-strategy. The remaining tiger warriors lowered their heads, concealing the ferocity in their eyes. Their leader had been killed by this rabbit tribe female in one encounter, and the deputy leader's fate was uncertain. Yet the rabbit tribe female, who led them here, remained unharmed. Yunnaman, despicable. How could this female, who was claimed to be weak, receive such a grand reward from the beast god? Could she be a spy? Once Yunshi and the White Lion warriors departed, the tiger warriors, having cast aside all reservations, seized Yunnaman's ear roughly, lifting her up. "Help! Save me! Uncle K, Aunt Jiao, please save me!" Yunnaman panicked, struggling beneath the grip of the tiger warriors. "Shut your mouth, you traitor! Just obediently return to our clan as a female slave." The inhabitants of the rabbit tribe, devoid of any inclination to extend a helping hand, left Yunjing abandoned by her kin, that a powerful slap landed upon her, accompanied by a menacing threat. "Call out again, and I shall sever your tongue." Instantly, one side of Yunjing's face became swollen, a metallic sweetness filling her mouth. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would never have provoked Yunshi. But alas, it was too late for remorse now. Two orcs approached the Tiger King, cautiously lifting him onto their backs, while others gathered the remains of the tiger tribe's leader. As for the charred remains scattered on the ground, the group scarcely glanced at them as they departed in disarray. Ah, the spectacle has come to an end. Everyone disperse, wash up, and retire for the night. It was the tall youth from the panda tribe who stood at the last, waving his hand to signal the crowd to disperse. Meanwhile, he cradled his younger brother, a small bundle, and gracefully trailed behind the White Lion tribe. The temporary dwelling chosen by the White Lion tribe was situated at the finest location along the lakeshore. The shallow waters were entirely composed of white sand, appearing like a silver-clad expanse from a distance, harmoniously contrasting with the surrounding ancient trees. With the arrival of Baiyu, a ripple of excitement coursed through the tribe. The diminutive female accompanying the young patriarch was the creator of that delightful aroma. It was said she had garnered the favor of the beast god and learned a novel method of roasting meat. I just swam over there to sneak a whiff of it. The scent is beyond words that if only I could taste it, my life as a beast would be complete. Is that why the young patriarch brought her here to roast meat for us? If only he could keep her in our tribe forever. Hey, Baimu, haven't you yet found a mate? How about? The White Lion orcs exchanged whispers, believing they were speaking softly. Baiyu initially managed to uphold the young patriarch's authority. But when he heard someone suggest encroaching upon his territory, he could no longer contain himself. He shot a fierce glare at the orc named Baimu and turned back to Yunshi. Speaking earnestly, Yunshi, that Baimu is not a good match. Why? Yunshi, suddenly playful, composed her expression and asked seriously. Baiyu, clearly unaccustomed to speaking ill of his kin, hesitated before finally stammering. He is too tall. He wouldn't compliment you well. I am just right. Baiyu's ears flushed crimson as he gazed down at Yunshi, who had just reached his neck. His mind involuntarily wandered to the sensation of embracing her. He stole a glance at the whirl of her hair and her long ears that gracefully hung behind her head. In the moonlight, beneath her snowy fur, the blood vessels in her pink ears were distinctly visible as so soft, so adorable, so endearing. Yet this seemingly delicate female had effortlessly reduced formidable tiger tribe warriors to mere ashes with a single move. Baiyu felt a mixture of pride and self-deprecation that he clenched his fist, resolving to become stronger himself so that he could stand beside Yunshi as her most radiant partner. The orcs, constrained by the young patriarch's unusual authority, nonetheless displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm for Yunshi's arrival. Some orcs had already returned, describing the tools required for her roasting, and almost simultaneously, for long stone slabs were brought over as soon as Yunshi arrived. Yunshi, look at these stone slabs. Are they satisfactory? Baimu, unaware of the young patriarch's intentions, pushed through the other orcs and presented a slab to Yunshi with one hand. Baiyu's expression darkened immediately. What was Baimu implying? Did he intend to showcase his muscles to Yunshi? Hastily, he stepped forward, also using one hand to take the slab and place it on the ground. Be careful not to damage the slab. Yunshi, see, I've placed the slab here, so you can easily reach it, and if Baiyu had a tail at that moment, it would have been swirling like a windmill. However, his intentions were transparent. Yunshi understood perfectly, but had no intention of responding to him. Running for my life, I need to build my merit value. Once I've achieved success and reached the pinnacle of life, then I'll chat with my adorable little brother. Isn't he delightful? Thus, Yunshi merely nodded, directing Baiyu to arrange the 4 slabs in a row. She viewed Baiyu as a mere tool. Yet the tool, touched by Yunshi's amiable demeanor, felt a stir within. Yunshi smiled at me again. She only speaks to me and asks me to place the stone slabs. Baimu calls her Yunshi sister. How infuriating. Why didn't I think to call her sister first? Such a lovely title. I should have thought of something even more charming. Yun, she, sister, young patriarch. Baiyu, can you still hear me? Yunshi continued to relay some essential considerations, and upon noticing Baiyu lost in thought, she couldn't resist waving her hand in front of him. Instantly, his attention was captured by her moving hand, and he stared blankly as it danced before him. Brother, you look so silly, she teased playfully. How embarrassing. My brother is drooling over the thought of delectable food. The innocent laughter of her younger brother echoed, bringing Baiyu back to reality, and he saw his brother hugging Yunshi's leg, tilting his head to smile at him. This foolish brother was unbearable. He had dared to seize the goddess's leg first. Baiyu was filled with envy, wishing he could transform into a little cub himself. Nonetheless, he was adept at multitasking. Although distracted, he retained every detail of what Yunshi required. Feeling embarrassed, he shyly touched his nose and began instructing his kin to get moving. Yunshi then produced her cooking essentials: pot, spatula, and knife. These items, foreign to the beastly world, quickly drew the attention of the entire White Lion tribe. That knife is stunning. It even reflects light. I just caught a glimpse of my beautiful fur in it. Me too. I saw my golden eyes. I'm truly magnificent. This is so much clearer than looking in the water. How marvelous. Look, the little female has taken out yet another new item. Round and shiny. It looks so small. I feel like this pot of food is only enough for me to show off 2 bites. Shoo, the little female is looking over. The orcs displayed an adorable naivety, their excitement palpable as Yunshi generously showcased her utensils. However, she had evidently underestimated the curiosity of the fluffy creatures. The white lions, being felines at heart, had a playful nature, while the pandas, though seemingly clumsy, were just as mischievous, if not more so. Wow, this little female has so many intriguing items. Those are all gifts from the beast god. So, the beast god uses such impressive tools. How do you know they're impressive? They look impressive, as the petite Yunshi set out items they had never seen before. Her radiant smile and delightful fragrance quickly captured the attention of all the orcs who gathered around her, filling the space 10 steps away, their eyes brimming with desire. Yunshi felt a sudden sense of being in charge of a kindergarten class. The orcs surrounding her were mostly young cubs, and it was unrealistic to expect them to sit quietly for even 5 minutes. As one cub began to crawl forward, others followed suit, unintentionally creating a pile of younglings at Yunshi's feet. At that moment, Yunshi was explaining the use of an enormous soup pot. This is called a soup pot. Of course, you can also carve one from a large stone, but it won't conduct heat as well as metal. First, we place the ingredients inside, and then, hey, just as Yunshi was about to place the filled pot over the fire, a sudden force jolted from the pot's bottom. Had the ingredients sprouted legs? Or had gravity altered? Yunshi grasped the pot's ears and lifted it with all her might, only to hear a cacophony. Wait, this was a perfectly good soup pot. How did it develop a hole? Yunshi was taken aback. It was a supermarket product and couldn't possibly be so defective. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that when she had taken it out moments ago, there was no such hole. She stood there in disbelief at the unexpected hole in the pot's bottom. Her gaze met the bright black and white eyes of a panda cub. Yunshi, panda cub? Wah, so crunchy. The little one's mouth moved continuously, producing a delightful crunching sound as he enjoyed the unfamiliar treat. It was crisp, tasteless, and a bit tough on the teeth. The rabbit smells so good. Its top-notch ingredients. Yunshi and the little cub exchanged glances for 3 seconds, during which the adorable cub revealed its drool-covered sharp teeth. The rabbit is a bit afraid. Furthermore, it was a shame that she had specifically taken out the Jinhua ham from her space. That was ham. She hadn't even dared to eat it back in the rabbit tribe. Noticing that Yunshi did not scold him, the little cub grew bolder. Hey, the beautiful sister didn't yell at me or throw me out. Yunshi, I wouldn't dare. You showed your teeth. What right do I have as a mere rabbit? Then does that mean I can keep eating? The little round creature adorably tilted its head and directly picked up the ingredients from the ground, showcasing them as it stuffed them into its mouth. This vibrant red meat with a salty aroma was the flavor I longed to taste. The little round one crammed a whole piece of ham into its mouth, and its eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. It turned out that the pot itself was flavorless. It was the red meat that held the flavor. Delicious, delicious. I can't get enough. Crunch, eat, crunch, friends, crunch, come quickly, crunch, eat. The bamboo shoots crunch are no longer crunch. The bear's crunch, favorite crunch. Yunshi had no idea what the black and white round creature was thinking at that moment. But judging by its intoxicated expression, it was clear that it was quite pleased with the taste of the ham. This little creature not only indulged itself, but also turned around to feed the saliva-drenched ham to its companions behind it. Yunshi raised an eyebrow. You're quite generous, aren't you? Ah. Bamboo egg. Who told you to gnaw on the soup pot? Who told you to eat the ingredients that aren't even ready yet? Spit it out. You better spit it out. Yunshi remained composed, but behind her, a panda beast man had already lost it. The beast man rushed forward, vigorously shaking the panda cub's shoulders, forcing it to regurgitate the swallowed ingredients that it was too late. The panda cub chewed frantically a few times, disregarding whether it was thoroughly chewed, and simply swallowed it whole, revealing its row of sharp teeth. If there hadn't been a glint of cunning in its eyes, the reserve beast man would have been mortified. Why did their tribe's members have to embarrass themselves like this? In utter despair, the beast man disregarded the tribe's rule to protect the cubs, seizing the panda cub by the scruff of its neck and tossing it far away from the crowd. Fortunately, the panda cub was sturdy. After landing in a parabolic arc, it rolled a couple of times before gradually stretching out its body, transforming from a ball into a pancake. Cat pancake, bamboo egg. Bamboo egg. Yunshi tugged at the corners of her mouth, amused by the delightful name. However, it was evident that the pot was now beyond use. With a sigh, Yunshi placed the soup pot on the ground and took out another one from her space. Gently tapping the pot's body, she addressed everyone. Dear friends, this tool bestowed by the beast god is precious. Each one lost is one less for us. So please take good care of it in the future, and we must not let the young ones gnaw on it. The brief interlude did not dampen the spirits of the beast men in their learning, and Yunshi taught diligently. Yet in comparison to the mysterious rabbit tribe, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was much more arduous. The preparation of braised bamboo shoots was quite simple. It merely required selecting the finest ingredients to preserve their original flavor. She chose the tenderest bamboo shoots, streaky pork with a balance of fat and lean, along with ham and salted meat. After blanching these ingredients in boiling water, they would be placed in the pot for stewing, first on high heat, then on low. Near the end of cooking, she would add seasoning. Having said that, Yunshi took out a packet of salt and poured a little in. It is well known that the recipes of the Flowering Nation only ever specify appropriate amounts for seasonings. Yunshi understood this, but the beast men did not. She noticed that a beast man was staring intently at the white salt in Yunshi's hand. That is this really salt? Why is it as white as snow? The salt we eat is not of a yellowish-brown hue, is it? Suddenly, it dawned on Yunshi that the beast men had likely not learned to refine sea salt and were probably accustomed to rock salt, which typically carried a muddy taste and a milder saltiness. Thus, she gestured for the beast men to extend their hands, pouring a small amount of salt into their palms. Yum. Salty. No wonder the little cubs wanted to gnaw on the pot. If salt has this flavor, I could showcase a pot too. Yunshi was perplexed by the dreamy expressions of the beast men after tasting the salt, yet she felt a sense of satisfaction when she saw hands raised for questions. Little female, can we boil the salt separately into a pot of water? I believe this is the most delicious food I've ever tasted in my beastly life. Me too, to Yunshi's surprise. This brilliant idea garnered widespread agreement among the beast men. Yunshi thought, what is my purpose here then? Maintaining an enigmatic demeanor, she waited for the beast men to finish their discussion before discreetly covering the pot. Tremble, naive beast men. You will soon forget the taste of salt water. Amid a flurry of inquiries, Yunshi painstakingly completed the soup-making process before moving on to prepare for the teppanyaki and barbecue, that if only the white lion beast men would stop sneaking bites while cutting the vegetables. She could hardly bear to watch as the white lion beast men flaunted their bloodied mouths. All right, we have now sliced the meat into thin pieces, Yunshi announced. Now we simply need to marinate the meat using the beast god's secret seasoning before grilling. You there, stop stealing bites. If you keep eating, there won't be enough left to grill. Yunshi's voice grew weary. May it all perish. I will never again strive for merit like this. Just when she thought everything was going smoothly with the Mari nation, another mishap occurred. Upon tearing open the barbecue seasoning, the overpowering aroma quickly earned unanimous praise from the beastmen. The white lion beastmen seated in the outer circle had their eyes transformed into slits, their heads bobbing with Yunshi's movements, a glistening drool line escaping their mouths. The nearby chef reserves were no better off, gulping audibly while trying to suppress their saliva. Yet, glistening droplets still fell onto the marinating meat. Yunshi made an effort to pretend not to see, but her hands behind her back were unwilling to touch any meat at all. Well, it's your own saliva. It shouldn't matter if you eat a little. Right? After sprinkling several packets of barbecue seasoning, they finally reached the last step. Grilling that Yunshi's anxious heart finally settled at this moment. Thankfully, neither the panda beastmen nor the white lion beastmen caused any further disturbances. They obediently followed Yunshi's instructions, grilling the meat until it was ready to eat, that if only the ground weren't so damp. As the moon hung high in the sky, the lavish barbecue feast finally commenced. Each beastman held a bowl of braised bamboo shoots and a skewer of grilled meat, gathered around the stone grill, awkwardly wielding their chopsticks to pick up the meat. Occasionally, impatient cubs would reach out with their hands, only to yelp when they got burned. Yunshi had waited until all the meat on the grill was thoroughly cooked before calling for the fire to be extinguished. Otherwise, there might have been another dish added to the menu. Sister Pyongyang, eat, just as Yunshi washed her hands clean and prepared to withdraw from her successful endeavor. The little round creature she had previously fed pounced over and hugged her leg. The little cub struggled to grasp a saliva-soaked skewer of meat. Although it was intended for her, its gaze clearly held reluctance that Yunshi's heart softened instantly. Pretty sister isn't hungry. You eat very well. The little cub feigned disappointment, but the corners of its mouth, which were curving upwards, betrayed its true feelings. The little cub gulped down the skewer along with the bamboo stick before raising its paw in grievance. Sister Pyongyang, it's hot. Is there ice cream? It was referring to the ice cream Yunshi had secretly given it earlier. Chapter 24. Full bellies inspire thoughts. Yunshi was utterly charmed, and without thinking, she pulled out a popsicle from her space and handed it over to "Is your name Ben Xiaoqi?" Here, upon seeing the brightly colored packaging, Ben Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, and he sweetly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Pyongyang. Oh. After saying that, he opened his mouth full of tiny teeth and bit down, packaging and all. Yunshi was taken aback and hurriedly tried to pry his mouth open. You can't eat plastic. No plastic, dear. Under normal circumstances, anyone who dared to snatch food from Ben Xiaoqi would surely be met with a biting retort. But who could blame him for letting someone who offered him delicious food and was so pleasantly fragrant take the food away? Ben Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with innocent curiosity, yet he obediently opened his mouth. Why can't I eat plastic? This paper is crunchy and makes a sound. Although it didn't have much flavor, it was wrapped around the refreshing ice cream, making it quite enjoyable. With these thoughts in mind, Ben Xiaoqi honestly inquired, because it can't be digested. What is digestion? It means it will stay in your belly and won't turn into nutrients. Ben Xiaoqi's eyes brightened. As a little cub that didn't particularly enjoy going to the bathroom, he found each trip to be a hassle, so what was wrong with leaving it in his belly? Just let it stay there. Ben Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment, as if he were tempted to swallow the plastic wrappers while Yunshi was trying to pull them out. Yunshi gasped in horror. No, just think about it. If you eat too much plastic and can't go to the bathroom, then your belly. She patted the little one's plump belly. Ben Xiaoqi looked at his round tummy, which felt even fatter to the touch. His belly appeared as if it was about to burst, and as Yunshi gently patted it, he frowned slightly. Goodness! Yunshi exclaimed, "It turns out this little one is already stuffed." Ben Xiaoqi, look at your little belly. Is it about to explode? Ben Xiaoqi hurriedly protected the half-eaten ice cream. But unexpectedly, a little round creature nearby, who had been eyeing it with great anticipation, saw that Ben Xiaoqi was distracted by his conversation with Yunshi. Taking advantage of the moment, it pounced forward and snatched away the larger half of the ice cream, leaving Ben Xiaoqi with just the small end. Meow ao, with a delightful exuberance, the small white lion cub twirled its long tongue around a substantial portion of ice cream, savoring the treat with blissful abandon. Its tail danced joyfully behind it, while the cub, affectionately known as Baituanchuan, cried out, "Return my ice cream! I shall challenge you. in a playful attempt to mimic a roar. The little Chishi narrowed its eyes and opened its mouth, striving to appear fierce. Alas, the sound that escaped was more akin to a petulant whine, resembling a plea for affection rather than a fearsome growl. Upon witnessing Chishi's mock aggression, Bai Tuanshuan arched its back defiantly, poised for a playful confrontation. However, its tongue continued to swipe at the melting remnants of the ice cream, which Chishi interpreted as an outright provocation. Enraged, Chishi charged forward, blinded by determination, only to underestimate both its own short legs and Bai Tuanshuan's agility. That as Chishi barreled ahead, Bai Tuanshuan leisurely extended its tail across the path, resulting in a sudden collision that sent Chishi tumbling forward in a round roll. Observing this spectacle, Yunshi could hardly contain her laughter. Was this truly the nature of their youthful skirmishes? So utterly adorable. Having successfully outmaneuvered Chishi, Bai Tuanshuan promptly changed direction and scampered away, that be why the time Chishi regained its footing and rubbed its belly in bewilderment. Bai Tuanshuan had vanished from sight. White Tuanshuan wail. Chishi snuffled, twitching its nose as it pursued the direction of Bai Tuanshuan's escape, momentarily forgetting about the living presence of Yunshi nearby. Ahem, the little ones are quite mischievous. I apologize for the spectacle. Just as Yunshi was preparing to depart from the White Lion tribe's dwelling, a voice emerged from the shadows that a figure, initially crouched, stood up with alacrity upon noticing Yunshi. Stepping into the light of the campfire, it was Bai Yu, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as if he had been waiting for her arrival. "Were you waiting for me?" Yunshi inquired, puzzled that aren't you all feasting with the beastmen? Bai Yu's heart swelled with joy. "Look, the little female is concerned about my hunger. Perhaps she holds some regard for me." His heart buoyed. A smile graced his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Yunshi. Producing a generous handful of roasted meat skewers from behind, "Did I just retrieve these from over there? They're still warm. Would you like to have some?" he offered eagerly. Yunshi chuckled softly, declining, "I am quite full this evening." "You should eat instead. It seems you haven't had much." Bai Yu chuckled lightly, responding, "The night is too dark, and I have heard that the rabbit tribe beastmen are rather timid that I lingered here to escort you back to the tribe. Furthermore, your cooking is so fragrant that I feared I might lose track of time if I indulged, hence my decision to wait. Are you heading back to your tribe now?" Yunshi nodded yes. "I have been out for a while. My father and mother might be worried." She added, "I can find my way. You need not accompany me." Just now, the beastmen from your tribe finished their meal, expressing their hunger that I left plenty of seasonings behind. And I heard that your tribe's warriors have gone hunting again, that if you hurry, you might catch the second round. Bai Yu's eyes lit up at this information, but he continued to focus on Yunshi, insisting, No. Returning you to your tribe is far more important than eating meat. I must escort you home first." Yunshi felt a warmth bloom in her heart. She was inherently someone easily moved. Having just traversed into this beast world, she had encountered selfless kindness from her father and mother, and now Bai Yu. Yet, after years of being single, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Label her selfish or timid. Her upbringing made it difficult for her to open her heart in matters of affection. She could repay kindness in other forms, yet she found it challenging to reciprocate emotions of equal weight. She had fortified her world like an impenetrable fortress, convincing herself that she was perfectly fine, self-sufficient, and devoid of need for others, her life free of fractures, her personal puzzle complete. She deliberately weakened her connection to the world, akin to a fragile spider's thread that could snap with a gust of wind. Once severed, she could soar away. "Yunshi, may I call you Cece?" Bai Yu, oblivious to Yunshi's silence, continued to seek conversational topics. "Absolutely not." Yunshi's expression shifted abruptly, her tone icy as she turned away into the darkness, which served as her shield. "Why not, Cece?" Bai Yu was perplexed by the sudden change in the demeanor of the female who had moments ago been jovial with him. He couldn't help but press for an explanation. Yet Yunshi had lost interest in the handsome beast man, her thoughts consumed as she strode forward, her mind a whirlwind. Beastmen were notoriously direct in expressing their affections, and Yunshi couldn't discern whether she was driven by some primal instinct or if her sudden emotional turmoil was entirely unfounded. She could have rejected him more gently, yet her mind felt clouded, as if beset by unseen forces, propelling her forward against her will. Bai Yu trailed behind her, perplexed by her increasingly hurried pace, as if a long tail had sprouted behind him, drooping with uncertainty. He bit his lip, deliberately slowing his steps. "Cece, if you dislike that name, I shall keep it to myself, he reassured inwardly, though this self-consolation did little to lift his spirits. Silently, he followed Yunshi, refraining from further conversation. As night enveloped the world, it posed dangers for beastmen, particularly due to the recent wildfire that had driven many wild creatures from their territories, including formidable predators. Additionally, the gathering of various beastmen tribes created a volatile environment. Despite Yunshi's prowess, she could not guarantee safety from those with ill intentions who might seize the opportunity to abduct a solitary female under the cover of darkness. Thus, even if Yunshi harbored disdain for him, he would remain close, ensuring her protection. Yunshi couldn't help but notice the persistent presence behind her, yet several times, she found herself unable to turn back and apologize for her earlier demeanor. What was wrong with her? Why this sudden melancholy? Confounded, she set aside her feelings and continued toward the Misty Rabbit tribe's location. Upon nearing the tribe, she observed a clear division among the members. Two factions starkly opposed. Uncle Yun Kue. Please speak to Yunshi. She must produce more divine weapons bestowed by the beast god to save Wanwan. Indeed, we are all part of the same tribe. Yunshi hoards so many precious things while being so stingy. She has always been malicious. I cannot fathom why the beast god favors her. I guess it due to her heart being particularly wicked. These remarks ignited a furious blaze within Yun Ke, who would have resorted to violence had it not been for Yun Jiao Jiao's restraint. You wish to test my benevolence? You shall see. Yunshi, overhearing the disparaging comments directed at her, felt an overwhelming surge of anger, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. She longed to retaliate against those who spoke ill of her. As the beast men realized they had been overheard, they awkwardly shifted away, casting sheepish glances at Yunshi. Yunshi etched the faces of the two opposing factions into her memory, particularly those who had slandered her. What's this? Eating with one hand while cursing with the other. Have you all gorged yourselves to the point of discomfort? The leading female beast man, initially abashed by Yunshi's presence, felt her pride wounded by the mockery. Her indignation flaring as she retorted, Yunshi, do not be so ungrateful. You are nothing but a blight upon our Misty Rabbit tribe. You never participate in tribal labor, constantly harassing the elite warriors, envious of younger females who find mates, and bullying the young ones, even stealing their food. With each accusation hurled at her, Yunshi's head spun with disbelief. Original self, what a mess you have left behind. No wonder no male has shown interest in 3 years. But this was the wrongdoing of her former self, not a reflection of her own identity. Yunshi would not accept the blame. Oh what? Digging through the past, you consumed my food, savor my cooking, and now speak ill of me. Conspiring against my father and mother. How noble of you. Furthermore, if I heard correctly, you expect me to use the beast god's gifts to save someone who sought to harm me. Where is your sense of shame? Your face must be colossal if the lake cannot contain it. With her fiery retorts, Yunshi quickly reddened the face of the female beastman before her, that as the surrounding beastmen regarded her with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny. The female soon found herself retreating behind several young males for protection. Yunshi, do not go too far. I command you to produce all remaining divine weapons and accompany me to the tiger tribe to rescue Wanwan. Or else do not expect me to treat you kindly. A male figure somewhat familiar to Yunshi stepped forward. Dada. He was an orc who had once been courted by Yunshi, the original self, but had been rejected. Yunshi delved into her memories, feeling a flicker of disdain. This orc had once taken advantage of Yunshi's affection, tricking her into bringing him a plethora of food from her home, claiming he would bond with her during that year's tribal ceremony, only to instead offer the tribute food to Manman. That it was a tragic tale of one sycophant pursuing another, while both true parties remained indifferent to their flattery. Humph. Yunshi rolled up her sleeves. So you wish to indulge at my expense, do you? She was no soft pushover like the original self. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? A fiery wrath surged within Yunshi, and she slapped him hard. Ah, her hand tingled a bit, but oh, what a delightful release. You dare strike me, Yunshi. The male covered his face, disbelief etched upon him. Even more shocking was that he hadn't dodged. He was a warrior, after all. How could his face hurt so much? I was merely granting you a chance. So, you wish to rescue your goddess, Yamaman? Want to play the hero? Then go forth and slay your way through the Tiger Clan's territory. What else with the bravado when facing a frail female? Oh, I see. You desire to save her without any sacrifice, right? Just open your mouth, play the hero, and win the heart of a beauty, all without any cost to yourself. Quite the lucrative deal, isn't it? Upon hearing Yunshi's words, the gazes of the onlookers towards the male transformed abruptly. The orcs, nearly brainwashed, whispered among themselves. Indeed, they had heard tales of how pitiful Manman was in the tiger clan. That without rescue, she would perish. But why didn't they take action themselves? Instead, they returned to the tribe to demand provisions from Yunshi that I just gave them the divine weapon you bestowed upon me. Should I ask for it back? Yunshi cast a cold smile at the regretful orc. Remove the word please and just demand it back, that if they refuse, take it back by force, though I gave the divine weapon to you. The beast god has stated that each divine weapon is unique. That be why giving away something that enhances your strength, you're merely placing your head beneath another S-blade. Think for yourself. Chapter 26. Want to be a hero? One must pay the price. The orc's expression transformed drastically upon hearing her words. He had remained in the tribe to recuperate due to an injury. With the divine weapon, he might significantly enhance his strength. But without it, once healed, could he maintain his position in the hunting team with his unwieldy left hand? He did not wish to become a reserve team member, as that would mean receiving half the rations. Yunji, I regret it. Quickly return my divine weapon. To save Manman, you all should find a way yourselves. The orc began hesitantly, but as he spoke, his words flowed more freely, even raising his fist. Yes, Yunji, we regret it too. Give us our weapons back. It was Manman who had brought people to our tribe to steal our divine weapons. Why should we use our weapons to save her? We nearly fell for your trickery. You wouldn't be plotting treachery against the tribe like Manman, would you? The orcs who had been standing behind Yunshu and Yunji began to turn against them, reaching for their sickles. The weapons that had been carelessly tied to their backs were swiftly reclaimed, as those who had initially sought to save Manman now returned the ransom to their rightful owners. Yunshi, you're so wicked. The female, who had been silenced by Yunshi's retorts, cried out in despair. Manman is truly pitiful. We witnessed her limbs being broken by the Tiger Clan warriors. They said that if we didn't bring 50 divine weapons tonight, she would become the tribe's female slave. Woo-woo, Yunshi, you too are a female. You understand how wretched the life of a female slave can be, especially since we've heard the Tiger Clan has thorns. Please save Manman. Tears streamed down Yunji's face, making her appear utterly forlorn. Yunshi approached her, wiping away her tears. Just as Yunji believed Yunshi's heart had softened, she heard Yunshi calmly whisper in her ear. Do you wish to save her? Truly? Are you willing to pay any price? A spark of joy ignited within Yunji, and she eagerly nodded. I am willing. I am willing. Yunshi, both Manman and I will be grateful to you. Your gratitude? What is it worth? Yunshi scoffed, causing Yunji's fleeting hope to evaporate instantly. We will repay you. In the future, we will follow your lead in the tribe. Yunji vowed that no, you will obey me right now. Yunshi declared. Since you are willing to pay any price to save Manman, then you shall take her place as a female slave. How can you be so cruel? Yunji gasped, stumbling back a few steps. You are indeed the most malicious female in our tribe. Everyone look. This is Yunshi's true face, Yunji shouted. The other orcs found Yunshi's suggestion rather sinister. The Mising Rabbit tribe was a peaceful community. Thus there were no female slaves among them. However, they were well aware of the grim fates that befell females in tribes that did have them. Some ferocious tribes would deliberately attack those with fewer warriors, abducting all females to serve as slaves. Those who became female slaves had to mate with multiple males each night, and even if they became pregnant, it was no exception, leading to the tragic fate of many not surviving a year. Forcing their tribe's females into slavery was indeed malevolent. Yunshi surveyed everyone present, unhurriedly stating, Am I truly wicked? Yunji retorted loudly, You are wicked. Watching Kin suffer in another tribe, yet having the ability to save her. But refusing to act. Feeling the cold laughter directed at her, Yunji believed her words had gained the consensus of the majority and stood tall with renewed courage. Yunshi felt her pent-up rage peak. First, she had been thrust into a strange world, experiencing a semblance of familial affection she had thought scarce in her previous life, only to discover that her fellow tribesmen were anything but benevolent. Coupled with the mess left by the original self, which she had yet to resolve. Escaping for a day without sleep was exhausting. Humph, you have provoked the wrong person. Yunshi's anger turned to mockery. Firstly, you should be grateful I do not strike females. Secondly, regarding your claim of my capability to rescue her, how come you didn't attempt to save her? My abilities are contingent on the method of rescue. Pray tell, should we save a traitor who has brought calamity upon the tribe? Certainly not. Unbeknownst to them, they have forgotten the vile deeds committed by Manman. The orcs suddenly grasped the situation, responding in unison. We shouldn't save her. A traitor is unworthy of forgiveness. Yes, were it not for Yunshi's formidable strength, not only would she have slain the old patriarch of the Tiger Clan who attempted to rob them, but with our 50-odd injured and elderly, how could we possibly contend against a dozen ferocious warriors? The discussion left Yunshi's face pale as she faltered, doubting her choices. Yunshi raised her hand, signaling for a cessation of debate. All right, we have reached a consensus. We will not save the traitor. Next, I wish to express that our crisis is far from over. Our tribe remains at risk of being pillaged by the Tiger Clan. It is highly likely. Yunshi surveyed the few younglings, over a dozen females, 30 elderly orcs, and more than 10 injured warriors present, slowly uttering, "Tonight, all of you here may very well perish." A hush fell over the orcs, which was soon followed by an uproar. What? Why? This is terrifying. Once the crowd settled, Yunshi fixed her gaze upon Yunji and Yunshu, stating, "This day could have arrived later, but alas, some foolish allies within our tribe have hastened its arrival. Oh, thinking yourselves benevolent saviors, yet this calamity you have invited upon us. Impossible. Yunshi, do not resort to fear-mongering." Yunji shrieked. "Everyone, do not believe her. Yunshi is merely stirring trouble. Besides attacking me with your accusations, can you conjure any new phrases?" Yunshi impatiently cleared her ears, continuing, "Does everyone know why I spared the life of that young patriarch? Why I deliberately let him go? Who knows, perhaps you killed the old patriarch out of fear of vendetta? Or maybe you were in heat, thinking the young patriarch of the Tiger Clan would fancy you. Save your breath. The young patriarch is Manman. Once again, Yunji's sharp voice echoed. Chapter 27. Can we beat the foolish allies? Cleanse the romantic notions from your mind. Oh no, your thoughts are muddled. Perhaps they need a good pouring out." Yunshi's words elicited a muffled laughter from within the tribe. Although her remarks were unyielding this evening, they lacked any sharpness or malice. Instead, they were surprisingly melodious. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that since receiving the favor of the beast god, Yunshi had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. The thought simultaneously blossomed in the hearts of the beast men. Do you know what the most effective way to destabilize a tribe is? Oh, you do not know. All that occupies your mind is mating. After mocking, before Yunji could interject, Yunshi swiftly continued. It is to cause disintegration from within. Do you think I would release the young patriarch back to the tribe without reason? I have harbored a grudge against him, and once he recovers, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. However, Yunshi did not allow Yunji the opportunity to counter, adding, but he must first have the chance to avenge himself. With such a vast tribe as the Tiger Clan, there are certainly many who aspire to occupy the position of young patriarch. Therefore, in order to maintain his status, he will have little time to trouble us. Even if the members of his tribe covet our divine weapons, they must first secure a voice within their own tribe that you believe the young patriarch will grant them that opportunity. The elder beastmen of the Mising Rabbit tribe began to display expressions of deep contemplation. The time they spent vying for the position of young patriarch is the precious time I have won for our tribe's survival. Phew, the simple-minded beastmen of the Mising Rabbit tribe let out a sigh of relief. Yunshi is truly formidable. Hearing you say this, we feel reassured. One beastman patted his chest. Indeed, you scared the rabbit to death. Yet, Yunshi merely scoffed. Do not rejoice too soon. Plans rarely survive the chaos of change. Who can blame us for having a few incompetent allies? My original plan was quite sound. As long as we avoided the direction of the Tiger Clan during our escape tomorrow, we should be safe. However, we may not survive until tomorrow. Why, Yunshi? Instead of providing a direct answer, Yunshi guided the beastmen to think critically. Let us ponder, what is the best way to unify a tribe? An abundance of food? No, it must be safety. The beastmen began to chatter amongst themselves. Incorrect. Yunshi interrupted their discourse to it is neither an abundance of food nor a secure environment, but on the contrary. It is an enemy, a formidable enemy. Only when a tribe faces the grave threat of survival, under external pressure, can it unite as one. Observing the puzzled expressions of the beastmen, Yunshi continued, think about it, if we were well-fed and well-rested. Wouldn't each of us harbor our own little thoughts? For instance, some might sneak off to other tribes to spy on traitors, while others might resent why the younglings receive more treats than the adults. Yet now, when I inform you of a powerful enemy that will annihilate our males and seize our treasures and females, do you not immediately cast aside your petty thoughts and focus solely on how to confront the foe? The beastmen finally came to a realization, nodding in agreement. Thanks to the incompetence of our allies, we originally had a chance to wait for their internal strife, enabling us to escape by morning. However, some have left our formidable divine weapons within the tribe and even agreed to some unequal terms with the Tiger clan, such as offering our entire tribe's divine weapons. Now consider, are not the members of the Tiger clan eagerly awaiting our divine weapons? If we do not comply, what will be the consequences? Might they not suspend their internal conflicts and unite against us? Hiss! Upon hearing Yunshi's analysis, the crowd collectively gasped. Some beastmen immediately began to tremble in fear. The warriors, though trying to maintain their composure, tightened their grips on their weapons before deflating that we cannot win this fight. So, Yunshi, should we surrender our weapons? One beastman stammered, nervously touching the divine weapon in his hand, his eyes filled with reluctance. Surrender, surrender, and become the tools of our own slaughter. We have already formed enmity with the Tiger clan. If we hand over our means of resistance, we would be inviting our enemy to use our own weapons against us. Yunshi stated, what shall we do? What can we do? Should we flee? A beastman suggested with a glimmer of hope. It is all Yunshi's fault. It was Yunshi who killed the patriarch of the Tiger clan. Yunji shouted that if we hand her over, we can surely quell the fury of the Tiger clan. Without a doubt, this brilliant idea must have originated from Yunshu. Indeed. Let us hand her over. Yunji echoed. The moment those words escaped his lips, they were met with collective disdain and furious glares from all the beastmen. They would not forget that it was Yunshi who bravely intervened when the young patriarch came to rob them, injuring him and slaying all his warriors, allowing them to escape unscathed. Now that the crisis has abated, how could they possibly sacrifice the tribe's great hero? It would make more sense to hand you over, traitor. A youngling piped up, its innocent voice carrying as it tossed a clod of dirt, striking Yunshu squarely in the face. Even the younglings understood right from wrong. Yunshu awkwardly swallowed the remaining complaints, but no one noticed the guilt etched on his lowered face. His eyes harbored not a shred of remorse. Only envy. Dear cub, do you have any solutions? Yunke, having grasped the severity of the situation through Yunshi's analysis, inquired. Yunshi furrowed her brow, her expression grave. I advise everyone to relocate immediately. Now, leave this place and find a new refuge. Perhaps we can delay until dawn. Then, we shall pray that some beast tribe may come forward to assist us. Yunshi deliberately spoke with great gravity, and indeed, the reality was as she had foreseen. On the other side, the members of the Tiger clan were indeed waiting in their tribe for the divine weapons to descend from the heavens. Some had even begun to fantasize about how they would dominate the Beastman continent after receiving the favor of the beast god. Since the young patriarch was carried back, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness, guarded by the trusted followers of the elder patriarch. Yun Monsong was indeed in a dire predicament, her limbs brutally broken by the savage beastmen, while strong males leered at her with lecherous eyes. Such a delicate female. Tiger boss, can we not play with her a little first? Hearing this, Yun Monsong trembled. She silently pleaded with those beastmen to keep their distance, unaware that her vulnerable demeanor only fueled the desires of the wicked. Just wait a moment. Once that group of cowardly fools from the Mising Rabbit tribe comes to us, we will annihilate their entire clan and seize their divine weapons and females. At that point, we can indulge in whatever manner we please. A tiger boss is brilliant. I believe your wisdom should not be overlooked. Since the elder patriarch is no more, why not take his place as the patriarch? Chapter 28. Relocate. Immediately relocate. I too believe that under my leadership, the tribe will grow ever more powerful. allowing everyone to indulge in as many females of any race as they desire, Tiger Dachshund declared. Casting a boastful glance at the unconscious young patriarch, Tiger Dewang. Since he is near death, he should relinquish the position of young patriarch. Just look at you, unable to defeat even the weakest rabbit female. You have truly shamed our tiger clan. Look, rabbit females are so weak. I can strike them at will. With that, he seized Yun Monsong by her long ears and delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. Her beautiful visage immediately swelled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, she dared not see our wide it was Tiger Dachshund who had broken her arms and legs just moments before, claiming she was too noisy. Tiger Dachshund had intended only to break Yun Monsong's legs to prevent her escape. But she had cried out so loudly that it annoyed his ears, forcing him to break her arms as a lesson. Even though Yun Monsong was in pain and terrified, she dared not cry out, merely shedding silent tears that it this moment. Yun Monsong yearned for the harmonious Mising rabbit tribe and harbored immense resentment towards Yunshi, who had brought her to such a state. It is all Yunshi's fault. Yunshi, why don't you just die? Today, it should have been you serving as a female slave in the Tiger Clan. Yun Monsong cursed inwardly, her swollen face contorting into a ghastly grimace, entirely devoid of the poised and gentle demeanor she once held in the Mising rabbit tribe. Oh, what an ugly creature. You are so hideous you offend my eyes. Tiger Dachshund, for reasons unknown, caught sight of Yun Monsong out of the corner of his eye and delivered 5 more resounding slaps to her. How dare you wear such an expression? Do you harbor resentment towards me? Who told you to be a weak female? Therefore, I shall strike you. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, launching a flurry of blows and even resorting to kicking. With one swift kick, he stomped Yun Monsong's entire face into the ground, trampling her long ears with force. Rabbit ears are already filled with blood vessels and nerve endings, making them one of the most sensitive parts of a rabbit's body. After being brutally stomped by Tiger Dachshund, despite Yun Monsong's attempts to remind herself to endure, she could not help but scream in agony. Patriarch, spare me, spare me. I was wrong, truly wrong. I did not intend to offend your eyes with my appearance. I was merely trying to assist you. Sob, sob, sob. Soon my dear sister Yunji will arrive. She is delicate and soft, particularly suited to serve the males. And then there's Yunshi, that wretched girl. Always in heat, never satisfied with any male. Yun Man let out a mournful cry. Silence. Your weeping is grating on my ears. Hu Dechong said cruelly, unable to suppress a lick of his lips as he beheld Yun Man's pitiful state. Feeling a fire ignite within him. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was overheard, that it was none other than Yunji and Yunshu, who, disbelieving Yunshi's words, had dug a hole to sneak her away, only to overhear Yun Man's betrayal through the thin layer of earth. Why? Are we not good friends? Yunji murmured in disbelief. Yet, Yunshu covered her mouth, painfully shutting his eyes. The ground was filled with unendurable sounds, feminine wails, masculine gasps, all indicating the torment Yun Man was enduring at that moment. Let us go. We must return. Yunshu whispered in an agitated tone to Yunji he should consider himself fortunate. The Tiger Clan's ears were typically sharp, and his sister's cries would not have gone unnoticed by the Tiger Clan warriors. However, at that moment, all the males present were fixated on Hu Dechong and Yun Man. Yunshu's ears even detected some warriors discussing how they might join in later. The two fled awkwardly from the hole, their spirits crushed by feelings of betrayal. When they finally crawled far from the hole, Yunji grasped her brother's hand and softly asked, "Brother, shall we return to the tribe? Do you think the people there will forgive us?" Sob, sob, sob. Why did Man have to treat me this way? I regarded her as my closest friend, and I had hoped that if she could bond with you, I could share a nest with my best friend. Sob, 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 sob. I never expected Man would think of such treachery. Wow. That scoundrel Yunshi. Everything she said has come true. Sob, 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 sob. Yunji wept uncontrollably, still unable to accept the reality that a good friend had turned against her. Humanity can be so peculiar. In times of prosperity, one perceives goodness everywhere, but it is only in adversity that the true test of character emerges. There is a saying, isn't there? A fine rope snaps at the weakest point, and misfortune seeks out the most unfortunate. Yunshi, that unfortunate soul, had always been the scapegoat for Manman and Yunji in the tribe, enduring the consequences of many of Manman's misdeeds, leading Yunji to believe that all her misfortunes could be blamed on Yunshi. Let us seek out Uncle Yun Kuei and the others. Yun Shu made a difficult decision at this moment. The mere thought of Yun, she constricted his heart. Perhaps the seemingly hot-tempered yet soft-hearted Uncle Yun Kuei might take them in, that if the tribe refuses to welcome them back, they would resolutely follow closely behind the tribe, never allowing themselves to become wandering beasts. 2 flowers bloom, each on its own branch. After Yun she proposed relocating, all the beasts began packing their belongings, preparing to follow her. Dear child, where shall we escape to? Shall we dig a hole? This was the best solution Yun Kuei could think of. No, digging a hole is too slow. Yunshi promptly rejected this notion. Then, shall we seek refuge with the White Lion clan and the Panda clan who came to learn skills from us tonight? Yun Jiao suggested that I have heard that the Panda clan boasts formidable strength and possesses gentle temperaments, rarely engaging in conflict. The White Lion clan is also renowned for its might, and during my previous studies with the great shaman in another tribe, I never heard any ill rumors about them. Yun Jiao recalled, looking at Yun Shi with hopeful anticipation. Dear child, did you not visit their territory today? What do you think of them? One must rely on oneself. Otherwise, relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and relying on beasts may result in their departure. Upon hearing the firm rejection from her, Yun Jiao fell silent. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, who had been stealthily observing and eavesdropping from behind the trees, felt a surge of urgency. His tail, which had emerged uncontrollably behind him, whipped around like a whirlwind. He longed to rush forward and shout, Chapter 29, I'm sorry, good brother. Hiding in the woods, Bai Yu wished to call out. Shi, come to our tribe. We welcome you. I will always protect you. However, recalling how angrily Yun she had entered the darkness moments ago, he was left bewildered. Could it truly be because he called her Shi? Was this some sort of forbidden trigger? He could simply be more cautious in the future. Females are so complicated. As Bai Yu anxiously scratched his head, he heard Yunshi laugh mischievously. But we can move close to the White Lion clan. I just want to check, and the White Lion clan and the Panda clan are adjacent to one another. The Panda clan has few inhabitants but occupies a vast area that I believe that if we negotiate properly, the Panda clan might not be averse to letting us reside within their territory. At worst, when it comes time to flee, we can escape together with the Panda clan's beasts. They are rather slow. Upon hearing this suggestion, the mysterious rabbit clan's beast's eyes lit up. This exchange sounded promising. While the mysterious rabbit clan might lack in other areas, their skills in digging and escaping were innate. Moreover, the idea of residing within the Panda clan's territory sounded far more secure. Yun Shi, do you truly have the confidence to persuade the Panda clan to accept us? Seeing Yun Shi nod affirmatively, the crowd harbored no doubts. Today, Yun Shi seemed remarkably different, and everything she had spoken of had come to fruition, instilling an inexplicable trust in her capabilities. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Perhaps startled by Yun Shi's words, the beasts hastily packed their belongings and began urging Yun Shi forward. Yun Shi nodded, leading her tribe towards the Panda clan's vicinity. This moment, Bai Yu, still hidden in the woods, could no longer remain calm. He ceased his concealment and stepped out from the trees, saying, Yun Shi, I hear you wish to change your place of residence. Why not come to our tribe instead? As for the Panda clan's inhabitants, Bai Yu thought to himself, I'm sorry, good brother. Well, we are all friends, so I shall not hide it from you. The truth is, the Panda clan's inhabitants. He seemed hesitant to speak. What about the Panda clan's inhabitants? Yun Kuei was curious about what issue had Bai Yu. The young clan leader so tongue-tied. Could it be that the Panda clan has a penchant for eating rabbits? That would be rather dangerous. Uncle Yun Kuei, let me confide in you, but you must not share this with anyone. Do you know why the Panda clan occupies such a vast area? Do you know why our 2 clans have such a good relationship, yet the Panda clan maintains some distance from us? Bai Yu's teasing questions piqued the interest of other beasts. Young clan leader, could it be that the Panda clan's inhabitants are ferocious? Or do they have some peculiarities? A beast speculated. To be frank, the Panda clan's beasts have no other flaws. They simply have a penchant for loud snoring, grinding their teeth, and passing gas while they sleep and their sleeping postures are quite poor. They often wake up on the ground after sleeping in trees, or they find themselves inexplicably in the trees after sleeping on the ground. Bai said this while secretly crossing his tail behind his back. He silently chanted, "I'm sorry, good brother. For the sake of my happiness, perhaps yours can be sacrificed a bit, right? I'll cross my tail," indicating that this isn't true, that a big person should be magnanimous and not hold grudges. As he continued his silent prayers, he observed the expressions of the mysterious rabbit clan beast. The panda beasts have such quirks. Some beasts chuckled dryly, already reconsidering their choice. Even more terrifying was that Bai added, "Well, on several occasions, they woke up to find themselves inexplicably holding flowers, grass, or even bird eggs and heads in their mouths." After saying this, he gazed anxiously at the mysterious rabbit beasts, wearing a look of concern. Most of the beasts' faces immediately froze. Indeed, if a panda beast were to wake up and bite their heads while asleep, what would they do? They are merely fragile rabbit clan beasts, not as tough-skinned as pandas. Yunshi. Some beasts had already begun to reconsider, looking hesitantly at Yunshi. "Should we not go to young clan leader by U.S. tribe instead? By the way, young clan leader, do your people snore?" Bai immediately shook his head vigorously. "No snoring, no snoring. We absolutely detest snoring. Hence, we keep our distance from the thundering panda beasts." At this moment, Bai did not forget to discreetly dig a pit for his good brother. "You must be afraid of thunder too, right? Our white lion beasts are incredibly quiet when we sleep." Bai was almost swearing to the heavens, then looked eagerly at Yunx at this point. He had already realized that the mysterious rabbit clan members were all listening to Yunshi. Yunshi was puzzled. Did pandas snore when they sleep? According to reason, the habits of orcs should not differ significantly from those of their previous animal forms. However, the infamous sleeping posture of pandas is quite a spectacle. She glanced at Bai, recalling the recent unpleasantness they had experienced in the blink of an eye. She was about to return to the White Lion tribe. Seeking their protection, Yunshi found herself at a loss for words, her lips pressed together, her heart in turmoil. Bai gazed at her with eager eyes, his watery, peach blossom-like orbs brimming with supplication. Moreover, perhaps unbeknownst to him, his tail was swaying exuberantly behind him. Suddenly, Yunshi froze. It was said that if an adult orc exhibited 2 or more animal traits, it indicated a desire for mating. She looked at the triangular ears atop Bai's head, then at his swishing tail, and fell into silence. What was there to hesitate about? Shall we head to the White Lion tribe, then? Right, my dear. Yunke also noticed the tail behind Bai, and his laughter was reminiscent of an ancient tree about to bloom. Let us go, let us go." Seeing Yunshi seemingly entranced by Bai's tail, Yunke's smile grew even more benevolent as he playfully tapped her on the head. "Father decides. We are moving to your White Lion tribe. Young leader, we are grateful for your hospitality. Please take good care of our Yunshi. This child has been spoiled since she was young." Upon hearing this, Bai perked up, his tail swaying with fervor. "All right, Uncle Yunke, I will take excellent care of Yunshi and cough, all the orcs of your tribe." Bai proclaimed loudly, as soon as he finished speaking. As if struck by a thought, he discreetly stole a glance at Yunshi's expression and quickly amended his words. "Good child. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way." Yunke, noticing that his dear child's expression was less than favorable, refrained from further matchmaking and instead stepped forward, pulling Bai along with him. Leaving Yunshi alone, feeling both frustrated and embarrassed. Chapter 30. Something is amiss. "Yunshi, you are not quite right." Yunshi watched as her father and Bai walked ahead, their backs resembling a pair of intimate companions. And her heart swelled with vexation. It felt as though something was lodged in her throat, making her nauseous and unable to express her feelings. That, of course, she did not harbor any aversion towards her newly acknowledged father or the handsome youth Bai. In fact, had it been before the apocalypse, upon seeing a handsome face like Bai's in her phone, she would have certainly exclaimed, "Ah, handsome, notice me? I want to bear your children." If it were during the apocalypse, she would have tilted the pretty boy's chin, flashing a wicked smile. "Little handsome, join me. I'll scavenge for you." Yet now, she felt a wave of nausea. This unfamiliar and bizarre emotion rendered Yunshi frozen in place. Something is amiss. Yunshi, you are not quite right. Could it be that the emotions of the original body lingered within her? Were these the innate feelings of the original self? What kind of aesthetic did the original possess to regard someone like Yunshu as a treasure while treating Bai? Such a pure and beautiful youth as mere grass. Yunshi silently scoffed. However, This emotional anomaly heightened her wariness. She was uncertain when this strange feeling might emerge to wreak havoc, so she resolved that the next time she inexplicably felt anger, she must not allow her emotions to take control. Over 50 misty rabbit orcs walked quietly through the night, soon arriving at the dwelling of the white lion orcs. The white lion orcs warmly welcomed Yunshi, the goddess of cuisine, and even the nearby panda orcs, drawn by the commotion, approached with envious expressions, exclaiming, "Our living quarters are quite spacious. Do come and stay." The misty rabbit orcs politely declined, "No, we cannot stay even a moment. Thank you," leaving the panda orcs with a sense of inexplicable disappointment. Among them was a particularly bold and familiar little chub named Ben Xiaoqi, who wriggled like a snake beside by Tuan Tuan. "Big brother, let me stay. I want to sleep with Tuan Tuan." Ben Xiaoqi clung to his companion. That it was surprising how agile his chubby body could be, dodging several attempts by Ben Batian to grab him. After a couple of tries, Ben Batian ceased his efforts and warned, "Be a good boy in someone else's tribe, and also don't." "Oh, big brother, what are you saying?" Ben Xiaoqi seemed to realize that Ben Batian was about to reveal one of his big secrets and hurriedly covered his mouth. Ben Batian seized the opportunity to pat Ben Xiaoqi's bottom. "What brother? Speak clearly. Are you a hen laying eggs?" Hee. Ben Xiaoqi covered his mouth, blinking innocently and shaking his head to indicate he was not a fat chicken. Noticing Bai's eyes were glued to Yunshi, unwilling to look away, Ben Batian gathered his little brother into a bundle and tossed him towards Baiyu. "Brother, take care of this one for a couple of days. If he becomes too bothersome, you can just let him go." Though he feigned disdain, his eyes were filled with affection. Ben Xiaoqi rolled 3 times on the ground before successfully landing beside Yunshi. His eyes sparkled like crescent moons as he chirped, "Pretty sister, let us sleep together." He patted his chubby chest, making a delightful thumping sound. "Ben Xiaoqi will protect you." Yunshi's heart melted, a surge of maternal affection nearly overflowing, wishing to take something out from her space to pamper him. But when she glanced down and saw Ben Xiaoqi's round belly, she decided against it. "All right, pretty sister will sleep with you. And also with Bai Tuan Tuan. Do you want to join?" She turned her gaze towards another young creature. Bai Tuan Tuan resembled a complete juvenile beast, entirely snow white with not a single stray hair. And his eyes were an astonishing sky blue. Perhaps due to his still developing state, his ears were not sharp like Baiu's, but rather round and adorable. The entire young beast exuded no intimidation, resembling a little puppy even more closely. Unlike Ben Xiaoqi, who was quite sociable, Bai Tuan Tuan was more sprightly. Upon sensing Yunshi's goodwill, he wagged his tail and gracefully bounded towards her. Yunshi felt her hands twitch with the uncontrollable urge to nurture, a response dictated by the divine genetics within her. Yet, Bai Tuan Tuan's belly was also quite heavy, clearly belonging to the type that had overeaten. That a wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over Yunshi. She embraced both little cubs, deliberately ignoring the rising affection and disappointment, and followed their guidance towards Bai Tuan Tuan's temporary nest. The 2 little cubs were quite restless in her arms, playfully exchanging gentle jabs like little dogs and cats. Utterly adorable. Yunshi felt instantaneously healed. She had come to realize that her emotional shifts seemed to be beyond her conscious control. Whether it was the sudden surge of affection for the cubs or the inexplicable anger and disappointment, all of it remained difficult to explain. By the way, Tuan Tuan, does your large tribe have a great shaman? Yunshi inquired suddenly. Great shaman? Bai Tuan Tuan tilted his head, asking, "Is pretty sister not feeling well?" Ben Xiaoqi immediately squirmed in her arms. "I know. I can take pretty sister to see the great shaman." After saying this, he covertly exchanged glances with his companion. Bai Tuan Tuan instantly understood and pointed in the direction ahead. "That way. The great shaman is closest to the lake. The great shaman doesn't sleep at night. She eats moonlight." The little cub chattered away incessantly. It was merely a clever ruse to evade bedtime. Yunshi followed Bai Tuan Tuan's direction towards the lakeside, where the white lion orcs, preparing to rest, gathered in small groups. Upon seeing her, they greeted her with warm smiles, and Yunshi responded with a nod and a smile of her own. Before reaching the lakeside, 2 familiar-looking white lion orcs approached, who were the apprentice chefs she had taught. They carried a large bundle wrapped in broad leaves, a faint odor of blood wafting through the air. The scent was rather unpleasant, and as Yunshi passed by them, the pungent aroma triggered her hunger, a wave of craving surging from deep within her. She longed for food, and it had to be braised. Braised pig tongue, braised pig tails, braised intestines, braised ears, braised pig heart, braised pig lungs. Yunshi stumbled slightly as her stomach rebelled against her. Wait, what you have in your hands, is that animal entrails? She halted the two apprentice chefs. Fixating on the items wrapped in leaves, her saliva uncontrollably pooling. Yes, Sister Yunshi. These are inedible entrails that we intend to bury them further in the woods to avoid attracting ants while we sleep at night. Yunshi swallowed hard. What a waste to bury them. Give them to me. Chapter 31. Waterfalls cascade 3,000 feet. Sister Yunshi, what do you want these entrails for? They are absolutely inedible. The two white lion orcs exchanged glances. It was common knowledge that animal entrails were filthy and foul-smelling, and tough. Unless during winter when prey was scarce, the orcs would begrudgingly bury the entrails in the snow to freeze them, only consuming them when hunger became unbearable. After each meal, they would wish for a new mouth. That is because you do not know how to cook. Give them to me. I can make some tasty snacks. Yunshi recalled a saying from a future era. All things can be braised. Upon this thought, her mouth watered uncontrollably. The eyes of the two orcs sparkled with anticipation, the deity of delectable cuisine in the orc tribe. Yunshi was about to prepare a feast. Please, Yunshi, could you teach us how to make those delicious dishes? They implored that if they are tasty, we might waste less meat. What do you mean, if they are tasty? Yunshi is the goddess of culinary delights in our orc continent. What she creates is undoubtedly exquisite. The two orcs exchanged playful banter, their expressions filled with eagerness as they gazed at Yunshi. Hearing herself referred to as the goddess of culinary delights made Yunshi's mouth twitch. Oh, my dear brothers, you flatter me. To be honest, before today, I could count on one hand the number of times I have cooked. I truly do not deserve such a lofty title. Of course, I would be delighted to teach you. But I will need your assistance with the cleaning as well. However, Yunshi glanced at the two little cubs in her arms. That IT must be their bedtime, don't you think? No sleep, no sleep. We want to stay with Sister Pyongyang. The little Xiaoqi whined, employing its serpentine charm. No sleep, no sleep. We want to eat the delicious food Sister Pyongyang makes. Bai Tuanshuan was more straightforward, seemingly reminiscing about the sumptuous dinner, and enthusiastically licked Yunshi's face. Bai Yu, who had been trailing Yunshi at a distance, clenched his fists in frustration. This brother is no good. He must be discarded immediately. He dared not lick Yunshi, fearing her wrath. How could this annoying brother lick her and not provoke her anger? He had been quietly following Yunshi for so long, yet she had never even glanced back at him. With this thought, Bai Yu was engulfed by a sense of melancholy, his entire demeanor exuding despondency as he tucked his tail between his legs. Suddenly, Yunshi was caught off guard as a soft, barbed tongue swiped across her face, leaving her no time to evade. Yet, she could not dismiss the enthusiasm of the little cubs, so she discreetly hugged Bai Tuanshuan a bit further away and pretended to casually turn around. Ah, young patriarch, it's so wonderful to see you. Would you like to hold them as they sleep? Bai Yu replied softly, no need. They will go to sleep when they tire themselves out. Oh no, how did I let that slip? Would Shishi dislike me? Yunshi, does your arm hurt from holding them? Shall I take over? Bai Yu reached out towards Yunshi. Seeing this, Yunshi readily handed the two little bundles over. To be fair, those little ones were quite heavy. So calling her Yunshi does not upset her. However, the name Yunshi felt rather ordinary, one that anyone could use. When would he be able to possess a unique title for Shishi? Countless thoughts swirled in Bai Yu's mind, yet his face bore a warm smile as he carried the two little cubs, cleverly moving closer to Yunshi. Yunshi, with all these entrails, do you need my assistance? I can help with the processing. I am quite strong. The two little cubs, wanting to avoid being sent off to bed, quickly raised their hands. Me too, Sister Pyongyang. I can clean them perfectly. Yunshi immediately recalled the white lion orc-s waterfall of drool during dinner and decided to keep them away from her snacks. You two behave, don't cause any trouble, and don't fall into the water. That will be helping Sister Pyongyang. Yunshi playfully tapped the little ones on their noses, eliciting giggles from them. The four of them, along with the two cubs, soon arrived at the lakeside. Yunshi instructed the three male orcs to clean all the intestines thoroughly while she retrieved a large pot from her space, resting atop the simple stone stove that had not yet been dismantled. She filled the pot with cold water, briefly scouring the surfaces of the pig's heart, lungs, and kidneys, as well as the deer's heart, lungs, and kidneys, to release the blood. Then she boiled another pot of water. Adding slices of ginger for later in a clay pot. She poured in some vegetable oil, heating it up before adding the spices to saute. Just before finishing, she tossed in a few red chilies and poured in the previously boiled water. Adding the pig's heart, lungs, and other ingredients, bringing it to a vigorous boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, an overwhelming aroma wafted through the entire tribe. Even those who had already fallen asleep were roused by the enticing scent. Was the goddess of culinary delights blessing our tribe once more? So fragrant. The aroma is coming from the lakeside. Let us go see. Before long, the entire tribe had gathered. The 4 orcs closest to the pot were in for a treat. The 3 males, including Bayou, had never encountered such an intoxicating fragrance. Especially the peculiar scent that combined a sharp, tear-inducing quality with an irresistible allure, compelling them to sniff repeatedly. It was utterly captivating. The orcs of the White Lion tribe rushed eagerly toward the lakeside, their senses enthralled by the familiar flames and the sight of the girl smiling at the clay pot. What on earth is cooking at such an hour? It smells divine. Yet they had just finished a meal that no. Even if we have to dig the food out of our stomachs, we must taste what the goddess of culinary delights has prepared. Yunshi's mouth watered uncontrollably, and she felt as though she had caught a dreadful, indescribable affliction from the White Lion tribe. This braised meat is hardly a rare delicacy. I consumed plenty before the apocalypse. And even after, wait. Yunshi smacked her forehead. What kind of memory was that? There was a deli section in the supermarket, and time had frozen, meaning it would never spoil. All she needed to do was heat up the pre-braised delicacies from the supermarket. Why was she going through the trouble of cleaning entrails and cooking from scratch? Besides, overindulging in these entrails could raise her cholesterol, and they didn't even compare to her beloved chicken feet. With this thought, an overwhelming desire to gnaw on chicken feet surged within Yunshi. She no longer hesitated and retrieved a pack of chicken feet from her space. About 10 or so. Today, each of the 3 males helping me can have 1. And the 2 little cubs can each have 2, leaving the rest for me. Yunshi lifted the pot lid. Chapter 32. The irresistibly fragrant braised delicacies, the rising steam and tantalizing aroma invaded everyone's nostrils relentlessly. Hey, don't crowd me, who stepped on my tail. You think you have it bad. My freshly cleaned fur is now damp from who knows what. Perhaps it was due to Bayu's presence. Or perhaps because everyone observed the young patriarch unusually cozying up to the goddess of culinary delights. Yunshi, the other orcs maintained an appropriate distance. When male orcs pursued female orcs, no other males were allowed to approach unless they were prepared to duel. Despite Bayu's short stature, he could take on 8 opponents single-handedly. His reputation for being fierce was well known among all male orcs. Thus, the orcs could only watch from afar as the goddess of culinary delights. Yunshi reached into her seemingly limitless space and pulled out a large bag of bird claws, tossing them into the bubbling pot of red oil. Yunshi lifted the ladle and retrieved a large bowl. The water boiled, and the floating oil from the spices was no longer needed. Cooking it longer would only compromise the flavor of the braised meat. Therefore, she scooped out a bowlful of the floating oil, pondering how to dispose of it. Yunshi, would you like to taste it? I can blow on it for you, Bayou. Seeing Yunshi troubled with the bowl, approached with sincerity. No, this cannot be eaten. I'm just contemplating how to dispose of it. Should I pour it here, or dig a hole further away to bury it? What? It smells so good. And you want to throw it away? Bayou exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, it's not palatable, and the taste is rather unpleasant, Yunshi explained. Indeed, the bowl of floating oil had absorbed some of the blood from the entrails, carrying a faint fishy scent, though the rich aroma of the braising sauce masked it. Yunshi, I can help you pour it out. A particularly clever orc dashed forward, kneeling with reverence, extending both hands. That clever guy has stolen my thunder. I can also assist the goddess of culinary delights, Yunshi. I'll pour it all into my stomach. I'll even lick the bowl clean. The sentiments of the orcs resonated in unison. Yunshi paused for a moment before handing the bowl to him. Just be sure to go far away. It's best to dig a hole to avoid attracting ants. She expressed her concerns. All right. I promise I won't attract any ants. This orc, grinning foolishly and drooling, appeared rather dim-witted. After receiving the bowl, he dashed off towards the woods, followed closely by several tails. Yunshi adjusted the fire and began to fish the chicken feet from the broth. Here. She first handed some to Bayou. Bayou was taken aback. What about mine? Sister Pyongyang. Little Xiaoqi was so eager that it nearly jumped up, clinging to Yunxi's arm, its head bobbing toward the pot, almost transforming into a braised panda head. Here, a child who cries will be fed. The second and third chicken feet are for my little Qi. The sweet and melodious voice of Sister Bai Wantuan rings out, give. Yunxi is a master of serving water. Give to the gods. The fourth and fifth chicken feet are for Bai Wantuan. Slurp, slurp. A deafening sound of drooling akin to a waterfall fills the air. Give. The sight of the two apprentices drooling with desire is quite a spectacle. Yunxi reflects on the leftovers, scooping everything into her bowl, eagerly grabbing a chicken foot and taking a gentle bite. The crispy chicken skin bursts with broth, separating between her teeth, melting in her mouth. With the second bite, Yunxi sinks her teeth into the glutinous chicken tendons, bouncy and fragrant, as the essence of the marinade infuses every bite. The third bite reveals the tender cartilage clinging to the bone. Crunchy and delightful, creating a joyous symphony in her mouth. Yunxi sighs contentedly. This is a day even the gods would envy. So delicious. Just as she prepares to discard the chicken bone onto the ground, she unexpectedly spots a few fluffy little bundles eagerly waiting with their mouths agape. Give. Yunxi's heart aches. What was once a towering pile of chicken feet is now reduced to a lonely two at the bottom of her bowl. Meanwhile, the 3 males and 2 cubs beside her have devoured even the bones, their eyes now gleaming with hunger as they fixate on her bowl. 5 pairs of pitiful puppy eyes brim with longing. Silently, Yunxi pops 1 chicken foot in her mouth while covering the bowl with her hand. No sharing. She feels that sometimes it is better to be a little selfish, turning her back to the crowd. Alas, she has been infected by the mischievous rabbit beastmen. She has caught a peculiar affliction that makes her want to escape, leaving her backside exposed. Yunxi muses, her movements unhurried. The beastmen are so inept at eating. Chicken feet should be savored and gnawed to truly relish their flavor. After finishing 3 chicken feet, her grumbling stomach seems satisfied. Yunxi suddenly finds the pot of braised meat before her unappetizing. I think I'll take a nap. Full bellies need rest. So, she stands up, briefly instructing the 2 beastman apprentices before preparing to leave. Sister Baiwan, don't go. The little cubs hug Yunxi's legs, and their expressions make it clear what they are thinking. If Yunxi leaves, they want to get a taste of the food. Yunxi gently pats the heads of the 2 beastman cubs, saying, but Yunxi is really, really tired today as soon as the words leave her mouth. As if to affirm her honesty, she lets out a great yawn, tears welling in her eyes. After that yawn, she feels too lethargic to speak. The innards are not comparable to chicken feet. They are merely cooked and not yet flavorful. They need to simmer over a large flame all night for the taste to develop. Otherwise, eating them now would be no different from consuming them raw. The 2 beastman cubs exchange determined glances. Shaking their heads resolutely wait. Yunxi chuckles, we can sleep while we wait. The cubs shyly bury their faces in her body, yet their resolve to stay put is unwavering. Yunxi concedes, how about this, you stay here. And I'll go take a nap? When the sun rises, you can eat. You don't have to wait for me. You can eat first, all right? Really, Sister Baiwan? You're so kind. The 2 little cubs affectionately nuzzle against Yunxi's legs. Baiwantuan expresses her fondness rather straightforwardly by licking. Unfortunately, she cannot lick Sister Baiwan's fur. Just as Baiwantuan extends her tongue, Baiyu seizes her by the scruff of her neck, tossing her aside. Chapter 33, A Night Full of Information, No Licking. Baiyu thinks to herself, I haven't even had a chance to lick Shishi's fur. Why should this little brat get a second chance? You must go away. Yunxi, caught in a moment of hesitation, fears hurting the little cub's feelings. Baiyu's actions inadvertently rescue her, and she lets out a small sigh of relief. Even this slight, emotional shift does not escape Baiyu's notice. After tossing aside her brother, she looks at Yunxi, her eyes pleading for praise. Yunxi discreetly gives her a thumbs up. The beastmen do not understand the significance of the gesture, but Baiyu visibly brightens and returns the thumbs up to Yunxi. Yunxi yawns again. How strange. I can't seem to quell this hunger. 3 chicken feet have filled me up, yet I feel ravenous again, longing to sleep immediately. Yunxi does not wish to attract too much attention. Or else she might be tempted to pull a large mattress from her space and lie down. It's best to take it slow, allowing the beastmen to gradually acclimate to her uniquely extravagant bedding. Perhaps she should wait until she is confident in her ability to protect herself and those around her before indulging without reservation. Yunshi reiterates to the White Lion apprentice the importance of controlling the heat, emphasizing, do not lift the pot lid before dawn, lest the aroma escapes, and no adding water in between. Just let the residual heat do its work. If the fire is too strong, the water will evaporate, and the meat will become unappetizing. Remember, for the sake of this meal, Yunshi exhibits remarkable patience. The White Lion apprentice nods vigorously, looking at Yunshi with unwavering determination, proclaiming, the meat is in the hands of the beastmen, the god of culinary delights on the beastmen continent. We will guard the pot lid well and absolutely will not allow any beast to sneak a bite, not even if the cubs roll around. Didn't Sister Yunshi say that if the lid is lifted, it won't be fragrant? Thinking back to the aroma I just inhaled, the White Lion apprentice slows his breathing. Oh no, I just took a huge breath. I didn't suck all the aroma away, did I? No, the delicious meat cannot lose its fragrance. With that thought, the two White Lion apprentices glare fiercely, standing up. No lingering around here. Sister Yunshi said that the fragrance diminishes with every sniff. If you all inhale the aroma, what will we eat tomorrow morning? The aroma can be inhaled away. Then I just inhaled quite a bit. Doesn't that mean I already consumed a large portion of the meat? I was just saying how delightful it was to simply breathe in the aroma, but it turns out I've already eaten part of the meat. Exactly, but I'm still not full. One beast man touches his mouth. Drooling. You stop sniffing. Go back to sleep. No lingering here. The White Lion apprentice squints at those who dare to take deep breaths, adopting an aggressive stance. Yunshi chuckles, well, you're not wrong. After all, if you don't sleep all night, you won't have an appetite in the morning. When it comes time for the feast, it won't taste as good. And about this ridiculous title of Sister Yunshi, the master of culinary delights on the beastmen continent. Can we change that? I only talk. The art of cooking relies on seasoning to enhance the flavor. When will I be able to teach someone to be a true chef and liberate myself from this embarrassing title? Yunshi returns to the resting area designated for the Mitzi rabbit clan, and Bayu quickly brings the two little cubs to the White Lion apprentice for temporary care. Sister Yunshi, let me escort you back. By the way, he gives Yunshi a thumbs up, asking, what does this gesture mean? Yunshi looks into his inquisitive eyes and replies, it means you're awesome, Dado. Bayu nods, seeing that Yunshi appears to be in good spirits. He finds another topic, did the great beast god teach you this too? It's really interesting, Sister Yunshi. After saying that, he gives Yunshi another thumbs up. Yunshi initially wants to explain that this is a custom from their homeland. But since the Mitzi rabbit clan is unfamiliar with such gestures, she responds vaguely. Well, are there any more? Did the great beast god teach you any other impressive gestures? Nothing particularly impressive, but there's this. Yunshi makes a V sign with her fingers, indicating victory and happiness. Bayu readily adopts this gesture. The walk back is brief, and amidst their conversation, they quickly arrive. Bayu feels a bit reluctant to part, but upon seeing the Mitzi rabbit beast men scattered here and there, transformed into their original forms, sleeping soundly in their nests, Yunshi yawns once more. The words that almost escaped her lips morph into, Sister Yunshi, rest well. Tomorrow morning I'll call you to eat meat together. Yunshi nods, watching Bayu depart. Turning around, she finds Yun Kuei has transformed back in a human form, gazing at her with a look of contentment. Yunshi, was your conversation with this young master enjoyable? Did he express any affections? Yunshi, dear child, don't leave. You're really leaving? Where are you going? Can you bear to leave your father all alone in the nest? Yunshi halts, recalling her ever-present companion, Yun Jiaojiao. Where did you go? Yunshi would have preferred not to inquire. But upon asking, Yun Kuei's expression shifted to one of deep resentment, his gaze towards Yunshi brimming with accusation. Have you forgotten? When the wildfire first ignited, your mother intended to accompany Uncle Yun Dao, Uncle Yun Shun, and Uncle Yun Jiang. If it weren't for your head injury, she wouldn't have spent the entire day by your side out of concern. Thus, it was your three uncles who took her away that night. The sorrow in Yun Kuei's crimson eyes was palpable. Not being able to embrace my soft and fragrant wife at night is all the fault of my good child. It was then that Yunshi unearthed a fundamental truth from the memories of her original self. It is widely acknowledged that in the orc world, the ratio of males to females is severely unbalanced, resulting in a single female often having multiple male partners. For instance, there are the systems of matriarchal marriage. Visiting marriages and other such arrangements, there's no shortage of variety. Yun Jiao Jiao is no exception. Aside from her father, she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and even 7 partners. Some of her partners have gone hunting with a hunting team, leaving only 3 partners and her father behind due to injuries. And no wonder that when she had just awakened and attempted to flee, several strong males had surrounded her mother, their gazes filled with indignation. Reflecting on her original self's social standing within the tribe, it all became clear. She also recalled numerous fragments from her original self's memories that in addition to her 7 full-blooded brothers, she had 7 half-brothers. A staggering total of 49. Oh dear, this evening's influx of information was overwhelming. She needed to process it slowly. So now, as mother moved over there, "Aren't you all together?" Yunshi inquired. "Isn't it to express concern for you?" Yun Kuei retorted indignantly. "Let me first see your wound. Did the bump from your head injury disappear today? If you are fine, I will go over as well. The long night stretches endlessly, and I cannot sleep." He beckoned to Yunshi. Complying, Yunshi extended her head for Yun Kuei to inspect her already healed wound. "All right, my good child is indeed remarkable." With a mixture of joy and relief, Yun Kuei relaxed. "Come, let us see if your father's fur is smooth and shiny. Shall we?" Suddenly, he became concerned about his appearance. Yunshi replied, "All right, I've had my fill of dog food. Father looks splendid. Indeed, he is the strongest and most handsome male in our tribe, but go on. You might still get to eat some meat if you hurry." Yun Kuei chuckled and made his way towards a certain direction in the tribe. It appeared that her father held a modicum of affection for her, though not excessively so. Chapter 34. Anomaly by the lake. Yunshi watched Yun Kuei's retreating figure and yawned. Next to Yun Kuei's humble nest, she retrieved a sleeping bag. As soon as she nestled inside, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped her. Was there something she had yet to do tonight? No, it should be 2 things. What were they, though? Yunshi pondered vaguely, ultimately deciding to disregard it until tomorrow when her mind was clearer. She drifted into a deep slumber. In her dreams, the earth trembled, and she felt herself plummeting downwards. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared above her, its tail whipping out and ensnaring her to the ground. The snake's forked tongue brushed against Yunshi's face, and the massive creature fixed its dark eyes upon her. Am I to be devoured? Yunshi was paralyzed with fear, wanting to summon her powers, only to realize she had become an ordinary person, devoid of strength. What has happened to my abilities? My lightning powers that could incinerate a snake. Blast it! Yunshi's anxiety escalated as she desperately attempted to harness her powers, but her body remained unresponsive. The giant snake, perhaps sensing the danger, tightened its grip, drawing her closer to its maw, which began to slowly open. Panic surged within Yunshi as she thrashed violently. The ground quaked even more ferociously. In her hazy state, she heard a distant voice calling her name. Good child, wake up, who is this good child? Yunshi, why is this child sleeping so soundly? No matter how much we shake her, she won't awaken. This one do. We should carry her away. The child must be utterly exhausted. Only then did Yunshi's consciousness resurface. The giant snake vanished, along with the sensation of being restrained. So I was merely dreaming, she thought, forcing her eyes open, still heavy with sleep, where she beheld the anxious faces of her father and mother. Yunshi, good child, this is bad. Quickly wake up. We must flee. Yunshi attempted to rise, but her entire body felt weak, her bones as though crushed by a boulder. Strangely, the pressure from the giant snake in her dream had not been overwhelming. Even her fear and desire to retaliate felt as though they were shrouded in a fog. Father, Yunshi uttered, her voice barely a whisper, though she exerted all her strength. Yun Kuei's ears perked up. His eyes filled with concern as Yunshi retained her human form. Yun Kuei had no choice but to maintain his human guise, carrying her on his back as he began to flee. What is happening? Yunshi finally noticed the commotion surrounding the lake. Almost all the orcs, who should have been resting, were in a state of uproar. The stars twinkled brightly in the sky. She had likely just fallen asleep a short while ago. Being abruptly roused from a deep slumber left her feeling weak. She lay against Yun Kuei's back, frequently glancing behind her. Yun Jiao Jiao had transformed into her beast form, running beside her. Good child. Dante looked back. Be careful not to fall. Just moments ago, The lake water had inexplicably begun to boil. The fish in the depths leapt from the water's surface. And look up at the sky. Yunshi raised her eyes, and indeed, birds were frantically soaring overhead. Suddenly, a massive bird circled above the lake before slowly descending to a location within the tribe. From that area, a flurry of large birds took flight, heading in the direction that Yunshi and the others had intended to escape. The wings of these birds spanned over a meter, and the entire tribe was overshadowed by their presence, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The forest, once illuminated solely by stars, grew even darker, and combined with the orcs' panicked emotions, it painted a scene of terror. Are the fish jumping from the water? Is it about to rain heavily? Yunshi murmured, "At this moment." Her mind finally cleared a little, though her body remained devoid of strength. That it is not rain. There is no moisture in the air. The great shaman of the White Lion tribe has just prophesied that an earthquake is imminent, urging us to leave this place quickly. As she spoke, the mysterious rabbit tribe had also finished gathering. They, along with the panda tribe, found themselves encircled by the White Lion tribe, where the strongest orcs led the way and brought up the rear. The mightiest orcs from the mysterious rabbit tribe, aside from carrying their own young, also assisted in carrying the cubs of the panda tribe. The orcs of the panda tribe were few in number, only about 20, along with 5 cubs, making them pitifully sparse compared to the mysterious rabbit tribe. Big Sister Pyongyang. Let us go to Big Sister Pyongyang. Little Seven patted the back of the orc carrying him, while beside him was his close friend Bai Tuanshuan, also being carried by a member of the mysterious rabbit tribe. Ben Batian is guarding the cubs. Upon seeing Yunshi's frail appearance, he was quite astonished. He took his troublesome younger brother and approached Yunshi. "Yunshi, the keeper of delicacies, what has happened to you?" As soon as Ben Batian spoke, he evoked an urge to curl one's toes in response. Yunshi smiled at him, saying, "I don't know. Perhaps I'm just tired, that I feel so weak." Ben Batian tilted his head, scrutinizing Yunshi before saying, "Try to see if you can summon your powers. Does your head hurt?" Yunshi followed his suggestion, only to find that as she attempted to channel her abilities, her head felt as if it were being hammered mercilessly. "That you've overexerted your powers. You'll be weak for 2 or 3 days. Here." This was the first time since arriving in the orc world that someone offered her something. Seeing that Yunshi did not take it, Little Seven grew anxious, snatching the bamboo tube from Ben Batian's hands and pouring out several glistening grains of rice. "Big Sister Pyongyang, these are bamboo rice produced from our tribe's spirit bamboo. They are delicious. Eat, eat, eat. You'll know how good it is." Ben Batian sighed in exasperation, tapping his foolish brother's forehead. The energy from the bamboo rice can effectively restore the weakness caused by overexerting one's powers. Consume all of these, and you will feel much better. After resting for half a day and refraining from using your abilities, you should be fine. Ben Batian, concerned that his foolish brother's explanation might cause Yunshi to miss out on a good thing, slowly clarified. Upon hearing this, Yun Ke and Yun Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. Good things indeed. Anything that could restore one's powers is a treasure. It was also a testament to the strength of the panda tribe that they could occupy a region where a spirit plant grew. If it had been their mysterious rabbit tribe, even with sheer numbers, they could not have held their ground there. "Thank you, young clan leader. Good child, are you too weak to eat?" After expressing gratitude to Ben Batian, Yun Jiao Jiao took the bamboo tube and turned to Yunshi. "Come, mother will feed you." Yunshi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her parents, Yun Ke and Yun Jiao Jiao, were truly the epitome of devoted parents. With such indulgence, it was no wonder that Yunshi would not stray from the right path. However, it is rather awkward that she truly lacks the strength to muster any energy. Even her diligently grown mouth, to outsiders, merely appears to have acquired an additional seam. Yun Jiao Jiao poured the bamboo rice in her palm, feeding it into Yunshi's mouth grain by grain. As the bamboo rice entered, it was akin to biting into the skin of a jelly, releasing a crystalline layer of gelatinous substance that dissolved in Yunshi's mouth. That a fragrance unique to bamboo flooded her taste buds, transforming into a warm current that swiftly permeated Yunshi's limbs and bones. Chapter 35. Space upgraded again. It resembled the absorption of a core from a post-apocalyptic world. Yunshi smacked her lips. The effect of a single grain of bamboo rice was almost instantaneous. She realized she finally possessed the strength to lift her hand. That a second grain of bamboo rice was brought to her lips. Yunshi swallowed it and eagerly extended her hand toward Yun Jiao Jiao. "Emu, I've regained a bit of strength. I can eat on my own. After all, she was an adult now, and beside her stood a little cub watching eagerly. As the deity overseeing culinary delights in the Beastman continent, did she not care for her dignity? What was this? Why did such a terrifying thought invade my mind? Have I been infected by some parasitic disease? Yun Shi's thoughts raced wildly. Yun Jiao Jiao obediently placed the remaining 3 grains of bamboo rice in her palm and then turned to express her gratitude to Ben Batian. Rest assured, young clan leader, shortly I will let my partner carry your brother. It will surely be swift and steady, for he is the long-distance champion of our tribe. It turned out that the Beastman originally holding Ben Xiaoqi was one of her partners. Yun Jiang, D.S. Yun Jiao Jiao's words fell. The Beastman named Yun Jiang immediately puffed out his chest with pride. Yet, why did he not come over here? Moreover, when he looked at her, he resumed a glare of blatant disdain. Wasn't I the deity presiding over the culinary arts of the Beastman continent? If you don't treat me to something good for lunch later, I shall not relent. Yunshi defiantly shot him a glare, only to freeze once more. Surely, my mind must be broken, mustn't it? As Yunshi indulged in her chaotic thoughts, she poured the remaining grains of bamboo rice in her mouth. The thin yet warm energy mended her weary limbs. Just as she contemplated secretly extracting a few zombie cores from her space to absorb, 2 strikingly handsome men unexpectedly stepped forth from the front of their fleeing group. One of the handsome men bore dark circles under his eyes, reminiscent of Ben Batian. Yet this did not detract from his charm. Undoubtedly, he was from the Panda tribe. The other, with golden hair and muscular arms exposed, exuded raw power and beauty. As his forehead totem glimmered faintly, his resonant voice reverberated through the area for miles. From the White Lion tribe, the Misty Rabbit tribe, and the Iron-Eating Beast tribe, I am Bai Shan, the chieftain of the White Lion tribe. As you all have witnessed, an extraordinary phenomenon has occurred. Soon, there will be an earthquake here. Stay close to the front lines. If anyone cannot keep up, their companions must assist them. Our shaman has foretold that we will need to walk for 3 days and nights to escape danger. Discard anything you can, save for food and water. All right, let each squad count their numbers. We shall depart at once. He utilized his lion's roar ability to make himself heard, and despite the clamor, everyone understood him clearly. Immediately, a deer-headed man and a horse-headed man rushed over to him, bowing their heads in supplication. Upon receiving Bai Shan's nod, they gratefully returned to their tribe, and soon, 2 Beastman teams flanked the fleeing group. Meanwhile, Bai Yu stood at the forefront of the team, clearly the vanguard. That moment, his gaze anxiously scanned the Misty Rabbit tribe. Perhaps Ben Baishan's towering figure stood out like a lighthouse, as Bai Yu quickly spotted Yun Shi, who lay atop Yun Ke. Concern flooded his eyes, but he could not push through the crowd to reach her. Instead, he could only raise a thumb from afar and, with his arm lifted high above his head, made a gesture of triumph. Yun Shi felt her heart warm, returning a gesture of victory in kind. Victory, that we shall all successfully escape the earthquake's reach and evade danger, Yun Shi thought. For now, the priority was to regain strength swiftly and not become a burden to others. Father, I will rest on your back for a moment to absorb the energy from the bamboo rice. Do not worry, I will recover soon. Yun Shi patted Yun Kuei's shoulder and then secretly retrieved his zombie core from her space to rejuvenate herself. Ah, the space. It suddenly struck Yun Shi what she had forgotten before sleeping. She had taught the cooking methods of 3 tribes. Surely, she would accumulate a fair amount of merit points, immersing her consciousness into the space. Yun Shi noticed that the liquid crystal screen had changed once more. Merit points. 16556, quite a rounded figure, indeed. Yun Shi mused, pondering where these merit points had come from. This time, the panel did not evade her inquiry. Each time you teach a tribe a cooking method, you earn 5,000 merit points. These merit points cannot be earned repeatedly. For every dish taught to a Beastman, you are rewarded 100 merit points. Note, should a Beastman innovate a new dish that you have taught, a reward of 1,000 merit points will be granted. Currently, your merit points have met the requirements for upgrading the spiritual spring and spiritual field. Would you like to upgrade? Yun Shi suppressed the peculiar feeling in her heart, wondering why she felt as if this space was more eager to upgrade than she was. Well, no need to rush then. Space, may I inquire about the size and benefits of the spiritual spring and spiritual field after the upgrade? Level 1 Spiritual Spring. 10 square meters. Effects. Relieves fatigue, strengthens the body, with a faint effect of refining the essence. Continuous use for 10 days is required to see results. Level 1 spiritual field. 20 square meters. Planning time is 1/10 of the external time. It has some utility, but not enough power. Yunshi longed for the kind of spiritual field that could grow immortal herbs. As depicted in novels, perhaps sensing Yunshi's disdainful thoughts, the liquid crystal screen slowly revealed another line of text. Every additional layer of space open will provide different benefits to the host. The effects of the spiritual field and spiritual spring will also strengthen upon upgrading. Please continue your efforts. It even thoughtfully appended a charming emoticon. Very well, Yunshi concluded. This space certainly possesses intelligence. Yet, for reasons unknown, it remains hidden. Perhaps it is due to my insufficient merit points, preventing me from summoning it. Space, may I still open the second layer? How many merit points are required to do so? Opening the second layer requires 10,000 merit points. Would you like to proceed? What benefits will opening the second layer provide me? Please explore the benefits on your own after the upgrade. Yunshi found herself momentarily choked by this grand proposal. Yet she was reluctant to refuse. She glanced at her merit points. In truth, she could upgrade both the spiritual spring and spiritual field at once, or open the second layer of space. It was time to make a difficult decision. In fact, Yunshi felt that the effects of the level 1 spiritual spring held little significance for her at the moment. Relieving fatigue could easily be achieved through sleep. As for strengthening the body, well, no beastman who had reached adulthood was frail. Thus, let us proceed to open the second layer. I wish to see what benefits await me. Chapter 36. Even in flight, one must remember to generate love. The mist within the space dissipated once more. Yunshi felt her body gradually ascending to the second layer. Looking around, she was met with a dense array of bookshelves. Books, manuals. Yunshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She struck gold. This second layer of space was worth it. Ignoring her physical fatigue, she randomly pulled out the nearest book, The Essentials of Acupuncture with Gold Needles. Ah, a medical text. She wondered what type of medical manual it was. Since the space had manifested and the otherworldly continent existed, surely there were also realms of interstellar travel and cultivation. Yet, she wondered whether this book belonged to the martial arts world or the cultivation world. With a spirit of exploration, Yunshi opened the first page. The first page contained a comprehensive outline, filled with archaic language that made her head spin. Turning further, she found nothing. She could no longer turn the pages. The text on the first page vanished, shrouded in a mist, yet 2 lines of bold characters remained clear. The trial reading section has concluded. To continue reading, please pay 100 merit points. A book costs 100 merit points. Yunshi gazed at the thousands of bookshelves occupying the space, falling silent. To be fair, this system space certainly knows how to make money. After a while, she finally spoke. I say, system space, could you perhaps offer a membership for unlimited reading? Are there any discounts for monthly or yearly subscriptions? If one does not wish to spend money, is there a way to view advertisements for a chance to earn merit points? Can you provide a lifeline for the common player? On the electronic screen, a cluster of QR codes indeed appeared, followed by an extensive shopping advertisement. There were elixirs capable of restoring mortally wounded individuals to full vitality, priced at a mere 999999999 merit points. There were also enchanting items that could enhance one's beauty, not expensive either, at 888,888 merit points, alongside various products such as itching powder, truth powder, affinity earrings, and hypnotic perfume. With prices ranging from 1,000 merit points to 1,000,000, Yunshi gazed unblinkingly at the screen for 5 minutes. Once the advertisement concluded, a line of text appeared on the LCD display. Are you looking forward to it? Are you excited? The self-service shopping mall awaits your visit. I will be waiting for you on the 5th floor of the space. Ah, another day, choked by a familiar pancake. After waiting for a while, Yunshi discovered that apart from her merit value, the electronic screen displayed nothing else. Dear, where is my reward? Can I receive a book as a direct reward? At this point, the entity suspected to be the system in the space feigned ignorance. Oh, so that's how we're playing it. Yunshi exited the space in frustration. The outside world remained tumultuous. Yunkai, carrying Yunshi, had already started running swiftly and steadily. Yunshi stole a glance at the zombie crystal core in her hand. Having absorbed a complete 1, that she felt that she no longer appeared as frail. Since the zombie crystal cores were effective in the beast realm, was there a way to acquire more of this non-renewable resource? She recalled that upon first opening a layer of space, there seemed to be a function she hadn't yet utilized. She returned to the first layer of space and took out a bag of level 6 zombie crystal cores. Silently, she thought, "Space, replenish. Would you like to use 1 merit point to replenish a bag of zombie crystal cores?" "Yes." Instantly, a bag of crystal cores appeared on the shelf. Yunshi opened the bag for inspection and found it brimming with level 6 zombie crystal cores. The attribute distribution identical to the bag she had just taken out, an immaculate replication. Yunshi then retrieved a bag of level 2 attribute-less zombie crystal cores from her reserves, continuing her silent incantation. "Space. Replenish." Immediately, another bag of attribute-less level 2 zombie crystal cores appeared on the shelf. Yunshi inhaled sharply. This was a bit of a scam. Regardless of whether they were precious or ordinary, each replenishment required 1 merit point, equating the cost of obtaining a radish to that of acquiring a ginseng. However, Yunshi soon came to terms with it. After all, the ability to replenish infinitely was already extraordinarily powerful. If the price is balanced out, so be it. Consider it her compensatory expense. After all, in the future, she would undoubtedly replenish items that lost their value. With that delightful resolution, Yunshi shifted her focus to the pharmacy she had collected. Well, after a day of fleeing, the beastmen had worked hard and deserved to exchange for some good items. Unfortunately, she was not a doctor. "Space, can you assist me in exchanging for a simple medical book or any alchemical recipes on the second layer?" Initiating a search will cost 100 merit points. Does the host wish to proceed with the search? This expense could not be spared. Yunshi silently pondered. "Is the medical book you recommend most suitable for my current level?" "Of course, host." Initiating search. Yunshi was instantaneously transported to the second layer of space, where 3 books appeared side by side before her. Comprehensive Guide to Medicinal Cuisine, Introduction to Alchemy, and Shin-Gnome Strategies. Yunshi eagerly opened Introduction to Alchemy. The summary stated that alchemy required precise control of mental strength and an alchemical furnace. Of course, having fire-based or wood-based abilities would be even better. That Yunshi's eyes brightened. The soul of this body, Yun Jiaojiao, possessed wood-based abilities, deeply attuned to plants. The space's recommendation proved to be reliable. With joy, she flipped to the second page and paid 100 merit points. The words on the page seemed to possess consciousness. Flowing into her mind as she turned the pages, that by the time Yunshi reached the last page, the entire content of the book had been deeply etched into her memory. This function was splendid. Yunshi refrained from criticizing the space for charging 100 merit points for a book and opened the second and third volumes, in no time. The contents of the 3 books were firmly ingrained in her mind. Impossible to shake off. Excellent. She felt a tingling sensation in her brain, as if it were about to sprout another intellect. Yunshi immediately decided what to prepare for lunch to replenish everyone's strength. First, a pot of energy-boosting soup, then a furnace of strength-enhancing pills. Oh no. She lacked an alchemical furnace. Space, do you have an alchemical furnace for exchange? For item exchange, please proceed to the 5th layer. A line of cold, unfeeling text appeared on the LCD screen. Fine. Yunshi extinguished her enthusiasm. She had already grasped the principles of alchemy. An alchemical furnace was merely a tool that needed to be well sealed, but also allowed for the continual addition of medicinal ingredients. Could a pressure cooker suffice? If she processed certain herbs in advance and then tossed them together into the pressure cooker, she might only lose a portion of their medicinal properties. Surely, it wouldn't be lethal. Right? No worries. The beastmen were robust. She could experiment using a few lab mice. With that thought, Yunshi mentally reviewed the process of refining strength-enhancing pills, meticulously comparing the effects of each herb after preparation alongside Shin-Gnome strategies, adjusting certain steps, and increasingly believing that her method might indeed work. She then hurried to her pharmacy, gathering the materials needed to concoct the strength-enhancing pills, preparing for a grand endeavor at noon. Chapter 37. The escape in progress. The mighty Beastman Brigade had scarcely begun their journey when a tremendous explosion resonated behind them. Boom! Boom boom! A colossal fireball illuminated the sky. The ground began to tremble slightly. It was the volcano. After a brief respite, it erupted once more. Fortunately, Yunshi and her group of beastmen had already traversed the most perilous central region of the volcanic eruption, and the lava would not reach them for the time being. However, the recently extinguished forest fires were about to reignite. Yunshi intended to have everyone create a firebreak nearby, but upon witnessing the slightly swaying trees and the quaking ground, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. This area was no longer safe. They needed to flee quickly. She turned back to see that the sapphire-like lake had become even more agitated. Now, not only small fish were leaping from the water's surface, but larger aquatic beasts emerged, only to fall back into the depths in vain. The aquatic monstrosities seemed to have noticed the countless fluffy creatures watching them from the shore, emitting a desperate cry for help. Yet the fluffies were powerless to assist, that Yunshi's space could not currently accommodate living beings. She felt a deep sense of helplessness. Why linger in a stupor? Why gawk at the spectacle? That was a giant hippo from the lake's depths. If it had been startled, it indicated that their vicinity had become exceedingly perilous. Increase your pace, abandon the food, and run. The leader of the White Lion clan, walking at the forefront, once more unleashed a lion-esque roar. Bellowing to the team, the White Lion beastmen felt a jolt of urgency. Despite their reluctance, they discarded the hard-earned food and water supplies. Among them, the sound of a pot crashing to the ground resonated prominently. With the broth spilling out, its aroma unmistakably potent, that it was the pot of braised meat Yunshi had simmered before in the midst of their frantic escape. She had completely forgotten about it. Father, Yunshi tapped Yun Kuei's shoulder ahead of her. When we pass by later, if we see food or offerings from the beast gods that the beastmen have abandoned, could you slow down a bit? I can collect them and store them in my space. That ain't no need for father to bend down. Just run 2 breaths slower than your usual pace, that I can collect items without direct contact. Yunshi stated that, good, my clever child is truly impressive. Yun Kuei responded without hesitation, entering a mode of mindless flattery. Indeed, as they passed each discarded item by the beastmen, Yun Kuei slowed his pace, allowing Yunshi ample time to gather supplies. However, Yunshi was not greedy for these meager offerings from the beastmen. She merely felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing the pained expressions of the beastmen who had taken her tribe in. Collecting what was passable along the way seemed reasonable. Once they reached a safe place, she could return them to the tribe leader for fair distribution. However, for items that were not on their path, she regrettably could not extend herself to the point of jeopardizing her own safety and potentially burdening the tribe. They asked for the belongings of their tribe. Some had already voluntarily entrusted them to Yunshi for safekeeping. The escape brigade raced onward. In this starless night, only the hushed footsteps and breaths of the beastmen could be heard. The road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, leaving them to wonder where their safe haven lay. As the White Lion Brigade advanced a considerable distance, a raucous group suddenly cut in from behind. To the right of the White Lion Brigade, the elk tribe was present, were a band of burly men. Bare-chested and coarse, shoved aside the slender elk orcs and gleefully took their place. Upon discovering that the ground was strewn with discarded supplies from the White Lion tribe, elk tribe, and panda tribe, their eyes gleamed with avarice. The beast god, the White Lion tribe was indeed overflowing with wealth. How could they simply abandon such treasures? Yunshi squinted and recognized an old acquaintance, the tiger tribe. She watched as one of the orcs kicked aside an elk orc who glared at him, then hurried over to a pile of beast meat. When he noticed a well-wrapped iron pot nestled among the meat, his greedy grin widened even further. Ha, I told you, the orcs of the White Lion tribe are either cowards or fools. They throw away such fine goods. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. The tiger tribe orc delicately swiped his finger across the bottom of the pot and tasted it, his eyes instantly lighting up. What a delightful treat. Why hasn't anyone let me have a taste? Tiger Dachang approached, abruptly shoving this tiger tribe orc aside and seizing the pot from his hands, burying his face into it. When he finally lifted his head, the pot was utterly clean, reflecting the outlines of those around him. Now, whose pot is this? Is it that rabbit orc's? He grabbed the ear and orc spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Yunshi demonstrated the method for processing the medicinal herbs ahead, grinding them all into a fine powder before pouring it into the pressure cooker. Deep down, she felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether her improvised recipe for the enhancement pill would yield any results. Yet, being dubbed the goddess who presided over the culinary arts of the Orc continent instilled a flicker of confidence within her. Despite the calm facade she presented, her heart was in turmoil. The flames beneath the stone stove licked at the base of the pressure cooker, and soon, the pressure release valve began to hiss and spin. A subtle fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, and Yunshi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Perhaps it would succeed after all. The orcs, having never encountered a pressure cooker in motion, turned their gaze toward it, intrigued. They whispered among themselves, oblivious to the fact that Yunshi could hear them quite clearly. Is this another gift from the beast god? What kind of marvelous item is this? What kind of life does the beast god lead, enjoying such delicacies and wielding such impressive tools? Yunshi chuckled lightly. You flatter me. Is it possible that the esteemed beast god is taken to fasting? I saw Yunshi's younger sister faint today, carried a long way by her father. Perhaps it was then that the beast god summoned her to impart some skill? Yunshi mused. Could it be that I am merely sleep-deprived? Wow, so the beast god enjoys teaching skills in dreams. Do you think if I pray tonight the beast god might visit my dreams? Yunshi interjected. Thank you for the invitation. Perhaps I should refrain from daydreaming. Having listened to the gossip, Yunshi finally turned her attention back to the pressure cooker. Glancing at the timer, she estimated that the time was nearly up and placed the cooker aside to wait for the safety valve to drop. During this interval, she decided to conduct a brief quiz. Did everyone remember the steps I just demonstrated? Is there a classmate, a little friend, who would like to share? Several trembling hands raised, among them a reindeer orc. Yunshi chose the one that seemed most agreeable and invited him to respond. The reindeer orc appeared somewhat nervous but managed to answer, albeit with a quivering voice. Yunshi nodded in satisfaction, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. You recalled the steps without a hitch. I declare you my first disciple in spirit, but if you can replicate the effects in practice, you shall be my foremost apprentice. The reindeer orc, overwhelmed by excitement, turned crimson, clutching his chest as if to prevent himself from fainting. That moment, the safety valve of the pressure cooker dropped, and Yunshi, brimming with confidence, opened the cooker. What is that smell? Yunshi peered into the pot, which contained a dark, mushy concoction, holding her breath. Everyone is familiar with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine, but what Yunshi had brewed was a pulpy version, predominantly infused with bitter herbs. It was both acrid and pungent. Hesitantly, she dipped a spoon into the mixture. Had she failed? Impossible! She mentally retraced the steps for concocting the strength pill and, having integrated her modifications, believed there could be no error. It must simply be that the strength pill was inherently unpalatable. With newfound determination, Yunshi carefully scooped a dollop of the black paste, about the size of a fingernail, and fed it to herself. That a wave of intense bitterness and pungency surged forth, nearly overwhelming her senses. Were it not for the persona she had been compelled to adopt as the goddess of delectable orc cuisine, she would have surely spat it out. However, as the paste slid down her throat, a thin stream of energy coursed through her body, and she felt a subtle surge of strength, albeit minor, but nonetheless promising. Okay, we're almost there, she declared. The final step involved rolling the mixture into pills. Of course, the current batch was too gooey to shape, so she needed to heat it further to evaporate some moisture. With that, Yunshi calmly placed the pressure cooker back on the fire, gently stirring the contents. Strangely enough, as the mixture heated and she stirred, signs of solidification began to manifest within mere breaths. Yunshi quickly removed the pot from the heat. After all, she was in charge of the alchemical process. And how could this not be deemed successful? She scooped out a generous spoonful of the nearly dried paste, enduring the heat as she rolled it into a ball the size of a quail egg. Dark and exuding an ominous aroma, she pondered whom to use as her test subject. Searching the crowd with her gaze, she lit up upon spotting Tuan Tuan and Xiao Qi. Come here, Tuan Tuan. Xiao Qi, Sister Yunshi has a delightful treat for you. Yunshi first pulled out 2 rainbow lollipops, nearly the size of a youngling's half-face, deliberately tearing open the wrappers. The white lion orc, with a keen sense of smell, caught a whiff of the unfamiliar sweet aroma and, believing it to be a special favor from Sister Yunshi, ran over without a second thought, forgetting to question the motives of an adult. Meanwhile, he encouraged his sluggish little friend Xiao Qi to join him. The 2 little ones tumbled over to Yunshi, mouse agape. Yunshi bestowed upon them her warmest smile, swiftly inserting a medicinal ball into each of their mouths before gently closing their jaws and covering their mouths. The motion was seamless and fluid. Ugh! Yuck! The youngling squirmed in Yunshi's grasp, trying desperately to expel the pills. If you spit it out, all our efforts will be in vain. Yunshi hurriedly pressed on Tuan Tuan's throat. ensuring the quail-sized pill slid down into his belly. Wah! How bitter and awful. Once freed, Tuan began to wail, I don't want to eat this. Sister Yunshi is deceiving me. I will never like Sister Yunshi again. Just yesterday, you were the best, and today I don't like you anymore. Oh dear, little one. How fickle your affections are. Having completed Tuan's dose, Yunshi turned her attention to Xiaoqi, applying the same technique to him, ensuring he swallowed the medicinal ball as well. Noticing Xiaoqi beginning to resemble an impending flood, she refrained from teasing the two little ones further, instead offering them the lollipops to silence their sorrowful cries. The wails ceased immediately. Tuan, still sobbing, took the lollipop from Yunshi, his long tongue curling around it as he instinctively learned how to enjoy the treat. Sister Yunshi, you're mean. The same expression played across Xiaoqi's face, albeit with a shorter tongue, as he struggled to stretch his mouth wide enough to accommodate the sizable lollipop that was quite a humorous sight, observing the tears streaming from Tuan's blue eyes. Yunshi felt a rare pang of guilt that, I merely wanted to tease the little ones. This is a special strength pill developed by Sister Yunshi. Look at all the older siblings who have not had the chance to taste it. Sister Yunshi is letting you be the first. Now, take a moment to sense if you feel stronger. Yunshi coaxed, eager to gauge the efficacy of her concoction on the little test subjects. Xiaoqi, being rather simple-minded, despite still sniffling and shedding tears, began to tilt his head, attempting to discern any newfound strength as Yunshi had suggested. Suddenly, he scrambled over to the creek, lifting a massive stone that weighed over 1,000 pounds. Yip! The sound escaped his nose. As his mouth was occupied with other duties, he maintained the pose of holding the boulder for nearly 10 minutes before effortlessly tossing it into the water. His expression was not one of struggle, but rather mild annoyance at the weight. Tuan's eyes widened in shock. He was aware that his friend possessed slightly more strength than him. But even his brother, Baiyu, could not have lifted such a massive stone for that long without using totemic power. If his friend could do it, could he not as well? Curiosity replaced his earlier sadness, and Tuan mimicked Xiaoqi's actions, lollipop in mouth, running over to the boulder. Yip! He echoed, discovering the stone was far lighter than he had anticipated. He set the stone down, lifted it, kicked it, raised it with both hands, and then with one hand, repeating the motion several times. The surrounding orcs murmured in awe, impressed by the display of strength. Tuan puffed out his chest proudly, kicking the stone with increasing vigor until it shattered into pieces under his onslaught, an unintended consequence of having miscalculated his strength. At that moment, even the bystanders, including Chief Baishan and Commander Ben Lei Ben, could no longer maintain their composure. They stepped forward, their gazes fixed on Yunshi, brimming with fervor. I asked there more of that strength pill. They clamored, rubbing their hands together in excitement. Did I ask it truly for us warriors? How many more are there? Hurry, let us brew another batch. Chief Baishan and Commander Ben leaned in close to the pressure cooker, despite the less than pleasant aroma and unappealing appearance of the strength pill. Its astonishing effects were impossible to ignore. Thus, the unpleasant and unsightly flaw is perhaps tolerable. Upon witnessing this, Yunshi promptly scooped a morsel the size of a dumpling, rolled it into a ball, and presented it to the chieftain of the Baishan tribe. The chieftain instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, his face contorted like a distorted cat subjected to a biochemical weapon attack, but he inadvertently nudged his good brother Ben Lei Ben forward. It must be said, Baishan and Baiyu are indeed father and son. When it comes to putting their good brother in a bind, they show no mercy. Ben Lei Ben, seemingly accustomed to being thrust into the forefront of situations, wore an expression of cold indifference as he extended his hand. Resting quietly upon his slender fingers lay a pitch-black pill exuding an odd odor. Yunshi inexplicably felt as though she had sullied those exquisitely carved jade-like hands. Ben Lei Ben had initially intended to gulp down the pill in one go, but had underestimated its dreadful taste. The self-proclaimed pickiest eater among the Panda tribe orcs. He narrowly avoided rolling his eyes and fainting. Just as he managed to swallow the pill, he dashed to the stream, repeatedly rinsing his disillusioned mouth. Baishan took another couple of steps back, his face reflecting guilt towards his good brother. Damn bear. I will come to accompany you. After considerable mental preparation, Chieftain Baishan closed his eyes and extended his hand towards Yunshi. Yet someone was quicker than him. His underachieving offspring, Baiyu, was already wagging his tail, sidling up to the little female Yunshi and offering her 2 pills. This left Baishan marveling at the immense power of love, which rendered one's senses blind and their vision impaired. Just as he hesitated, a long line had formed behind Bayou, consisting of the tribe's young warriors. The main force of this expedition. Good. The tribe's future is promising. With this realization, Chieftain Baishan had no further qualms and retreated back to his good brother Ben Laban's side. Chapter 40. The filters shatter into fragments. Ben Laban had finished rinsing his mouth when Baishan, with a sudden thought, donned a mask of agony and lunged towards him, frantically pouring water into his mouth. Earlier, he had endured the lingering scent of the powerful pill at such close proximity, and his nose had suffered greatly. What harm would a rinse do? Oblivious to this, Ben Laban, witnessing the scene, sympathetically patted his good brother's shoulder. After all, they had to eat it, so what difference did it make whether it was now or later? After distributing all the powerful pills from her pressure cooker, Yunshi began instructing the newly recruited 15 alchemical apprentices on how to concoct the powerful pills. The step of using abilities to concoct medicinal materials was crucial. Fortunately, all the selected candidates from various tribes were promising. After closely supervising them as they completed their first batch of medicinal materials, she allowed them to proceed independently. When it came time to pour the materials into the pressure cooker and control the heat with their abilities, Yunshi found she hardly needed to intervene. 5 minutes later, the pressure valve of the cooker began to sputter. A delightful medicinal aroma wafted through the air above the stream, intoxicating the orcs, especially the warriors who had yet to taste the powerful pills, who gazed at them with fervor. Moments ago, they had been wrestling with the warriors who had consumed the powerful pills, only to discover that those who had taken them could take on 8 at once. What an astonishing revelation by the beast god! Even if the powerful pills had just been freshly made, they must swallow them. 10 minutes later, after inspecting each one, Yunshi announced the successful completion of the powerful pills. During the waiting period, out of sympathy for the warriors who would soon face dire straits, Yunshi waved her hand, and 3 large boxes of beverages appeared on the ground. Pepsi, orange juice, and Nutri-Express. If they desired stimulation, it was there. If they craved sweetness, it was provided. If they longed for creamy flavors, that too was arranged, truly a thoughtful gesture. As the divine overseer of culinary delights in the Orc continent, it was rather disheartening that her concocted pills tasted so dreadful. Looking at the line of orc warriors waiting behind, Yunshi felt a wave of sympathy that, of course, these beverages were first distributed to the unfortunate souls who had consumed the powerful pills. With each person limited to 1 bottle, selected at random, the orc warriors, taken by surprise at this unexpected treat, found their previously restless hearts comforted. This dark liquid looked similar to the medicinal pills and surely would not taste good. Thus, one opted for the orange juice. The creamy white liquid smelled delightful too, so another chose that. There were even some defiant warriors. By the beast god, any food bestowed by the beast god cannot possibly be unpalatable. I shall be the first to test it. He chose the Coca-Cola without hesitation. The first sip. Shocked cat-faced at JPG just as he prepared to rinse his mouth, his foot halted mid-step. It's a bit sweet. Perhaps I should take another sip? This time, I'll take a smaller amount. I want tea, spit it out. The second sip. Shocked pious cat-faced at JPG, what kind of divine water is this? By the beast god, it dances in my mouth, so exhilarating. I must have more. Thus, he indulged in the second, third, and fourth sips, only to find the bottle empty. Regretful smacking of lips to JPG. How is it? Why did you spit it out on the first sip? Is it good or not? Curious companions surrounded the orc warrior, that a dreamy smile spread across his face. By the beast god, I have never tasted such magical water. Water that dances on my tongue. Have you ever experienced this? Compared to this dancing water, what sweetness or creaminess could possibly compete? He then eagerly positioned himself next to the box of cola, fervently declaring, "Brothers, I, by poo, recommend with my life. Truly, real men must drink this dancing water. Stimulating, super sweet." After exclaiming, he didn't forget to extend his tongue and lick his lips. But it's just too little. The commotion at the beverage distribution did not capture Yunshi's attention. For now, it was time to unveil the pot. Except for Yunshi, all the alchemical apprentices took a deep breath. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Whether they would be taught new skills by the divine overseer of culinary delights. Yunshi depended on whether the pills had succeeded. All the orcs murmured fervent prayers to the beast god, hoping for divine protection, and with pious hearts, they lifted the lid of the pressure cooker, holding their breath. JPG focusing their gaze. JPG. Something's amiss. Very amiss. An orc, unable to hold his breath any longer, took a deep inhalation, only to discover that the foul odor that had once made them question their existence had vanished. Instead, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. With a single breath, they felt invigorated. The fatigue from a night of running seemed to dissipate entirely. The orcs couldn't help but inhale deeply, reminiscent of the mouth-watering aroma from last night. What on earth was happening? Yunshi was equally puzzled. Facing the curious gazes of the orc apprentices, she retrieved a small spoon, scooped a nail-sized portion of the medicinal paste, and brought it to her lips. The aromatic essence wafted towards her, slightly bitter, yet far more palatable than the concoction she had previously made. The medicinal effect was not significantly different. After swallowing, her entire body surged with energy. But wait! Yunshi furrowed her brow. She took another heaping spoonful and consumed it. The dear orc before her watched her anxiously, and upon seeing her frown, his expression fell to be why the beast god, I am indeed not favored like Sister Yunshi. However, Yunshi's generous spoonful of medicinal paste had already begun to take effect. Her earlier sensations had not been mistaken. This pot of powerful medicinal paste not only granted boundless energy and strength, but also possessed a faint wood-type ability. Capable of mending damaged meridians, that it was exceedingly subtle. Had Yunshi not been aware of a slight hidden ailment within her body, she would not have detected this hidden efficacy. Indeed, this was why it was advised in the introductory alchemy teachings that an alchemist should ideally possess fire and wood-type abilities. What surprises might pills concocted by fire-type users yield? One wondered. With this thought, Yunshi hastily approached the fire-type user. Taking a deep breath, she noted that the medicinal paste did not carry the same unpleasantness as her concoctions. Sampling it, the bitterness was far more pronounced than that of the wood-type users, yet still within the normal bounds of traditional medicinal bitterness. She closed her eyes, beginning to sense the effects. The medicinal energy flowed through her meridians, warming her entire body, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. Unsure of the specific benefits it might confer, she surmised that if consumed by fellow fire-type users in battle, it should provide a boost. Taking another deep breath, Yunshi quickly began to distribute the medicinal paste. How is it, little female? Did their pills succeed? Baishan leaned in, sniffing eagerly. It smells wonderful. I want to eat it, but if it smells this good, will it be effective? It will be effective. Despite having been proven wrong, Yunshi felt no shame. After all, it was her first attempt at alchemy, and she had modified the recipe herself. A slightly unpleasant taste was a minor issue. Besides, each field has its experts, and she did not believe she needed to become an all-encompassing deity. Being too capable would mean there would be no opportunities to slack off in the future. It was essential to mentor her apprentices. They should handle the labor while she guided them. Chapter 41. The little one silently schemes mischief. Warriors of the tribes. Yunshi cleared her throat. That I trust everyone has noticed the differences between the medicinal pills I concocted and those prepared by the deer tribe orcs. The white lion tribe orcs and the furious horse tribe orcs. Indeed, due to the variations in abilities, the pills produced exhibit subtle differences in efficacy. The potent elixir we concocted offers a comparable enhancement to strength and a similar restoration of bodily energy. However, Yunshi has raised the might-enhancing pills crafted by the Moose tribe's orc alchemists, as well as those formulated by the wood elemental orc practitioners. The latter, infused with a subtle wood-based ability, proves to be particularly beneficial for warriors suffering from hidden injuries. It is advisable for those warriors who have experienced injuries in battle leading to diminished agility to prioritize the pills from the Moose tribe, for the might-enhancing pills created by the fire elemental practitioners. Consuming them brings a warm sensation to the body, which I speculate may be more suitable for fire elemental users. Yet, without specific subjects for experimentation, I hope the fire elemental orcs will provide feedback after consumption. Now, let us form an orderly queue. Upon saying this, as if struck by a sudden thought, I shrugged and added, for the first warriors to consume the pills I formulated, I must apologize as I declare this to be my final endeavor in alchemy. The contributions of other elemental practitioners have been nothing short of disastrous. The orcs erupted in good-natured laughter, yet those who consumed Yunshi's might-enhancing pills could only manage a bitter smile. Oh dear. Yunshi, the goddess of culinary delights, I never imagined you would turn out this way. They lamented to be why the beast god above. It seems the divine is indeed fair, bestowing upon you the skill of gastronomy, yet stripping you of your alchemical prowess. Henceforth, you shall be the deity of bitter remedies in the beast god continent. A lengthy line formed before the moose tribe's alchemical apprentices, leaving 5 introverted and somewhat bashful orcs taken aback. Nevertheless, they meticulously scooped out a spoonful of medicinal paste from the pressure cooker, rolled it into pills, and placed them in the hands of the orc warriors. Among the 3 tribes, the fire elemental practitioners of the angry horse tribe were the most numerous. Thus they all queued before the fire elemental alchemical apprentices. Some mischievous souls, after receiving the delectable might pills, intentionally paraded in front of their comrades who had previously endured the bitter version, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Ah, delicious," which was indeed rather irritating. The orcs from the 5 tribes found that this alchemical endeavor has significantly bridged their distances, although the majority of those consuming the might pills were warriors. The elderly, the weak, and the magnetic orcs did not receive any. They expressed understanding that I end the perilous journey of escape. Danger lurked at every corner, and it was only through the strength of the warriors that the safety of the tribe could be ensured. Moreover, the patriarch of the White Mountain tribe assured that during the midday break, he would arrange for this batch of orcs to depart again. No one noticed the 2 young cubs cradled in the arms of an adult orc, pouting in discontent. Umph. The cubs are unhappy. The grand migration of the main troop continued until the sun dipped below the horizon. The vanguard discovered a water source, and under the guidance of the White Mountain Patriarch, some dispersed to hunt while others began to prepare for a feast. More wood elemental orcs received pressure cookers to learn from Yunshi in the art of crafting the might pills. The successful creation of a batch of might pills signified that a group of wood elemental orcs would embark on their quest. Equipped with the medicinal materials and pressure cookers allocated by Yunshi, striving to ensure that every orc received one. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Yunshi had already envisioned the second batch of pills, the fasting elixirs. This particular concoction would maintain a sense of fullness for an entire day, which Yunshi deemed highly suitable for their troop, perhaps inspired by the warnings from the shaman of the White Lion tribe regarding their perpetual danger. Yunshi felt that such life-preserving items should be produced in abundance. Fortunately, the materials needed for the fasting elixirs were not overly complex, and she had already collected a significant amount during their flight. That evening, before resting, the patriarch of the White Mountain tribe mobilized all orcs to forage for herbs in the forest. After all, with her boundless storage space, she could accommodate an endless supply of items. Oh, and suddenly recalling, Yunshi remembered that she intended to consult the shaman of the White Lion tribe last night to check if there were any issues with her health, juggling 2 tasks. Yunshi guided the moose orcs in alchemy while efficiently organizing her upcoming plans. No one noticed that after dinner, under the cover of night, the 2 little cubs stealthily followed the main troop to forage for herbs. However, they did not venture into the densely vegetated areas. Instead, they sniffed along the way, guided by their keen little noses. Suddenly, the eager little cub, by Tuanshuan, excitedly stepped on a patch of dung, pointing to a section obscured by dead branches, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding soil, exclaiming, "This is it! Stinky loves to do his business at our den entrance, without a care at all. Good buddy, dig away." With that, he began to dig vigorously. Ben Xiaoqi revealed his claws and started excavating within the area designated by Tuanshuan. Before long, he felt the ground beneath him give way, revealing an opening before his eyes. Tuanshuan, "Here, I've found it," typically perceived as particularly naive and foolish. Ben Xiaoqi's eyes now sparkled with a different kind of excitement. Imagining the success of their plan and the sight of the delicate sister being tormented by the stench, an invigorating spirit surged within him. "Hee, dig, dig, dig. The delicate sister will be startled. Hee, dig, dig, dig. The delicate sister will cry." The 2 little cubs exchanged mischievous glances and, after envisioning the dreadful fate awaiting Yunshi at the hands of the stench, could not help but dig with even greater enthusiasm. In no time, they uncovered a trembling family of skunks. They specifically chose the stout skunk father and casually draped the long tail of the fainted skunk mother over the similarly unconscious skunk baby. Then, by Tuanshuan's forehead, symbol shimmered, enveloping the weak and helpless skunk father in an aura of power. "Hey, little cutie," listened the great shaman gazed at Yunshi with a knowing smile in her wise eyes. Yet her tone brooked no refusal. "Xiao Baiyu, please step outside for a moment. That it is imperative that no outsiders disturb me during my divination." After respectfully bowing to the great shaman, Baiyu complied and withdrew to a considerable distance. The shamaness' eyes seemed washed by time, and when she looked at Yunshi, it felt as though she could peer into her past lives. An inexplicable sense of trepidation stirred within Yunshi. She pondered the attitude of the beastman continent towards her, a soul from another realm. Would the great shaman discern her true nature? Just as her anxiety peaked, the great shaman offered a gentle smile. Refraining from picking up the divination sticks, yet her words struck Yunshi with profound impact. "Otherworldly soul, do not be distressed. You are guided by the beast god, indicating that you are inherently suited to thrive in our land. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your arrival, I can see that you are a good child. Without you, our flight from disaster would have been far more arduous." Yunshi swallowed nervously, her heart racing. "When did you realize this? Are you not afraid that I might be a villain?" She stammered, her voice trembling to, "Child, you possess a pair of innocent eyes," the great shaman replied, her gaze encompassing all. Upon meeting her eyes, Yunshi felt an unusual tranquility wash over her. Furthermore, the summons from the beast god cannot be mistaken. "Just recently, I foresaw a calamity besetting our continent, one that can only be revitalized under the guidance of an otherworldly soul. The disaster has already come upon us, and we are all struggling for survival. Child, you have done well, but it is far from sufficient." Yunshi's heart sank further at the shamaness words. "The volcano will likely erupt for about a month before entering a dormant phase, that we must first escape to a safe location and then unite with other tribes to extinguish the flames, ensuring the salvation of our homeland. Great shaman, I do not understand. Could there be an even greater catastrophe looming?" Yunshi inquired that if the volcano erupts, it may trigger a series of chain reactions such as earthquakes and droughts. She had an abundance of resources at her disposal, and by offering aid to more tribes, she could accumulate virtue points to exchange for supplies, creating a perpetual cycle to minimize harm. Yet the great shaman shook her head. "No, child, the divination reveals that the continent's calamities are not limited to natural disasters. They also involve otherworldly beasts. Should these beasts breach our realm, devastation will ensue." The great shaman sighed softly. Otherworldly beasts? Yunshi recalled faint memories of her original self. The Beastman continent was vast, home to numerous tribes. Beyond them resided the wandering beastmen, viewed as heretics by the tribes, believed to be forsaken by the beast god. In truth, aside from those exiled for grave transgressions, a portion of these wandering beastmen had undergone mutations. They possessed crimson eyes and violent temperaments, driven solely by the instincts of hunting and slaughter. Moreover, any beastman who fell victim to their bites or scratches would nearly always meet a grim fate. Even those who miraculously survived would transform into relentless killing machines, akin to the otherworldly beasts inhabiting the marshlands. All abandoned by the beast god. The notion that she might be guided by the beast god upon her arrival sparked a thought in Yunshi's mind. Great shaman, in the world from which I came, there are also otherworldly beasts that we refer to them as zombie beasts. Anyone bitten by a zombie beast would succumb to decay, losing all but their primal instinct to feed. Furthermore, in our world, these zombie beasts are not confined to specific areas. They roam freely. Indeed, the great shaman nodded. Otherworldly beasts naturally possess the ability to wander. Their current confinement to the marshlands is due to a past sealing by the beast god. Yet, at some unknown point, the beast god abandoned us. Gently caressing the staff in her hands, a profound sorrow enveloped her demeanor. Long ago, our continent was blessed with the presence of the beast god. This staff I wield was bestowed upon my teacher by the beast god. From a young age, I heard tales of the beast goddess deeds, who led us out of ignorance that we were once no different from the wild beasts on the road, but it was the beast god who granted us extraordinary abilities, allowing us to transform into her likeness. The great shaman, exhibiting great patience, began to narrate the ancient history of their land, fully aware of Yunshi's limited knowledge. Yunshi noticed that the shaman consistently referred to the beast god as she, rather than he, for the pronunciations differ in the beast-man language, that in those times, otherworldly beasts existed within our continent, bringing profound suffering to us beastmen. Fortunately, under the guidance of the beast god, we managed to seal these beasts within the marshlands. However, due to the recent eruption and seismic activity, I sense that the seals have weakened. Soon, the otherworldly beasts will once again ravage our land, inflicting immeasurable suffering upon us beastmen. Once bitten by an otherworldly beast. A beastman faces assimilation, with little hope of remedy. Yunshi gasped. Then, great shaman, can we find a way to reinforce the seals of the marshlands? The great shaman shook her head. The power of sealing belongs to the divine. My teacher spoke of a sealing method once left by the beast god, yet no beastman has been able to master it. Thus, we can only take up arms and battle the otherworldly beasts. Yunshi was taken aback. Did I it truly that hopeless? This sounds like an insurmountable deadlock. Enough, little Yunshi. Future crises can be pondered later. But tell me, were you truly unaware of your own pregnancy? What? Yunshi exclaimed in shock. What is happening to me? She could scarcely believe her ears. The great shaman was undoubtedly correct, akin to her own disastrous experiences in alchemy. Yunshi hesitated to accept this revelation, yet when she reflected upon her inexplicable emotional upheavals, sudden hunger and bouts of fatigue that led to sleep, it appeared some symptoms indeed mirrored those of an early pregnancy. However, great shaman. Yunshi felt utterly dismayed to be why the beast god. I have lived a solitary life for 26 years. While I often jest about wanting to bear children for the handsome men on my phone wallpaper, I never intended to truly give birth. Now, the prospect of bringing forth a litter of fluffy, snow-white rabbits that would surround her, calling her MU and seeking milk, sent a shiver down her spine. Rationally, she immediately conceived plans to abandon this undeveloped fertilized egg within her. Yet simultaneously, an unfamiliar, uncontrollable instinct surged through her, flooding her mind with an overwhelming wave of maternal affection that if the soul could fragment, Yunshi would discover that at this moment, her essence had split in two, one half rationally urging her to abandon the ill-fated child within, while the other half instinctively compelled her to nurture and love the child. She felt utterly befuddled. Great shaman, could you perhaps take my pulse or perform a divination to confirm this? I am rather timid. So please do not frighten me. Just as Yunshi extended her hand to implore the great shaman for a diagnosis, an unfamiliar wave of grievance surged up her nose, and she found herself on the verge of tears. Overwhelmed by an emotion she could not comprehend, that is it truly so terrifying to be pregnant? The great shaman smiled benevolently. The act of bearing offspring is, after all, our contribution as beastmen to the continent. Furthermore, if you ask any female beastman to take a whiff, they will undoubtedly confirm your pregnancy. But let me divine for you once more. The journey of survival has been arduous for this child. Allow me to glimpse into the child's future. Could she truly foresee the child as future? Despite her tumultuous emotions, curiosity bubbled within Yunshi. The divination sticks were arranged, and the shaman's staff levitated mysteriously. Its green gem radiating threads of light that enveloped the divination sticks. As the shaman chanted incantations that were complex and arcane, brilliant golden light suddenly refracted from the divination sticks. The golden light appeared, and the gem on the staff flickered before erupting into an overwhelming brilliance. The threads merged into a vast green sea. Upon contact with the golden light, the sea was entirely absorbed, just as Yunshi stood there, wide-eyed and astonished. The golden light suddenly surged into her abdomen, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, a vague consciousness emerged in her mind, as if whispering, "Mama, please don't hate me." Feeling aggrieved, the scene appeared quite surreal. Yunshi had originally harbored doubts about the existence of the so-called beast god, but it was only after witnessing the divination performed by the grand shaman that she felt a genuine sense of reverence. However, as a golden light enveloped her, she instinctively placed a hand over her abdomen. The grand shaman, on the other hand, seemed utterly drained, his once upright posture having collapsed. That I cannot foresee the future of your child. He lamented, as they could somehow perceive the divine power left behind by the beast god on the staff, actively drawing from it. The grand shaman caressed the staff, anguish evident in his eyes. This staff, passed down from my teacher's teacher, contains the energy sealed by the beast god all those years ago. Though some has been consumed over time, the divine power within the staff can gradually replenish itself. Just moments ago, out of mere curiosity regarding the origin of the child within this otherworldly soul, the yet-to-be-formed child consumed a third of its energy. A third. when this staff was handed to me. It was brimming with energy. I have never utilized more than a tenth of its power, yet your unborn child managed to devour a third of it. Your child is certainly no ordinary one. They can absorb energy of the same origin as that of the beast god. Really? Yunshi chuckled awkwardly, her hand still resting on her abdomen in disbelief. Her emotions towards this unexpected child were indeed complex. She recalled her own upbringing. She was not a child awaited with anticipation. It was not merely that her parents favored sons over daughters, but rather that her very existence was a mistake, forcing two strangers into an unwanted union. From the earliest memories she possessed, she was surrounded by her parents' endless quarrels, a father who evaded responsibility, and a domineering mother. Even as an adult, reflecting on her family life left her breathless. She hardly believed that someone who had never felt the warmth of a family could nurture a child with hope. Did she even possess maternal instincts? The sorrowful Grand Shaman, unwilling to continue gazing upon Yunshi, waved his hand. You must find it hard to believe that you are pregnant. Do not panic. The divine power within the staff will safeguard your child. At least until their birth, they shall encounter no danger. What? Yunshi questioned her earlier, surreptitiously budding hopes, suspecting that the child within her had sensed them and actively absorbed the staff's energy. Observing the Grand Shaman's pained expression, she felt quite awkward. Well then, Grand Shaman, I shall take my leave. Yunshi bowed respectfully to the Grand Shaman, her heart heavy as she departed. Baiyu was still waiting a short distance away, accompanied by a familiar little fluffball. Ben Xiaoqi is a flower cultivator. She naturally held an affinity for national treasures. Watching Ben Xiaoqi sprawled beside Baiyu, exposing its little belly for a pat, she couldn't help but smile. Yet suddenly, a faint, almost aggrieved feeling coursed through her mind, causing her outstretched hand to pause. The little one in my belly certainly possesses a streak of jealousy, but she did not even know who the child's father was, that scoundrel who sowed his wild oats and vanished. If they ever crossed paths again, she wouldn't hesitate to make him take responsibility. Ben Xiaoqi had already collapsed into a cat-like heap by Baiyu's side, yet its eyes were still sneakily observing the expression of the beautiful sister. As the beautiful sister reached out her hand to caress its soft little belly, a triumphant smile spread across its face. Suddenly, however, the beautiful sister halted, retracting her hand. How could this be, according to their plan? It should have been snuggling up to the beautiful sister, waiting for her to let down her guard, before Tuan Tuan would come along to scare her. After all, the beautiful sister had made them endure that bitter medicine. Bitter medicine equated to stinky farts. Never underestimate the vengeful spirit of a youngling. Chapter 44. Overwhelmed by a fart beautiful sister. Ben Xiaoqi's voice was sweet enough to melt hearts. Beautiful sister, let me pat your belly. Don't be unhappy. Xiaoqi will touch her belly. Though Ben Xiaoqi did not comprehend why Yunshi had suddenly stopped, its instincts made it aware of Yunshi's distraction and unhappiness. During this time, Baiyu had been particularly attentive, especially after the beautiful sister had expressed her disdain for him. Could it be that the beautiful sister was also displeased with Baiyu? The beautiful sister was so wonderful, capable of making delicious food and being so gentle. How could Baiyu be angry with her? Xiaoqi felt upset and refused to let Baiyu touch it anymore. Ben Xiaoqi had originally been lying with its forepaws in the air, but feeling disgruntled, it exerted effort to roll over towards Yunshi's feet. As it rolled, it looked up at Yunshi with its bewildered big eyes. Oh my! How adorable! That fluffy cuteness could heal anything. In an instant, Yunshi's negative emotions were pushed aside as she crouched down to embrace the little ball that had rolled into her arms. The youngling's fur was so soft. Ben Xiaoqi's neck was delightful to pet. It even revealed its white belly to her, rubbing its head against her. Yunshi was reminded of the cow cat that had kept her company before the apocalypse. Just as she became utterly immersed in the joy of cuddling the fluffy creature, a loud, milk-like roar sounded beside her. The threat was minimal, but the milk content was exceedingly rich, with a smile in her eyes. She wondered if yet another fluffy creature had willingly stepped in her clutches. Just wait until she plucked the fur off these two little balls. However, at that moment, a stern voice rang out. Bai Tuan Tuan. Baiyu stepped forward, attempting to snatch something from Bai Tuan Tuan's mouth. Yet it was too late. The large, fluffy-tailed creature in Bai Tuan Tuan's grasp let out a piercing scream. Squeak! Bai Tuan Tuan. grinning mischievously, proclaimed, "This is our gift for you, beautiful sister. Catch." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Ben Xiaoqi, who had been sprawled on the ground acting as a blanket, suddenly rolled over with an agility that belied its size. Scrambling away with all its might, of course, at this moment, its little partner Bai Tuan Tuan also seized the opportunity to latch onto the soft flesh at the back of its neck, dragging it away from Yunxi. What was happening? The two little fluff balls were up to something. As this thought crossed Yunxi's mind, she saw the long tail that had been tossed in her arms suddenly lift, releasing a blast of faint yellow gas with astonishing swiftness. Puff! The sound echoed thunderously. Yunxi, I'm done for. Ugh, what was this biochemical attack? Perhaps it would be better for her to just perish in this moment. Ugh, you, ugh. She immediately felt unwell, collapsing to the side as she began to retch violently. Yet aside from a trickle of saliva, nothing emerged. The smell clung to her, refusing to dissipate. With each heave, the stench intensified. Yunxi's limbs grew weak, utterly miserable. Just as she was about to let go, the long tail darted toward the ground, seemingly attempting to burrow into the earth for a quick escape. But a pair of long fingers seized its tail first. Squeak! Panic-stricken mouse that JPG Baiyu had captured the culprit and turned his gaze toward the two little troublemakers, Bai Tuan Tuan and Ben Xiaoqi, who were laughing gleefully in the distance, his eyes narrowing as he exuded a dangerous aura. The two mischievous little ones felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. Baiyu threw the skunk he had caught on to Bai Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, just wait and see how I settle the score with you later. With that, he knelt beside Yunxi. Cici, are you all right? Yunxi had already vomited to the point of tears streaming down her face. The continuous stench left her feeling not only ill, but also utterly devoid of strength. Hearing Baiyou's concern, she could only respond with heavy breaths that Baiyou's affection transformed into deep concern. Ignoring Yunxi's protests, he swept her into his arms and carried her to the stream to wash away the foul odor clinging to her. As she got wet, the smell on Yunxi's body finally began to diminish. However, perhaps due to the assault on her nostrils, the foul odor lingered stubbornly at the tip of her nose, refusing to leave. The more she thought about it, the more nauseated she felt. Wow! At last, she had expelled everything she had eaten that evening that a large puddle of filth floated in the stream. Embarrassment washed over Yunxi. Get away! She forcefully pushed Baiyu away, wishing to find another place to cleanse herself. Yet, what she believed to be a mighty shove was perceived by Baiyu as merely a gentle tickle, and he did not budge. Yunxi, having exerted too much effort unevenly, found her legs weak and her head spinning as she teetered and fell back into Baiyou's arms. This was the first time she had been so close to an adult male in the beast world. Excluding her father, Baiyu bore a delightful scent reminiscent of sunshine, but she herself reeked terribly. Yunxi's irritation grew. Get away! Where do you think you're going? She reached out to push him again, but he was unmovable. Baiyu held her securely and swiftly waded into deeper waters, gently setting her down. Cici, I apologize on behalf of the two little ones. Please do not be angry with me, all right? If you feel uncomfortable, you can hit me to vent your frustration. Baiyu crouched gently in the water, one hand supporting the weakened form of Yunxi behind her. The duo splashed water that dampened their bodies. And the male orc, clad in scant attire, was particularly eye-catching as they submerged. Playful droplets kissed Baiyu's sun-kissed skin, and beneath the stream, her complexion, which ought to have felt refreshing, was surprisingly heated. Their commotion could not escape the notice of others. As the orcs on the shore erupted in good-natured teasing point, two small figures, clutching the bushy tail of a skunk, stood hesitantly at the edge, fearful of advancing, yet equally reluctant to retreat. Yunxi felt that today was utterly dreadful. She, noticing the pallor on Yunxi's face, Baiyu's heart raced with anxiety, her voice tinged with panic and supplication. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were so sensitive to the skunk's scent. Please, hit me to vent your frustration, and I will help you thrash those two little rascals. On the shore, Bai Tuanshuan and Ben Xiaoqi, hearing the deathly warning from their brother, instinctively tightened their tails. She, seeing that Yunxi continued to ignore her, Baiyu grasped Yunxi's hand and slammed it against her own chest that in truth, Yunxi had calmed down after this ordeal. She realized that she could not entirely blame Baiyu, nor could she hold the two little ones solely accountable. After all, who could fault her for being mischievous enough to test the potion on the little ones that morning? Heaven's punishment is indeed deserved. Nonetheless, Bayu's skin was undeniably pleasant to touch. Yunxi's hand lingered on Bayu's chest for a moment, her fingertips instinctively tracing over his collarbone as if caught in a daze. Chapter 45. No. What am I doing? She lamented, realizing the implications of her actions, wishing desperately to plunge into the water and hide. Someone, save me. I'm not usually this forward. Unbeknownst to her, Bayu, filled with concern, had not noticed her furtive touch. Instead, he was alarmed by Yunxi's pained expression, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She, why is your face so red? Oh dear, you're burning up. I'll go fetch the great shaman, Bayu stammered, his worry for Yunxi overshadowing his fleeting thoughts. Fearing she might drown alone, he called out to the orcs on the shore, feigning busyness while truly seeking assistance. Someone, please fetch the great shaman. Yunxi is unwell. She is burning up, as Bayu's words fell. Yunxi felt increasingly mortified, wishing to submerge herself entirely, as her body sank. Her face touched the cool stream, providing a momentary relief, only to be gently cradled by a pair of hands. Bayu's voice grew frantic. Oh my, she is nearly boiling over. Yunxi protested vehemently. I am not. I haven't done anything wrong. I merely inadvertently buried my face in the water and saw something I shouldn't have. Oh heavens! What have I done to deserve such punishment from the beast god? At that moment, Yunxi felt as though she could claw her way through 4 towering spires with her fingers and toes. Whether to faint or merely swoon, she drew a deep breath and shouted at herself. Silence. Finally, the world fell into a serene quiet. Faced with Bayu's anxious, puppy-like gaze, Yunxi covered her face and muttered. You go ahead. I need to bathe. But she, go up. Do you want to wash with me? The naive orc interpreted this as a sincere invitation, his eyes lighting up with hope. Yunxi immediately sensed a slender tail wrapping around her calf. Its tip adorned with a tiny, heart-shaped tuft, gently brushing against her leg in the flowing stream. Akin to a soft feather tickling her heart. She may I can transform into my beast form to help you groom. This was a thought Bayu had long contemplated. Though they had known each other for merely 2 days, it felt as if he had awaited Yunxi throughout an endless tunnel of time. That fateful glimpse, a dual attraction of body and spirit, confirmed for Bayu that Yunxi was indeed the perfect companion he had dreamed of, his smile magnified before her, and with a resounding splash. A magnificent white lion emerged from the water, and he spoke with human words. She, where do you feel unwell? Let me help you, no. Upon seeing the barbed tongue approaching her face, Yunxi instinctively raised her hands to block it. As her arm was swept by the soft, fuzzy tongue, a tingling sensation surged from her tailbone. It wasn't unpleasant, certainly. With such a multitude of onlookers, this is hardly an appropriate place for a bath. She needs to regain some strength and venture upstream to find a more tranquil spot. The two of them paddled against the current and eventually discovered a small puddle encircled by hills and large stones. Reminiscent of a bathtub, Yunxi let out a cheer, splashing water as she vigorously scrubbed her body, inevitably retrieving some shower gel from her space. It smells so delightful. My dear, how is it that you smell so exquisite? The more I inhale, the more I feel tempted to taste. Yun Jiao leaned closer to Yunxi, eagerly sniffing, her eyes filled with envy. The shower gel that Yunxi produced was crafted from herbal essences, with top notes of light, refreshing pear, and fruity aromas. For a rabbit, it was akin to a delectable dessert after a meal. Yunxi chuckled mischievously and fetched a bath ball from her space, creating a multitude of bubbles with the shower gel. Turn around and let me wash you too, so you can smell delightful as well. Yun Jiao, not one to be overly modest with her beloved, promptly shed the last remnants of her clothing and gazed expectantly at the large mound of bubbles in Yunxi's hands. Yunxi corrected her. That is not quite right. I initially intended to help Mu scrub her back. Engaging in such intimate bathing, even among the same sex, is a first for me. Thus she hesitated. Without further ado, she decisively placed the entire bath ball into Yun Jiao's hands. Mu, you take one, and I'll take one, and we shall wash ourselves together. With that, Yunxi subtly retreated a little, maintaining a comfortable distance, and began to wash slowly in this small puddle. Bubbles soon multiplied. The initial notes of the shower gel faded, giving way to the middle notes of white freesia and the subtle femininity of Damascus rose. blended with the sweet fruit fragrance to create an intoxicating aroma that delighted Yun Jiaojiao immensely. Curiosity piqued, she couldn't resist extending her tongue to taste a bubble that Actually, you don't need to put everything in your mouth. However, this shower gel claimed to be free of chemical fragrances. So a small taste should pose no problem, right? Seeing Yun Jiaojiao joyfully playing with bubbles like a young girl, Yunxi joined in with interest, that as the bubbles multiplied, the two grew tired from their playful antics and leaned against a rock to rest. Inspired, Yunxi conjured a wooden tray atop the water's surface. She arranged some fruit upon it and produced a bottle of light fruit wine. "Amu, let me treat you to something nice." Yunxi grinned. "These are not for anyone else." Yun Jiaojiao playfully poked Yunxi's nose. "I knew you were clever, hiding all those delightful treasures in your space." Speaking as she did, she curiously picked up a bunch of red grapes that my dear, these aren't very good. We have these fruits where we stay, and they can be quite sour. You see, this grape is still red, and it must be even more sour to don't pick them next time, even if you crave sour while pregnant. I will look for some purple fruits in the forest later. The purple ones have a hint of sweetness. Yunxi paused, realizing she was likely referring to wild grapes that had not been artificially cultivated. "Amu, these are red grapes that you can eat without spitting out the seeds. Just smell, you can detect the sweet aroma even through the skin." To assure Yun Jiaojiao, Yunxi bit into a grape, showcasing the juicy flesh before her. Now, the fragrance became even more pronounced, and Yun Jiaojiao's mouth watered profusely. "Though, I'm a bit tempted." She leaned closer, cautiously licking a piece of the grape flesh from Yunxi's hand. Her expression one of astonishment. "Indeed, it is sweet. Like honey, delicious." With that, Yun Jiaojiao no longer hesitated, tossing grape after grape into her mouth. Seeing her delight, Yunxi presented a bunch of sunshine roses. "Try these, they are a new variety." After experiencing the deliciousness of the red grapes, Yun Jiaojiao eagerly accepted this new offering without refusal, savoring the slightly tart yet delightful taste. The two of them cuddled together, leaning against the large rock as they leisurely enjoyed their post-meal fruits. Even the fruit wine was consumed entirely by Yun Jiaojiao. Concerned that the beastmen might not tolerate alcohol well, Yunxi negotiated to promise her another bottle of fruit wine tomorrow to dissuade her from further coaxing. "Amu, you must be drunk now. You are definitely intoxicated." Yun Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled like the finest rubies, yet her figure exuded the allure of a mature woman. However, the intoxication lent her a dazed and innocent charm, harmonizing with the settled fragrance of the shower gel, rendering her soft and gentle. Yunxi, yearning for a hug, approached and embraced Yun Jiaojiao, mimicking the affection often displayed by young creatures. Suddenly, the person in her arms vanished, transformed into a large, snow-white rabbit. The rabbit's long, white fur floated gracefully in the water, indescribably smooth that an audacious thought crossed Yunxi's mind. If beastmen could use shower gel, should their animal forms not require a pet hair conditioner for a bath? She selected the most luxurious conditioner from her space and evenly applied it to Yun Jiaojiao's fur. Yun Jiaojiao gazed at Yunxi with gentle eyes, allowing her to proceed without objection. Soon, a fragrant, shiny, brand-new rabbit emerged. Yun Jiaojiao leaned closer, admiring her revitalized fur, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Then, she extended her tiny tongue to gently lick Yunxi's hand. Yunxi's heart melted at this tender display. "Oh, my dear Amu. You are truly so gentle and wonderful." With her clean yet somewhat tipsy Amu, who could no longer swim, Yunxi departed the small puddle, cradling the enormous rabbit as they strolled along the creek. Nearby, the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs mingled with the fragrance of grass and wildflowers. Further away, wisps of smoke wafted, carrying the distinct aroma of herbs and the joyful laughter of young ones. If one were to disregard the ominous prophecies foretold by the great shaman, it would seem a moment of serene tranquility. Yunxi had always felt that the bustle belonged to others, not her. Yet at this moment, she felt an impulsive desire to immerse herself in the festivities. What a cursed apocalypse! At this instant, she suddenly found the notion of being a shape-shifting beast man rather appealing. Having long resisted transformation, Yunxi unexpectedly dropped to all fours. She playfully nudged the ever-smiling Yun Jiaojiao. "Amu, come chase me. Let us have a water fight." To her surprise, before Yun Jiaojiao could respond, the young ones had already heard the commotion and encircled Yunxi. A water fight. Sister Yunshi, I want to join. It was none other than the first young one to show her affection since arriving in the beast realm. Yundo. Yundo nuzzled Yunshi's head with her fluffy one, nose twitching as she sniffed. Sister Yunshi. Tasty sweet. Upon concluding, she extended her tiny tongue to experimentally lick the soft fluff on Yunshi's neck, relishing the sweetness. Yundo closed her eyes in bliss, swaying her head. Ha ha! Yunshi laughed heartily, gently nudging the little cub, Yundo, toward the water's edge. The do you wish to engage in a sweet bubble battle. But it's one you cannot eat. Sweet bubbles, so what if we can't eat them? The important part is playing in the water with Sister Yunshi. Yunshi transformed back into her human form, seated in the shallow stream, using a life ring to partition the creek, then pouring an entire bottle of foaming shower gel into it. As she stirred the mixture with her hands, countless bubbles of various sizes erupted in the water, mingling the sweet fragrance of figs with the creamy scent of coconuts, creating an aroma that was irresistibly enticing. The young ones from the Mizong rabbit tribe were ecstatic. This wondrous substance that transformed water into a sea of white bubbles was undeniably the work of Sister Yunshi. Squeals of delight echoed as they leaped into the water, mimicking Yunshi splashing and frolicking. The area enclosed by the life ring was already a bubble-filled ocean. How fun! Not edible. Pfft. Are you silly? Sister Yunshi said we can't eat them. Ha, your head has grown so big. A bubble monster. Hee. Your paws have turned into bubble claws. The innocent chatter and laughter rang out loudly, drawing the attention of all the beastmen nearby. Among them, Yunshi, enveloped by a mountain of bubbles created by the young ones, stood out prominently. Could Yunshi tolerate this? A cat might endure, but a rabbit could not. Fueled by her size advantage, Yunshi pounced on one little rabbit after another, sending bubbles soaring. The lively atmosphere of the Mizong rabbit tribe naturally piqued the envy of cubs from other tribes. Due to the relationship between the white fluffy one and Ben Shaoqi, the cubs from the white lion and panda tribes dared only to watch from a distance, while the young ones from the angry horse and elk tribes cautiously approached, eager to join in the fun. Come play with us. Belonging to the same vegetarian clan of beastmen, a spirited little rabbit eagerly extended an invitation, not forgetting to smear a fluffy bubble onto the hooves of a young pony. The pony's eyes sparkled with delight as it leaned in to sniff the bubble, only to inadvertently inhale a considerable amount with excessive force. Startled, it immediately let out several sneezes. The mischievous rabbit, having successfully executed its prank, erupted into giggles, prompting the pony to join in the laughter as it leapt into the stream, splashing up a flurry of bubbles that, oh, how delightful! It exclaimed, frolicking about, sending bubbles flying everywhere. The young pony had adeptly grasped the essence of mischief, splashing around in the water and eliciting a chorus of squeals. Meanwhile, the fawn offspring remained as quiet as their elders, gathering together to playfully smear bubbles on each other's heads with their long antlers. Soon each little one sported a crown of bubbles, their laughter ringing out in joyous harmony. This exuberance spread to the adult beastmen, and someone remarked, "How wonderful!" Indeed, it was a splendid sight, one that would be etched in the memories of the tribe for many years to come. Chapter 47. A little cake as night fell and a luminous moon ascended into the sky. The young ones, weary from play, were led home by their guardians. The wine of Yun Jiaojiao had mostly worn off, and at this moment, she was being guided by Yun Kei, their heads leaning together as they exchanged whispers. Observing their intimate demeanor, Yunshi felt a pang of envy. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen, pondering whether she might try to establish a deeper connection with this world. She lingered a distance behind them when, suddenly, Baiyu appeared, carrying two mischievous little ones. Accompanying him was the long-absent Ben Batian. Shishi, Baiyu said, his expression sheepish as he scratched his head. I heard from the great shaman that you are pregnant. I wonder if these two rascals have harmed your little one with their pranks? Yunshi looked down at Bai Tuanshuan, who seemed to be burying his head into his tummy, and shook her head, while she had indeed been angered by the sudden attack of the skunk. The little one's antics were merely a reaction to her own prior mischief. It was merely tit for tat, after all. Who could blame her for having made Tuanshuan and Shaoqi endure the bitter medicine? If apologies are to be made, I should be the first to say so. Crouching down, she gently rubbed the heads of the two little ones. Their soft fur quivered slightly beneath her touch. Sister Yunshi, Bai Tianshuan sniffled, his eyes swollen as though he had just endured a great bout of crying. Wah, my brother said that pregnant females are very fragile. Wah, it's all Tuanchuan's fault. Tuanchuan just wanted to play a joke on sister, just like sister jokes with Tuanchuan. Wah, Tuanchuan didn't he mean to sister? Please don't dislike Tuanchuan. As he spoke, he burst into tears, letting out a loud sob. Beside him, Ben Xiaoqi was equally affected, his eyes reddening as he sniffled. Although he didn't cry as dramatically as by Tuanchuan, the sight of little Tuanchuan shedding tears while casting a remorseful gaze was still quite impactful. All right, sister isn't angry with you. You are still Yun Xi's favorite little ones. Yun Xi gently patted by Tuanchuan's back, offering comfort akin to how Yun Jiaojiao would console her. Really? Bai Tuanchuan's face lit up with joy as he looked up. What about afterwards? Bai Tuanchuan mumbled, his voice barely audible, causing Yun Xi to lean closer in curiosity. What about afterwards? She asked, intrigued. Suddenly, Bai Tuanchuan grew bashful, diving into Yun Xi's embrace, his cool tongue licking her arm. Sister Yun Xi, it's fragrant and sweet, so delicious. Yun Xi chuckled, sister can't eat it, but I can certainly provide you with something fragrant and sweet that I asked there's something else delicious. Ben Xiaoqi, despite feeling guilty, instinctively perked up, gazing at Yun Xi with excitement. After a moment of thought, Yun Xi retrieved 2 tiramisu cakes flavored with peach from her space. This little cake is my formal apology to you both from Sister Yun Xi. It is I who was in the wrong, so do not blame yourselves that as the small cakes appeared, the 2 little ones' mouths watered uncontrollably, ready to dive into the ocean of deliciousness. However, just as they reached out their hands, and not suddenly, the formidable Bashianshan's arm clamped around his neck, his eyes gleaming with the delight of mischief. Bashianshan, I warn you, if you dare call me little dwarf again, I will certainly strike you. I truly will. Bai Yu seethed inwardly. Frustrated by how his good brother consistently hindered him in the presence of females, it seemed this friendship was no longer tenable. If I cannot indulge in a small cake, then you shall not converse with Yun Xi either. Bashianshan spoke languidly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yun Xi. Yun Xi paused, her hand, which had been reaching into her space for a small cake, froze mid-air. The orc's expression of camaraderie was rather peculiar. However, if she were to be included in this, would that mean she was to be denied? Thus, Yun Xi nonchalantly shrugged, there's none left. Lord Beast God only gave me 2, which I shared entirely with the cubs, and you've devoured them all. Bashianshan tilted his head, is that so? It appears Lord Beast God is rather stingy, that I heard that Lord Beast God distributed divine weapons to each orc in your tribe. What divine weapon? Yun Xi blinked, taking a moment to process. Surely, this must refer to the sickle, to AT that moment. If she could not discern Bashianshan's intent to probe her, Yun Xi felt she might as well donate her mind. So, Yun Xi's demeanor turned frosty. What else with all the tension? I have no intention of coercing Yun Xi into a transaction, nor am I pressuring you for divine weapons. Yun Xi forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. Today it's about the small cake. Tomorrow, who knows what it will be? After all, human desires are insatiable. What do you say, young clan leader? The 2 exchanged words, each laced with veiled sparks, and one careless remark could ignite this seemingly calm atmosphere into a raging inferno. Bai Yu now sensed the disquiet. Please cease your quarreling, Bashianshan. Who are you being so cryptic with? Speak to me plainly. I have uttered no unkind words. Bashianshan gazed at Yun Xi. Clearly someone was feeling guilty, their discomfort palpable. Bai Yu, perplexed by Bashianshan's sudden defensiveness, found himself torn between his childhood friend and the female he admired. Yun Xi, pay no mind to Bashianshan. He often has his moments of folly that he means no harm. However, Yun Xi was not inclined to continue this charade, but a yawn overcame her, an overwhelming fatigue washing over her. I am so weary. If I do not rest soon, I shall collapse. His foolishness is his own affair. But should he harbor any ill intentions, my thunder shall not spare him. Gathering a sphere of violet lightning in her hand, she suddenly struck a nearby tree, turning it to charred remains that plummeted towards Bashianshan. Yet, with a flicker of the totem light upon his brow, the tree vanished, only to reappear above Yun Xi, hurtling down towards her. Yun Xi reached out, and the charred tree dissipated. Bashianshan. Now, not only was Yun Xi incensed, but Bai Yu was furious as well. Yun Xi is pregnant, his eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fist, aiming a forceful blow at Bashianshan. Yet, Bashianshan remained unyielding, his totemic power flickering as the air around him warped momentarily, his form becoming indistinct before reverting to normal. Bayu's punch met only air, and Bashianshan seized his fist. "Did you see that?" he suddenly spoke. "What? Neither the lightning you just unleashed nor the spatial anomaly. Your little female's totem has not even flickered to life." Bashianshan's voice was cold. He turned to Yunshi. "Who are you truly, or rather, are you even a forsaken one?" I returned the sentiment. "Should you harbor any sinister intentions, whether to deceive Bayu or endanger our tribe, I shall not let you off lightly." "Humph." Yunshi scoffed. "If I wished to harm you, would I have waited until now? Do you perhaps suffer from a persecution complex? If you were so concerned about my potential to harm, it would be wise for both of you to keep your distance from me henceforth." With that, Yunshi stormed away, fuming. What an insufferable Bashianshan. Such a handsome fellow, yet he harbors a mind that believes the world conspired against him. What could I possibly want from him? To steal his family's territories. The more she thought, the angrier she became, regretting that she had not dealt with Bashianshan earlier, to see if his mind was filled with nonsense. Seeing Yunshi leave, Bayu intended to follow and clarify, but was restrained by Bashianshan's grasp. "Bashianshan, I tell you, you have truly angered me today. Let go. I must explain to Shishi," as Bashianshan refused to release him. Bayu's totemic power began to flicker, serving as both a warning and a threat. However, Bashianshan did not grant him the opportunity, instantly using his spatial power to teleport them away. "Your anger is of no concern. Listen first to what the original tribesfolk say about Yunshi. Let us see who she truly is." There, lying on the ground, was a battered Zonda beast man, none other than Manman, taken away by the Tiger Fierce tribe. At this moment, she appeared disheveled, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of fear and cunning upon seeing the two even more masculine figures than Tiger Lai. However, she quickly concealed her intentions, knowing she needed to approach Yunshi with caution. "Young clan leaders, please hear me out," Manman implored, her expression fraught with urgency. Beside her stood the two siblings, Yun Shu and Yun Ji, who had been secretly trailing behind the Zonda tribe, along with several young males from the Angry Horse clan. It turned out that during her unconsciousness, Manman had been abandoned during her flight by the weakened forces of King Hu, initially rescued by the warriors of the Angry Horse clan, who later helped her connect with Yun Shu and Yun Zhit. It was unclear what persuasive word she employed, but the siblings, once furious over her betrayal, now stood by her side, leading her to Bashianshan. Thus, the scene of Bashianshan probing Yunshi unfolded. "Young clan leaders, you have tested her, haven't you?" When Yunshi activated her abilities, she didn't even need to utilize her totemic power, did she? Manman's voice was filled with urgency, mixed with a righteous fervor. "I suspect she has become a forsaken one, possibly even acquired some malevolent power. Those so-called gifts from the beast god likely harbor sinister schemes." Bashianshan listened quietly to all this. Turning to Bayu, "Now do you see why I clashed with Yunshi? Regardless of the formidable divine weapons or those unheard-of delicacies and elixirs, do you truly believe they belong to our world?" Seeing his good brother still wore a look of disbelief, Bashianshan added, "Moreover, do you not find your affection for her rather peculiar? The Bayu I know would never lose his reason over a female to the point of coming to blows with his brother. That is an entirely different matter." Bayu clenched his fists. "Yunshi is pregnant. She carries cubs within her. How could you raise a hand against a pregnant female? You are no longer the brother I knew. Besides, my intuition tells me that Yunshi is not a villain. I even introduced her to the great shaman. The great shaman had nothing but blessings for her unborn cubs." Initially swayed by Manman's words, Bayu quickly reaffirmed his stance. He trusted his instincts and his own eyes. Yunshi's eyes are pure, devoid of ulterior motives or schemes. It is Manman who appears to be the one with hidden agendas. It seems Bashianshan is the one bewitched by her. "Humph, even if she carries the offspring of another male. So what? I would still care for her," Bayu declared defiantly. But young clan leader," Manman hesitated. "There is something I am uncertain whether to disclose." "Then do not say it," Bayu retorted impatiently. Manman was momentarily taken aback, then looked pleadingly at Bayu. "I asked it concerning Yunshi." "What is it? Speak." Half a month ago, Yunshi attempted to steal my mate, Tiger Lai, by using my name to lure him out and then drugging him with passion fruit." Manman bit her lip, as if experiencing great humiliation. To be continued. I had heard of this matter and intended to bring her back to the tribe. However, I witnessed a red-eyed, wandering beast man taking Yunshi back to the marshlands. Upon mentioning this, Manman shuddered. That is indeed the swamp, teeming with strange beasts and wandering beast men. That it is said that some wandering beast men, infected by these creatures, have become mindless beasts that know only slaughter and consumption. Do you think the child that Yunshi carries is truly a normal one? At this moment, the previously composed Ben Batian was no longer at ease. Why did you not mention such a crucial matter sooner? Man bit her lip and replied, perhaps I misjudged the situation. Or maybe after being captured by the wandering beast man, she was saved by other kind-hearted beast men. After all, we have not witnessed the events ourselves. As Man spoke, her voice grew softer. The reason I had refrained from voicing my concerns before was that I did not wish for the worst to befall Yunshi. But who could have anticipated that she was pregnant? What if she gives birth to a litter of strange beast cubs? Such occurrences are not without precedent. There have been cases where solitary females were abducted by wandering beast men, ending up in the marshlands, where they were defiled by beast men and bore strange offspring. Though these cubs may lack the strength of adult beast men, they possess immense power, and most alarmingly, their bodies are rife with decay. Should anyone come into contact with them, they would either have to hastily sever a portion of their flesh or risk being assimilated into mindless beast men. Some merciful tribes would slay the strange beast cubs but spare the lives of the females who bore them. However, these females would soon succumb to beastification, leading to near annihilation of their tribes. Thus, beast men remain ever vigilant towards wandering beast men. Upon encountering a beastified one, they would execute it on sight. Strange beasts cannot leave the marshlands, but beastified wanderers can. In short, Yunshi is in grave danger now, and the child she carries is even more perilous. Upon hearing this, Bayu grew anxious. No, I must go see. I will seek out the great shaman. With that, he abandoned Ben Batian, Man, and the others, rushing towards the resting place of the great shaman. Man lowered her gaze, yet the jubilance at the corners of her mouth could not be concealed. Suddenly, a cold finger lifted her chin. Hey, I am unaware of your ulterior motives. The reason I am willing to believe you is that I too find Yunshi to be rather peculiar. But if you wish for me to become your weapon against Yunshi, Ben Batian's tone was gentle as his finger trailed down Manman's chin, abruptly tightening around her throat. Have you considered whether you are worthy of it? After speaking, he disregarded the myriad expressions on Manman's face, disdainfully releasing his grip and pulling out 2 bamboo leaves to wipe away the spot where he had touched her. Caught off guard, Man stumbled to the ground. 2 male members of the angry horse tribe and Yunshu hurriedly approached, each extending a hand to support Man. Man, are you all right? One of the angry horse tribe warriors asked with concern. Young tribe leader, I thought you were on our side. That I never imagined that after Man kindly shared such vital information with you, you would treat her this way, Yunshu exclaimed angrily. Ben Batian looked down at Man, then cast a glance at the 3 males who were unusually protective of her, unable to resist muttering. Foolish, he strode away, showing no concern for Manman's fingers, which twisted in jealousy, gouging deep holes into the ground. Upon seeing the young tribe leader depart, Yunshu and the others felt indignant on Manman's behalf, while also anxiously observing the retreating figure. Manman quickly reined in her emotions and offered them a weak smile. It is all right. The young tribe leader is merely temperamental. Do not let my situation cause conflict between you and him. After all, they are the fierce beast tribe, and both our tribes depend on their protection for safety. I am fine, Man declared with fortitude, though her eyes were still tinged with her ED. As long as I can expose Manman's scheme, I am fine. With those final words, she leaned back, and Yunshu hurriedly caught her. Realizing that Manman had already lost consciousness, her arms hung limply at her sides, her nails marred by the scars of a long, arduous journey. Man, please do not be in any danger, one of the angry horse tribe beastmen lamented. Striking his head in frustration, I should not have indulged Man. I should have taken her to our tribe shaman to examine her injuries first. How unfortunate that Man, for the safety of everyone, bore the pain to convey such crucial news to the 2 young tribe leaders. Yet they showed her no gratitude. Should we directly inform the patriarch of the White Mountain tribe? someone suggested. Do you think we do not wish to? However, the patriarch of the White Mountain tribe and the patriarch of the Ben Laid Ben tribe have vanished without a trace, while our patriarch remains at their resting place. The moment we encounter them, we will expose Yunshi's true nature. Yunshi is still unaware that the little scoundrel she failed to deal with, due to a lack of time, has not only endured inhumane torment, but has also experienced a fortuitous turn of events. There will always be a segment of people who never reflect upon themselves. They are accustomed to attributing their misfortunes to others, as if only in doing so can they find a modicum of solace, momentarily forgetting their own predicaments. Though Manman appeared to be unconscious, her eyes subtly shifted. She gently caressed the bone ring on her little finger, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Yunshi, no matter how powerful you are, before the true God, you shall always be vulnerable. Once I expel you from the tribe, the remnant soul of the true God within the ring will strip you of your otherworldly abilities, allowing them to flourish within me. Your miraculous space, along with the beast God's blessings, shall all be mine. I, Manman, am the favored child of this world. All exceptional males should prostrate themselves at my feet, obeying my every command. The males of the Angry Horse tribe remain unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling within Manman. They simply summoned the totemic power, strenuously making their way toward the resting place of the tribe shaman. Manman secretly stroked the bone ring, communicating mentally, "Great Lord of the true God, will you truly seize the power of the shaman's staff later? If the shaman of the Angry Horse tribe were to perish unexpectedly, how would I extricate myself from this predicament? Fool! I have already stated that I will divide a portion of my power to control that shaman as long as you can lead Yunshi before the shaman before dawn and pin the shaman's death upon her. You will be safe." However, Manman could not help but feel dissatisfied. The shaman's staff contained a fragment of the beast God's power, and the great Lord of the true God wanted to take it all, not even granting her a sliver to aid in restoring her own body. Instead, he would rather use the excess power to maintain a lifeless corpse than lend her a hand. Fool, fool, fool. The voice in her mind seemed to grow increasingly irritable. Had it not been for my soul nearing dissolution, I would never have chosen you, this timid rabbit. You approach tasks with trepidation, lacking any boldness. Manman retorted, "But great Lord of the true God, I have sustained such severe injuries since you have acquired the power. Should it not be your duty to help me restore my body? Do not forget who brought you out of the marshlands." Indeed, Manman was first rescued by a fleeing wandering beast man after being discarded by the Tiger King's entourage. After enduring a period of torment, she was abandoned in the marshlands. Just as she noticed a strange beast man approaching her, she, unbeknownst to herself, found the strength to frantically search the ground, smearing her blood onto the bone ring, thus binding it to her. The remnant soul of the true God assisted her in slaying the beast man who intended to violate her, but exhausted its power, instructing her to swiftly find a shaman's staff to absorb its power. She crawled out of the marshlands, only to fortuitously encounter the hunting members of the Angry Horse tribe. The beast men in this world are particularly kind to females. Initially, the males of the Angry Horse tribe intended to take her directly to the shaman for treatment. But Yunshu and Yunji, who had fallen behind the main group, spotted her. Upon meeting, they chastised themselves, and for the sake of self-preservation, Manman had no choice but to shift all blame onto Yunshi as instructed by the remnant soul of the true God. Fortunately, they believed her and even planned to confront Yunshi directly. Now, she would finally have the opportunity to be alone with the shaman, as long as the shaman wielded the power of the staff. The remnant soul of the true God would regain part of its strength and assist her in reaching the pinnacle of power. The remnant soul of the true God was incensed by Manman's words. "Do not forget who exhausted its power to help you escape the beastman's violation. You cannot even endure this minor injury. If I do not swiftly restore my strength, how can I help you seize Yunshi's power? Only by first becoming strong can I assist you in becoming strong. Do not forget your station, servant." The irritable voice dripped with arrogance. Manman fell silent. She had already felt the true God's terrifying might. Even if it claimed to be at its weakest, it still possessed dreadful means to make her life a living hell. Contemplating this, Manman's expression turned submissive. "Please forgive me, my lord. It is I who have overstepped." Yet, the thought of Yunshi meeting her demise brought her joy. "Great shaman. Please come quickly and take a look. We found a female who is gravely injured." Manman, having just begun to revel in the power bestowed upon her by Yunshi, found herself contemplating how best to torment her. That moment. The resting place of the shaman came into view, revealing two formidable males, their bodies marred with wounds, as they brought forth the injured Manman. The shaman gasped in shock and hastily instructed everyone to clear a clean space. Extracting his staff in preparation for her healing, that a verdant energy enveloped Manman, casting a delicate green glow over her wounds. Unbeknownst to anyone, amid the inky darkness of night, a denser, darker smoke slithered from the bone ring on Manman's finger. Coiling around the shaman's back, that I end Chapter 50, her nightmare, a sinister and ominous aura, reminiscent of a malevolent serpent, stealthily crawled up the shaman's body, winding its way through his hair and silently infiltrating the back of his skull. At that instant, the hand that clutched the staff faltered ever so slightly. His eyes, which should have gleamed with an amber hue, were suddenly corrupted by the encroaching darkness, losing their original luster. Yet in the briefest of moments, his gaze returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. The shaman's mystical energy, which should have uniformly enveloped Manman's body, now diminished to a mere whisper, barely maintaining the facade of healing. Truth. The majority of his power had silently coalesced into the tail ring adorning her finger. Indeed. It is her power. The voice of the true god, dripping with malevolence and glee, echoed within Manman's mind, akin to unearthing the skull of a long-standing adversary. "Master." Manman ventured cautiously, only to realize the light from the staff was waning. Her wrists and ankles, shrouded in shamanic energy, showed signs of healing on the surface. Yet her bones remained grievously injured beneath. The sick, upon discovering a glimmer of hope for recovery, would grasp it with fervor. Manman anticipated that, in this moment of good spirits, her master might show mercy, revealing even a sliver of his power to mend her wounds. Silence. The true god's voice, interrupted by her musings, lost much of its previous mirth. "Do not attempt to apply your seductive tactics on me. You are but the most wretched servant at my side. Had I been at the height of my power, you would not even be worthy to lick the mud from my shoes." This marked the second instance that day someone deemed her unworthy, that a wave of humiliation surged within Manman, intensifying her yearning for power. That moment, her eyes widened in shock, releasing a stifled gasp as her body stiffened. Ensnared by an unseen force, rendering her utterly immobile, even unable to utter a sound, "I shall grant you a minor punishment to teach you that when your master has not summoned you, you should not appear unbidden." The true god's voice rang with wicked delight. Manman's eyes, filled with terror, widened further as she beheld the shaman's gaze transforming into an inky abyss, dark enough to taint anyone who dared meet it. Her own eyes, which should have sparkled with life, were now wholly consumed by the eerie black mist, rendering her pupils entirely void of color, devoid of even the slightest hint of red. Her gaze turned hollow, yet her face displayed profound dread as ghastly memories flooded her mind. Visions of her time within the tiger tribe resurfaced. Tigre Dachang's foul, gaping maw, the brutal grip on her neck, waist, and tail, the agony of being torn apart, and the despair as other orcs descended upon her once she was defeated. Every detail, every scene, every vile glance from those cursed orcs played out vividly before her, inciting a desire for immediate death. That a tempest of fear and rage surged within Manman as she endeavored to escape this harrowing recollection. Yet the petrification of her body rendered her powerless. She could only watch helplessly as the unbearable past replayed before her, unable to alter a single event. Regrettably, none witnessed as Manman's soul struggled within the nightmarish abyss, the resentment she harbored manifesting as a dark smoke that returned to the shaman's obsidian eyes. The corners of the shaman's mouth twisted grotesquely, contorting further into a sinister grimace. As the glow of his staff extinguished completely, Manman finally broke free from her stony state, feeling drenched and yearning to gasp for breath in celebration of her rebirth. At that moment, several female orcs, having observed the conclusion of the healing, rushed over in excitement. "Man, you are finally well." "Thank you, shaman." The orcs, initially thrilled, tenderly caressed Manman's rejuvenated skin before bowing to the shaman. The shaman's mouth moved stiffly, his voice weary. Withdraw. Yes. Believing the shaman had exhausted much of his power in healing Manman, the male orcs dared not disturb him further and prepared to escort her away. Manman feigned strength, pretending to be fully recovered, but the pain in her bones was far from something she could endure through sheer willpower, especially as she was not inherently a creature of unwavering resolve. Oh dear! She had barely risen from the rudimentary examination table when her knees buckled, and she collapsed into the embrace of a male from the angry horse tribe. Manman whimpered delicately, gently cradling her head as she gazed up with feigned innocence. That I feel a bit dizzy from lying down for too long. Brother chasing wind, that am I heavy? Did I crush you? Her eyes carried a beguiling allure, exuding both fragility and an irresistible charm. The true god, though reluctant to expend his shamanic power on healing her bones, had nonetheless restored her visage, enhancing her beauty remarkably. Thus, while Manman appeared identical to her former self in the Misty Rabbit tribe, she now radiated an astonishing allure, captivating enough to draw one in and listen to her lamentation. Oblivious to her newfound beauty, she noticed the throat of the angry horse tribesman, chasing wind, bobbing as he swallowed audibly. The embrace around her tightened suddenly. Chasing wind's body temperature surged as he stammered. No, I can carry as many Manmans as needed. I mean, a male who cannot carry a female is no true beast. Manman chuckled softly, wrapping her arms around Chasing Wind's, pulling him closer. Then, brother Chasing Wind, will you hold Manman for a while longer? Manman is quite tired, and doesn't he wish to walk? That a fragrant aroma enveloped them, causing Chasing Wind's face to flush out of course. His voice trembled with anticipation and glee. Nearby, the other orcs seethed with envy, their eyes ablaze with jealousy. That I end Chapter 51. The Death of the Shaman, Chasing Wind inquired. Man, are you hungry? I hunted a plump, foolish roe deer today. Shall we roast it? The envious orcs schemed, their minds whirling. Why should Chasing Wind, that insufferable brat, be the first to embrace the beautiful female? They too desired her. Chasing Wind, belatedly realizing, thought, if Manman goes to eat with Chasing Cloud, will I still have a chance to be alone with her in the grass tonight? What good is a foolish roe deer? I can catch Manman a rabbit. He saw no issue with a rabbit eating another rabbit. Yet Manman, feeling wronged, reddened her eyes. What wrong has the rabbit done? Let us not eat the rabbit. All right. Tears from a beautiful maiden could break hearts, especially those of her admirers. Chasing Wind, feeling the awkwardness, hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Manman. I didn't know you didn't eat rabbits. Then let us have the foolish roe deer. His tone was tinged with undeniable disappointment. Chasing Cloud bounced with excitement, while Tree hurried to make his presence known before Manman. Man, would you like to eat the tips of clover? The ones glistening with dew, sure. But clover can be hard to find, right? Manman first expressed enthusiasm, then looked at Tree with concern that it's late. Brother Ash, don't exert yourself too much for me. As for meat, well, as long as it fills my stomach, that will suffice. Manman paused. She had not yet had the chance to sample the food prepared by Yunshi, and thus remained unaware that the culinary techniques imparted by Yunshi had spread among the tribes following the White Lion. Even various condiments had been gathered by Yunshi, who generously led the others to forage in the woods. Thus, the meat was no longer characterized by a tough, gamey taste. The angry horse tribe, oblivious to Manman's disdain, saw her enthusiasm for the clover and boasted, how can one fill their belly with grass? Once the roe deer is roasted, shall we all go with Tree to seek the clover tips? Manman's cheeks flushed with gratitude as she gazed at the orcs surrounding her. You are all so kind to me. Receiving a coveted good person card from a desirable female is, for most male orcs, an immense honor. The corners of the mouths of the three males nearly reached the back of their heads as they arrived at a relatively quiet area. Here, a stream bordered one side, while a natural barrier provided by the Anger Horse tribe and the mysterious Rabbit tribe lay on the other. The four hurriedly skinned and roasted meat by the stream. Chasing Cloud assumed the role of the tribe's chef, sprinkling various spices onto the venison, which gradually became glossy and succulent, as if enveloped in a layer of golden radiance. The enticing aroma wafted through the night air, provoking an irresistible urge to feast. Rarely did Manman finish an entire leg of venison, exclaiming, Brother Chasing Cloud, I had no idea you possess such culinary skills. This is undoubtedly the best roast I've ever tasted. How enviable for your future partner to indulge in such delectable meat every day. Initially, Manman regarded chasing Cloud merely as a backup companion, but his unexpected display of skill prompted her to reconsider the possibility of him becoming one of her partners. Although his strength and appearance were unremarkable, his culinary talents had conquered her appetite, and the thought of him preparing her meals in the future filled her with a sense of pride. You like it? He replied, unfortunately, I haven't mastered even a fraction of Sister Yunqi's skills. Suddenly, Chasing Cloud's expression turned serious as he interrupted. Who? The others also grew cautious, their gazes fixed on a particular spot in the thicket. They soon spotted a pair of long ears emerging, followed by an exceptionally rotund behind wedged within the bushes. Yun Dodo. Yun Shu exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Shu. Despite seeing Yun Man, Yun Dodo turned away without calling out to her that a surge of emotions coursed through Yun Man's heart. How detestable. A wretched little brat who only sought to please that vile Yunshi. How dare he disregard her? Did he also disdain her past as a female slave of the fierce tiger tribe? An intense wave of malevolence surged within her. This was surely the little brat that Yunshi had once favored. She could exploit him to make Yunshi suffer, to plunge her into despair. The more hatred brewed within her, the sweeter her smile became. Before long, Yunshu cradled the sleeping Yun Do in his arms, and the group returned to the outskirts of the Anger Horse tribe's resting area. Tenderly stroking Yun Do's cheek, Yun Man addressed Yun Shu. Brother Shu, is it truly all right for Yun Do to be with us? His parents must be worried sick about his disappearance. Perhaps you should go speak to them. Yun Shu responded nonchalantly. Why the rush? Do must have sneaked out. No one will notice until dawn. I'll go find you some alfalfa tips instead. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Man nodded. Then I shall trouble you. Brother Shu, if you pass by our tribe and see any awake orcs, could you ask them to convey a message to Do's parents? Yun Shu nodded, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. After speaking, he turned back several times as he left. The two male orcs from the Anger Horse tribe, realizing that Yun Man was cradling a small child, felt their chances to approach the fair maiden slip away, leaving them somewhat forlorn. Just then, a startled cry erupted from Yun Man as Yun Do suddenly convulsed, frothing at the mouth. Oh no, the little brat is throwing up. Quick, fetch the shaman. Chasing Wind rushed to take Yun Do from Yun Man's grasp, and the three hurriedly made their way to the shaman. Having been disturbed from his slumber twice, the shaman wore a displeased expression. However, he could not neglect the plight of an outsider's child and reluctantly accepted Yun Do, instructing two orcs to notify the mysterious rabbit tribe. Under the cover of night, the five discovered the shaman keeping his head down, speaking unusually slowly. Once Chasing Wind and Chasing Cloud's figures had disappeared, a wisp of fine black smoke suddenly spread from the shaman's eyes, entering Yun Do's ear in an instant. Yun Do's eyes shot open, completely black, before swiftly closing again. Yun Man silently observed this spectacle, not daring to interrupt the actions of the divine being. Yet her heart soared with exhilaration. She envisioned Yunshi stripped of her powers, falling from the heavens into the mire, to be trampled by all. The shaman remained standing, almost merging with the night. All is in place. Now you should find a place to hide, commanded the divine being within the ring. Yun Man's heart raced with excitement as she concealed herself. Before long, Yun Do's parents and Yunshi indeed arrived. Just as they prepared to take Yun Do away, the shaman obstructed them, and at that moment, a bolt of pure white lightning descended from the sky, incinerating the shaman into char. The shaman is dead. Chapter 52. Did you think I have a good temper? On a starry night, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by Yun Man's scream, causing all the orcs of the Anger Horse tribe to awaken from their slumber. They quickly realized that their revered shaman had been turned to ash. Among all those present, only Yunshi possessed lightning abilities. It was her. She had used her powers to kill the shaman, before Yun Man could even make her entrance. She witnessed Chasing Wind and Chasing Cloud pointing at Yunshi, their expressions filled with rage. Well said, Yun Man thought, stepping out from her hiding place, astonished. Yunshi, how could you do this? I distinctly heard the shaman say that Do was convulsing and vomiting, that he needed to stay in our tribe for a while. How could you resort to violence and kill him? Her eyes brimmed with disapproval, as if blaming Yunshi for her ruthless actions. To kill without reason, especially the most respected shaman of our tribe. The orcs of the Anger Horse tribe will not stand for it. Even though you have taught us how to refine elixirs and prepare delicious food. You have taken the life of our shaman. The shaman is as precious as the females of our tribe. Yunshi, although you are someone we hold in high regard, if you do not provide an explanation, do not blame us for being impolite. Indeed, we demand justice for the shaman's life. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Manman's lips. Having experienced the darkest moments of life, she had learned to conceal her emotions quite well. And now she held a trump card in her hands, ensuring that Yunshi would not escape unscathed. Yunshi, I know that in the former mysterious rabbit tribe, your conduct was appalling, that I never imagined that even after receiving the beast god's guidance, you would still behave as you did before, easily manipulated and toyed with by me. Manman silently finished her thoughts. Yunshi merely gazed at her performance in silence. Suddenly, two orcs appeared, claiming that Dodo was ill and crying to see her. She found it utterly perplexing until she was accused of being the murderer. The absurdity of the situation reached its peak. The world was indeed a grand stage where all manner of detritus could perform. So, why should she endure any longer? Crack! Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky, this time purple, aimed directly at Manman. The orcs gasped in alarm. Danger! Manman, get out of the way! Chasing wind, moving away from Manman, rushed forward, intending to shield her from the impending strike. Yet Manman, seemingly frozen in fear, stood rooted in place, but it was too late. Just as the purple lightning was about to strike Manman, she suddenly slipped, narrowly avoiding the bolt. Yunshi let out a cold laugh, unleashing a second and third strike of lightning in rapid succession. Ta-da! Manman screamed, yet inwardly she pleaded for the divine being's aid. My lord, master, save me! Yunshi has gone mad. This was lightning powerful enough to char the leader and deputy leader of the fierce tiger tribe. Silence. How infuriating. Why didn't you mention that Yunshi's lightning is so peculiar? The divine being within the ring was furious. Had it not been for his current lack of a physical form, necessitating the use of this useless Manman, he would never have been reduced to such a state of desperation. Who exactly was Yunshi? Why did her power seem to have a restraining effect on him? Thankfully, this female was currently weak. He must not allow her any time to grow stronger. How infuriating! Had he not been sealed for so long? In his prime, with just a thought, this female capable of countering his lightning could be reduced to ashes. He would not need to expend effort using the shaman's power to help this useless Manman evade. The divine being within the ring was filled with shock and rage. At times, he even contemplated abandoning her, allowing the lightning to strike Manman down. Yet he had invested too much in her, hoping she would cultivate more malevolent thoughts to nourish his own strength, leaving him in a precarious position. Yunshi unleashed over 10 bolts of lightning, none of which struck true. In fact, upon closer inspection, she noticed that some bolts were nearly grazing Manman. Yet a strange aura suddenly enveloped her, helping her escape disaster. She should not have been able to perceive that peculiar aura. However, each time a bolt nearly struck Manman, and she dodged it. A strong sensation of disdain, disgust, and malevolence surged within her consciousness. It seemed today would not be the day she could strike Manman down. In merely a day and night, Manman underwent a remarkable transformation, reminiscent of a favored child of destiny in a rebirth novel who has acquired a system. Yunshi took a closer look at Manman and discovered that although her appearance had not changed, she exuded an even greater beauty, one that invoked a compelling urge to torment. Upon witnessing Yunshi finally cease her assault, the once cowed orcs of the Angry Horse tribe, now emboldened, rallied once more to confront her. Yunshi, this is our territory, they declared. Not only have you slain our shaman, but do you also intend to harm the females brought by our tribe's males? Yunshi scoffed, her already volatile mood exacerbated. Mizong Rabbit Clan, eliminate the traitors. Those who are wise, stay far away. She cast a disdainful glance at the trembling Manman, hidden behind the orcs of the Angry Horse tribe. How dramatic, she thought, recalling one of the two boys. Was it Zhuyin? What a pity that she had once taught him culinary skills. Seeing that Yunshi not only showed no signs of restraint, but appeared intent on continuing her assault against her kin. The angry horse tribe could hardly contain their fury. "You truly underestimate us," they growled. Their tempers flared, as most orcs possessed fiery and wind-based abilities. With the wind fueling the flames, their tempers grew even more volatile. Aside from Zhuefeng and Zhuiyun, several others of the angry horse tribe felt the glow of their totemic symbols brighten upon their foreheads. Some orcs transformed into their beast forms, aiming to impose psychological pressure on Yuanxi with their formidable physiques. An angry horse against a rabbit. In terms of size, the angry horse held the advantage. Yet, Yuanxi suddenly clenched her fist, fully prepared to mock them. "Do you think my temper is so mild?" The individual's eye. Yuanxi wished to teach a lesson: never wait until morning. With a swift motion, she swung her fist, sending the beastly form of an angry horse orc flying before her. Bang! The creature, 3.5 times the size of Yuanxi in human form, was hurled through the air, crashing into several large trees before landing softly on the ground. The patriarch and matriarch of the Mizong rabbit clan, cowering with long ears wrapped around their eyes, trembled in sheer terror. How frightful, they thought, recalling the vivid memory of Yuanxi sending a fierce tiger clan orc flying just the day before. Did the angry horse tribe truly believe they could rival the tiger clan? Though gripped by the desire to flee, knowing their own offspring was in danger, the patriarch of Yundo cautiously peeked from behind his ear. Chapter 53. My rules are the rules. There lay the beastly form of an angry horse orc, slumped against a tree stump, motionless, having succumbed to unconsciousness, seeking death, upon witnessing one of their own felled by Yuanxi's punch. The battle fervor of the angry horse tribe surged, the surrounding air growing increasingly heated. Flames erupted as several fiery attacks surged towards Yuan. She did a mere grain of rice dares to contest with the sun and moon. Yuanxi retracted her fist, gently blowing upon her still pale, jade-like knuckles, then snapped her fingers that a bolt of lightning, as thick as a serpent, descended, pinning the fiery attacks in place. Remarkably, instead of dissipating, they coalesced into a smaller serpent, slithering toward one of the orcs. As the lightning serpent coiled around the orc's arm, it detonated with a pop, eliciting a scream from the orc, who instinctively attempted to shield himself, but was instead convulsed by the residual force of the lightning. His hair standing on end as he first saluted the beast god before collapsing limply, resembling a frizzy corn perm. After the orc's cry subsided and he rolled his eyes back, he fell to the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably like a fish stranded on dry land. The remaining orcs of the angry horse tribe were astonished, having never witnessed such formidable prowess. After exchanging glances, they gritted their teeth and declared, "Let us unite. The dignity and pride of the angry horse tribe shall not be trampled." With this proclamation, their previously subdued morale surged anew, that a few male orcs let out a fierce roar and formed a rudimentary formation. 4 fire-based abilities surged forth, while 2 angry horse orcs behind summoned wind abilities, resolutely believing that Yuanxi could not evade their invincible fiery circle. A massive fireball ascended, encircling Yuanxi. Should she fail to escape, she would be reduced to cinders. Yuanxi smiled coldly. "It seems my recent treasures have gone to the dogs. Good pups, don't whimper when you get beaten." With her compassion extinguished, she unleashed her full power, summoning a vast array of thunderous strikes, reminiscent of her rise to fame in the tiger tribe. Dozens of purple lightning bolts, as if guided by sentience, struck the orcs who dared to attack her. They had no time to utter a single cry before being reduced to ashes by the might of the thunder. The tongues of fire, mere moments away from touching a corner of Yuanxi's garment, vanished into thin air due to the abrupt interruption of her powers. Yuanxi strode toward Yundodo, held captive by an orc who trembled uncontrollably to did not come any closer. "Why, yes. Yuanxi, don't go too far. You have already slain our shaman and so many of our kin." This time, Yuanxi had no desire to engage in dialogue. With a snap of her fingers, the lightning serpent ensnared the throat of the speaking orc. He rolled his eyes back, his fate uncertain. All the orcs of the angry horse tribe fell silent in fear, initially believing that this female was valued merely for her exceptional culinary skills and potion-making talents by the white lion and panda tribes. They now realized her combat prowess was equally terrifying. In that moment, regret washed over the orcs of the angry horse tribe. Despite their fear, they felt a pang of unwillingness. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the back of the crowd, "The 2 young clan leaders have arrived." The two opposing factions swiftly parted to make way. Bai Yu and Ben Batian emerged from the throng, each displaying a markedly different reaction. Bai Yu dashed to Yunxi's side, his expression fraught with anxiety. Yunxi, are you all right? Did they bully you? Conversely, Ben Batian gazed at the smoldering remains strewn about, regarding Yunxi with a rare sense of trepidation. The arrival of the two young leaders instilled hope among the orcs of the Angry Horse tribe. Young leaders, look. Yunxi is wreaking havoc in our tribe. She not only killed the shaman, but also several warriors who dared to argue with her. The elder of the Angry Horse tribe was the last to arrive. Witnessing the demise of several of the tribe's finest warriors, particularly Zhuefeng and Zheng, one a chief warrior the tribe had invested heavily in, and the other a budding alchemist. Both had been reduced to mere ash by Yunxi's lightning. Heartache consumed the elder as he glared at Yunxi, his eyes filled with resentment. Every one of those struck down by that lightning was a vital force for our tribe. Yunxi must pay a price. The glimmer of determination shone in his murky eyes. Did I end this forest? The Angry Horse tribe's strength ranked merely in the third tier, comparable to that of Yunxi's Mizong rabbit tribe. Thus, even upon witnessing Yunxi slay the tribe's youthful warriors, they did not regard her as a significant threat. After all, females typically relied on the strength of the males. Yunxi was merely fortunate to possess lightning abilities. Had the beast god lost his senses? Why choose a timid and delicate rabbit clan orc to convey his will? Despite his unwillingness to concede, the elder saw a potential opportunity. After all, a seemingly weak female, no matter how formidable, could not possibly surpass the two young leaders of the beast clan. If he could incite them to act on his behalf, Yunxi would surely suffer greatly. Contemplating the abundant treasures within Yunxi's space, the elder discreetly assessed the young leader of the panda tribe, convinced he would not remain unmoved by such prospects. Thus, the elder resolved to stoke the flames of discord himself. We were meant to be allies in this flight from danger, brothers and partners. Yet Yunxi, you kill at will, disregarding any semblance of rules. Your arrogance raises the question. Who would dare accompany you on the remaining path? Today, Yunxi, you must provide our tribe with an explanation. The elder's impassioned words were directed squarely at the two young leaders. Yes, young leaders, please take a stand for us. Slay Yunxi. Let her pay for the shaman and the warriors of our tribe. The other orcs of the Angry Horse tribe echoed in agreement. Yet, what would become of the treasures entrusted to Yunxi by the beast god? A murmur coursed through the crowd that a single stone stirred up a tempest. The discord had already drawn the attention of other tribes, both near and far, encircling the epicenter of the incident, yet none showed any intention of mediating or assisting in the conflict. However, the mention of Yunxi's abundant treasures ignited a ripple of greed among the onlookers. At this moment, Yunxi's gaze was as cold as ice, radiating an invisible pressure. How careless! I forgot to conceal my wealth. I had intended to direct my heart toward the bright moon. Yet alas! Yunxi surveyed the faces that turned to her, a sudden, brazen smile breaking forth. You think to frame me, only to suppress me with rules? I have yet to inquire. Who among you has witnessed me slaying your shaman? Since you wish to speak of rules with me, allow me to make it clear. My rules are the only ones that matter. Chapter 54. Who is truly cowardly? At that moment, Bai Yu's voice rang out. Elder, do you misunderstand something? Yunxi cannot possibly be that kind of person. He approached Yunxi, frowning as he surveyed the chaos surrounding him, including the charred remains of the old shaman. The intent of maintaining order was quite evident. However, Ben Batian held a different perspective. Although he possessed little interest in Yunxi's treasures, as Manman had reported, Yunxi's extraordinary abilities manifested far too abruptly, and her possessions were exceedingly peculiar. Surely, the Angry Horse clan would not wrongfully accuse Yunxi without cause. Yet did none of you present possess any evidence? Ben Batian's voice rang out as he scanned the orcs of the Angry Horse clan. Who says there is none? I am a witness. And this unconscious little cub is also a witness. Manman, seeing the flames grow ever fiercer, could not resist adding more fuel to the fire, that I saw with my own eyes that it was Yunxi who killed the shaman. The reason being that the shaman mentioned that Yundo's condition was dire and could be easily moved, prompting Yunxi to act. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yundo. Ah, will Yundo come forth to testify against Yunxi? Many had witnessed Yundo being spoiled and pampered, exchanging tender moments for treats. The elder of the angry horse clan furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by this female's interference. Manman, with a leisurely tone, suggested, "If it is true, we can simply awaken Dodo." Having spoken, she cast a hopeful glance at the orc cradling Yundo. The male, momentarily taken aback by Manman's beauty, had no choice but to comply. Hastily patting Yundo's head. "Hey, little cub, wake up, stop. Release my cub." At that moment, even the most timid of orcs found their courage to defend their beloved offspring. That Yundo's mother dashed forward, snatching her child into her embrace. Once she returned to Yunshi's side, she cautiously examined him for any injuries. "Dodo, wake up, quickly help your sister Yunshi." Yundo's mother gently patted his chest, that as soon as Yundo heard the name Yunshi, he began to convulse. Looking up and seeing Yunshi standing not far away, he was frightened and burrowed into his mother's arms. "Yunshi, bad person. She killed the shaman," with his face buried in his mother's embrace. Yundo's eyes were all black, and his expression was not as terrifying as he portrayed, but he emitted a sharp wail, his cries echoing far into the night. At this, the faces of all the orcs changed upon hearing Yundo's accusation. It was indeed her. The very Yunshi who had so gently taught them the art of cooking had brutally slain the shaman and then murdered over a dozen warriors. After Yundo's cries subsided, he suddenly fainted again, leaving the adults holding him in a state of bewilderment. Yunshi, accustomed to seeking assistance from the mightiest, instinctively recoiled as if an epiphany had struck her. She then buried her head in her arms, falling silent. Yunshi found the situation laughable. She had encountered foolishness, but never such unabashed idiocy. Having rushed to retrieve Yundo, she had no time to commit any crime. Yet, such a vacillating simpleton was hardly worth her attention. "Yunshi, pay with your life," Manman maliciously declared from the side. However, none in attendance dared to take a single step closer. The gruesome spectacle of Yunshi reducing orc warriors to mere ashes was far too vivid and horrifying. "Who dares to demand my precious cub's life?" Yun Kuei, having heard the commotion from afar, rushed over only to find his cherished cub under siege. The pain was unbearable. He stepped in front of Yunshi, glaring at the raucous crowd. "You ungrateful wretches! Were it not for the sustenance I provided my dear cub, you would not have the energy to travel so far, let alone slander him. My cub has never even met your shaman. How could he have killed him?" Yun Kuei defended Yunshi vehemently. "Who knows? Didn't Yunshi commit many unspeakable acts during her time in the tribe? It's just that she lacked the strength back then." Causing less harm, Manman interjected. "Though I was once of the Misty Rabbit tribe, a simple inquiry with anyone from there would reveal the extent of Yunshi's notorious reputation." Suddenly, Manman had a realization. Perhaps the shaman knew that Yunshi was pregnant with a cursed beast's offspring, and that is why she resorted to murder to silence him. "Yes, exactly," she nodded affirmatively. "What pregnancy? What cursed beast? Is it the one I am aware of?" The whispers began to spread like a drop of water in hot oil, that if earlier many gazed at Yunshi with greed, now their looks were filled with disgust and fear. "You speak nonsense. You traitor!" Yun Kuei exclaimed in fury. "How dare you falsely accuse my dear cub of carrying a cursed beast child? I see you are the one with murky ties to the cursed beasts. And it is you who bears their offspring, a whole litter." Yun Kuei's words struck at the core of Manman's deepest fears. Though she had not been violated by a cursed beast, the memory of being humiliated by a rogue orc in the marshland gnawed at her soul incessantly. She regarded Yun Kuei with a cold gaze. This person, too, must die, alongside Yunshi Dipbiam. Yunshi, growing increasingly impatient, extracted a grenade from her space and hurled it to the ground. Amidst the smoke, a crater appeared out of thin air that Yunshi's icy voice resonated. "I do not need to prove my innocence to you. However, I shall assert this. I did not slay the shaman of the Angry Horse clan. Clear your minds, there is a conspiracy afoot." Having said this, she extended her hand toward Yundo's mother. "Dodo is acting strangely. Let me take a look." At Yundo's mother, having curled up in fright, soon came to understand that Yunshi could not possibly be the culprit. Hearing Yunshi's assertion that her child was unwell, she hastily handed him over. As soon as Yundo fell into Yunshi's embrace, she sensed a faint resistance within him, as if he were saying, "Go away. I don't like this." Unfortunately, that consciousness could not articulate its thoughts, and the message remained hazy. Yet it only reinforced Yunqi's conviction that Yundo had likely been subjected to some malevolent scheme. She had to take him away to a quiet and safe place for examination. With this in mind, Yunqi turned to leave. Manman, unwilling to let slip the opportunity to strike down Yunqi, called out urgently, "Yunqi, why are you running? Are you feeling guilty for your crimes?" Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange black tube appeared in Yunqi's hand. One end grasped by her, while the other emitted black smoke. Tiny metallic projectiles shot forth from the tube, piercing straight into Manman's forehead. Chapter 55. The Inevitable Divide. Manman collapsed. The so-called true god residing within her ring was infuriated, exclaiming, "Fool! Manman, you foolish fool, to die so easily. No, I cannot allow the host who has just freed me from confinement to perish so effortlessly. Rather than seeking a new one, I should mend this fool." Heartbroken, he drew upon the divine power he had just acquired from the shaman, blending it with his own essence and secretly embedding it within Manman's mind. On the ground, Manman's fingers twitched. She suddenly rose in alarm, a bullet spitting from her forehead. The gathered orcs were bewildered, assuming that Yunqi's ability had merely failed, but Yunqi's pupils constricted in disbelief. No one could survive being struck in the forehead by an AK-47 bullet and subsequently expel it, only to revive. This was no longer the strength of mere mortals. Recalling the information she had gleaned from the Grand Shaman of the White Lion tribe that day, suspicion filled Yunqi's gaze as she fixed it upon Manman. Could it be that her father was indeed correct? This Manman was the one connected to the sealed evil god. Her lightning had never missed its target, yet now it had repeatedly been evaded by Manman, who had returned from the brink of death. Manman, too, was unprepared for such a close encounter with death, only to be yanked back by the true god. In that moment, she found herself utterly devoted to the power of the true god. The true god's voice echoed in her mind. "Fool, do not let your unfounded pride sway you to allow these tribespeople to cast out this female. I desire the child within her womb, that if I consume it, I have a premonition that my power will be restored by 1/10. At that time, healing your wounds and implanting her abilities within you will be but a trifle." Manman's heart ignited with fervor. Did this not imply that Yunqi was to be vivisected by the true god? Furthermore, if Yunqi's abilities were implanted within her, she could attract even more formidable males, turning them into her subservient followers. Thus, there was no question of defying the true god's command. "Yunqi, you are unworthy of living on our orc continent. You, a dangerous element, should be expelled." "Expelled?" Yunqi scoffed. "And you think you possess the authority to expel me?" Suddenly, arcs of light emanated from her, causing the crowd to scatter in fear as she stepped forward. "It is I who do not desire your presence," Yunqi declared. To say she was unhurt would be a falsehood. Her once guarded heart had been healed by the unreserved love of the cub and her father and mother. Yet in this moment and scene, one feels an overwhelming sense of despondency that as human beings, we are inevitably swayed by various interests. Among the orcs and the tribe present, how many truly seek justice for the deceased shaman? And how many are merely like hyenas drawn by the scent of blood, eager to seize a share for themselves? From now on, she shall no longer selflessly contribute to accrue merit points. Her kindness shall only be bestowed upon those who are worthy. "Wait, my dear." The devoted father, Yunke, pursued her, but he glared furiously at the orcs behind him, spitting disdainfully. "Wretched wolves." Some orcs attempted to follow, but Ben Batian obstructed their path. He languidly remarked, "Regardless of whether she is the true culprit, she can no longer remain within our tribe. The origins of the child she carries are dubious. This matter can be corroborated by Manman and many of the Zone 2 rabbit orcs. For the safety of all, she must part ways with the tribe." "You wretched wolf." Bayu was taken aback that his good brother could utter such cold-blooded words, seeing his friend still harboring prejudice against Yunqi. Bayu punched him and rushed off to chase after her. Ben Batian stumbled from the blow, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "You wouldn't understand. The chieftains of the Baishan and Afu entrusted both tribes to me. I bear the responsibility to lead them to a safe haven and a new beginning." He sighed, envious of the purity that others could maintain. Yet, Ben Batian felt no regret and was willing to safeguard his brother's innocence, hoping only that he would not betray his genuine feelings. and wishing for the safety of her and her unborn child. Ben Batian silently prayed. The surrounding orcs, noticing his rapt gaze fixed upon Yunshi, could not help but voice their concerns. Young chieftain, are you truly allowing this murderer to escape? Murderer, Ben Batian scoffed. Have you seen with your own eyes Yunshi committing murder? That little brat pointed her out, did he not? The murmurs among the orcs dwindled, eventually silenced under Ben Batian's unwavering stare. By the way, young chieftain, why did we not see chieftains by Sean and Ben late tonight? Another orc inquired. Ben Batian inhaled deeply. Our tribe's great shaman foretold that the seals of the nearby algae marshes were weakening. A Fu and Chieftain Baishan have taken 2 elite teams to safeguard it. Before leaving, the great shaman specifically instructed us to keep our distance from the algae marshes and to eliminate any wandering beasts or strange creatures on sight. Strange beasts? How could there be strange beasts? Aren't they confined to the algae marshes? Due to the volcanic eruption, several critical sealing points were damaged, causing the seals of all marshes to weaken, Ben Batian explained calmly. The further we advance, the closer we approach the waters, and the more marshes we shall encounter. Starting tomorrow, each tribe must dispatch a team of warriors to patrol at night, to avoid encounters with any beasts that may have breached the seals. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the crowd grew heavy, and one anticipated that, after just one day of respite, they would soon face hardships anew. Behind them loomed the threat of forest fires, while ahead lay the menace of strange beasts. That night, all the orcs found it difficult to sleep. When dawn broke and they accounted for their numbers, they discovered that the Zongtu rabbit tribe had vanished without a trace, along with several exceptional alchemists from the Mi Lu tribe, as well as Baiyu, the young chieftain of the White Lion tribe. Meanwhile, Yun Shi, cradling Yun Do Do, intended to seek out the great shaman directly. The unusual nature of Yun Do Do left her at a loss, being a foreigner with no means to navigate the situation. However, she was intercepted by Baiyu, who informed her that the great shaman had taken the 2 chieftains and the tribe's finest warriors to the algae marsh to inspect the seals, and would endeavor to hunt down as many strange beasts as possible while there. Yunshi fell silent, and no wonder it had taken Baiyu and Ben Batian so long to arrive after her prolonged entanglement with the angry horse tribe. So, you went to escort the chieftains, then? Is it dangerous to enter the algae marsh? Yunshi inquired, aware that this was a redundant question. Even modern individuals equipped with advanced tools would prefer to avoid the marshes, let alone the primitive and savage beast realm. Baiyu nodded gravely, yet his concern remained for Yun Shi's well-being. You seemed quite angry earlier and employed a considerable amount of your powers. Are you all right? Yun Shi responded, somewhat perplexed. It's merely a pregnancy. It neither affects my anger nor my ability to wield powers. Baiyu insisted. Pregnancy can be arduous for females, as the offspring draw upon the mother's essence. The stronger the bloodline of the offspring, the greater the demand for energy from the mother. Consequently, many females find their powers diminished during pregnancy, as they convert into nutrients consumed by the young. Did your mother never inform you of this? What? Yunshi exclaimed in shock. The side effects of pregnancy were such a horror. She had no desire to lose her vital powers. It seemed the mysterious child within her could not be kept. However, your powers remain formidable. So perhaps you are merely carrying ordinary offspring. They would require less energy, and their potential would be quite average. Baiyu analyzed with a serious demeanor. That I told you. There is no way you could be bearing the child of a strange beast. If that were the case, you would have already been drained to skin and bones by now. Yunshi replied, thank you. Not feeling comforted at all, To suggests that her child was worthless in front of a mother. How could any mother find joy in such words? Baiyu continued to strive to console the distressed individual. It's all right, Shishi. I can help you raise the child. I'm an excellent hunter. Are you truly planning to leave our large group? It's far too dangerous to travel alone. How about I accompany you? I can protect you. His ulterior motives were apparent. If the 2 of them departed the tribe, he would have endless opportunities to be alone with her. Time would tell if he could win her heart. Before Yun she could politely decline, Yun Kuei grew displeased. He's a fully grown man. Moreover, my dear child is both delicate and lazy. How could I allow her to suffer? Thus, he interjected, I will always be the one to protect my dear child. Hey, Uncle Yun Kuei, you're here too. Baiyu scratched his head. His previous cleverness entirely vanished, reduced to a clumsy golden retriever wagging its tail. When the group returned to the temporary resting area of the Zone 2 rabbit tribe, they were met with dozens of glowing red eyes. The scene was quite overwhelming, causing Baiyu to jump in fright. Yunshi, I heard you were wrongfully accused tonight. They even claimed you committed murder. Do you really need to do such things? Indeed. I think they harbor ill intentions. I heard they even had the audacity to demand compensation from Yunshi. Bah. Yunshi has already shared so many rewards from the beast god with them. They are simply too greedy. The Zone 2 rabbit orcs chattered incessantly. Each tribe harbored its own selfish motives. Just like the Zone 2 rabbit tribe, the more attention Yunshi lavished upon other tribes, the less she could afford to give them. They even taught others how to concoct pills that could grant boundless strength and energy, enabling one to go 3 days and nights without food, yet no one from their own tribe could master it. At the very least, the flavor was far inferior to that of the Milu tribe. Someone then suggested, Yunshi, since the angry horse tribe is being so unreasonable, why don't we simply leave? Yes, let us depart. But the outside world is perilous. There were also orcs who wished to take shelter under a sturdy tree. At least under the protection of the 2 formidable tribes, this journey would be much easier for them. Yunshi surveyed the familiar faces within the tribe and declared, I do intend to leave. The orcs of the Angry Horse tribe harbor ill intentions. I suspect they have been incited by someone and will continue to trouble me in the future. If I remain within the tribe, it may jeopardize your safety. This time, Yundodo has already suffered an undeserved calamity. Furthermore, I am not trying to frighten you. The outside world is truly dangerous. The volcanic eruption has not only triggered forest fires, but has also driven many powerful beasts from their familiar territories. Yunshi gazed at the Zone 2 rabbit clansmen, stating, currently, chieftains by Shan and Ben Lei have escorted the great shaman to investigate the seals at the algae marsh. According to the great shaman's divination, the seals have indeed weakened. If we act independently, we may very well encounter beasts that have escaped the marsh. What, no wonder we did not see the 2 chieftains tonight. Those are strange beasts. We have also lost contact with the powerful warriors of our tribe. It would be much better if they were here to escort us. Indeed, indeed. I wonder where our tribe's warriors have gone. Would they be fleeing in the same direction as us? Due to this news, the initially eager Zone 2 beastman, who intended to accompany Yunshi for a delightful meal, found themselves entangled in indecision and hesitation once more. In the end, only a handful of parents with their young, alongside Yun Jiaojiao's beastly companions, resolutely decided to follow Yunshi's lead and depart. Under the cover of night, Yunshi and her companions chose an alternate path and quietly slipped away. They soon discovered a relatively flat expanse of land, a veritable paradise for the rabbit tribe beastmen to burrow into. T Yun Kuei's command, the beastmen transformed into their animal forms, embracing their primal instincts and began to dig. Yunshi, still fundamentally human, had no desire to dwell within a burrow. Therefore, she gathered some moss, dried the dew-laden soil slightly over a gentle heat, and laid down a layer of moss, followed by a layer of beast pelts, and finally placed a sleeping bag atop. Baiyu, intrigued by Yunshi's nest, shifted in her beast form and lay beside her, resting in a protective posture. As soon as Yunshi burrowed into her sleeping bag, she closed her eyes and feigned slumber, entering the space. Nowadays, only the merit points could somewhat soothe her wounded heart. Merit points. 21954. So many. Yunshi mused silently. System. How are these merit points calculated? Each time I instruct a beastman in the crafting of a specific elixir, I receive 5,000 merit points. Unique, the faith of a single beastman. 100. Maximum limit 1,000. Yunshi quietly calculated. She had expended 10,000 merit points to unlock the second layer of the space, and another 300 to exchange for 3 skill books. Additionally, miscellaneous items such as a pressure cooker and snacks had cost her nearly 100. Furthermore, by teaching the beastmen to cook a dish, she could earn 100 merit points. She taught them 4 dishes daily, accumulating 800 merit points. Space, with my current points, can I unlock the 3rd layer? Yunshi was still contemplating the system's mention of a 4th layer, which promised enticing wares that host points are insufficient. Please continue to strive. Over 20,000 points and still not enough to unlock the 2nd layer? Yunshi couldn't help but inquire. System. How many points are required to unlock the 3rd layer? The usage of points requires the host to explore independently. When the points for unlocking the 3rd layer are sufficient, notification will follow immediately. Alright then. Yunshi felt that this space system was not particularly intelligent. However, since it mentioned that the usage of points required personal exploration, she wondered if the items exchanged for merit points could be reclaimed. System, can the items I exchanged for merit points still be stored in the space? Yunshi's mind sparked with an idea as she tentatively posed the question. Were you not seeking the beast god's gifts? Were you not trying to rob me? Yunshi thought to herself. And thus, I shall let you know what it means to take from me and return it. To consume my offerings and regurgitate them. Exchanged items can only be destroyed, not reclaimed. Would the host like to activate the one-click destruction function? This is feasible. Yunshi exchanged with the system to have all the tools left in the Panda tribe and the Angry Horse tribe completely destroyed. As for the Elk tribe and the White Lion clan, since they did not take advantage of her plight initially, she would allow them to retain the right to utilize the items in the space. After all, Yunshi still relied on them to accumulate some merit points. Regrettably, the time spent teaching them to cook was too brief, and she wondered if the beastmen of these two tribes would be able to fully unleash their creativity with these tools. Yunshi never doubted the intelligence of the beastmen. They merely needed a fulcrum to leverage their creativity. This fulcrum consisted of the various ingredients, cooking utensils, and culinary techniques that Yunshi provided. Given sufficient time to ponder and experiment, they would undoubtedly create a culinary culture uniquely their own. Perhaps one day, they would realize that food is not merely about satiating hunger, but can also be an art form, a source of enjoyment. And Yunshi eagerly anticipated witnessing that day arrive. Moreover, she believed that as time progressed, the culinary skills of these tribes would only improve, potentially surpassing even her own imagination. Once a significant concern was resolved, Yunshi gazed at the surplus of over 20,000 points, preparing to maximize their potential. Merit points left unused would merely remain as numbers. Only when exchanged for tangible items could Yunshi reap the benefits. System, assist me in upgrading one level of the spiritual spring and spiritual field. Upgrading one level of the spiritual spring requires a deduction of 8,000 merit points, while upgrading one level of the spiritual field requires a deduction of 500 merit points. Please confirm. Host, confirmed. Instantaneously, the first layer of Yunshi's space resembled a modern mobile game, revealing a 10 square meter spiritual spring. The spiritual spring shimmered with a misty vapor, exuding an air of sophistication. Nearby, a few cranes leisurely groomed their feathers beside the spring. Adjacent to the spiritual spring lay a 20 square meter plot of land, neatly sectioned for Yunshi's planting endeavors. Yunshi recalled that she had numerous plant seeds in her space, and thus attempted to plant them in the spiritual field. With but a thought, a patch of cucumbers swiftly rooted and sprouted, while the spiritual field automatically constructed a trellis for the cucumbers to climb. Did I end the brief moment Yunshi daydreamed? The cucumbers had already flourished. Yunshi beamed at the sight before her. With another thought, the cucumbers effortlessly flew into a suddenly materialized bamboo basket, subsequently stored in the first layer of the space's repository. Yunshi was unaware of the precise duration required for cucumbers to mature, but witnessing their rapid growth filled her with delight. Even more astonishing was that the entire process required no manual labor on her part. She could control everything through her thoughts. This was akin to the farming game of her dreams. Yunshi thought excitedly. Considering the increasingly sweltering weather, she decided to plant some summer fruits to quench her thirst. Thus, she sowed various fruits such as watermelon, mango, coconut, and mulberries, her favorite summertime treats, each one making her mouth water. In the apocalypse, plants could mutate, becoming exceptionally ferocious. Some fruit trees were even more terrifying than zombies, possessing formidable attack capabilities capable of easily injuring humans. Consequently, Yunshi had not savored fresh fruit in a long time. Now, she finally had the opportunity to cultivate these delectable fruits, her heart brimming with anticipation. As she gazed at the seedlings she had planted, Yunshi envisioned a lush orchard in the future, laden with bountiful fruit. She could hardly wait to taste the sweet, juicy flavors and experience the refreshing essence of summer. This thought, a satisfied smile graced her lips. While waiting for the fruits to ripen, Yunshi leisurely settled on a stone bench in the courtyard. Once more lifting the bowl of crystal clear, lightly ore-infused spiritual spring water to her lips, savoring a sip. The legendary spiritual spring water indeed lived up to its reputation. Yunshi felt a refreshing sensation flowing down her throat, spreading throughout her body, instantly dissipating her fatigue. However, while this spiritual spring water possessed miraculous effects, The energy contained within it paled in comparison to that of the crystal cores. Suddenly, she recalled that she still had an inexhaustible supply of crystal cores. With this thought, an idea sparked in her mind. She wanted to conduct an experiment. Thus, she retrieved a bag of level 6 crystal cores from the shelf and tossed them into the spiritual spring. As the crystal cores entered the water, they rapidly dissolved in the mist, transforming into a rich fog. When this layer of fog reached a certain critical point, it began to diffuse outward. When the outermost fog reached the spiritual field, the first plants it encountered were those closest to the edge of the pool. To her astonishment, these plants seemed to be infused with a powerful life force, instantly thriving. Their sizes doubled, and the previously diminutive plants now towered above her knees. Not only that, but these plants matured at an astonishing speed. Their leaves became lush and glistening, while the fruits grew increasingly plump and enticing. Before long, the ripe fruits detached from the plants, soaring into the waiting bamboo basket nearby. At this moment, the bamboo basket brimmed with fruits, each glistening with a translucent sheen and exuding an alluring aroma. The entire scene was vibrant and lively, leaving one in awe. Yunshi could hardly contain her excitement as she picked up a watermelon that had been hastily ripened by the mist. She gently caressed the skin, feeling its smooth, slightly cool texture. Then, she lightly tapped it, hearing a dull thud that only heightened her anticipation for the delectable flesh within. She carefully sliced the watermelon open, revealing the vibrant red flesh, which emitted an inviting fragrance. Juice trickled down the blade, forming a beautiful arc unable to resist. Yunshi took a bite, and instantly, a wave of sweetness spread across her palate. "So sweet," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. This sweetness was just right, not overly intense, yet sufficient to ensnare one's senses. She savored each bite, relishing the refreshing and delightful taste of the watermelon, in addition to its sweetness. The texture of the watermelon was exceptional. Its flesh was delicate and juicy, melting in her mouth, providing an extraordinary sensation. The fruit flesh, bursting with distinct granules, seems to explode with every gentle press of the tongue. Yunshi cannot help but exclaim in admiration, "What a delightful texture! Who could resist a watermelon that is both sandy and sweet?" Especially when the ethereal mist from the spiritual spring appears to provide a natural chilling effect, leaving one yearning for yet another bite, each mouthful a lingering delight. Immersed in the realm of watermelon, Yunshi feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with each taste, as if every bite allows her to forget all her worries and pressures. In this moment, it is merely the dialogue between her and the watermelon, a pursuit and enjoyment of exquisite flavors. She longs to devour the entire watermelon in one go, yet she restrains her impulse. Knowing that the bamboo basket still holds mangoes, coconuts, and mulberries awaiting her attention. Placing the half-eaten watermelon by the spring to keep it fresh, she begins to savor the other fruits, whether it be the coconut, mango, or mulberry. Each texture brings her immense satisfaction. Just as Yunshi is lost in the delightful world of fruits, a slight tremor ripples through the space, signaling an external disturbance. Reluctantly, she sets aside her half-eaten fruit and steps outside. Yunshi, "Oh no, it's terrible. We've dug a hole and created a giant pit." Several muddy giant rabbits, with drooping long ears, squat beside Yunshi's sleeping bag. Their round, plump backs resemble the watermelon she had just devoured. And they plaintively murmur, "Yunshi, wake up. Hurry, go see your poor father. He has fallen into the pit. In the pit. He has fallen into the pit." The timid rabbits tremble, too frightened to jump, their words repeating like a malfunctioning recorder. Meanwhile, the great white lion glares at the noisy rabbits with evident displeasure, despite their pitiful appearance with red-rimmed eyes. Its white tail encircles Yunshi's sleeping bag, and its large paws, adorned with pink pads, gently rest upon Yunshi's head, attempting to shield her from the disturbances caused by the rabbits. Yet, Yunshi slowly opens her eyes, signaling the end of her solitude. The lion's beastly gaze narrows into a slit, menacingly fixating on the clueless rabbits. Is it not quite normal for rabbits to dig deeper holes? What is there to fuss about? Besides, surely the earth below is just soil. Can't they dig upwards? The rabbits, unable to communicate with their companions in peril, endure the lioness' deadly glare, continuing their repetitive cries. Thankfully, Yunshi finally awakens. "What is the matter?" She rubs her eyes, feigning the appearance of someone just roused from slumber. The great white lion leans closer, its golden, fluffy head affectionately nuzzling Yunshi as it says, "Cece, ignore them for now. Get your rest first. Pregnant females must ensure they have adequate sleep." With that, it casts a stern look at the noisy rabbit beast men who disturb Yunshi. The rabbit beast men wear distressed expressions, "WY the beast god. We did not intend for this. Even your father jumped into the pit to rescue the fallen beast men. Yet he has not responded for quite some time." Once Yunshi awakens, she too must search for him, but if they all need to look, why not rouse Yunshi sooner? Perhaps her presence could resolve this predicament. Hearing that her devoted father has fallen into the abyss, Yunshi becomes anxious. "Let us go. We must see." Upon arriving at the seemingly bottomless pit described by the beastmen, Yunshi falls silent. "Oh dear, my little ones, I asked you to dig a hole, not one so deep that you bury yourselves." The vast chasm is indeed unfathomable, its depths shrouded in darkness. Yunshi retrieves a glow stick from her space and tosses it downwards. After a considerable wait, a faint sound echoes back, bathed in the glow stick's dim light. She can make out the moist, dark soil below. Unfortunately, the illumination does not reach far. Yunshi calls out, "Father, can you hear my voice?" The empty stone walls reflect her echo, but there is no response from Yun Kuei or the others. "How long has my father been down there?" she inquires. "About half a beast hour." The rabbit beast man counts on his fingers. "Strangely, neither our kin nor Yun Kuei have made a sound since they descended. We suspect there may be a terrifying creature lurking below. Heavens, could our kin be in danger of being devoured? Their fears are not without merit." Pondering the situation, Yunshi retrieves an unprocessed piece of raw meat along with a braised pig's head from her space. She first drops several flashlights into the pit to gain a clearer view of the conditions below, then scatters the meat in two directions. Thud. The raw meat lands first. Yunshi observes a long, massive shadow swiftly sweep past the meat, and then it vanishes without a trace. Next, she tosses down the braised pig's head. Indeed, something lurks beneath. It seems reckless to descend without caution. The great white lion, having witnessed the scene below, hurriedly tells Yunshi, "Cece, it's dangerous down there. You shouldn't go?" "I will." Yunshi cannot allow the lion to face the danger alone, especially as this trouble originated from their tribe's kin. "No, I have a plan, that I just need your assistance." What would be a daunting task for ordinary beastmen is not a problem for Yunshi, thanks to the tools in her space. She first takes out a substantial amount of raw meat and sets it aside. Then dons infrared life detection goggles. Most creatures that dwell in the depths are cold-blooded, yet even the coldest beings exhibit discernible life signs. She instructs the great white lion, "When I call for you to throw, toss these pieces of meat into the areas illuminated by my flashlight. Did I ask that clear?" The placement of her flashlights is strategic, allowing her to see the outline of the terrain, albeit not brightly lit. Yunshi then retrieves a tranquilizer gun. Chapter 59. The Dreamer. All preparations are complete. Throw. The great white lion, with the dexterity of 20 years of singlehood, quickly hurls pieces of bloody meat to the four cardinal directions, while Yunshi aligns her aim with precision. Through the infrared goggles, life signs become clear. A long, thick, dark creature darts out from the darkest corner, lured by the scattered meat, forming a complete circle around itself. Yunshi's hand remains steady as she fires 2 shots in quick succession. However, the shadow moves with astonishing speed, seemingly able to predict the direction of the bullets based on the flow of air. As a result, Yunshi's shots barely graze its hide, which is more akin to scales than skin. Moreover, the scales are unexpectedly resilient. The tranquilizer darts leave no trace upon impact, not one to be deterred. Yunshi swiftly retrieves a special energy shotgun from her space. This weapon, developed specifically for the apocalypse, allows bullets to attune to the wielder's powers. This time, she does not even aim, directly imbuing the bullets with her lightning abilities, firing once at the creature's body and then again at where its head might pass by. A skilled player can often gauge the success of their shot the moment they pull the trigger. Yunshi feels a rush of excitement. She has hit her target. Although the shotgun normally lacks a tranquilizing effect, the bullets infused with lightning do not. The scattering steel pellets, charged with electric energy, ricochet off the ground and reflect off the walls, striking the dark creature. Though still unable to penetrate its defenses, the stunning effect should not be underestimated. The creature's movements falter for a brief moment. There is hope. A smile spreads across Yunxi's face as she sweeps the shotgun towards the ground where the creature may move next. More bullets, infused with her powers, burst forth, many striking the creature's scales, producing a series of crisp, echoing sounds. The creature's responses become sluggish, and finally, it sways unsteadily on the ground, coiling like a serpent before coming to a halt. Cece, you are truly remarkable. The great white lion gazes at Yunxi with shining eyes. And what is that in your hand? How were you able to hit your target after such a delay? Can I try it? Just as women inevitably develop an interest in clothes, jewels, and cosmetics, men possess an inherent fascination with firearms and machinery. The lion looks at Yunxi as a dog would at a bone, nearly drooling with desire. Unfortunately, Yunxi has already stowed the shotgun away. She hesitates, uncertain whether to reveal such advanced weaponry, and ultimately shakes her head, declining the lion's request. The lion's once bright eyes dim with disappointment. Let us go down and take a look. Ignoring the lion's forlorn expression, Yunxi retrieves a climbing hook, securing one end into the soil before lowering herself down with a rope. Wait, Cece. Let me lead the way. The great white lion hastily grasps the other end of the rope and descends first. Yunxi followed closely behind, and the other members of the elusive rabbit clan, squatting nearby to watch the spectacle, pondered for a moment. Feeling that this position was fraught with unknown dangers, they too descended. Upon landing, Yunxi equipped herself and Baiyu with headlamps, casting their gaze toward the colossal entity beneath. Before them lay a massive creature, already plunged into unconsciousness, a jet-black serpent, measuring over 4 meters in length. Its head was shrouded in darkness, with only its densely packed scales reflecting the radiant light from the lamps, bewitching yet perilous. Ah, is this the beast responsible for the disappearance of your clan members? Baiyu remarked, gently kicking the body of the great black serpent. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows, the serpent's tightly shut eyes shifted slightly. Let us not dwell on it. We must first seek out my father and our kin, Yunxi declared, surveying the immense pit that served as the serpent's lair. The abyss, deep and foreboding, appeared boundless from a distance, seemingly absorbing all sources of light. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered the walls of the pit were coated with an extremely fine layer of iridescent black granules. These tiny particles felt icy to the touch, smooth as the finest pearl powder. Yunxi produced a powerful flashlight, beginning to sweep the beam across the cavern. Strange, she murmured. Under the intense illumination, the size of the pit was laid bare, roughly the dimensions of a football field. It formed an irregular circle, devoid of any passages leading elsewhere or hiding spots for individuals. Where could the vanished clan members and my father have gone? No place to conceal oneself. Could it be that your kin are deceiving us? Baiyu closely followed Yunxi, gaining clarity on the terrain of the pit illuminated by her flashlight. Speaking of kin, Yunxi had just heard the sound of her people sliding down the rope, yet now the bottom of the pit was eerily silent. She glanced back at the spot where the rope descended, only to find it utterly deserted. The clan members have vanished. Instinctively, Yunxi turned her gaze toward the location where the serpent lay unconscious, her pupils constricting. In her mind, the serpent seemed to still be sprawled there, but upon closer inspection, she realized that perception could indeed be misleading. Young clan leader, look! Yunxi pointed to the spot where the serpent had once rested. It was now entirely vacant. No sign of the great black serpent remained, and the vast pit was left with only Yunxi and Baiyu as the living souls. Where has the serpent gone? I distinctly felt it lying there moments ago. Didn't I? Yet our eyes betray us now. Yunxi paused, her voice heavy with foreboding. This place harbors something peculiar. Perhaps the serpent possesses some strange ability. Surely, something has deceived our eyes, or perhaps our senses. Yunxi was uncertain if this constituted the serpent's supernatural power. Cece, stay close to me. Do not stray from my sight, Baiyu cautioned, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. He longed to grasp Yunxi's hand but hesitated, fearing it might be too forward. His hands fidgeted in awkwardness, unable to find a place to rest. After a moment's contemplation, Baiyu transformed into his beast form. Speaking with clarity, Cece, climb onto my back. That way we shall not be separated. Upon hearing this, Yunxi felt a surge of excitement. The Baiyu's beast form was stunning, with fluffy, snowy fur and shimmering golden eyes that is a lover of soft textures. Yunxi had always yearned for the chance to touch it, to see how it differed from petting a cub. Without a second thought, she mounted Bayo's back. His tail wagged playfully, and with a declaration to hold on tight, he began to traverse the depths of the pit. He arrived at the spot where the serpent had once lain, sniffing intently, confusion evident in his voice. That it's gone. Even the scent has vanished. Had I not kicked it earlier, I might have doubted my own vision. Recalling the serpent's previous position, Bayu sniffed again, yet found nothing. What should we do, Cici? Silence answered him. Cici. Bayu exclaimed in alarm. His tail instinctively curled back. But where was the weight of Yunshi? She had vanished, just like the missing members of the rabbit clan. Yunshi, fury and astonishment surged within Bayu. He was shocked that Cici could disappear without a trace while on his back, and enraged that someone dared to abscond with her. Who could it be? Despite unleashing his powers to strike the walls of the pit repeatedly, until his hands bled, he found no place for anyone to hide. Roaring in impotent rage at the bottom of the pit, his lion's roar echoed far and wide. The rabbit clan members above, still worried for their kin, gathered at the pit's edge, upon learning that even Yunshi had vanished. They were utterly at a loss. Where could Yunshi have gone? At that moment, Yunshi was not faring any better. Initially, she had been perched on Bayo's back, diligently searching for clues regarding the serpent and her father's disappearance. However, in the blink of an eye, she suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance and, without warning, succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she inhaled its scent, her body had already left Bayo's back, plunging into a parallel dimension. This alternate space could be understood as a realm detached from the beast world, akin to Yunshi's jade pendant space, a world unto itself. That her body fell limply. The jet-black serpent extended its tail, coiling around her to prevent her from meeting the ground too abruptly. In another part of this dimension lay a chaotic scene. Scattered rabbits, her missing clan members, and her father among them. After ensnaring Yunshi, the serpent did not carelessly pile her atop the rabbit mound. Instead, it brought her closer, sniffing at her. Had Yunshi remained conscious, she would have recognized those familiar eyes that had belonged to an indescribable entity she encountered in a dream shortly after arriving in this new world. So it is you? The serpent, initially puzzled, soon relaxed, slowly closing its eyes once more, though its tail did not relinquish its hold on Yunshi. Instead, it meandered through the alternate space with her in tow. It was uncertain whether to deem Yun Kuei and his companions fortunate or unfortunate. In their aimless digging, they had unwittingly struck upon the very spot where the serpent had meticulously chosen to shed its skin. During the early stages of shedding, the serpent's aggression was fierce, but once more than half of its skin was shed, it became exceedingly vulnerable. Once fully shed, its power would escalate. The timing of Yun Kuei and his companion's arrival coincided perfectly with the serpent's most vulnerable state. Yet, the serpent possessed a peculiar ability, capable of crafting a dimension that isolated external perceptions. The moment it sensed the presence of the unwitting rabbit clan members, the serpent promptly dragged them into this alternate space. The offspring's father. What of it? The serpent was determined to strike without hesitation. And now, as the great black serpent shed its skin to a critical point, it was at its most fragile and pivotal moment. Continuous disturbances only heightened its displeasure, inciting a burgeoning wrath to annihilate any creature encroaching upon its domain. However, upon discovering Yunshi, its resolve shifted. This young female bore the scent it had left behind. Yet she had evolved since their last encounter half a month prior. Not only had her strength suddenly become inscrutable to even it, but she also carried its offspring. This bond of blood could not be mistaken. Indeed, the great black serpent possessed a name, Mashi, an ancient breed of celestial serpent. It was clear that Mashi harbored many secrets and peculiarities, radiating a beastly aura so potent that both Yunshi and Bayu regarded it as a fearsome creature. Driven by a primal instinct, Mashi sensed the majestic white lion's intent to usurp its territory and claim the marked female and her offspring in the realm of beastkin. Some males were remarkably generous, nurturing the offspring of other males with whom their favored females had mated, even transcending species. Yet others were possessive and petty, unwilling to accept a female's lingering affection for another male while she was with him. Mashi undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. Their encounter had been a mere accident, but upon realizing that Yunshi bore its offspring, the emotions surrounding their reunion were profoundly altered, akin to a first-class ticket mentality. Thus, Had he not been so weakened at present, Mashi would have directly slain Baiyu. However, the task of obliterating this interloper, who coveted his offspring and female, had been meticulously noted in Mashi's mental ledger. Highlighted in bold red, regrettably, had he been able to shed his skin within the confines of the pit, it would have saved him a significant amount of time, observing Baiyu's impotent fury within the cave. A glimmer of derision crossed Mashi's eyes. The day I successfully shed my skin shall mark your demise. In this moment, behold how you linger for yet another 2 days. The immense serpent head of Mo, she fixated on Yunshi for an extended period, confirming that this female was indeed the little misty rabbit beast man with whom he had shared a night of passion. He nuzzled affectionately against the nape of Yunshi's neck, his elongated tongue gently sweeping across her still flat belly, until a wave of pain coursed through his body. She was compelled to leave Yunshi and approach a large stone within the confines of the space. This stone, composed of a material akin to the walls of the deep pit, bore a rough, frosted exterior, appearing even coarser and marked with sharp protrusions in various places that Emoshi inhaled deeply, coiling his serpentine lower half around the stone. As he exerted force inch by inch, the jagged protrusions cruelly scraped against the scales of his body. This stone was evidently peculiar. The scales that even Yunshi's shotgun could not penetrate were gradually worn away by the coarse surface of the stone. The sound of rustling filled the air as the scales began to shed, exposing patches of fresh skin that swelled into tiny blood blisters from the strain. These injuries were remnants of the impact from Yunshi's shotgun pellets. Yet, he seemed unfazed by the pain, merely focused on the stone, mentally urging, "Hurry, hurry, faster." At last, every scale from his lower half had fallen away, leaving behind a deep crimson stain upon the large black stone. Shi, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed beside the stone, gasping for breath. Just as he turned to glance at Yunshi and the offspring within her, he unexpectedly locked eyes with her. Yunshi's gaze was clear and calm, imbued with curiosity and scrutiny, tinged with wariness and confusion, that I in her hands. She even held a peculiar long black tube, aimed directly at his vulnerable spot. Both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. "Who are you?" Yunshi inquired. "Little female," she replied, and once again their words echoed in unison, as if preordained. After a brief silence, she said, "You go first, little female, to know you first." Yunshi insisted. Oh, the exasperating synchronicity. A fleeting oddity crossed Shi's mind. But this time he did not wait for Yunshi to speak again. He voiced his thoughts first. "Little female, I am Shi, and the offspring in your belly is mine." "What?" Yunshi exclaimed, her mind racing with questions, now transformed into sheer astonishment. Was there a custom in the beastman world for claiming paternity? She had long resolved to go it alone. Though the dream upon her arrival was muddled, she was certain that the encounter had not been consensual. As for this self-proclaimed father, whether he acted out of desire or some hidden agenda, he was undoubtedly a cad. Cads deserved to be cast aside. Oh, and what of the fact that he had caused her pregnancy? Shouldn't she seize the opportunity to confront him? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her gaze was involuntarily drawn to his striking crimson eyes, an unusual and captivating shade that, if the eyes of the misty rabbit tribe's beastmen, resembled translucent rubies, then those of this seemingly ferocious, yet truly beastman black serpent sparkled like brilliant stars that in this secluded space. As he stared at Yunshi, his eyes seemed to swirl with layers of dreamlike nebulae, exuding an air of audacious aggression. Initially, Yunshi despised such predatory gazes from males, yet the boundless mystery within those eyes tempered that aggression. Before the apocalypse, there was a saying that perfectly encapsulated Yunshi's current sentiment. Let one's principles follow their senses. However, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing the danger posed by the long black tube still firmly in her grasp. Shi, believing she had not heard him clearly, reiterated his earlier statement. "So, you merely sowed your seed, and now you've abducted me to this strange space. What do you intend to do?" "What do you mean, sowed your seed?" She noted the spark of intrigue in Yunshi's eyes had vanished, replaced by a clearer intent of aggression. His patience, already frayed by the torment of shedding his skin, began to wear thin. "Little rabbit, put down that dangerous object. Do not forget, you are still pregnant. If you harm my offspring, you shall face the consequences." Upon hearing such a brazen and perilous remark, Yunshi was incensed. What did he mean by harming his offspring? Did he presume to be some kind of patriarch? With the safety latch disengaged, Yunshi fired 3 shots in quick succession. Although she did not deliberately aim for Mo's vulnerable spot, most of the exploding pellets struck the areas where his new scales had yet to grow back. Given his already bloodied lower half, the pain intensified. "You little rabbit, do not overstep your bounds. My patience has its limits," She hissed, raising half his serpent body high. "And you," he began, but was interrupted by a familiar wave of pain, causing his upright form to tremble and collapse heavily to the ground. His lower half instinctively coiled around the large black stone, arching in a most alluring manner, where a breathtakingly beautiful woman, unclad, to writhe before her. Yunshi might have contemplated admiring the sight. However, before her was a loquacious, bloodied serpent. Apart from its eyes, there was nothing appealing about it. Merely an unpleasant sight. Unable to resist, she raised her shotgun once more. Again? She felt a surge of panic and fear. "Little female, do not be so fierce. They say that pregnant females tend to be temperamental. The beast god does not deceive me." He hurriedly shed another layer of old skin. But the sharp edges of the stone cruelly scraped against him, releasing a familiar aromatic scent that left Yunshi feeling dizzy. This fragrance is indeed suspicious. Yet, Yunshi found herself unable to even bite her tongue to regain consciousness. Her body weakened and she collapsed to the ground. She, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, darted forward, managing to catch Yunshi's body with his soft serpent form, ensuring her shotgun was cast far away. Ouch, so painful. Yunshi's body and the shotgun hit his new skin simultaneously, causing another patch to scrape away. She winced, concerned about the potential for baldness. He opened his massive serpent mouth, a dangerous glint shimmering in his eyes, and lunged towards Yunshi's head. This was not a bite intended to pierce her skin. Rather, he aimed to envelop her entire head in his mouth, his tongue brushing over her brow, nose, and finally resting upon her lips. Reluctantly, she released Yunshi's head from his grasp, his tongue leaving a vivid mark behind her ear, a symbol of his claim that it was time to ensure that no other males encroached upon the territory of his exclusive female. She had no inkling that if Yunshi were aware of his current thoughts, she would not merely brandish a shotgun, but would unleash a barrage of artillery upon him. Yet the shedding process had reached a critical juncture, compelling she to release Yunshi once more, his bloodied body spiraling around the large black stone to hasten the removal of the old skin. At long last, layers upon layers of old skin fell away, and waves of captivating fragrance filled the space. Yunshi's frown gradually relaxed, her expression calming until, astonishingly, she drifted into slumber. The shedding of Shi's skin possessed a tranquilizing effect. Were this in another realm, it would be considered a treasure for perfumery and pharmacology. Yet now, casually coiled and discarded in the corner of the space, lay not a bloodied black serpent, but a stunningly handsome man with impossibly long legs. His expression cold as he approached the slumbering Yun, she did a gentle reminder to everyone. "Last night, I was immensely fatigued and inadvertently made an error while my eyes were closed. I only realized it during the day. This has now been rectified. Apologies to everyone, bowing deeply." Chapter 61. Shi, who was committing in the atmosphere surrounding she was notably oppressive. Just moments ago, he had discovered that a patch on his lower back had indeed become bare. Everywhere else was smooth and resilient, but the area near his waist revealed tender new flesh, still lacking proper skin. As a rather vain and frugal beast man, she could not tolerate this. Therefore, he resolved to extract a little interest from Yunshi. "Humph, bold little rabbit." She crouched beside Yunshi, observing her sleeping form, her belly rising and falling gently. "You dare to sleep after hitting me. You shall compensate for my skin." He reached out, irately tugging at the long ears that peeked out from beneath her hair, stroking from the tips down to the roots to his surprise. The soft rabbit fur felt delightfully plush, interspersed with occasional coarse strands that provided a curious sensation of comfort, albeit with a slight prickliness. She could not resist caressing her ears again and again. "Naughty female, naughty rabbit. Even pregnant, you do not stay within the tribe, leaping around so carelessly at such heights." after thoroughly enjoying the sensation of her ears. He, still unsatisfied, began to poke Yunxi's face. One poke for each of her transgressions. When he reached the matter of his bare skin, he could not help but seize her cheeks, tugging them apart with a fierce pull. Pop! He had not anticipated that Yunxi's face would be astonishingly soft and remarkably pliable. A mere tug left 2 vivid crimson imprints on her originally fair complexion. Only then did Moxie express his satisfaction, tugging at the corners of his mouth and declaring, "One mark for each of us. Now that is fair." After tormenting Yunxi, as if struck by a thought, he nestled his ear against her supple belly. Being a first-time father, Moxie was filled with excitement, yet felt somewhat lost and bewildered. After listening intently for a while, he raised his head in disappointment, having heard no sound. "Dear little one, you must not grow up to be as fierce as your mother," he admonished. "You must be gentle, soft, and sweet. Only then will your father be fond of you." Although he knew the child in Yunxi's womb could not hear him, Moxie earnestly instructed her belly with a serious demeanor. After a while, he disdainfully lifted Yunxi's arm, exclaiming, "Why are you so thin? Is that little rabbit only eating grass and not meat? Will the little one in your belly also go hungry? Surely that cannot be the case. Otherwise, there would be some reaction from your belly." As this thought crossed his mind, the totem on his forehead suddenly glowed, and a gentle green light surged from his palm, softly enveloping Yunxi's abdomen. Unbeknownst to him, this action was fortuitously well-timed, that as a member of the powerful and ancient Tingsha clan, particularly an evolved variant like Moxie, the chances of producing offspring were exceedingly low. In fact, Moxie himself was the last scion of the Tingsha lineage. Had it not been for Yunxi's inadvertent consumption of the passion fruit and Moxie's own period of heightened desire, the subsequent pregnancy would not have occurred. Moreover, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the need for energy. If Moxie had not transferred his primordial power to Yunxi, in half a month's time, the child within her would have begun to draw energy from her. At that point, the first to be affected would be Yunxi's abilities, which would gradually wane. If energy could not be replenished, her vitality would deteriorate, and it would be uncertain whether she could survive to give birth. After all, the bloodline power contained within Yunxi's current body was relatively ordinary and ill-equipped to withstand such a formidable lineage. As this substantial power coursed into Yunxi's abdomen, Moxie distinctly sensed 4 faint consciousnesses expressing joy beneath his palm. "Father, hungry. Father, food. Father, we don't like it when our mother is distressed. Father, cuddle." Apart from the third sentiment, which conveyed a sense of grievance and was somewhat perplexing, Moxie's expression was a delightful mix of surprise and joy. "I can sense the bloodline energy. Why was there no response from the little one to my call?" "So, they were truly hungry," he exclaimed. "My poor little ones. Your father shall feed you bountifully with nourishing energy. You must eat well and grow strong." The once aloof Moxie transformed into a model father, akin to Yunke, pouring wave after wave of primordial energy into Yunxi's body until the consciousness within her belly emitted a satisfied burp. With a benevolent smile, Moxie asked, "Not hungry anymore? Then I shall continue to feed you tomorrow." Suddenly realizing, "What if you awaken hungry in the middle of the night?" he murmured, contemplating before channeling another surge of energy. "Dear little ones, I must leave you some reserves. Your foolish rabbit mother is unwell and lacks sufficient energy. Do not take from her," he concluded, pinching Yunxi's face in mild disdain. At Yunxi's face, which had only just returned to its pristine state, flushed once more. "Now that looks a bit more pleasing." Moxie nodded in satisfaction. "Tisk, truly thin, not even an ounce of flesh. I could devour you in one bite," he thought to himself, feeling that merely channeling one wave of energy was insufficiently secure. Thus, he conjured an even larger sphere of power and infused it into Yunxi's abdomen, until he saw her belly visibly swell, at which point he clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Now that is more like it. When I was wandering alone as a child, I observed pregnant females with round bellies. Perhaps a larger belly would provide more comfort for the little ones." Having just shed his skin and forcibly extracted 90% of his energy to channel into Yunxi, even Moxie, who had evolved a level higher, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He yawned lazily, reclining on the ground while instinctively pulling Yunxi close, his legs entwining her in a rather alluring manner. Cradled in warmth and softness, Moxie suddenly recalled that chaotic yet intoxicating night. He leaned closer to Yunshi, yearning to kiss her, yet was reminded of her fierce demeanor when she had struck him, causing him to turn away in frustration. I shall give you a taste of your own medicine. You wicked female, he vowed. Once my skin has healed, I shall. Moxie's voice gradually faded as he succumbed to slumber. The juxtaposition of a petite figure entwined with a tall one added a touch of warmth and intimacy to the tranquil space. Outside this serene environment, Bayou was on the brink of madness, with no other option. He instructed the few remaining Mizone rabbit beast men to stay behind while he returned alone to the White Lion tribe in search of reinforcements. Once he had summoned his father and the great shaman, Bayou firmly believed they would rescue Yunshi. Chapter 62. The unclad Adonis Yunshi felt as though she had indulged in an extraordinarily long, peaceful slumber in her dreams. There were no zombies, no infernos, no pressing need to flee to distant lands for safety, nor the poignant feeling of being a stranger in a foreign land. It was as if she had returned to a time before the chaos. Back to her university days when she had just graduated and received an enticing job offer, relishing the comfort of air conditioning while dreaming of the future. However, had she forgotten to turn off the television? Why was there such a cacophony in her ears? The incessant chattering reminiscent of youthful curiosity, peppered with countless questions, reverberated around her. Father, cuddle. Father, I want to cuddle. I am cuddling with mother. Ha ha ha. Then I will cuddle with my brother. Tee hee, I will cuddle with my sister again. Sister will cuddle with father. Cuddle, cuddle, cuddle. You little rascal. Were they not akin to sentient band-aids? Although the childish voices were melodious, no one could endure such repetition 100 times. As Yunshi's consciousness began to resurface, she was about to shout, Siri, turn off the television, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Her pillow felt rather hard. When she fully opened her eyes, she was taken aback by the stunning visage hovering just inches from her face. What sort of unadulterated beauty was this? One that could be enjoyed without a membership fee. Oh no, where had this naked Adonis come from? She had never requested a male model. The chaotic babble in her mind abruptly ceased. Yet curiously, she still sensed some vague consciousness that, oh no, the fierce mother has awakened. She will surely dislike us again. Hide quickly. Do not let her discover us. We cannot allow mother to abandon us. Wait, who was responsible for this mischief? How could they have birthed a whole brood and not care for them? This was far worse than her own biological parents. At least they had been generous with their financial support. Despite their neglect, Yunshi, having grown up in a wild and unrestrained manner, although she felt no maternal instinct within, could not bear to see children mistreated in such a manner. Oh wait, that was incorrect. She was holding a naked man. No, he was holding her. Could children even witness this? Yunshi rubbed her eyes, then rubbed them again, realizing that there was no air-conditioned pillow or children around. The only living being before her was this breathtaking male. Where was she? Who was she? Had she traversed realms once more? Shaking her head, she finally found a pair of familiar rabbit ears, prompting her to awaken fully. Otherworldly space, the great black serpent, father, kin, and the little ones. Yunshi forcefully pushed the exquisite naked man away, only to be horrified to discover her own belly. Why had it suddenly grown so large? Had she slept for 10 months before she could comprehend the events unfolding before her? The stunning male, having been rudely shoved to the ground, made a resounding thud as his head met the floor. Yet he appeared to be sleeping soundly, merely rubbing his head in discomfort before extending his arm to pull Yunshi back into his embrace. Fierce rabbit, do not cause a ruckus. Hey, what sort of politeness is that? Who are you calling a rabbit? Sleep, dear. Yunshi recognized that voice. It was undoubtedly the great black serpent. To her surprise, the serpent, dark and slippery in its natural form, transformed into an exceptionally handsome man. However, beast men, when shifting to human form, inevitably retain some characteristics of their beastly selves. Curious, Yunshi pondered what traits this handsome figure retained. There were no scales on his face. His hands were quite normal, and there were no reverse scales or silver lines adorning his chest. Until something poked her. What? Yunshi instinctively brushed it aside, and upon realizing what had occurred, she exclaimed, Oh no! Whose good man is naked on the ground? I'm filthy now. I cannot keep my hands. With renewed vigor, she shoved the handsome man away, only for him to tightly entwine himself around her, his limbs wrapping around her legs, transforming into a long serpentine tail that held her in place. Naturally, The chilly body of the handsome man pressed firmly against Yunshi. The intimate contact caused her face to flush a deep crimson. Although she is about to become a mother, her understanding of matters concerning men and women is purely theoretical, with her only practical experience being somewhat foggy in her memory, that if she were to truly feel it now, all she could think about is smashing the head of the scoundrel who has taken advantage of her. Oh dear! The irritable mother is about to unleash her wrath. Poor father! Will the father be beaten to death by the mother? Woe is me! I do not wish for any harm to come to the father, nor to the mother. The incessant, childish voices in her mind began to chatter once more. Yunshi's gaze turned peculiar as she focused on her belly, which protruded at an angle of 180 degrees. That a little rascal. She pushed the handsome rogue, who clung to her, a bit further away, gently placing her hand on the belly she had missed dearly for just a day. The belly trembled softly, but the voices in her head suddenly vanished. Good little one. Yunshi revealed what she believed to be a kind smile, her voice softening considerably. Suddenly, she felt a playful little creature roll over and nudge her, only to shyly retreat afterward. That Yunshi's expression momentarily froze. This sensation is quite extraordinary, rather delightful. In fact, perhaps those who have never experienced motherhood can never fathom the pride and sense of accomplishment that comes with nurturing new life. Yunshi found it difficult to articulate, but her initial reluctance towards pregnancy vanished entirely with that gentle nudge on her belly. Though her round belly might seem unattractive and her movements somewhat hindered, and she might even face the prospect of stretch marks nonetheless, Yunshi softened her tone once more, sending encouraging emotions through her mind. Good little one, you have such strength. Mother truly likes you? Really? Mother truly likes you? Yunshi felt two round forms beneath her belly gently bumping against each other, whispering secrets. Twins? No, wait. She distinctly heard for childish voices, just now point for little ones. Can her body handle this? A new wave of concern washed over Yunshi. Mother is not afraid. We will be very good, that we won't drain Mother's energy. We will protect Mother, and we will snuggle with her. The little voices chimed in one after another, leaving Yunshi with a yearning. Oh! Indeed, so well-behaved. I wish to take you home and raise you. She entirely forgot that not long ago, she had thought it best to be rid of the child in her womb. The ever-changing emotions of a pregnant woman indeed brought some turmoil to Yunshi. However, when she calmed her heart and carefully felt the existence of her offspring, she discovered that she was filled with anticipation and affection for this tiny life. This feeling was so natural and profound, compelling her to protect and cherish it. It was an unprecedented sensation, as if her delicate connection to the world had suddenly solidified. That moment, the still sleeping Moxie finally opened his bleary eyes. Chapter 63. The newlywed parents who can't stand each other in Moxie's narrow eyes. Displeasure brewed from being awakened, but Yunshi's ears were bombarded by the incessant repetition of the little voices, and he felt the same. Big brother is full. Father, I like father. A small bulge, separated by Yunshi's belly, suddenly nudged against Moxie's sculpted abs. The gentle force fully roused Moxie from his slumber. My dear little ones. How did you? Moxie clearly hadn't anticipated that the little ones, who before his slumber had only registered as vague consciousness, were now lively and interactive within Yunshi's belly. Glancing at Yunshi's protruding belly, a flicker of guilt flashed in his eyes. Indeed, it was not the most pleasant sight, and he wondered if this fierce rabbit would mind. Up until now, Moxie had not realized that they both seemed oblivious to each other's names. Here were two novice parents who could barely tolerate one another. Upon meeting Yunshi's fiery gaze, Moxie felt a chill at his waist and instinctively pushed her away. Yunshi stumbled backward, and had it not been for Moxie's long tail holding her back, she would have certainly made intimate contact with the ground. You, ugly snake. Will you not explain yourself? Yunshi gritted her teeth. There was no way she would let him off the hook after such a forceful shove. Why did my belly grow so large overnight? Moxie, initially feeling a twinge of guilt, exploded at Yunshi's derogatory name-calling. Fierce rabbit, who are you calling an ugly snake? You're the ugly one. Everyone within an 800-mile radius is ugly, Moxie seethed, nearly bursting into a tirade. Yunshi ground her teeth. Whoever agrees to the name shall be called that. Ugly snake. Or, if you prefer, you could be the bald snake. With that, Yunshi retaliated by pinching the tender flesh at Moxie's waist where the skin had yet to grow back. twisting it viciously. "Ow, you wicked rabbit! How could you be so cruel?" Moxie's voice changed, gasping in pain. That patch of unhealed skin was a sore spot for him, akin to Yunshi calling him a bald snake. The beastly part of his body indeed had yet to grow new skin or scales. So Moxie was reluctant to confront his incomplete form, planning to maintain his human shape until the scales grew in. At least with a piece of beast hide wrapped around him, it would cover some imperfections, right? But when he looked down, "Hey, where did my large piece of beast hide go?" Moxie scanned his surroundings, finally spotting a crumpled piece of beast hide on the ground, marked with several disordered footprints, his own as well as Yunshi's. He could only temporarily release Yunshi, pick up the beast hide, and wrap it tightly around his waist. Transforming his long snake tail into two legs, that Yunshi's belly first fell silent like a chicken, then suddenly erupted with a cacophony of chirping that both of them could hear. "Father, do not quarrel with Mother. Mother is very gentle, not as fierce as Father, but we must all protect Mother. Father will snuggle with you. Father and Mother, you both must be well." The four unborn little ones were surprisingly assertive. However, upon hearing the little ones describe Yunshi as gentle, both parents wore somewhat ambiguous expressions. "Humph." After another accidental gaze met, they quickly averted their eyes again. "Hey, bald snake, I ask you, why did my belly grow so large overnight?" Yunshi pressed again, although she had dismissed the idea of not wanting children. Her willingness to give birth was her own choice. Being coerced into it and having her body altered without consent was an entirely different matter that I do not respond to. Hey, nor am I bald snake. I have a name. I am Moxie, foolish rabbit. Oh, noted bald snake. Yunshi unhesitatingly brushed past his name, raising her fist. "That I suggest you give me a satisfactory answer." Yunshi, known for her tendency to act before speaking, swung her fist toward Moxie's abdomen almost simultaneously. Bang! Her fist landed squarely on Moxie's belly, but Moxie's reflexes were swift. Feeling the force of Yunshi's assault, his body contorted at an impossible angle, then slid backward in response to her momentum. Moxie instinctively lifted his own fist, the totem on his forehead beginning to glow. "Little rabbit, do not push your luck. I warn you, I have a temper too. Do you believe I will truly hit you?" Before Moxie could finish his warning, Yunshi sprang into action, her body slightly turning to the right as her raised right hand executed a graceful strike toward Moxie. Moxie's body folded backward at a 90-degree angle, and by the time he lifted his upper body, his legs had transformed into a snake tail, the tip curling in the air and heading towards Yunshi's neck. "Mother, be careful behind you." "Father, do not hit Mother." Thanks to the little voice's warning, Yunshi adjusted mid-move, preparing to unleash her powers. But, there's no response. Yunshi suddenly realized that in this enclosed and bizarre space, her abilities were rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, Moxie's attack was already upon her. His tail tip had caught her neck, and he, first disappearing from her view, then abruptly appeared behind her, wrapping her tightly in his embrace, securing her limbs. "If you dare to move, I shall devour you," a deep, melodious male voice whispered in Yunshi's ear. With their proximity, the fresh scent of him brushed against her ear, sending tingles through that sensitive spot. Did Yunshi ever take threats seriously? If she had, she would have perished countless times by now. Though her hands were pinned to her chest, her legs were still free. Seizing the opportunity, Yunshi gripped Moxie's arm, twisting her body halfway around in his embrace, bending her knees to collide with his most vulnerable spot. Moxie had thought that by capturing Yunshi's upper limbs, she would comply, yet he was unprepared for her fierce retaliatory strength. Fortunately, Moxie's body felt as though it had no bones. Upon sensing Yunshi's intent, he pressed forward instead, swiftly moving the tail tip away from her neck and restraining her knees once more. Now, Yunshi was completely immobilized against Moxie's body, their forms pressed intimately together. Regrettably, neither of them bore expressions of joy. However, the little ones in Yunshi's belly were abuzz with excitement. They simultaneously snuggled against their father and mother. Gurgle, gurgle. Yunshi felt the little ones beginning to line up for a turn, and she was left feeling quite overwhelmed. What peculiar creatures were growing within her? Were they gourd babies or Neza? Why did they treat her belly like a playground? Chapter 64, Revamped. In this intricate play of familial bonds, the tension between the two was momentarily shattered by the untimely exuberance of the little ones. Yunshi gazed at her gradually swelling belly, which formed a trail reminiscent of a small ball rolling across the surface. Strangely enough, it was rather eerie that in stark contrast, Mashi slightly loosened his grip on Yunshi's hands, tentatively brushing his fingers against the protrusion. Father is indeed here. He has touched me. Step aside, I want Father to touch me too. Mashi felt the tender swell beneath his palm nuzzle against him, causing his once cold heart to melt into a puddle of warmth. Hey, where are you touching? Feeling Mashi's cool fingers glide over her skin, lingering for a moment, Yunshi was uncertain whether to feel embarrassed or enraged, and she retorted harshly. However, despite Mashi's single-handed grasp on her wrists, the inherent disparity in strength between male and female left her with little chance of escape. Let go of my hands. Yunshi bared her teeth, her long ears, which had previously drooped behind her, now standing erect. Mashi, reveling in the sensation of their shared bloodline, found pleasure even in Yunshi's flustered state, which seemed more endearing than ever. What if I choose not to release you? Not only that, but Mashi also leaned in closer to Yunshi. Your face is quite flushed, and your heart is racing. Could it be? As Mashi's words hung in the air, Yunshi's heart inexplicably quickened, and even without Mashi's insistent reminders, she could hear her own heart thumping. Thud, thud, thud. Mashi tilted his head, contorting his neck into an astonishing angle as he pressed against Yunshi's chest. What is there to be angry about? Shouldn't we be delighted that our little ones are both clever and lively? His cool ear pressed firmly against Yunshi's chest, oblivious to the intimacy of the position. Moreover, with the vigorous rise and fall of Yunshi's chest, Mashi's cheek inadvertently brushed against her softness. His tone was laced with genuine confusion, his crimson eyes reflecting an unfeigned bewilderment. Poor Mashi, on the verge of fatherhood, yet still a naive innocent in matters of the heart. Perhaps his entanglement with Yunshi was merely a consequence of the aphrodisiac's effects, compelling him to follow his instincts. But Yunshi was not so innocent. Though lacking in experience, she had grown up amidst an explosion of information, theoretically well-versed. If not 512 gigabytes, at least 1 terabyte worth. Not to mention, her passion for literature made her acutely aware of her own sensations that moment. She felt an unsettling change in a certain indescribable part of her body. Get away from me. Yunshi tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and attempted to distance herself from Mashi's closeness. Yet the child within her mistook their playful antics for a game and began to jostle eagerly in a line, vying for attention. That we adore father and mother. Let us stick together. One of the small, cherubic voices echoed within their minds. Yet no matter how endearing the unborn little ones were, they could not rival the innate pursuit of the male towards the female. Suddenly, Mashi twitched his nose, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Why does your scent seem so enticing? His head dipped lower, traversing Yunshi's belly, with an intention to continue. All right. Is this never-ending? Today, it's either you or me. Anger surged through Yunshi's mind, leaving no space for rational thought. A singular thought consumed her. If Mashi dared to explore that forbidden area, she would bring this formidable serpent down with her. Get away! Get away! So, you're in heat. Mashi's sudden realization only served to deepen Yunshi's embarrassment and frustration. Rarely did she experience such emotional upheaval, and her body was swiftly overtaking her consciousness, leading her to impulsively ram her forehead against Mashi's. Her long rabbit ears whipped up high, and before her forehead could connect with Mashi's, her ears had already delivered 2 sharp slaps against his face. Mashi instinctively turned his head, causing Yunshi's forehead to collide with his collarbone. The rigid contours of his collarbone inflicting pain that brought tears to her eyes, inflicting a mere 0.1 damage upon him while injuring herself by 1,000. This was a significant loss. Yunshi's despair deepened. Yet Mashi was determined to finish the sentence he had begun, that it's just heat. What is there to be angry about? It was also because of my heat that you have the little one in your belly. But I might not be able to give you any more little ones right now. Don't you even think about it. The vast cognitive divide between the beast man and a pure human regarding procreation left Yunshi speechless. However, vengeance remained on her agenda, and she bared her large rabbit teeth and her small tiger fangs. Roar! Yunshi bit down with all her might, drawing blood instantly, even as Mashi's muscles tensed in response to the pain. Yunshi refused to relent, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth. Hiss! At last, Mashi comprehended the meaning of a cornered rabbit biting back. Let go of me. The same dialogue resurfaced, but this time it was directed at Mashi. "Are you going to let go?" Mashi threatened, gripping Yunshi's ears, ignoring him. Yunshi's mind was consumed with thoughts of eliminating the scaly serpent that had caused her such humiliation. She wouldn't rest until it was done. Mashi tightened his grip slightly, and Yunshi felt a gentle tug at her head. "I will count to 3. If you don't let go, you'll turn into a bald rabbit," Mashi threatened again. In response, Yunshi bit down even harder. This obstinate female simply could not comprehend reason. With no other choice, and fearing for the safety of the little one within Yunshi's belly, Mashi rolled them both onto the ground, landing in the space where he shed his skin. Mashi's shed skin held a naturally intoxicating scent, and in larger quantities, it served as an excellent sedative, harmless, but soothing to one's emotions. Just as Yunshi realized the serpent's tail was finally freeing her legs, a familiar fragrance wafted up to her nose, causing her head to spin, and she collapsed into Mashi's embrace. Even then, Yunshi did not forget to retaliate by sinking her teeth into his flesh. This was the 3rd time she had succumbed to this serpent's intoxicating effects. This thought crossed Yunshi's mind just before she lost consciousness. Mashi labored greatly to extricate Yunshi's head from his neck, ensuring that in her daze she did not bite into any critical areas. Holding Yunshi close, he rubbed the swelling on his neck while continuing to ponder in confusion. "Why do you females get so angry when in heat?" He spoke aloud to himself, yet with one hand instinctively protecting Yunshi's belly. The chirping of the 4 little ones echoed in his mind. "Because mother wants to be close to father. Mother loves father. But father wants to get close, so mother is upset." "Exactly. If mother never gets close to us, we would be angry too." "Oh, is that so?" Mashi mused, bewildered that Yunshi's reaction hardly resembled a desire for closeness. It felt more like a demand for his life. "Father is silly." Yes, we've known mother for much longer than you have. Mother loves to snuggle with the little ones." The little ones chimed in, enumerating the various offspring Yunshi had cared for, some black and white, some golden, and others with little horns. The little cherubs concluded, "Mother absolutely adores the little ones. When we are born, we'll cling to mother. Perhaps father has gone bald, so mother doesn't like him anymore." Yes. Therefore, we mustn't go bald. We need to eat well and grow beautiful scales." The small ones deliberated within Yunshi's womb, completely unaware that Mashi's expression had darkened once more. Could they please refrain from mentioning the word bald? From now on, he, Mashi, would harbor a deep-seated enmity towards that word. "Then let us eat a little more. Let us grow a bit bigger, so we can cuddle with mother." The little ones' voices brimmed with impatience. Their minds were not yet equipped to ponder overly complex issues, but they were acutely sensitive to emotions. They sensed that Yunshi cherished soft, fluffy things and were aware that she initially did not desire them. Although her attitude had shifted since they gained the ability to speak, now mother was angry again, and it was because of father, who fed them. What if mother became so upset that she no longer wanted them? The little ones resolved that it would be safer to be born sooner rather than later. Thus, even after just having eaten, they summoned all their strength to continue feasting. Munch, munch, the indistinct sounds of their eating filled the air. Mashi paused, feeling both bemused and amused that don't overeat. He admonished that we want tea. "After we're full, we'll sleep. But even if we fall asleep, you and mother must not forget to cuddle with us." Mwah! The little ones were exceedingly clingy, yearning to snuggle with Mashi through Yunshi's belly. Mashi found solace in their innocent chatter that as he looked down at the unconscious Yunshi, his initial disdain softened, drawing him to gaze a second time, then a third, until he could not look away. "Umph. Given the adorable offspring you are capable of producing, I could hardly refuse to assist you when the time comes for your next cycle of heat." She remains blissfully unaware of the haughty tone in which he speaks, laden with an expectation he himself cannot comprehend. Furthermore, upon returning to the tribe, Bai intended to seek reinforcements, only to discover that Dawu and Afu had not returned after an entire night. Meanwhile, the other orcs in the tribe found that the tools, once meticulously kept, had mysteriously vanished, leading to a climate of mutual suspicion. Upon hearing the news of Yunshi's disappearance, reactions varied from schadenfreude to quiet anxiety, with some attempting to cast aspersions upon her character, such as Manman in Chapter 65. Revamp, are you truly willing to forsake your fellow tribesmen for the sake of a flawed female? Manman stood beside the chieftain of the Angry Horse tribe, wearing an expression of feigned compassion that in just a single night, it seemed she had garnered the goodwill of the entire angry horse tribe. Even the young, unbonded male warriors from the White Lion and Panda tribes appeared to heed her every word. Observing Manman, Bai discerned that although she had never voiced her disdain. It was evident from her demeanor that she held Manman in utter contempt. That it was equally clear that Manman harbored an inexplicable animosity toward Shi. When did affairs of our tribe become subject to your authority? Female? Or is it that someone wishes to challenge my position as the young chieftain? Bai declared to his astonishment. A discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Young chieftain, you are capable of sneaking away with a female from a mere minor tribe. It is no wonder we do not regard you as our leader. Bai's ears perked up as he pinpointed the troublemaker. Clearly, some individuals were intent on stirring trouble today. With a flash of his forehead tattoo, he transformed into his beast form and swiftly pounced upon the speaker. Roar. The White Lion clan's unique lion roar technique instilled fear and control in his adversaries. The orc under Bai's claws was momentarily dazed. Blood beginning to flow from his mouth and nose, Bai raised his lion head high, his gaze gleaming with a cold, golden light, a far cry from the foolish demeanor he displayed in front of Shi. Do you wish to challenge me? Bai inquired, his claws sprouting menacing bone spikes, exuding an unmistakable threat. No, please spare me, young chieftain, the orc whimpered, realizing the peril he was in as the sharp spikes drew blood. He recalled Bai's ruthless nature. He truly would kill if challenged by lesser beings. He sobbed, filled with an indescribable fear. How disgraceful. Bai scoffed, vengefully severing one of his arms. The orc, now clutching the stump of his severed limb, was engulfed in regret. He had merely sought to impress Manman, hoping to gain her favor, only to find himself humiliated. Now he would be left disabled, forever scorned by females, tears welling in his eyes. He glanced toward Manman, only to find her fixated on Bai, her gaze filled with determination. Having resolved the minor discord within the White Lion clan, Bai surveyed the gathered crowd and proclaimed, She is the mate I have chosen. I shall not tolerate anyone who dares to defame her in my presence. Whoever it may be, should I discover their identity, they shall pay dearly. With that, he summoned the elite hunting team of the White Lion clan, preparing to embark on a rescue mission for the missing Shi. Just as Bai was about to set out, Ben Batian arrived, having heard the news. Observing the elite warriors accompanying him, Bai's expression darkened. What? Do you intend to obstruct me? Bai never imagined that his childhood friend would become so. Manman appeared unremarkable. What was it that captivated his brother so? I am coming with you, Ben Batian declared, not waiting for Bai's descent, grasping his arm firmly. If it is a danger even you cannot handle, take me along to at the very least. I can ensure we return safely. Bai met Ben Batian's gaze, still somewhat perturbed. Could you not wish for a bit of good fortune for us? Ultimately, he acquiesced to his brother's insistence. Ben Batian quickly relayed the essential matters of the tribe, casting a meaningful glance at Manman. Delighted, Manman mistook his attention as a sign that her beauty had finally captured the interest of a formidable male. She took a deep breath, puffing out her chest proudly, only to find that Ben Batian had already shifted his focus, instructing the members of the Deer and White Lion tribes to clear the path while the Angry Horse tribe would secure their rear and leave markers along the way. After rescuing the missing, he would rejoin the main group. Big brother! Big brother! Take us with you, we want to see Sister Pyongyang. Just as Bai took another step forward, two small bundles of energy rushed toward him. Stumbling over themselves, their sore backsides from last night's punishment had yet to heal, yet the normally gentle and patient Bai had abandoned them for an entire night, leaving behind an unspoken fear in the hearts of the two little ones. It felt as though if they did not follow this time, they would lose their brother forever. And as for Sister Pyongyang, they had reflected upon their misdeeds. If they were never to see her again, how could they expect her forgiveness? Thus, the two little ones clung tightly to Bai's legs, resolute in their determination. Ben Xiaoqi, we are going to a very dangerous place. Do you think this is merely a game? Ben Batian attempted to pry Ben Xiaoqi away, but to no avail. No. Big brother, you can go with Bai to find Sister Pyongyang, and I want to go too. We are Sister Pyongyang's favorite little brothers. Perhaps she would be willing to return with us. Unbeknownst to Ben Xiaoqi and Bai Tuanshuan, who had gone to bed early the previous night and were unaware of the unified narrative circulating this morning. Sister Pyongyang had been driven away and falsely accused of murder. All they knew was that Sister Pyongyang had vanished, and the magical tools in the tribe that made food delectable had disappeared. For food lovers, Sister Pyongyang represented deliciousness, making it far more important to cling to her golden leg than to those of Baiyu or Ben Batian. Baiyu also attempted to dislodge his unworthy brother. But who could have anticipated that Bai Tuanshuan would cling to his leg like gum, refusing to let go, even resorting to biting him? As dawn broke, and Yunshi remained unaccounted for. Baiyu was unwilling to waste any more time with the two little ones, yielding to their insistence. Keep up. Let us go. Oh yeah. The two little ones rejoiced, flashing victorious smiles as they expertly clambered onto their brother's chest, eagerly urging, let us go find Sister Pyongyang. Bring her back. Ben Batian, his emotions difficult to decipher, remarked, You are so enamored with Sister Pyongyang. Are you not afraid she might be a villain? Ben Shaoqi regarded him with a look of incredulity. How could Sister Pyongyang be a bad person? Big brother, you must be joking. Even if you turn into a villain, Sister Pyongyang would never change. Very well. I see how I am perceived in your eyes, Ben Batian huffed, hoisting Ben Shaoqi by the scruff of his neck and holding him against his chest. All right, little one, if you can prove that Sister Pyongyang is not a villain. Then, with that, he took the lead. The two most elite teams from the two great tribes set off, while Manman lingered at the back of the procession, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. With the mightiest shaman absent, the shamans of the deer tribe ought to contribute to restoring the power of the true god. But that, as they say, is a tale for another time. A.S. Baiyu and Ben Batian finally arrived at the deep pit where Yunshi had vanished. Ben Batian's brows furrowed at the sight of the seemingly bottomless chasm without a formidable spatial ability. Indeed, it appears to have formed its own domain, surpassing my own, rather than being disheartened by the discovery of a powerful foe. Ben Batian's expression was one of eager anticipation. Though he often appeared lethargic, once engaged in battle, he was a fierce competitor, one whom even Baiyu would hesitate to confront. Moreover, his spatial ability was the most formidable of all. Often, his opponents would not even catch a glimpse of him before the battle concluded. Now, having encountered another adept in spatial abilities, his inner fire for combat reignited. Come, let us seek him out, without so much as glancing at the climbing rope left by Yunshi at the cave's entrance. Ben Batian grasped Baiyu's arm, and with a flash of his forehead tattoo, the two found themselves standing securely in the very center of the cavern. Where did Yunshi go missing? Ben Batian inquired. I am not entirely certain that I distinctly recall having Yunshi ride on my back, yet at some point, unbeknownst to me, she was taken. Baiyu's voice was heavy with frustration. Brother, you care too much for this female. As the formidable Batian spoke, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him, akin to a close friend clandestinely pursuing a romantic interest while one remains a solitary figure. Naturally, one would not perceive such a betrayal from a dear companion, but rather feel as though an outsider has usurped their attention. Most of Batian's disdain towards Yunshi stemmed from this sentiment, compounded by his skepticism regarding her identity. Perhaps for one whose heart is solely devoted to combat, the enhancement of personal strength is paramount. The culinary delights, medicinal concoctions, and an array of tools that Yunshi introduced to her kin instilled in him a sense of unease. He was neither greedy nor easily swayed by momentary advantages. Thus he did not revere Yunshi as a deity. Instead, he found merit in Manman's words, that one should exercise caution with unfamiliar entities. Batian, if you regard me as a true brother, cease your remarks about Yunshi that I am glad for your assistance. Yet if you persist, I shall have no choice but to send you away. Baiyu declared with resolute determination. Batian anticipated such a response, but what followed from Baiyu's lips left him utterly astounded. Just as I disapprove of your treatment of Manman, which is too submissive. However, I shan't impose my views on your choice of partner. That remains your affair and shall not affect our brotherhood. You are overthinking this, resulting in those pronounced dark circles beneath your eyes. But should you meddle in my affairs regarding my partner, I shall have to distance myself. Humi, regarding Manman, Batian exclaimed, incredulous as he pointed to himself. How could you possibly think I find that scheming female, whose intentions are so transparent, appealing? Is it her foolishness or her artifice that attracts me? With this time, wouldn't it be better to sleep cradling bamboo? Batung gazed at his brother, as if seeing a fool. Pondering how his brother could so doubt his own taste, it appeared that Bayu's intellect was similarly misaligned in peculiar ways. Bayu, equally incredulous, questioned, "You do not fancy Yin Man? Then why do you constantly gaze at her? Heed her words and assist her in targeting Yun Shi." Such perplexities plagued Bayu's mind. Bation, feeling unjustly accused, lamented, "But Yun Shi is truly strange. Abandoned in the marshlands, she not only became pregnant, but also awakened extraordinary abilities. They claim it is a blessing from the beast god. Do you believe that?" Evidently, the beastman continent was not devoid of astuteness. Yun Shi's narrative might deceive the lower echelons, but to those acquainted with higher powers like Bation, it seemed rather flimsy. Nevertheless, Bayu chose to unconditionally side with Yun Shi. Even if her origins are questionable, what threat does she pose to us? The High Shaman has blessed the child within her. What? You have introduced her to the High Shaman. Did the Shaman say nothing? Bation's thoughts spiraled. Why was he unaware of such crucial information? If even the High Shaman, with all their insight, could not discern Yun Shi's oddities, yet still chose to bless her unborn child, did that not imply that Yun Shi was not malevolent? He might have unjustly condemned her based on the ill advice of a petty individual. You didn't think to ask me. Bayu spread his hands, concern etched on his face. Moreover, the High Shaman mentioned that pregnant females tend to be irritable and may strike pursuing males or weep inexplicably, that I was too preoccupied worrying about Yun Shi to relay this to you. He regarded Bation, a startling thought materializing. You did not even inquire with the High Shaman before condemning Yun Shi, did you? Bation glanced at him innocently, recognizing this familiar pattern whenever his brother sought to place blame upon him. Do not gaze at me like that. It frightens me. Bayu feigned terror. Bation mirrored his brother's gesture, raising his hands in surrender. Fine, I concede that I held biases against Yun Shi, and thus, upon hearing Yin Man's provocations, I formed premature judgments. Consequently, it seems that Yin Man is the one who harbors ulterior motives. Bation stroked his chin, pondering deeply. What could her motives be for incessantly scheming against Yun Shi? What advantage does she gain? Furthermore, why involve the shaman of the Angry Horse tribe and not others? Bation murmured to himself. Although their shaman may not rival the prowess of their High Shaman, they possessed numerous life-saving methods. At the very least, they would leave behind markers of warning, would they not? Moreover, many claim to have witnessed Yun Shi wielding lightning powers. Yet he distinctly remembered. Enough, Bayu interrupted impatiently. Stop ruminating over trivial matters and devise a plan to rescue Shishi to atone for your misjudgments. After a brief pause, he added, You are overthinking, which has resulted in those pronounced dark circles. What do you know? These are the unique markings of our panda clan, a distinctive feature only possessed by powerful males. Bation retorted defiantly, but he did not dwell on his brother's interruption of his thoughts. In any case, once they rescued Yun Shi, he would return to the tribe and ensure that Yun Man was closely monitored. Should she dare to mislead him, he would unearth her clandestine dealings. Yet, unbeknownst to Bation, upon his eventual return, he would encounter a beleaguered group of refugees, with Yun Man nowhere to be found. After formulating his plans, Bation focused all his energy on sensing the mysterious space around him. The power of the totem at his brow surged intensely, causing his form to appear hazy in Bayu's eyes, occasionally even teleporting to midair. After a considerable time, the totem's light dissipated, leaving Bation resembling someone freshly pulled from water. What a peculiar spatial ability. No, this power transcends mere spatial manipulation. It has evolved into its own domain, with a mouth agape in awe. Bation remarked, This is no ordinary feat. Such a person must be extraordinarily powerful. The evolutionary trajectory of this domain aligns with the ultimate evolution of my vaguely sensed spatial powers, a capability I yearn to cultivate. He continued, his eyes shimmering with desire, genuinely yearning for this formidable opponent. This adversary must not be underestimated. At last, Batan reiterated with gravity, his tone laden with seriousness, as though the enigmatic foe instilled within him an unprecedented sense of pressure. Bayu listened intently as Bation elaborated on the formidable unknown enemy. A surge of unease rippling through him. He was well aware of Bation's strength. An adversary capable of evoking such trepidation was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Can you locate this domain? Or discover where she is being concealed? Yu inquired with anticipation. Tion shook his head that my abilities are not on par with this enemy. For now, we can only. Yu held his breath. Wait. Yu echoed in disbelief. With Shishi's fate uncertain and her whereabouts unknown, how could he bear to simply wait? Do you truly have no other options? In Yu's mind, beastmen who awakened spatial and lightning abilities were favored by the heavens, at least in the tribes he was familiar with. They were rare gems. Yet in a single night, they had inadvertently stumbled into this predicament, only to discover another possessing spatial powers that is spatial ability now so undervalued. Tion yawned nonchalantly, reclining. Your anxiety serves no purpose. It will only deplete your dwindling energy that we cannot remain in this unknown domain for long. After all, sustaining the domain requires formidable abilities that a night has passed. At most, within a day, the domain's master shall reveal themselves. As long as they do not draw us into the domain, with our combined strengths, we can certainly vanquish that fragile foe. Tion asserted confidently. By the way, did you not mention a great black serpent? If the domain's master is merely a formidable beast, we could tackle it together. One at the head, the other at the tail, and surely we could subdue it. Tion clapped Yu on the shoulder. That only heightens my concern, Yu exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated, that a fierce beast pays no heed to whether you are female or otherwise. If it is famished, it will devour everything whole. Once it emerges, there may be nothing left of she. No, you cannot sleep. Get up and help me search, Yu commanded, pulling Tion by the arm and urging him toward the dark stone. Find clues. Hasten to locate us. Quickly transport us to our destination. In truth, Yu's concerns are not without merit. The male-to-female ratio on the Beast Realm continent is a staggering 1:10. Any male with a sound mind would refrain from harming a female without just cause. For the females bear the monumental responsibility of procreation. Should the Beast Realm ever find itself devoid of females, they too would inevitably face extinction. However, if such a terrifying power were wielded solely by ferocious beasts, it only intensified Yu's urgency as she shook Tion with fervor. Do not close your eyes. Get up this instant. Yet the only response she received was the sight of Tion snoring against the dark stone wall. And what of Yunshi, the object of Yu's concern? At this moment, she was engaged in a rather different endeavor. The 4 perceptive little cubs in her womb diligently consumed their fill. Yunshi's belly visibly deflated, while the cubs themselves showed no change in size. Full and sleepy, father and mother cuddled together. Fond of each other, kisses and affection exchanged. The 4 little ones chimed in unison, their voices gradually fading away as they drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, she maintained a single-handed embrace around Yunshi, his palm firmly resting on her abdomen. He could not relinquish his hold. Without his hand on Yunshi's belly, he could scarcely hear the tender voices of the cubs. Were these little ones truly so astute at merely a month and a half old? As his time spent with the cubs lengthened, Shi's anticipation for them grew immensely. Although still somewhat oblivious in matters of affection, he grasped the responsibilities of fatherhood with remarkable precision. He had even devised names for the 4 cubs and contemplated where to take them for hunting lessons as they grew. Presently, while Yunshi remained in deep slumber and the cubs were nestled in their dreams, he found himself alone in this alternate space, experiencing a rare pang of loneliness that it was time to venture forth and procure some sustenance. She mused. Alas, outside awaited a bothersome group, encircling his path of exit, their intentions evident even to one with closed eyes. A thought sparked within Shi, prompting him to consider bestowing them with a rather unexpected gift to keep himself occupied. He initially intended to sever the limbs of the other elusive rabbit beastmen who had disappeared within this spatial realm and cast them aside, but hesitated upon catching sight of the long ears of these unconscious rabbits. They must hold significant importance to the fierce female. Otherwise, she would not have risked jumping into such a deep pit to rescue them. After all, who could blame the fierce female for being the mother of his cubs? She silently reflected. I am not capitulating. It is merely that the fierce female's bites are unbearably painful. Thus, to prevent her from becoming further enraged and endangering the cubs, he resolved to spare the kin of the fierce female. In this moment of reconsideration, she perhaps unwittingly acknowledged a yearning within himself, an envy for those who had kin and those willing to sacrifice themselves for him. He carried the entirety of his ancestral memories, yet had wandered alone since the dawn of his recollections. Despite his formidable strength, danger was never far behind, and he often found himself in perilous situations. Each time, he relied solely on his wits to turn danger into safety. Therefore, witnessing Yunxi's willingness to go to such lengths for her kin, she subconsciously believed she would extend the same care to the cubs nestled within her womb, that if only what could it be? She dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. Nevertheless, he cast aside all elusive rabbit beast men, save for those he had previously encountered, and then embraced Yunxi, tenderly caressing his beloved cubs before drifting back into a sweet slumber, until the scales at his waist had fully grown. She resolved never to face the world again. Let those fools wait. They could bide their time. As Bai Yu and Ben Batian exerted themselves tirelessly to rescue Yunxi, the fleeing contingent followed the guidance of the lost tribe as shaman, clutching the divining sticks left by the great shaman, advancing in accordance with her instructions. However, the further they progressed, the denser the humidity became, and the muck beneath their feet grew increasingly abundant. The heat was stifling. The damp earth exuding an earthy aroma mingled with an indescribable scent. The people of the elk tribe, accompanied by the White Lion clan, strayed further off course. Eventually, someone became aware of the disarray. This path leads to the marshlands. Elk shaman, what are your intentions? Yet the elk tribe shaman paid no heed, maintaining an aloof demeanor, seemingly engrossed in the divining sticks in her hands. Manman, trailing behind the elk shaman, discovered that her bright red irises had inexplicably darkened. That my lord, they have discovered our irregularities. What shall we do? Manman communicated with her master in her heart. What a bother. Step forward and eliminate that loquacious brat. What? Manman gasped in shock. That is a dual-element warrior. How could a mere wind-element awakened mist rabbit person such as myself contend with him? The disparity in strength alone would render me into mere pulp. If only I could acquire Yunxi's abilities, Manman muttered. Without needing Yunxi's kind of abilities, you desire powers? I can assist you with that right now. The voice of the true god was filled with impatience. Yet he was compelled to dangle a tempting offer before Manman. As long as you approach that beastman warrior, I can seize the powers from him and implant them within you. Is that true? A glimmer of hope ignited within Manman, her eyes brimming with greed. The warrior in question was one she recognized. In terms of strength, he certainly fell short compared to the two most distinguished young clan leaders. However, if it meant she could become a dual-element wielder, then his sacrifice would be a small price to pay. Chapter 68, Major Revision. Manman's expression transformed. The intellect is a valuable asset. Yet regrettably, you lack it. The voice of the true god dripped with disdain. As long as you can draw near to that beastman warrior, I shall extract his powers and bestow them upon you. At that moment, you will assist me in vanquishing the elk tribe as shaman and seizing her shamanic powers. The true god cackled ominously. Manman's mind raced, as long as she didn't confront him head-on with her abilities. She had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. Brother Baitsong, have you noticed something amiss? Previously trailing closely behind the elk shaman, Manman's pupils had reverted to their normal hue. She turned back, offering Baitsong a radiant smile. Baitsong's handsome face flushed, momentarily flustered by Manman's endearing gesture, yet his inner conscience swiftly steadied him, and he replied, Manman, come a bit closer. I wish to speak with you. That he feared that the elk shaman might truly be malevolent, controlled by the forces of the evil god, posing a threat to Manman. Very well, brother Baikong. Manman appeared entirely oblivious, approaching him with a trusting smile. Just as she was about to reach Baitsong's side, her foot suddenly sank into the quagmire. She attempted to pull her foot free, but her body swayed, and she fell headlong into the mire. Manman gasped in terror, her arms flailing in the air. Baitsong, witnessing this, swiftly leaped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. Thank you, brother Baitsong. A single tear precariously hung in Manman's eye, lending her an air of utmost vulnerability. Bai Tsong's heart raced, his pulse quickening, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Then he beheld Manman's visage. Her face resembling the decaying skin of a peach, peeling away from its succulent flesh. Now, it was Bai Tsong's turn to scream. An aberrant beastman. You are an aberrant beastman. Someone. Bai Tsong's warning was cut short as if a vice had seized his throat, silencing his cries. Yet, Manman remained unaware of the anomaly surrounding her, only displeased by Bai Tsong's sudden change in demeanor. Moreover, as his cries echoed, more beastmen turned their gazes upon her, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Tinged with fear, many beastman warriors bore glowing totems upon their foreheads, launching assaults toward Manman. Terrified, Manman hastily shut her eyes, harnessing her wind element abilities, and desperately retreated, all the while lifting the defenseless Bai Tsong before her as a makeshift shield. Master, quickly! I need your assistance. What is happening to those beastmen? Why are they suddenly attacking me? Manman pondered, reflecting on the true goddess powers, which in truth were not as formidable as she had imagined. Were it not for his promise of bestowing her with powers, she would have long since abandoned him. Fool, you've ruined a splendid situation. The true god fumed, realizing for the first time that he ought to seek out a more lucid-minded male warrior as a host. Yet the conditions for such a host were exceedingly stringent, leaving him with little choice but to endure this predicament. First, place your hand upon this boy's forehead. Remember, no matter how much it hurts. Do not remove your hand. Otherwise, all will be in vain. Did you hear me? The true god reiterated. All right, I want to let go, even if it kills me, as Manman made a silent promise within her heart. She hastened alongside Bai Tsong towards the shaman of the reindeer clan. The two drew ever closer to the marshlands, while the pursuing orc warriors hesitated, their steps faltering. They clearly realized they were being lured into the marshlands. Yet our shaman and warriors remain ensnared by the wicked beastmen. Manman, when did you transform into a beastman? No, we must rescue them. A cacophony of voices erupted, each expressing differing opinions. At that moment, the absence of a leader within the team became glaringly evident. Regrettably, Bai and Ben Batian had departed, and the representative chosen by Ben Batian could not command the respect of the group. While the others bickered, Manman had already placed her palm upon Bai Tsong's forehead. Great divine lord, I am prepared. Let us commence. Her voice brimmed with excitement, that a dual elemental ability, how powerful and rare it was for a female to possess such gifts. The offspring she would bear would surely be exceptionally gifted as well. Manman mused to herself that she would undoubtedly encounter even more formidable males in the future, those surpassing Bai and Ben Batian, and she would bear them many offspring, becoming a goddess in the eyes of all. Lost in her visions of a splendid future, a sudden searing heat radiated from her palm, growing increasingly intense, leading her to suspect her hand might be scorched, that a sharp pain pierced her brow as well. Bai Gua convulsed violently beneath her hand, a pained expression etched upon his face, the totemic light of abilities gradually ascending from Manman's palm, bit by bit. What is happening? Suddenly, Manman noticed the skin on her hand was no longer smooth and firm. Instead, it resembled the waterlogged skin of a peach, swollen and wrinkled, beginning to peel away from her palm bit by bit. No, great divine lord, master. What is happening to my hand? Manman exclaimed in disbelief. She attempted to raise her hand to inspect it, only to find her palm seemingly fused with Bai Tsong's forehead, rendering her unable to break free. Great divine lord. Manman's voice trembled with desperation. Silence. Do you not comprehend that once the method of ability conversion is initiated, failure equates to death? But you did not mention that, great divine lord. No, please, great divine lord, grant me your protection. I do not wish to perish. Compared to the loss of her skin, her life was undoubtedly more precious. Yet, her face was equally significant. Yes, her face. Manman used her other empty hand to touch her face. What is this? She exclaimed in horror, discovering her hand was smeared with a viscous substance resembling pus. Faint traces of eyebrows and hair barely discernible upon it. In a frenzy, she flung it away, anxiously continuing to explore her face. Where is my face? What has happened to my face? At this moment, Manman truly felt herself unraveling. Even the intense pain in her brow could not divert her attention from her visage. As she continued her frantic exploration, the skin on her face began to peel away more rapidly, until all that remained were layers of raw, bloody flesh adorned with pus. "Great divine Lord, save me." Manman let out a heart-wrenching wail. Chapter 69 Reconstruction. Replacing the facial skin. Be quiet. Enough with the wailing. The great divine Lord expressed his displeasure. Your ability extraction is at a crit. The human skin is not so easily torn apart. Heh. Did you catch sight of that creature atop the shaman's head? Place it upon yourself first, and the skin will adhere of its own accord. A creature. Manman suppressed her disgust, and indeed found a long, black nematode entwined within the shaman's hair. The mere thought of placing that hideous worm upon herself stirred a wave of resentment within her. Yunshi, it is entirely your doing that I have fallen to this state. One day, I shall claim your skin, rendering you to a fate worse than death. Chapter 70. Come, let us harm one another. Please save this to your bookshelf. Emerging from the mire, Manman transformed into a vengeful spirit. She donned the shaman's skin and, accompanied by the otherworldly beasts released from the marshlands, pursued the fleeing caravan of the White Lion tribe that a frenzied massacre ensued. The otherworldly beasts seemed to heed Manman's command, as she directed them to target only the most beautiful females. As for the beast men, they launched the initial assault on the warrior beasts. The blood and flesh of the warrior beasts were rich in energy, serving as their finest sustenance. This battle, given the multitude of women, children, and the elderly among the fleeing tribe, found them at a disadvantage, ultimately costing them half of their warrior beasts to escape with barely a fraction of their number. Oh, beast god above! How could the shaman have fallen to such a state? Have we been forsaken by the beast god? Had I known this would come to pass? Many beastmen felt regret in their hearts. First, they lost the tools bestowed by the beast god, only to be beset by the otherworldly beasts controlled by the evil deity that if only Yunshi were here, would today as calamity have been avoided? Meanwhile, in a different dimension, Yunshi remained blissfully unaware. Recently awakened, she found herself trapped within the embrace of a slumbering black serpent beast. Indeed, she could only grind her teeth, for her entire body was ensconced within the lengthy serpentine tail, cocooned like a silkworm. Moreover, the black serpent beast had transformed into its beast form, making it impossible for her to bite down, as she could only gnaw at its unyielding scales, leaving no mark whatsoever. Since physical combat proved futile, Yunshi resolved to engage in a war of words. With a mere thought, she retrieved a large speaker from her spatial realm and began to rap. Bald-headed snake. Bald and bare, once the head is shorn, the rear laid bare. Cut the arteries, sever the veins, motionless, how quaint. It remains, peel the skin, chop it fine into the pot, let it entwine. Add some water, cover it tight. Before serving, sprinkle cilantro just right. Lift the bowl, take the chopsticks, a delectable morsel, a savory fix. You are a delightful dish to pair with wine. The speaker blared at an ear-splitting volume. Had Yunshi not preemptively stuffed her ears with plugs, she feared her body might shatter into 8 pieces. Indeed, the great black serpent was momentarily stunned by the cacophony emanating from the speaker, suspended above its head, causing even the tail that bound Yunshi to loosen significantly. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free. Once liberated from the elongated tailbone, she produced an immense water tank from her spatial realm and swiftly ensconced the black serpent within. What a thrill! Yunshi clapped her hands, finally feeling a sense of release. The speaker continued to loop her somewhat off-key rap, producing an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. However, she was unperturbed. She had numerous strategies for dealing with her foes. From her spatial realm, she retrieved a 2-piece gong set and placed it atop the water tank. Summer, quietly fades away, dragging little corpses, rolling to their dismay. No food, no drink, no time to rest. Even in death, you shall not be blessed. Dismembered and burned, you shall not escape. Into the coffin, your fate shall take shape. You shall not escape. On the road we'll bury you too. As she sang this lively tune, Yunshi joyfully struck the gong. Reveling in the moment, the little creatures within her womb had unknowingly awakened, initially a bit dazed, but soon they began to sway in rhythm with Yunshi's song, that be why the time she reached the 3rd verse. The little ones were able to harmonize with her melody. Yunshi was oblivious to the happenings within the water tank, but she felt quite ecstatic. After a while, she suddenly sensed a hollow thud as her gong stick struck nothing but air, and she found herself plummeting through the strange space. Ben Batian, who had been napping at the bottom of a deep pit, opened his eyes, while Bayou anxiously paced the walls of the pit. Suddenly, Ben Batian sprang into action, rolling aside with remarkable agility. Just as Yun, she experienced the sensation of weightlessness, she adjusted her position for landing. Even if Ben Batian did not roll away, she would not fall into the arms of the treacherous beast man. Shishi, upon hearing the commotion, Bayou rushed over, grasping Yunshi's arm, concern etched across his face. "Are you all right? What of that vile black serpent? Did you slay it?" Yunshi shook her head, gazing toward a spot in the sky. "We must leave this place to be by the way. Have you seen my father and the others?" "Oh, right. Your father and the others have already been released. They just awakened and are out foraging. Shishi, we must leave this cursed place." Bayou, upon seeing Yunshi, momentarily lost his train of thought, forgetting about the good brother lying nearby. Ahem. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Ben Batian coughed forcefully, trying to capture their attention, but they paid him no heed. Ahem, 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 ahem. Ben Batian had no choice but to cough even louder, striving to assert his presence. Upon hearing, Yunshi scoffed. "Young clan leader, it is too noisy here. Let us speak above." The black serpent merely fainted. "I fear it may pursue us. Moreover, its abilities are quite troublesome. Should we be drawn into its space, all our powers would be rendered ineffective." Yunshi only wished to distance herself as far from the scoundrel as possible. For reasons she could not comprehend, observing the scoundrel's keen interest in the offspring in her womb sparked within her the notion that she might one day engage in a custody battle with him. Hence, it was best to keep as far away from that fellow as possible. "All right, let's go." Bayou urged Yunshi toward the mountain-climbing rope, taking a moment to admonish their unfortunate brother. Batian, lying in the pit while coughing, "You are rather frail. I think you should seek the great shaman for treatment." "Let us go." The confidence and nonchalance of Bayou made Ben Batian si twitch. Such a demeanor seemed utterly worthless. Had he not heard Yunshi address him consistently as the young clan leader? It was evident that Bayou held a position in Yunshi's eyes that was hardly superior to his own. Why do I even care about my standing in Yunshi's heart? He had merely intended to apologize and be done with it. Watching the two ascend the rope, Ben Batian snorted and activated his abilities. Reappearing at the top of the pit, Yunshi was also nearing the surface, and Ben Batian, with good intentions, extended his hand to assist the pregnant female. However, Yunshi brushed his hand aside. "Excuse me. You're blocking the way." Ben Batian's hand awkwardly hovered in midair, his forced smile freezing on his face. Thankfully, he had dark circles under his eyes. No one would notice his embarrassment unless he mentioned it. To cover his awkwardness, he exaggeratedly yawned. That be why the time Yunshi and Bayou emerged from the deep pit, twilight was descending upon the sky. Did I really spend so long in the black serpent-esque space? Yunshi was astonished. She recalled being brought into that bizarre realm in the dead of night, fainting twice in between, and upon awakening, she presumed only a night had passed. Who would have thought? This sleep was lengthy and restorative. Logically, after being drugged, her body should not feel so light and pleasant, yet Yunshi felt as if she had consumed a complete tonic. Furthermore, the little ones in her womb seemed capable of communicating with her. Just as she thought of them, her hand instinctively rested upon her now flat abdomen. We are here. My tummy is fat. Mu is still the most beautiful." The cheerful voices greeted Yunshi, who then began to hum the tune of the little corpses. Yunshi replied in broad daylight, "Please spare me. You should be singing to your scoundrel father. Of course, once we are born, we shall sing to our father." As long as Yunshi placed her palm upon her belly, she could interact seamlessly with the little ones, which was quite miraculous. By the way, little ones, do you know what species your father, or rather, you are? Upon pondering this question, Yunshi inquired casually. "Species? We are eggs. Mu." "All right, it appears the little ones are still too young to grasp the concept." Yunshi then asked, "Did you do something earlier that caused my belly to shrink?" At this, the little ones became animated. "Mu, we were hungry earlier, so we needed food. Father fed us, and eating makes us grow swiftly. Father stored food in Mu's belly, hence the big tummy," though their words were somewhat vague. Yunshi understood the gist of it, so she had let the little ones go hungry for so long. She wondered if they might suffer from malnutrition. Could the spiritual spring and zombie crystal cores in the space substitute for the energy the little ones needed? Lost in thought, Yunshi appeared distant to Baiyu, who called out, She, are you feeling unwell? Or perhaps are you simply hungry? Your father and the others have gone hunting and should be returning shortly. Alternatively, shall we follow the trail they left behind? Baiyu cautiously suggested. Yunshi smiled faintly at Baiyu, replying, I am in good health, but a question has suddenly crossed my mind to be why the way. Why is it that, in addition to you, the young chieftain of the panda tribe has also arrived, accompanied by so many warriors, with such a large migration? Do you not fear encountering unforeseen dangers? Hearing Yunshi finally mention him, Ben Batian quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, Yunshi my dear, I have come specifically to apologize. I should not have taken Manman's words at face value. In fact, several months ago, I heard the great shaman mention that the beast world is facing a calamity. The seal of the evil god is weakening, and the evil god will return to the mortal realm. Thus, upon seeing you possess numerous items not native to our continent, I began to harbor suspicions about you. Ben Batian, fearful that Yunshi would again brush aside his hand as she had done earlier, hurriedly expressed all his main points to his surprise. Yunshi merely cast him a fleeting glance, saying, rather than suspecting me, it would be wiser to question Manman after all. I have never encountered someone who could resurrect after being struck in the forehead. Are you implying that Manman has returned from the dead? Ben Batian stammered, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Yunshi shrugged, and then there is Yun Do. His feigning spell is rather peculiar. Although I lack shamanic powers, I have attempted numerous methods to awaken him. Yet she frowned, continuing, that young cub, as I recall, could barely articulate his words, yet he distinctly accused me, which is already quite strange. By the way, have you seen Yun Do? Yunshi turned to Baiyu, who had been following closely. You mean that little cub? He should be with his father and mother, right? Yes, over there, the remaining members of your tribe are resting in that burrow. Baiyu pointed to a certain location. Yunshi nodded, a shadow of concern settling over her heart. She felt as though Yun Do were a ticking time bomb, and she suspected that his unconscious state was far from simple. Oh no! Ben Batian suddenly exclaimed, I have taken most of the elite warriors with me. Those that remain should be capable of handling ordinary beasts, but against someone who has returned from the dead. Possibly under the control of the evil god. Like Manman, he lamented, smacking his forehead, that I all that wretched Manman has fault for misleading me into believing that the exotic beast had some secret connection to you. Diverting my attention solely onto you, that I never anticipated she intended to distract me for her own nefarious purposes. I must return with the warriors to investigate. After making his declaration, he turned to Yunshi with an expectant gaze. Yunshi, I now realize my mistakes. Will you accompany us back? I will help you uncover the truth. He pledged, thumping his chest for emphasis. The group had already ventured into the burrow excavated by the mysterious rabbit beast men when, perhaps sensing familiar footsteps, Yunshi had yet to determine her response when two small cubs, covered in mud, emerged from the hole. Dearest sister, we missed you so much, exclaimed Ben Xiaoqi and Bai Tuan, who were about to leap into Yunshi's embrace as before, but abruptly halted, recalling that their dear sister was now a pregnant female and could not be tackled, that I end their haste. They stumbled and tumbled over, landing at Yunshi's feet, resembling two little turtles on their backs. Dear sister. The two cubs, undeterred, sprawled on their backs, grinning foolishly, eagerly awaiting Yunshi's touch, silently pleading for affection while shyly withholding their requests. Yunshi chuckled softly, finding their childlike innocence utterly endearing. She crouched down gently, stroking their soft white bellies and pinching their tiny pink and black paw pads. Dear sister touched us. She isn't angry anymore. The two little bundles of joy beamed with delight, their heads nuzzling against Yunshi's palm. Get away, you two mischievous little rascals. Can't you see that your elder brother is having a conversation with Sister Yunshi? Ben Batian scolded, pushing Ben Xiaoqi aside and roughly lifting Bai Tuan. The formidable Bashianshan had resolutely decided to alter the tribe's course and follow Yunshi. Given that Yunshi's possessions had been authenticated by the great shaman, they were undoubtedly safe. The pots, pans, and miraculous elixirs would undoubtedly benefit the tribal members. Only a fool would refuse such offerings. Bashianshan's thoughts were quite commendable, yet the world does not revolve around his will. Baiyu and her two little cubs, having failed in their bid for favor, could only sulkily maintain their beast forms while guarding the burrow excavated by the Mizu rabbit tribe. Yes, he could not enter. Little did he know, just as he closed his eyes to catch a nap, He heard heavy footsteps approaching from afar, accompanied by Yun Kuei's frantic exclamations. Heavens, heavens, I'm terrified. Friends, grab your weapons and let us hide. No, future father-in-law. Is that rallying cry quite right? Upon spotting Bai Yu, Yun Kuei's eyes first lit up, then continued to bluster. Oh dear, is that the young clan leader? Why are you sleeping here? By the way, where's my precious cub? Is she safe? Where is she? Is she with you? A long string of questions flowed forth without a pause. After taking a breath, he continued, there's no time to explain. We must flee. Ah, I know the young clan leader is formidable, but the beast pursuing us is even more fearsome. Under the imposing presence of Yun Kuei's booming voice, the other beastmen in the rabbit burrow were finally roused and emerged to assess the situation. Upon seeing Yun Kuei empty-handed, along with the disheveled warriors who had accompanied him, some even bearing wounds, they could not help but inquire, Captain Yun Kuei, what has transpired? Why are you so alarmed? It is known that Yun Kuei is one of the few audacious individuals within the Mizu rabbit tribe. Unflinching even in the face of a volcanic eruption, what could possibly have incited such panic in him? I've already said there's no time to explain. Quickly, let us all jump into that burrow. Oh no. To the deep pit. No, if we go to the deep pit, there's nowhere to hide. We should just run. Yun Kuei spoke in a frenzy. Bai Yu was utterly intrigued to that moment. Yunshi parted the crowd and emerged from the burrow. No need to inquire. Danger is imminent. Prepare for battle. Chapter 72. The beasts or the zombie beasts deep within the jungle. A rustling sound could be heard, revealing a group of stiff-limbed beasts, their bodies covered in festering sores, crawling out from the underbrush while wheezing heavily. Yunshi focused her gaze and thought, oh dear, what an eyesore. Yun Kuei, already known for his courage, instinctively recoiled upon seeing the strange beasts, only to remember something and muster the courage to shield Yunshi behind him. Dear cub, do not be afraid. Father will protect you. Though his words were somewhat clumsy, he nonetheless kept Yunshi safely behind him. Yunshi felt a warmth in her heart as she observed the strange creatures from behind Yun Kuei. They did not seem as formidable as the great shaman had described. They appeared to lack any semblance of intelligence. Conveniently, her abilities from the apocalypse countered most zombies, making this opportunity perfect to test her powers against these creatures resembling zombie beasts. With a mere thought, Yunshi activated her abilities, and suddenly, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, directly hitting the group of beasts. The creatures barely had time to struggle before they were reduced to a pile of black ash. Is that all? Yunshi questioned, patting her father's shoulder, her eyes filled with confusion. Father, they are dead. Not impressive at all. Yunshi could not comprehend why Yun Kuei, who had the audacity to confront the tiger tribe beastmen, would cower in fear before these strange beasts. Dead, truly dead. Yun Kuei rubbed his eyes in disbelief, cautiously extending his foot forward. 1 step, 2 steps. He picked up a long branch from the ground and poked at the pile of black ash. The ash remained unresponsive, undoubtedly as dead as could be. Dear cub, you are remarkable. Yun Kuei gave Yunshi a thumbs up. Instantly, she felt a sense of relief that her observation. The sluggish beasts before her resembled the initial generation of zombie beasts infected by a zombie virus, their rigidity earning them their name. However, the great shaman had mentioned that formidable strange beasts not only possessed high infectivity, but also independent thought. Some could even infect beastmen, transforming them into strange beastmen. Why, then, were there so many initial generation beasts appearing outside the marshlands? Had they emerged from the depths of the algal swamp, or had they been infected? With the current lack of clues, Yunshi dared not draw conclusions hastily. Yet it was evident that the calamity the great shaman had foretold had arrived earlier than expected. Tribal members, since strange beasts have already appeared here, it indicates that this location is no longer safe. While the sky remains lit, we must proceed cautiously, that we are unaware of how many strange beasts lurk within this jungle. So everyone, arm yourselves and be vigilant. Upon concluding her words, she noticed Bai Yu wagging his tail and approaching her. With 2 familiar little cubs perched upon his back, Sister Miang, come quickly. Bai Yu's back is spacious and soft. After speaking, the little paws demonstrated a patting motion. Conveniently, Yunshi, not wishing to walk, complied with their expectations and settled onto Bai Yu's back.